Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1, Arrival. Today was a very good day. He just saved a month of money to recharge. When he was about to upgrade his character in the game, there was an earthquake and his house collapsed, and he was buried under it. When he lost consciousness, his blood stained a bead. This bead he saw at the stall and thought it was similar to Hōgyoku, so he bought it back. When the bead was dyed red, it emitted a red. The light disappeared with his soul. After he died, he saw that the surroundings were all black. He thought this was the world after death. When he felt that he was going to stay here in the future, he suddenly felt crowded around him. Just when he thought he was going to die, he suddenly saw a light. He came out of that light and saw a man dressed as a nurse pick him up, wash him, and put him in a crib. Wait, the crib. He looked at his hand, so small, I turned into a baby. He's suddenly a little unsure that he's turned into a baby, but it's true again, so he's a little confused. Suddenly a couple came, and he was a little excited when they called him Ichigo. He felt that he was now in the world of Shinigami. Although he was not sure, it did not hinder his fantasy, and he also became the protagonist of Shinigami, Kurosaki Ichigo. He felt that it was a dream, and when the dream woke up, he went back to that boring and uninteresting life. Suddenly he thought that Kurosaki Ichigo's mother Kurosaki Masaki in the original book seemed to be dead. He wanted to prevent this from happening, because he was an orphan on Earth, but he did have a sum of money left to him. It should be his parents who let him go. Leave him some money while in the orphanage. But this amount of money has brought him 18 years of carefree life, so he is eager for family affection and hopes that his parents can bring him love. Although he is eager for family affection, but he has no power at all now, how to organize these things to happen. Just when he was despairing about the future, a template appeared in his mind, and he was excited when he saw this template. This is the game template of the game he used to play. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo. S*X, male. Age, 0. Spouse, none. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, level 1. Zanpakuto, none. Kid, none. Shunpo, none. White hits, none. Slash, none. Backpack, beginner pack. Seeing this, he felt that he was going to post it. In addition to this attribute interface, there was also a dungeon interface and a daily check-in interface. After seeing this, he smiled happily. And the Kurosakis saw Kurosaki Ichigo smiling and thought that their child must be very smart, so. Mazaki, look how smart my son is. As soon as he was born, he knew that we were his parents, you see. We all know that we laughed. Kurosaki Ishin said happily. That's our son, not your son, you know? Kurosaki Masaki said with some dissatisfaction. Right, look at what I said, my fault, and I'll never say that again. Kurosaki Ishin quickly admits his mistake. If you still say this in the future, don't come up to my bed. Kurosaki Masaki said something hacky, and also squeezed Kurosaki Ishin's soft meat. Kurosaki Ishin naturally quickly begged for mercy. Seeing these scenes, Kurosaki Ichigo knows the value of family, so he is going to get stronger right away and change what happened in the original Shinigami. So he looked at the system again. Although my system does not have the same system spirit as others, this is also good, otherwise I have to provide an ancestor, isn't it? Seeing the novice gift bag in the system backpack, he opened it silently, and the novice gift bag actually opened, and 3 things came out: a Hōgyoku, perfect detachment version, 10 fragments, character fragments, a Zanpakuto, perfect Zangetsu. Kurosaki Ichigo felt like he was going to post when he saw these things, especially when he saw Hōgyoku. He thought I was going to be invincible. This thought appeared in his mind. He forcibly calmed down his excited heart and prepared to see these things. Hōgyoku, to realize the development of people's inner hopes according to their own thoughts, but the condition is that they have the strength to realize this desire. For the host to break the current boundaries, endlessly evolve to the next dimension, and also protect the host from death and immortality, complete regeneration. Seeing this, he wanted to jump for joy, but since he was still a baby, he could only imagine it in his mind. Then he looked at the other two objects. Character fragments, fragments that allow characters to break through Ryutsu. As long as they collect all the fragments, they can break through the current level. Perfect Zangetsu, this Zanpakuto does not have the sword spirit, but it has strength and potential far beyond the original. He is still very happy to see these two things, because now he can't use Hōgyoku at all, so these two things are the most important at this stage. His current attribute interface has changed. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo. S*X, male. Age, 0. Spouse, none. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, level 1, 10/1 upgradable. Zanpakuto, the perfect Zangetsu, unliberated. Kid, none. Shunpo, none. White hits, none. Slash, none. Backpack, Hōgyoku. Seeing this, he felt that his spring was coming. He hurriedly clicked on the upgrade interface. Ryutsu became level 2, 9/3 can be upgraded, and after he clicked twice in a row, he could no longer break through, and the interface changed. Especially Ryutsu becomes Ryutsu level 4, 0/9. He felt Ryutsu's change, and Ryutsu doubled when level 1 became level 2. The third is 4 times the second, and the fourth is 8 times the third. He felt that the fifth level should be 10 times or 16 times that of the fourth level. There have also been minor changes in the properties interface. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo. S*X, male. Age, 0. Spouse, none. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, level 4, 0/9. Zanpakuto, the perfect Zangetsu, unliberated. Kid, none. Shunpo, none. White hits, none. Slash, none. Backpack, Hōgyoku. Seeing this, he finally had some self-defense. But he doesn't know how much his change has changed his parents outside. The Kurosaki couple saw that his son's Ryutsu suddenly became dozens of times stronger and thought it should be a dream, but after thinking about it again, it should not be a dream. But they couldn't figure out what it was, so they thought of going to Urahara Kisuke. So our little Ichigo drew some attention without knowing it. He knew his ascension had been discovered when he heard the talk of his current parents. So he feels that he can't be so impulsive in the future, because this is likely to attract the peeps of Aizen or others. If he is killed by others before he grows up, wouldn't it be a loss? Therefore, when you want to improve in the future, you must be fully prepared, otherwise, others will think that there is something wrong like now, but this is not a bad thing. Because now you can meet your Yuaki. The Kurosakis arrived in front of a store called Urahara Store within a few minutes, and saw an uncle with silver hair and a little scruffy. Urahara saw the Kurosakis with a baby and knew it was a new baby. Oh! Ishin-kun, why did you two come to my shop? Could it be that you want me to celebrate because you have a baby? Some jokes. Well, don't say anything useless, look at how my son is doing. Look how strong his Ryutsu is. They are almost invincible to the top officials. Kurosaki Ishin asked anxiously. Kurosaki Masaki also hurriedly urged, and then Urahara Kisuke put away his somewhat playful face and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo seriously, staring at him until he was a little hairy. A little afraid of what would be found, he finally looked away for a long time and finally looked away at the Kurosaki couple and said, I think so. It should be because the Ryutsu of the two of you are too strong, so your children will also inherit the strong Ryutsu of the two of you. So is there anything bad? Kurosaki Masaki asked anxiously. This is not there, but you will see the spirit body. Urahara Kisuke says. Then nothing. Then it's fine. Kurosaki Ishin said happily. The Kurosakis breathed a sigh of relief. At this time. Ishin-kun, how about handing over this child to me and I will train you to be a very good Shinigami? Urahara Kisuke said to the Kurosaki couple seductively. No, the Kurosakis said in unison. It depends on what the kid thinks. Kurosaki Masaki said, and Kurosaki Ishin next to him nodded. Urahara Kisuke could not convince them, so he had to give up. Then they all walked towards the door of the house. Levels 1 to 5 are officers, levels 6 to 10 are deputy captains, levels 11 to 15 are captains, levels 16 to 20 are chief captains, and levels 21 to 25 are captains. Super Captain, the 26th to 30th level is the Spirit King level, the follow-up, and now these are enough. Chapter 1. When the Kurosaki couple went out, a black cat suddenly jumped down from the roof. Urahara Kisuke was very happy to see the black cat and wanted to pick it up, but when he was about to touch it, the black cat jumped up and he was given a paw and a scratch appeared on his face. Oops! Oops! Yoruichi-san, why is this? It really hurts. Urahara Kisuke said innocently to the black cat. Don't tell me if there are or not, what are they doing here with their children? The black cat said to Urahara Kisuke very humanely. If our protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo is still there at this time, he must know that this is the Shihouin Yoruichi he has always wanted to see. Oh! You mean Ishin and the others? They were uneasy because their son was born with Ryutsu, who was a senior officer. They felt that it would hurt the child, so Urahara Kisuke came to me to see their son. Things didn't happen the same. Oh! Then why don't you keep his son to nurture it? It's actually firing a gun, it's not like you. Shihouin Yoruichi said with a little surprise. Wasn't it because Ishin-san said the child was too young to wait until he was a little older? That's why I didn't do it, otherwise. Urahara Kisuke said helplessly. So have you given up? Shihouin Yoruichi asked curiously. Of course not. Why don't you make good use of such a good combat power? Ishin-san only said that it can't be done when he was young, but he didn't say that when he grows up. Urahara Kisuke said a little bit. All right. It's up to you. Anyway, it's okay now, let's go and see that kid. Shihouin Yoruichi said and left. Yoruichi-san, come back soon. Urahara Kisuke waved his hand and said. The picture goes back to our protagonist. Our protagonist is now a baby, and he doesn't know how to hide his Ryutsu, so it quickly attracted some phantoms. Seeing these phantoms, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't show a look of fear at all, but leaked out. Somewhat confused and a little interested. The Kurosakis didn't know what was on his mind. The two of them felt that this suddenly appeared several times. The son would definitely be very scared and even cry when he saw it, but when he looked at the child surprisingly, he showed interest in his eyes, so it was a bit strange, but they didn't think about it. So many. Masaki, they will be handed over to me, you take Ichigo back first, and then separate the Ryutsu emanating from Ichigo from the outside world. He took out a pill and ate it, and then came out of the body with a, and Kurosaki Ishin was exactly the same person, but he was wearing black clothes and standing there with a knife. When Kurosaki Ichigo saw this, he was excited. That's the Death Fighter and Zanpakuto. This is all true, so this is what my dad really looks like. All right. Then you have to come back soon. Kurosaki Masaki said that he left like a teleport. When I saw Kurosaki Ishin's Zanpakuto issued a blue crescent moon when he left, this should be a slash. When he saw this trick that he saw on the computer actually appeared in front of you, he was so happy that he couldn't help himself. But you must be calm, and not too excited, this will break my image as an invincible handsome guy in the universe, he said very narcissistically. And what AFG baby, what a temperament, and a handsome guy. I wanted to see how this fight would go. But who taught us to be children? So I can only be mercilessly hugged by my mother. In less than half a minute, I stopped at the entrance of a small hospital. This should be where the Kurosaki Isshin family lived in the original book. This place is also where I'm going to live now. Just as we were about to enter, Kurosaki Isshin came back. All solved? Kurosaki Masaki asked. It's over, don't look at who is going to go out, of course it will be successful, Kurosaki Isshin said with some narcissism. Okay, don't make trouble, now it's time to suppress the Ryutsu in this child Ichigo, or else I'll run over again, Kurosaki Masaki said seriously. I'll use Bakud to help him seal this uncontrollable Ryutsu. Kurosaki Isshin also said seriously, and then used Bakud to help him temporarily seal Ryutsu. Seeing that they had sealed his Ryutsu, he didn't change his expression, it was just like that, because the system could let him break through the seal easily, but because he couldn't control his Ryutsu, he could even seal himself at this stage. Ryutsu is also good. Then he was left in the crib. He felt that the two of them must be doing something they couldn't show their children. This time he really guessed wrong. The Kurosakis went out to buy some goods or toys that the baby will use. Instead of doing something else, Kurosaki Masaki went shopping. And Kurosaki Heinzawa went out to guard the clinic. Leaving Kurosaki Ichigo, our protagonist, alone in his own bed to make up for some unnutritious things. Suddenly he remembered that there was a sign-in interface in his system. He quickly contacted the system in his mind to open the interface. When he saw that there were 0 sign-ins and 0 supplementary signs in the interface, he was not calm, because besides these 2 words, there was a box. It said the word sign, and he clicked on the word, and what appeared made our protagonist excited again. The thing that appeared this time was the Shinigami spree. When the protagonist calmed down and opened the spree, 4 things appeared in it: the cultivation books of Kid, Shunpo, White Hits, and Chopping. Seeing this, he jumped for joy. How could a baby jump up? Then he directly chose to use it. His attribute interface has changed. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo. S**X, male. Age, 0. Spouse, none. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, level 4, 0/9. Zanpakuto, the perfect Zangetsu, unliberated. Kid, level 1, 0/10. Shunpo, level 1, 0/10. White Hits, level 1, 0/10. Slash, level 1, 0/10. Backpack, Hōgyoku. After seeing this, he felt that some information that he had never seen before had flooded into his mind, but he knew that these were the clever ways of using the Do technique in the 4 Great Wars of Shinigami. Although he was very eager to try these techniques now, but now he is still too young to do it. Have no choice. I don't know if it's because I used my brain too much today, or because I feel very tired because of the ups and downs of emotions, so he is very sleepy now. This is the phenomenon of being a baby. Babies don't have the energy of adults. So he closed his eyes and fell asleep. When he closed his eyes, a black cat appeared on the window of his room and looked at him with some interest. Kid level 1 can use Kid from number 1 to number 10, and each level increases the right to use Kid number 10, and you can use all 100 Kid it will when you level up. Shunpo level up is equivalent to Shihouin Yoruichi's Shunpo. The full level of White Hits can physically resist the attack of the captain level, and the fighting consciousness will also increase. The full level of slashing can cut down a city. Chapter 2. In the blink of an eye, it was the second day, and he looked around and still looked the same. He breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that this was a dream, and after waking up, everything would return to the way it was before. But nothing has changed, so everything that happened yesterday is true. By the way, he has to go to sign in today. He clicked on the system's sign-in interface, where he wrote the word sign in for 1 day in a row, nothing else changed. He clicked sign in, and another gift package appeared. This time it was an experience bead gift package. He was a little curious when he saw this gift bag, so he clicked on the experience bead gift bag, which came out with 10 elementary experience beads, which are a little blue. He looked at the system. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo. S*X, male. Age, 0. Spouse, none. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, level 4, 0/9. Zanpakuto, the perfect Zangetsu, unliberated. Kid, level 1, 0/10. Shunpo, level 1, 0/10. White hits, level 1, 0/10. Slash, level 1, 0/10. Backpack, Hōgyoku, elementary experience beads times 10. Seeing the word experience beads appearing in the backpack, he looked at its description. Elementary experience beads, used to improve skills, each one adds 10 experience points. Although it is only a few words, it makes him very excited and happy. Although each one only adds 10 experience points, it is enough for him now. Although there are only elementary experience beads now, it is not guaranteed in the future. You will also get median level experience beads. Do top level experience beads exist? No one can tell. Then he gave these experience beads to these 4 skills. Then the interface changed. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo. S*X, male. Age, 0. Spouse, none. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, level 4, 0/9. Zanpakuto, the perfect Zangetsu, unliberated. Kid, level 2, 15/50. Shunpo, level 2, 15/50. White hits, level 2, 15/50. Slash, level 2, 15/50. Backpack, Hōgyoku. Seeing the display of the interface, some more advanced usage of these 4 skills also appeared in his mind, and he smiled happily when he saw these. The dividing line after 2 years. It has been 2 years since he upgraded his skills. In the past 2 years, his 4 skills have been fully upgraded, Ryutsu has also become stronger, and even Zanpakuto has awakened. It is no longer the same as before. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo. S*X, male. Age, 2 years old. Spouse, none. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Vice Captain, level 1099/145. Zanpakuto, the perfect Zangetsu, Shikai. Kid, LVMAX 11, / Shunpo, LVMAX 11, / White hits, LVMAX 11, / Chopping, LVMAX 11, / Combat experience, LVMAX 11, / Backpack, Hōgyoku, character fragments x99, beginner EXP x 1000, median level EXP x 500, top level EXP x 300. He was very happy to see these, but still a little depressed. Because the copy system has not been opened up to now. However, he turned on Zanpakuto's Shikai and also promoted Ryutsu to the full level of Vice Captain, and another level up is the Captain level Ryutsu, and also got a new skill battle experience. Combat experience, it allows users to have rich combat experience and enemy tactics. Don't underestimate this skill. If his level is high, you can fight with people who are 1 rank higher than you. This skill has made Kurosaki Ichigo's battle experience a straight increase, but although there has been a lot of improvement, the dungeon interface and the system interface has not yet been opened. I don't want to be cranky anymore, so I quickly signed up for today's sign-in. He looked at the system interface, signed today's check-in, and this time gave a gift bag of character fragments. He opened the spree, and there came out character fragments times 50. He was overjoyed to see this. Get ready to upgrade now. Order. Captain. The Riot Soul level has become a Captain level, level 11, and all skills have broken through and become level 12, the upper limit of this level is level 10, and those above level 10 are the breakthrough limit, and each time the limit is broken, a new realm will be entered, also added a new skill Crescent Moon. This skill should be familiar to everyone. This is the signature skill of Kurosaki Ichigo in Shinigami's original work. Why does this skill appear now? I can't explain it, maybe it's because of this Zangetsu problem. He was very happy to see this skill because he had been waiting for the skill, but in Shikai, because Zanpakuto has no soul and is a sword spirit. He couldn't use this trick either, but now it's different, this skill has come out again, and now he can have a good time. But he also thought that the Crescent Moon Sky Shot here would definitely be discovered by those Shinigami and Quincy exterminators in this world, or not necessarily discovered by Aizen. So he put this thought away. Suddenly he looked at the Zanpakuto and the Death Lord inside himself, and both the Zanpakuto and the Death Lord were changed. Zanpakuto and the Death Lord are both in Kurosaki Ichigo's body, and he would wear them as long as he thought about it, and his Shikai and Bankai were permanent. This is the Death Lord outfit and Tensa Zangetsu when the protagonist Ichigo becomes Bankai. Seeing these, his face flushed with excitement. What made him even more happy was that his dungeon interface was actually turned on, and when he saw the description of the dungeon interface, he went crazy again. Dungeon interface, it is divided into primary dungeons, median level dungeons, and top level dungeons. Primary dungeons are Jillian level dungeons, median level dungeons are Ajichas level dungeons, and top level dungeons are Vasto Lord level dungeons. Both are infinite, and defeating them will spawn random items. Seeing this, he was so happy that he could finally go to a place to vent. After 2 years, he was finally able to fight those illusory things. Then he clicked on the dungeon interface, and then he clicked on the primary dungeon and disappeared in this room, and that's it. Everything outside seemed to be frozen and motionless. Jillian, most common, inferior most have general appearance, black outer body, white long-nosed mask, and relatively low abilities. They are huge in size, but slow in movement, and have an intelligence quotient similar to that of beasts. Strong phantoms are formed by devouring the spiritual power of hundreds of ordinary phantoms. It needs to evolve by continuously devouring spirits. During the evolution to the Ajichas level, it will leave the lowest level and become a phantom close to the animal-shaped armor. Ranalo is such a special aggregate that absorbs other virtual spiritual powers into its own abilities. Ajichas, median level has a higher ability, most of Arankar is this level. The IQ is very high, and the combat power is several times that of Jillian, and he is responsible for commanding the huge Jillian group. It still needs to evolve by constantly devouring spirits. Once bitten by a higher level Minos Grande, it will permanently stop evolving and even be swallowed up to become part of the latter's power. There are 2 evolution directions of Ajichas. First, the power reaches the bottleneck, and it is always Ajichas that cannot continue to increase the power. Second, the power rises to a new height and becomes Vasto Lord after breaking through the bottleneck. In Espada, except for number 9 Arankar, which is Jillian, all others belong to Ajichas or higher. Vasto Lord Vastrode, superior. The top level avatar is several times smaller than the avatar, and its size is similar to that of a human. The first 4 blades in Espada are at this level. Has the strongest ability, above the Shinigami captain level, and there are not many in the entire Hueco Mundo. The higher the level of Minos Grande, the more human-like physique and sanity. After liberation, the change of the ontology is also smaller. Chapter 3. When he came to his senses he appeared in a place that looked like a colosseum, but this place is so huge that it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the home of Ultramen and monsters. Suddenly, an interface appeared in front of him, which said 2 options, start and exit, and he understood it when he saw it. Afterwards, he wanted to start the dungeon after filling up his new skills first. After filling up his new skills, he looked at the interface. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo. S*X, male. Age, 2 years old. Spouse, none. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Captain, level 11 4/175. Zanpakuto, the perfect Zangetsu, Bankai. Kid, LVMAX 12, / Shunpo, LVMAX level 12, / White Hits, LVMAX level 12, / Chopping, LVMAX 12, / Combat Experience, LVMAX 12, / Crescent Moon, LVMAX level, / Backpack, Hōgyoku, Character Fragments X4, Beginner EXP X500, Median Level EXP X300, Top Level EXP X200. He is also a little happy to see his current attributes. Then he clicked the start button, and the scene became a little depressing. Then came out of the arena with a height of more than 40 or 50 meters. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little nervous when he saw this, because he was fighting such a monster for the first time. It was very funny to see him confronting a Jillian, because now he is still a 2-year-old child, and seeing a 2-year-old child holding a Zanpakuto, wearing a death tyrant costume and confronting a Jillian, it is disgusting. It's a joke. Anyone who tells it to it will think that this person must be insane, but when all this is really in front of you now, even if you don't want to believe it, there's nothing you can do. Seeing this Minos Grande appearing in front of him, he thought it should be a dream. But this is not a dream. I always wanted to live when I could truly appreciate the world, but when all this happened in front of you, you were a little confused. While Kurosaki Ichigo was watching Jillian thinking wildly, Jillian actually attacked him first. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't even block, and was kicked away by Jillian. When he was kicked, he came back to his senses, but he couldn't dodge anymore, so he had to use Ryutsu to form a shield to block Jillian's attack, but was still kicked away, and then he used Ryutsu to form a shield. He stabilized his body and attacked it, and Jillian started to unleash its attack. It was charging his Zero in front of the mask. Kurosaki Ichigo knew it was Zero when he saw the red light, but he didn't stop Jillian's movements, but raised his sword over his head and prepared to confront Zero with his newly acquired skills to see which one was stronger. When Zero was charged, it shot Zero directly at Kurosaki Ichigo, and Kurosaki Ichigo was ready. He called Crescent Moon Tianchong and then sent a black crescent-like slash from his blade. And that slash directly broke Jillian's attack and gave Jillian a knife or two. Seeing this, he jumped up with joy. Then he discovered that a character fragment had been added to his backpack. The character fragments have also become 5. When he saw this, of course he knew that this place was a good place to brush equipment, so he felt that he was about to become a hero. After seeing this, he also calmed down, thinking about being ruthless, absolutely ruthless, and not destroying my image because of these things. These things will definitely happen in the future, and he must be ruthless thinking about his second opponent. When I came out, I saw this little Ichigo rushing up excitedly, cutting it down with one knife, not even giving it a chance to prepare. Then he has been venting here the depression and fighting spirit that he has been unable to vent for the past 2 years. And he does. The way to deal with each Jillian is different. First Kid, then Shunpo, then Slash, and finally take Zanpakuto back and fight Jillian with white hits. When he killed nearly 500 Jillians, he was a little annoyed, and he was worried that his parents would not be able to find him. So he silently quit and went back to his cot. Then he looked at the time, and that time didn't move at all. It was still the same time as when he went in, and then he knew. When he entered the dungeon, the outside world was still, but when he thought of this, he was excited again. He didn't expect the system to be so powerful. He never thought that he could actually check and balance a world. While he was thinking about something on the bed, the door was opened, and it was the Kurosakis and Urahara Kisuke who came. "Kurosaki-san, you see your son is 2 years old now. Should I ask him if he wants to be a Shinigami? If so, Yoruichi and I will train him personally and promise to bring you back a super strong Shinigami. Urahara Kisuke comforted them. I won't stop him from doing whatever he wants, as long as he wants to do whatever Kurosaki Ichigo's dad said. Originally, I don't really want him to come into contact with that world and let him live his life in peace, but as long as he wants to go, I agree. Kurosaki Ichigo's mother said. All right. I know what Urahara Kisuke said. They walked towards me as they talked, and when they came to my side, they were amazed again. Because they found out that my Ryutsu has been strengthened again. See here, Urahara Kisuke said to see, this little guy should be born to become a Shinigami child. Every time I see him, his Ryutsu gets stronger, what a monster. I already have a captain level Ryutsu, so when I become an adult, do I want to become a captain level person? He was a little emotional. Seeing this, the Kurosakis didn't say anything. And our protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo asked his parents, who is he? Why are you here? He pretended not to know. The Kurosaki couple lovingly said to him. This is the teacher who is looking for you, and they said it against their intentions who came to teach you specifically. Yes, 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 I am a teacher, and Urahara Kisuke, who came to you to teach something, said this. Then Urahara Kisuke asked again, would you like to study with me at uncle? Then will I be separated from my parents? Kurosaki Ichigo said with a bit of reluctance. Of course not, as long as you finish learning what you need to learn every day, you can go home. Urahara Kisuke said seductively. Okay. Anything is fine as long as you don't go to school separately from your parents, so Kurosaki Ichigo agreed, because he had to have a better reason to tell his parents anyway. Otherwise, how could he explain this strength? So I had to go to Urahara Kisuke to study as an excuse to show my strength little by little. Urahara Kisuke seemed a little happy to see him agreeing, that's fine, we'll see you tomorrow. He said and went outside. See me tomorrow and waved. The Kurosakis also went out to see him off. Then I was the only one left in the room. Thinking of tomorrow, he mustered up his energy and looked at the system interface. Although he can break through now, he doesn't want to upgrade, because they have just upgraded once and now they will definitely find something. So he fell asleep watching it. Chapter 4. The day after he promised Urahara Kisuke, he went there with his parents and saw Kurosaki Ichigo's mother came too. So Urahara Kisuke said hello. Oops. I didn't expect Kurosaki-san to come here. It's very welcome. All right. Don't say which ones are missing. This time I just came here to help my son lead the way. And see how you are going to train my son. Kurosaki Ichigo's father said. All right. I see. Urahara Kisuke looked at me after saying that. Oh little Ichigo. You don't understand this yet. Let me tell you something about this first. Urahara Kisuke said. Oh. Yes, but I'm going to call me little Ichigo, I'm not little now. Kurosaki Ichigo retorted. What will you be called then? But you are really young now. Urahara Kisuke touched my head after saying that. Seeing the hand on his head, after looking at his height and comparing his height, he couldn't say anything, only sat down depressed on the ground. Kurosaki's mother saw her son's depression and went up to comfort him. It's all right. Everyone has a childhood as long as they grow up. She comforted him in a low voice. Seeing where his wife and son were talking, how could a father not hear him? Just as he was about to go up and say something to his son to comfort him, Urahara stopped him and said. Kurosaki-san, don't go over, let the mother and son talk for a while, because they will be separated soon? He said in a low voice. What? To separate? You didn't say that yesterday. Why is it changing now? Dad, Kurosaki was a little PD. No, it's because I see that Ryutsu's current Ryutsu is not much better than the general captain, so I want him to try to communicate with his own Zanpakuto to awaken Zanpakuto. Urahara Kisuke explained. No, this child is still so young, how could he succeed? Don't lie to me, what Kurosaki's father said. Nothing is absolute, is it? There are exceptions to everything. It can't be all that way, can it? Urahara Kisuke persuaded. Then he went on to say. If it doesn't work, I won't force him to do it, okay? Hearing this, he kind of accepts his statement. Okay, if you can't force him, or I'll fight with you, Kurosaki's father said a little bit fiercely. By the time they've finished speaking, the other half is almost done. Then Dad Kurosaki said. We have brought you my son, so let's say goodbye. He said to Urahara Kisuke. All right. Then I will not send you. Urahara Kisuke said. You can't bully him, or beat him, you know? If you dare to tell him. Kurosaki's mother said a lot to Urahara Kisuke, and it wasted more than half an hour. Finally, she told me to pick you up at night and walked out a little reluctantly. Seeing that his parents were walking out, he looked at Urahara Kisuke seriously. Urahara Kisuke saw that Kurosaki Ichigo looked at him seriously like a little adult, a little funny, and then he asked Tessai Tsukabishi to bring some things, and saw that it was some sealed state and the glove that separated the soul and the body. Then Urahara put on the gloves and looked at me and said. Are you ready? I'm going to start now. He said to Kurosaki Ichigo. Ready. Let's start. Kurosaki Ichigo said firmly. Then Urahara slapped Kurosaki Ichigo, and instead of hitting the body, he actually hit someone exactly like him. Of course, Urahara Kisuke can't hit Kurosaki Ichigo's soul, because his soul and body are completely integrated into one, becoming a spiritual body. Of course, he can't hit his soul. That body is just a blindfold, formed with the power of the system in order to deceive them. Urahara saw this and said to him. Don't be afraid. This is just a game, it can be over soon. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but think of a previous life where he saw an uncle seducing a little loli on the computer and said, come with uncle, uncle will take you to see goldfish. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a black line on his face. Seeing that Kurosaki Ichigo looked like he was watching pervert, he couldn't hang himself, so he coughed and changed the subject. All right. Now it's time for the real subject. He also became serious and looked at me. Now pick up that knife, then sit down, close your glasses, and don't think about anything. Urahara Kisuke spoke to him word by word. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo can't help but think of the children who were taught by the kindergarten teacher in the previous life. Then he came back to God and said he knew. Then he took the knife in his hand, sat down and stopped thinking about the mess. Did he really not think about the mess? Of course not. Where did he sit? He took out his system interface and looked at it. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo. S*X, male. Age, 2 years old. Spouse, none. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Captain, level 11 200/175 can be upgraded. Zanpakuto, the perfect Zangetsu, Bankai. Kid, LVMAX 12, / Shunpo, LVMAX level 12, / White Hits, LVMAX level 12, / Chopping, LVMAX 12, / Combat Experience, LVMAX 12, / Crescent Moon, LVMAX level, / Backpack, Hōgyoku, Character Fragments x200, Beginner EXP x800, Median Level EXP x300, Top Level EXP x200. He is happy to see this, because he can break through again, but he doesn't want to upgrade now because there is no way to explain it. So he thought of using Zanpakuto Shikai as a cover. Moreover, he also knew that the primary dungeon would only produce character fragments and primary experience beads, so he imagined that the median level dungeon would give out median level experience beads, and the top level dungeon would give out top level experience beads. Although these are just his current conjectures, it cannot be said that this is false. So it's been nearly 3 hours since he thought that something was okay. He felt it was time to wake up now. Chapter 5. It's been 3 hours. Urahara Kisuke thought that he should have failed, but there is no such a small child. How could he succeed in liberating his Zanpakuto? This has never happened in the history of Soul Society, and he is not so hopeful when he thinks of it. Was about to go to tell him not to do it. Let's learn something else. When suddenly a very powerful Ryutsu emanated from Kurosaki Ichigo, it was a little strange to see him here. At this point Kurosaki Ichigo stood up and said, "Forget the fear, look ahead, go forward, don't stop, retreat only to old age, cowardly will bring death, call, Zangetsu." After finishing speaking, the Ryutsu pillar appeared and a huge blade with a shape like a kitchen knife came out from there. There was no pattern or guard. When not in use, the bandage stretched and wrapped around the blade, and came out as a child who replaced the sheath. Urahara Kisuke was surprised when he saw this, then he came to Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "Is this what your Zanpakuto Shikai looks like?" He asked suspiciously. "Yes. This is my Zanpakuto, but..." Kurosaki Ichigo he admitted it outright, but at the end he said a but. Hearing this Urahara Kisuke thought his Zanpakuto was a little flawed, so asked. "But what?" "It's just that Zanpakuto can't change back. So a little annoying. Holding this huge kitchen knife all the time, do people think I'm a chef?" Kurosaki Ichigo said with some annoyance. Hearing this, Urahara Kisuke can't sit still. Pointing at him, you. But he didn't say the whole thing. Everyone else was wondering why his Zanpakuto couldn't do Shikai, and he couldn't figure it out if he wanted to break his head. "You should go straight to Shikai, and you're picky about this and that. If you're not one, I've beaten you up, kid." Seeing that Urahara Kisuke seemed to be thinking about something, he was bored, so he carried his large kitchen knife to the side to practice. "Because I could finally hold Zanpakuto in front of others, so I was very happy." Picked up Zanpakuto. It was a crescent moon, and Urahara Kisuke, who just saw this scene, was stunned again. Urahara Kisuke thought, "Wow! This kid is the reincarnation of the Spirit King. So soon you can use Zanpakuto to unleash your own exclusive tricks. And this power is not small. Straight out of a tunnel several kilometers long came out. And that's not counting his hips? Why did he lift Zanpakuto again? Why don't he try this trick? That's not good." Thinking of this, he went straight to Kurosaki Ichigo's side to stop him. That's all right, Ichigo. You did a great job, we've finished this, so now let's move on to the next project. Change Zanpakuto back to its original form and put it away." Urahara Kisuke seemed to be unable to speak calmly. "That teacher. My Zanpakuto can't be changed back, it seems to be Shikai forever." Kurosaki Ichigo said a little aggrieved. Urahara Kisuke wants to scold her again when she hears this. "I feel a little wronged. Do you think I don't want a Zanpakuto who can be Shikai all the time? It's true that people are more dead than people, and goods are thrown away. Oh. So that's it. Now let's learn something called Kid. This Kid is divided into Had, Bakud, and Kide. To put it simply, Had is attacking, Bakud is catching people, and Kide is healing wounds. Do you understand?" Urahara Kisuke asked. "Got it." Kurosaki Ichigo said. "Well, now I'll call you Had. Because Had is a lot easier than the other two," Urahara Kisuke said. "Understood." Kurosaki Ichigo has been pretending to be so tender, he can't stand it anymore. "Now I'm going to give you one of Bakud and one of Had." After the two kid finished speaking, he directly showed one of Had, and then put a one of Bakud on me. "Let me feel it, it's really annoying. Although I directly used Ryutsu to disperse this kid to the town, it still made me a little angry. If it becomes stronger in the future, I must slap it well, it's a real slap. After Urahara Kisuke finished covering up, I followed him to cover up. Had dashed directly at a hill and shattered the hill. Seeing this, Urahara Kisuke sighed a little bit. He really deserved to be the reincarnation of the Spirit King. What? At this time, Urahara Kisuke has regarded him as the reincarnation of the Spirit King, otherwise you can say who can be so powerful. But Kurosaki Ichigo didn't stop after he performed it, and then said to Urahara Kisuke that one of the Bakud was shoved. Urahara Kisuke felt a restraining force restrain him, and seeing this, he felt a little sigh that he was getting old. Oh. Okay, learn these today. Go back now. I'll teach you a new kid tomorrow. Urahara Kisuke said, let him go back first. Seeing this, he agreed, and come back tomorrow. After seeing Kurosaki Ichigo leave, Urahara Kisuke sighed that this kid will definitely surpass Aizen, and he is a trump card to deal with Aizen's plan after saying that he wanted to go back. But do you admire him so much? Said a black cat. Urahara Kisuke was not surprised at all to see him talking, and then he told Shihouin Yoruichi about today's events, and Shihouin Yoruichi was also surprised after that. How about it? I'm right. This kid is a trump card against Aizen, don't you think? Urahara Kisuke said happily. Well, I'll talk about this after I see him tomorrow. Shihouin Yoruichi said. Are you going to teach him? Urahara Kisuke asked a bit unrealistically. What's wrong? Can't I teach him? Shihouin Yoruichi asked back. Of course not, of course not, I am very happy that you taught him. Urahara Kisuke said quickly. Then Shihouin Yoruichi left. Urahara Kisuke was relieved to see her gone. The screen turns to look at our protagonist, who is walking to his home, but he doesn't know that there is a person behind him, and this person is also the person he has always wanted to see. Shihouin Yoruichi ran after Kurosaki Ichigo after he left the Urahara store, and followed him. Why couldn't Kurosaki Ichigo find it? Because he now has a captain-level Ryutsu, but the use of Ryutsu is really lacking, so he can't find others. Of course, there is also Shihouin Yoruichi's very powerful way of hiding. Chapter 6. When Kurosaki Ichigo walked into the house by himself and saw his mother cooking, he walked towards her. Mom, I'm back. Said to her. Why did you come back so early? Do you not want to study anymore? If you don't want to learn, then don't learn. As he said that, he asked him about the long and short. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo felt that he must become stronger and protect this rare family affection. No mother, I have learned, so he let me come back first. Kurosaki Ichigo explained. Oh. So this is ah. Then go wash your hands first, let's take a rest, and call you down for dinner later, Kurosaki's mother said softly. Oh. Understood. Go wash your hands after that. Seeing Kurosaki's mother here is very gratifying, because Kurosaki Ichigo has been very well behaved since he was sensible. He knows what can't be done and what can be done. Everything is false. But, no matter what, he is our child. It was the child I gave birth to in October of my pregnancy. No matter what he did right or not, I stood by his side. Thinking of this, she went back to cook again. Kurosaki Ichigo went back to his room after washing. He looked at his property panel. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo. S*X, male. Age, 2 years old. Spouse, none. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Captain, level 1225/200. Zanpakuto, the perfect Zangetsu, Bankai. Kid, LVMAX 12, / Shunpo, LVMAX level 12, / White Hits, LVMAX level 12, / Chopping, LVMAX 12, / Combat Experience, LVMAX12, / Crescent Moon, LVMAX level, / Backpack, Hōgyoku, Character Fragments x25, Beginner EXP x800, Median Level EXP x300, Top Level EXP x200. He was very satisfied to see this, that Ryutsu was promoted because of Shikai in front of Urahara Kisuke today. There are still a few years left until Yohabach takes it away, so it's not the time for the pure-blooded Quincy's power. Before that, there must be power to organize this matter, so he thought about it, and every day, he would enter the dungeon and kill some ghosts. Come to get character fragments, but they won't rise very fast, because the power rises too fast and can't control your own power well, which will be very bad. While he was thinking about something and planning something, a cat meow suddenly came from the window. He looked there and saw a little black cat with yellow eyes. When he saw this, he knew it was Shihouin Yoruichi. Seeing this, he was very excited, but he didn't show it, because he couldn't act like a pig brother in front of his goddess, so he acted very calm, but his heart was not calm at all. He got up and filled the cat up and said, "Are you hungry?" he said to her. She meowed. Then he didn't think anything about thinking that she was hungry, so he went downstairs with a bag of milk and a plate. He poured the milk on the plate, put it in front of her and said, "Drink it." "You're welcome, if it's not enough, I can go get it again," and look at her after talking, as if I'm waiting for her to drink it and give it to him again. Shihouin Yoruichi also acted like she was very hungry, and finished the plate of milk. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo asked, "Do you want more?" Shihouin Yoruichi shook his head. Kurosaki Ichigo saw this and said, "You are really a very spiritual cat. I really don't know what your master did, and he actually lost you. Really irresponsible." As he spoke, he patted her head. The black cat also cooperated with him and rubbed his palm like it was very comfortable. Just when he was about to say something, "Ichigo, come down. It's time to eat. My mother called me downstairs, so I had to go down, and when I was about to say something to her, she disappeared." Then he thought he should go back. He awakened in his own heart and must catch Shihouin Yoruichi. Then he went downstairs. Another black cat suddenly appeared at the window, looked at the direction he left, pondered for a while, and left. Downstairs, when the family of three was eating, Kurosaki's father said, "How about Ichigo? What did I pay today? Did you learn it?" he asked Ichigo curiously. "Oh. Today? How to liberate Zanpakuto and a kid in a Bakud," Kurosaki Ichigo answered with some dismay. "Oh. How to liberate Zanpakuto today? How did you learn it?" Father Kurosaki asked steadily. He felt that this must not have been learned, so his son was depressed, so he wanted to comfort him. By the way, to teach Urahara Kisuke a good lesson tonight, how could such a small child be able to liberate Zanpakuto? What a mess! He clearly did not consider that his son would be able to free Zanpakuto. When he was about to comfort his son aloud, he said, "It's all right, but I didn't give all kid to me," Kurosaki Ichigo said in frustration. Oh. It doesn't matter, it's normal not to free Zanpakuto now, your dad and me." Kurosaki's dad was about to say when he was liberating Zanpakuto and felt wrong. "All learned. What did you say?" "It's all right, Dad." Kurosaki can't believe it. Kurosaki's mother is also a little surprised. "Yes. If not? Of course something so simple can do it." Kurosaki Ichigo said it very easily. Hearing this, Kurosaki's father wanted to vomit blood. Is this really that simple? Think how much I suffered in order to liberate Zanpakuto. How could it be so simple in his mouth? Is it that I can't keep up with the pace of this era? Or what? Ah, Ichigo. Is this true? Have you really liberated Zanpakuto? Don't lie, Kurosaki's mother asked seriously. Of course it's true, I lied to no one and I won't lie to my parents. If you don't believe me I'll show you Zanpakuto, Kurosaki Ichigo said a little unhappily. Hearing this, Kurosaki's father also recovered and said, "Good. Then show us Zanpakuto, and if you're telling the truth, I'm not going to spank you well," he said slightly seriously. Hearing this, Kurosaki's mother is a little bit upset for her son. "Say what? You are going to hit my son? If you dare to hit my son, I will tell you to worry about her and threaten him." "No, no, no, wife, listen to me. I'm just talking and I won't do anything to him. No matter what, he's my son, right?" Kurosaki's father spoke to her flatteringly. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo never thought that his father was a strict wife. It's unbelievable. I absolutely can't be a strict wife, but I'm not quite sure. Well, I don't want to anymore, I'm still so young. Why do you think so much? Quickly settle the matter in front of you. Parents, stop arguing, let me show you first. Kurosaki Ichigo said to them. They stopped arguing and looked at him together, and he entered the Shinigami and took Zanpakuto out to show them. "Mom and Dad, this is my Zanpakuto," he said to them, and they both had only one word in their heads. How could it be impossible for anyone to imagine that a 2-year-old child could accomplish something that even an adult couldn't accomplish, okay? After a while they all came to their senses. "Is this real? Wife, hit me up and see if it's a dream," Kurosaki's father said to his mother. Then she slapped him directly, and when she felt the pain, Kurosaki's father and mother realized that this was not a dream, it was real. Kurosaki's father jumped up and hugged Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "My son is a genius, my son is a genius." I can't finish talking. Then my mother snatched me from my father's arms and said, "Okay, stop jumping around. Just know it. What to do if you frighten a child?" Mom said angrily. Later, Kurosaki's father also returned to normal, but the joy on his face could not be taken back, saying, "That son. So what's your Zanpakuto's name?" Kurosaki's father asked him. He also answered truthfully, "My Zanpakuto is called Zangetsu." Hearing the name, Kurosaki's father was even more happy and said, "As expected of my son, Zanpakuto's name is similar to mine. Mine is Injetsu and my son's is Zangetsu." "Ha ha ha!" Kurosaki's father shouted very excitedly. Seeing this, Kurosaki's mother couldn't take it anymore, so she gave him a punch to calm him down. "All right. Ichigo, are you full now? If you are full, go back to your room and sleep," Kurosaki's mother said to him very gently. "Oh. Got it, I'm full, I'll go back to my room first." Go back to the room. After saying that. After returning to the room, he saw that the black cat hadn't come back, but he was not in a hurry, but lay on the bed and brushed the copy. His body disappeared in a blink of an eye. If you see this scene, it won't necessarily shock many people. But with his disappearance the world stopped functioning. Chapter 7. After he came out of the dungeon, he wanted to go straight to sleep. Who taught that BD Dad? Because he knew that his son was very good, so he didn't sleep all night, and even made my mother and I quarreled and couldn't sleep. Now, my mother gave him a few punches angrily and let him settle down for a while. Who knew his resilience was really amazing? Getting punched a few times by my mom and replying after a few seconds, I was kind of wondering what his body was made of. Afterwards, I spent the night in the cheers of my father and the sound of my mother beating my father. Although I didn't have any eye circles when I woke up, I was still very tired. Did not rest well. Seeing my listless appearance, she knew that it must be because of his father's quarrel last night, and directly ignored her own fault. "Look, it's all your fault, who made your kid who was yelling and yelling didn't sleep well last night, and the neighbors came to complain," Mom said to Dad fiercely. "This? It's not just my fault what happened yesterday. And your voice is not too small," Dad retorted, but the sound became smaller and smaller as it went to the back. When she heard this, my mother was dissatisfied. She thought in her heart that she dared to talk back and said, "You dare to say that it is not your fault, then it is still my fault." Mom said angrily. Of course, is this kind of thing a problem for both parties? Dad regretted it when he finished speaking. When I saw my mother's fire-breathing glasses, I thought I had to run away. Mom and Dad, I'm done eating, I'm going to class. After I finished speaking, I went out. When my mother saw it, she said, "Be careful on the road, and study hard. Cook your favorite dish at night and wave at me." Seeing this, my father was about to slip away and said, I'm full too, now it's time to go to the clinic." When he was about to leave, suddenly someone behind him pulled him and said, "Husband, where are you going?" He was then pulled into a room, and a few seconds later he heard begging and fighting, albeit one-sided beatings. The picture returns to our protagonist. After our protagonist came out of the house, he walked towards the Urahara store, and after 10 minutes of walking, he came to the door of a store. Seeing this, he opened the door and walked in. After saying hello to Tessai Tsukabishi, he went to the training ground. It was just a basement, but the basement was bigger. After walking down, he saw Urahara Kisuke and Shihouin Yoruichi staying together, of course Yoruichi in human form. He knew he was going to learn Shunpo when he saw this, and then he pretended not to know her and said, "Hey! Urahara, who is she?" Kurosaki Ichigo didn't seem to know her when asked. Urahara Kisuke looked a little helpless when he heard his words, "Oh Ichigo! Why don't you just call me teacher?" "Really?" he said to him aggrieved. Hearing this he said to Urahara Kisuke, "Well, don't make trouble, tell me who she is." Kurosaki Ichigo asked seriously. "This is what I found for you. Shihouin Yoruichi Urahara Kisuke, the teacher who taught you Shunpo, is no longer in trouble," he said seriously. "But why do I feel very uncomfortable seeing him when I see him being serious?" "Forget it. Let's talk to my Yoruichi. You are my teacher, how is your strength better than his?" Kurosaki Ichigo asked Shihouin Yoruichi. "Why ask such a question? Does this make any difference?" Shihouin Yoruichi asked with some doubts. I heard Shihouin Yoruichi's voice. As expected, she is the goddess I like, even her voice is so nice, and then she said, "Because I saw him upset for a long time, I wanted you to beat him for me, and then I really wanted to beat him myself, but now I am strong, it's too bad, so I want to ask you, Kurosaki Ichigo, to tell her." Hearing this, Urahara Kisuke cried out, saying, "Oh Ichigo! How could you do this to me? Did I do something bad to you?" Urahara Kisuke said to Kurosaki Ichigo aggrieved. "This is not true, but it is very unpleasant to look at you, so I want to beat you up." Kurosaki Ichigo said it bluntly. "Is that because of that? That's why you want to beat me, what logic is this? Where is Urahara Kisuke crying?" Shihouin Yoruichi actually smiled when I saw her, and I was fascinated by her smile. It seemed that I was looking at him all the time, or was it because I didn't want others to see me laugh? Of course, this other person is Urahara Kisuke. I'm pretty sure thinking of Urahara Kisuke, when did I become someone else? Me, of course it's you, disturbing me and my Yoruichi sweet. Urahara Kisuke, when did this Yoruichi become yours? How do I not know? Me, shut up, of course it's mine, and then she said to me, I can't beat him. So this wish can only be fulfilled when you grow up. Said and patted my head. Originally, I didn't want others to touch my head, but it was my future wife, so it's okay to let her touch it. Thinking of this, he also accepted her touching his head. Seeing that Shihouin Yoruichi could touch his head, Urahara Kisuke felt even more aggrieved, so he said, Why can Yoruichi touch your head but I can't? He said very aggrievedly, as if he would cry if you couldn't say something. That's because you are too wretched, and she is a beautiful woman, Of course beautiful women have privileges. Kurosaki Ichigo said it seriously. Hearing this sentence, Urahara Kisuke was shot directly, and Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy when he heard this. Your child's mouth is so sweet. I don't know how many girls will be deceived by you to pinch their faces. I thought to myself, of course there is only one. That is you. After that, she felt as if she was going to digress, so she coughed and said, okay. Don't make trouble. Now it's time to teach you Shunpo. After that, tell me how to use Shunpo. How about it? Got it? Shihouin Yoruichi asked. And leave our boss Urahara Kisuke alone, where is he still petrified? I will. Kurosaki Ichigo said to Shihouin Yoruichi. After Shihouin Yoruichi heard it, he felt that he must have heard it wrong and asked, did you really learn it? I replied, I really learned it, how about I show you if you don't believe me? After Kurosaki Ichigo finished speaking, he teleported directly to the exit, and then teleported back again. Shihouin Yoruichi was also shocked when he saw this. Suddenly Urahara Kisuke came out of the petrification and said to Shihouin Yoruichi, how is it? I just said this guy is a monster, you still don't believe it. After hearing what Urahara Kisuke said, Shihouin Yoruichi also recovered and said, what an amazing talent. What if he could really stop that guy? Shihouin Yoruichi looked at him after saying that. Seeing Yoruichi's shocked look, Kurosaki Ichigo was very proud, but he didn't show it on his face. After learning Shunpo, Urahara Kisuke and Shihouin Yoruichi taught together those kids who hadn't taught yesterday. Chapter 8. Kurosaki Ichigo learned everything they gave him, and it was a miracle for Urahara Kisuke and Shihouin Yoruichi to see that Kurosaki Ichigo could learn all Kid in one day. It's not just one day, just half a day to finish Kid. Then it was noon, so they called Kurosaki Ichigo to eat and rest for a while. Ah Ichigo! You are really amazing, sometimes I wonder if you could have these things before? Urahara Kisuke said jokingly. Of course I haven't learned it, and if I did, I won't come. Kurosaki Ichigo retorted. It's rare that they found out, it's impossible. I must not have noticed, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Yoruichi. I have seen Yoruichi now, and now I want to develop a good relationship with her, and then I will confess to her when I grow up, but this Urahara Kisuke has to watch carefully if he has anything wrong with Yoruichi and kill him directly. Thinking about it, he seemed a little happy, but it didn't show on his face. Shihouin Yoruichi sees Kurosaki Ichigo with the same expression whenever he is, whether he is happy or in any other mood, nothing can be seen on his face, so she wants to see him what is the expression like. Ah Ichigo! Why do you always look like this? Are you not happy or sad? Shihouin Yoruichi asked him. Why do you ask that? Kurosaki Ichigo asked back. Not anymore. Why don't you laugh every time we praise you? It's the same expression all day, so I just asked, and you've become like this when you're a child, so I wanted to ask you what Shihouin Yoruichi said. Actually, since the protagonist was reborn as Kurosaki Ichigo, he was always taciturn, so he developed a thing that made him unable to change the expression on his face, even if he wanted to change it now. Urahara Kisuke also tied up when he heard this. The ears wanted to hear Kurosaki Ichigo's answer. Kurosaki Ichigo said bluntly, do we have to express our feelings? As long as we know it in our hearts, we can be happy in our hearts, right? Is it not possible? Kurosaki Ichigo asked 3 questions in return. Shihouin Yoruichi and Urahara Kisuke had nothing to say on the spot. Then he didn't say anything and went to the underground practice field after eating. See here, Shihouin Yoruichi said, his character is still colder than Byakuya Kokaki. No, Byakuya Kokaki is not as cold as him, at least Byakuya Kokaki sounds good in other respects. Having said that, he looked at Urahara Kisuke, and Urahara Kisuke saw Shihouin Yoruichi looking at himself. His character is innate. Since he was a child, he was smarter and too sensible than all children, which caused him to have no friends when he was a child. What do you think? Children of this age are playing with toys, watching TV, and playing with friends, but he has no interest in these at all, just like an adult. If he is not a 2-year-old child, I think he is. What about a guy about my age who beat an adult? Urahara Kisuke said. I know all these things, and I've been watching him grow up anyway. How could he not know him? The most important thing for us now is to change his character, otherwise he will keep a straight face, and even his future companions will not be too close to him. Shihouin Yoruichi said. We can't change this now. Anyway, it is innate, so it takes a lot of time to change, so think about how to cure his character, Urahara Kisuke said. They were both silent again, and after a while Urahara Kisuke spoke. Why? Why does Yoruichi-san care so much about him? Urahara Kisuke asked in confusion. Hearing Urahara Kisuke's rhetorical question, Shihouin Yoruichi was a little nervous and didn't know how to answer, and there was a blush on his face, but it disappeared immediately. He looked at Urahara Kisuke, and when he saw that he didn't notice, he let out a sigh of relief and said, of course. It's to deal with Aizen. Just like Ichigo is limited no matter how strong he is, do you think he can kill Aizen by himself in the end? Anyway, I have to find him a partner. Shihouin Yoruichi said it righteously. This is too. We can't put all our expectations on Ichigo. This puts too much pressure on him. Although he is motivated by pressure, he is only a child now. Urahara Kisuke said with approval. Yes, that's what I think, we all have to work hard. We can't just let Ichigo work hard and we do nothing. The most important thing is that Aizen cannot be alone. Anyway, there are others, aren't they? Isn't that Tosen Kaname and Ichimaru-jin his subordinates? Shihouin Yoruichi said. Hearing this, Urahara Kisuke stopped talking. They all knew that Aizen was a very scheming and powerful person. Otherwise, why would they leave Soul Society and not go back for 200 years? Because Aizen's Zanpakuto abilities are just too enchanting. That is the perfect control of the 5 senses. It will kill you before you even know it, or be killed by your own comrades. It is useless to think of the number of people here, only to think of other methods. They both looked at where the child was sitting and thought, Aizen has given you a very big problem this time. In their opinion, Kurosaki Ichigo can definitely defeat Aizen, but he must not be allowed to fight Aizen when his strength is not strong enough to compete with Aizen, because as long as he sees the liberation of Aizen Zanpakuto, it will be a lifetime can't beat him. Thinking of this, both of them were determined to train him well. Then the two of them walked towards Kurosaki Ichigo and said, Okay, Ichigo is a combat class in the afternoon. We are going to see the actual combat. How was your actual combat performance? Saying that, Urahara Kisuke released his own Zanpakuto cry, Kauji. Then Zanpakuto turned into a thin blade with no guard, a red knot where the guard should have been, and a knife with a curved back at the end of the hilt. Then Urahara Kisuke said to Kurosaki Ichigo, Ichigo. Although I won't take it too seriously, don't be too arrogant. After he finished speaking, he raised the knife and said, Ichigo. Be serious. Don't blame me if you get killed. After saying that, he took the knife and cut it down. A slash made by Ryutsu came out of the blade, and Kurosaki Ichigo was a little happy to see that, because he could finally fight, otherwise it would be annoying to keep learning what he had already learned. Then Kurosaki Ichigo also raised his knife to him and said that the crescent moon rushed out with a crescent like Ryutsu's slash. Urahara Kisuke and Shihouin Yoruichi were a little relieved to see here, because Kurosaki Ichigo was not stunned by the sudden attack, and also it's good to fight back decisively, they thought. After that, the two attacks collided, where a huge cross-shaped crack was formed. But the battle isn't over yet. Chapter 9. Seeing that Kurosaki Ichigo actually resisted his own attack, he felt relieved and said, Not bad. It can actually resist my attack, and it is well offset, but now I will be a little more serious. You have to be careful. Speaking to Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo says. Bring it on. I also want to see the difference between me and you. After talking about the difference between me and you, his glasses have actually changed, turned blue, and there is Ryutsu flowing in his glasses, and they are both a little serious here. Suddenly Kurosaki Ichigo used Shunpo to come to the front of Urahara Kisuke and cut it down, but Urahara Kisuke is also the former captain of the 12th Division. It was very easy to block the attack and face him until and then said, had number 4 White Thunder flashed from his fingertips to lightning, Kurosaki Ichigo narrowly avoided this attack, but what to say about his clothes, it was still attacked by this White Thunder. But he is also a little fortunate. Then he paid more attention to him, not despised anymore, because it was always smooth sailing in the dungeon, so he also despised him, and he was Shinigami, not some irrational Jillian. Then, after thinking about it, he mustered his whole body to secretly guard against his sneak attack. After that, Urahara Kisuke came behind him instantly and cut down without hesitation. Kurosaki Ichigo saw him disappear and sensed that he was attacking him, so he used Shunpo to dodge. Kurosaki Ichigo Urahara Kisuke didn't get discouraged without hitting Kurosaki Ichigo. Shunpo disappeared and came to his side. Seeing Urahara Kisuke coming, Kurosaki Ichigo also used Shunpo to escape. Then Urahara Kisuke's attack failed again and chased after him. After the two of them chased and escaped for more than a minute, Urahara Kisuke said helplessly, "Don't run away, if you run like this, you can't make any progress in actual combat." Urahara Kisuke faced him. Say. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo also knows that he really has no heart to face difficulties and failures. My heart is still too fragile. Then he stopped and said to Urahara Kisuke, "Thank you." Then he straightened his mind and confronted him. Seeing this, Urahara Kisuke and Shihouin Yoruichi didn't feel nodding. And to hear Kurosaki Ichigo say thank you, Urahara Kisuke was a little surprised, because I hadn't heard anything from him teaching Kurosaki Ichigo Shinigami. He said thank you, heard Urahara Kisuke say, "Oops. Ah, Ichigo. What did you say I didn't hear?" Urahara Kisuke said to him a little teasingly. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo was dissatisfied and said, "I didn't hear it," and then attacked him. Seeing this, Urahara Kisuke and Shihouin Yoruichi thought that Kurosaki Ichigo was a cold-hearted child, so they both felt relieved. But Urahara Kisuke continued to ask Kurosaki Ichigo, "What did you say? I didn't hear it. Can you say it again?" Kurosaki Ichigo didn't care what he said, except that every time he asked, Kurosaki Ichigo's next strike was stronger and smarter than the next. After almost an hour of fighting, they finally finished, and in the end, Urahara Kisuke won, because not only did Urahara Kisuke have a higher level than him, but I hadn't used Bankai to play against anyone, so in the end it was Kurosaki Ichigo who lost. But he was not depressed, and he was firmer on his own path. Knowing that he was a little arrogant after getting the system, he felt that he had to adjust his mentality in the future, and he couldn't be arrogant. But he still felt a little unwilling to lose. With this battle, he felt that Urahara Kisuke's Ryutsu was at the level of the captain, and the worst was the junior, that is, the 16th level Ryutsu, and he felt relieved when he thought of this. Because he knows that even with his current Bankai, he may not be able to defeat Urahara Kisuke, because Urahara Kisuke is only Shikai. After the battle, I was tired and fell down, fell to the ground and fell asleep. Shihouin Yoruichi saw me on the ground and thought something was wrong, so he came to my side very quickly to look at my situation, found out that he was asleep and let out a sigh of relief, and then said to Urahara Kisuke, "What are you doing? So serious? He is just a child." Shihouin Yoruichi asked angrily. Seeing Shihouin Yoruichi angrily asking him, he also reacted a little bit, and he actually used half of his Shikai's combat power unconsciously when fighting against this child, which is really incredible. Then he reacted and said, "That Yoruichi. I don't think so either. I'm also very sorry because I unknowingly increased my power while fighting him. Urahara Kisuke said to Shihouin Yoruichi. After hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi will not say anything. Then I heard Urahara Kisuke say, "This kid is amazing. I can actually fight against half of my Shikai state." It was amazing, he said in admiration. Shihouin Yoruichi also went on to say, "Yes. This kid is really amazing, he's already so amazing, I really don't know how strong he will become when he grows up." Shihouin Yoruichi said with a sigh. Then he ignored it, and took a camera from the hill next to him. Seeing Urahara Kisuke come back with a camera, Shihouin Yoruichi asked with some doubts, "What are you doing with this thing?" Hearing Shihouin Yoruichi's doubts, Urahara Kisuke replied, "Oh. This. It was Ishin-san who asked me, saying that he wanted to see his son's performance, so I asked Urahara Kisuke to hand the camera to Shihouin Yoruichi after he finished saying, 'Yoruichi-san, you can send this kid home today. By the way, send this camera over too.'" Urahara Kisuke said to Shihouin Yoruichi. Shihouin Yoruichi agreed without a second thought, and then wondered what happened to him. "Why did you agree to that? Is it because of this child?" He looked at Kurosaki Ichigo. Urahara Kisuke heard that Shihouin Yoruichi agreed, and he was very happy, so he said, "Then please Yoruichi-san." After Urahara Kisuke finished speaking, he walked outside the training ground. Left behind Shihouin Yoruichi and a sleeping child. Seeing this, Shihouin Yoruichi also seemed helpless, so he had to take our protagonist to Kurosaki Ichigo's house. On the way, he kept thinking about what happened to him, and he kept thinking about it all the way, but he couldn't understand it at all, so he didn't think about it anymore. Then he handed Kurosaki Ichigo to the Kurosaki couple. The Kurosaki couple saw that their son had closed his eyes and thought he had fainted. Hearing what Yoruichi said, they also reacted. It turned out that he fell asleep, and then he take it to his bed and let him sleep first. And Yoruichi returned after giving the camera to Kurosaki Ishin. And some expressions on her face Kurosaki's father didn't pay attention to, but Kurosaki's mother saw it, but she didn't say anything and asked her husband what it was. Kurosaki's father said, "This is the video I asked Urahara to help me take when Ichigo was training." Kurosaki's mother heard it and hurriedly picked it up and said, "Then let's see how they train our son right away." After that, he pulled Kurosaki's father in and looked at it. That night, Kurosaki's father laughed again in Kurosaki's house. The sound and Kurosaki's father's begging for mercy caused the neighbors to not sleep well again. Chapter 10. The next morning Kurosaki Ichigo got up, opened the door and saw his father, who saw him and said, "Ichigo, how are you? Did you study well recently?" Kurosaki's father looked at him with a smile on his face and asked, but his face was full of marks of being beaten by others. Seeing these marks, he knew that it must have been his mother's fault, because his face was like this the morning before yesterday. Traces and saw him talking to himself, but Kurosaki Ichigo went downstairs without saying anything. Seeing that Kurosaki Ichigo was ignoring himself, Kurosaki's father was a little strange. He thought, is there something wrong with today's style or something else? He thought about it for a while, but he couldn't figure it out, so he didn't want to and followed Ichigo down. Mother Kurosaki was happily finishing breakfast today, serving dishes, and seeing her son coming down, she said to him with joy, "Ichigo, waking up so early, do you have enough sleep? If you still want to sleep, go upstairs and sleep for a while. Wait until mom calls you later," she said very gently to Kurosaki Ichigo. Hearing her mother's words, Kurosaki Ichigo flashed a soft light in her eyes and said to her, "No need, mother, I'm asleep, let's eat." Kurosaki Ichigo said to her. And hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's answer, Kurosaki's mother was very excited and said, "Okay, then let's have dinner." After speaking, I gave Kurosaki Ichigo the bowl and chopsticks. Seeing that dinner is about to start now, but Kurosaki's father hasn't come yet, so if he wants to wait a moment, he said to his mother, "Mom, wait a moment. Wait a minute, Daddy, wait a minute, Daddy hasn't come down yet." Kurosaki Ichigo said to his mother. Hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, she said to him, "Don't wait for him, he will come down by himself after a while, so don't wait for him, let's start," said to Kurosaki Ichigo. But Kurosaki Ichigo just had to wait, so he had no choice but to say to Kurosaki's father who was walking up the stairs, "Alas! Come down, dear. Ichigo is urging you to come down and have dinner with us, hurry up," she said to him. Kurosaki's father was thinking about something to make his son happy, but when he heard Kurosaki's mother's words, he was excited. He thought, "Ichigo is waiting for me to eat together, which means that in Ichigo's heart, am I still in a position? Otherwise, how could it be possible to ask me and wait for me to eat together?" Thinking of this, he accelerated and walked downstairs, but because he walked a little faster, he stepped on the empty foot and fell directly, and the pain of Kurosaki's father and the vibration of the stairs were constantly heard downstairs. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo knew immediately, and Kurosaki mother knew what was going on. Kurosaki's mother was a little angry and was about to get mad at him when Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Leave him alone. Let's eat first," Kurosaki Ichigo said to him. But seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's throbbing corners of his mouth, he knew that Kurosaki Ichigo was a little helpless. Seeing this, Kurosaki's mother ignored him and said to him, "Okay. Then let's have dinner." After the two of them finished talking, they started to eat and asked why Kurosaki's father didn't matter. "Is that because you thought someone with this level of Captain Ryutsu would get hurt by a staircase? Even if he has a righteous corpse now, he still has some combat experience, but after thinking about it, his father is too offline, and he is a little uncertain, so I used Ryutsu to check it, and I saw that it was all right, so I did it." Don't worry, of course, Kurosaki's mother who was sitting next to her also discovered that Kurosaki Ichigo used Ryutsu to check Kurosaki's father. After all, Kurosaki's mother is also a very powerful quencher. Of course, Kurosaki's mother found out, and of course Kurosaki's father found out, and they were both very happy, because since Kurosaki Ichigo was sensible, he seemed very different from ordinary children, and he didn't want anything that other children liked, and he is still very sensible and they never worry about him, so they feel that they are really not a parent's responsibility, so they feel that their children are far away from themselves, but after seeing some things today, which thoughts are not, because they know, their children will always have us in their hearts. Of course Kurosaki Ichigo didn't think much of it, and he was going to go out soon after eating. At this time, when Kurosaki's mother was about to say something to him, Kurosaki's father came down and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo's move to go out and said to him, "Ah Ichigo. After dinner, how was your meal? Where to go to Urahara now?" Kurosaki's father said to him. When I heard Kurosaki's father speak, he said, "I'm full, I'm going out now." And Kurosaki Ichigo paused for a moment and said, "Mum and Dad, have a good meal. When you're done, get out now." Hearing that their son actually said such a thing, they both knew that the child had started to let go of them. The Kurosaki and his wife were very happy to think of this, and that Kurosaki's father had eaten so much breakfast this morning that he almost ate it. He gave himself up, and finally Kurosaki's mother stopped him, but I won't say much about how to stop him. The picture returns to the protagonist. Our protagonist is looking at his attribute interface today. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo. S**X, male. Age, 2 years old. Spouse, none. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Captain, level 12203/200. Zanpakuto, the perfect Zangetsu, Bankai. Kid, LVMAX 12, / Shunpo, LVMAX level 12, / White Hits, LVMAX level 12, / Chopping, LVMAX12, slash. Combat experience, LVMAX12, slash. Crescent moon, LVMAX level, slash. Backpack, Hōgyoku, character fragments x203, beginner EXP x1245, median level EXP x300, top level EXP x200. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo already knows that his Riot Soul level can break through again, but he has not upgraded, but feels that his strength has increased too fast, and he has no way to perfectly control his own strength, so he feels that he can take it easy, and I am only 2 years old now, there are still more than 10 years from the beginning of the plot. So he felt that he didn't need to push himself so much, but to relax himself properly and make himself a little happier. Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo also seemed a lot more relaxed. Although his icy face had not changed, he still had a lot of changes. Chapter 11. As his mentality changed, Shihouin Yoruichi also knew what was on his mind. For a few days after sending him back, she kept thinking about what happened to herself. Can't blame her for that. Although she has lived for a long time, she has never encountered such a situation, so it is right not to know. When she got home, she kept thinking, what the hell happened to me? She thought that it was impossible for her to be ill, because her body was not so fragile, and she would get sick so easily. But what happened? She couldn't understand it, and then she didn't want to think about it anymore. Although she didn't want to think about it in her heart, she couldn't stop thinking about it. In the end, she thought that she would not fall in love with him. Then she immediately rejected the idea. How could she like a 2-year-old child? Thinking of this, she thought again, so what happened to herself? After thinking about it, she still couldn't deny the idea that she had fallen in love with Kurosaki Ichigo, so she didn't care. She thought, I have fallen in love with him, then he is mine, no matter what time he is mine, and I can also play little boy to develop, not bad. With that, she divided Kurosaki Ichigo's ownership. And our protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't know it yet. But even if he knew, he would be very happy. Because he always wanted to be with Shihouin Yoruichi. Of course, our classmate Shihouin Yoruichi doesn't know about it anymore. She thinks she shouldn't tell him now, let's tell him when he grows up a bit. The two of them have adjusted their mentality, well, let's not talk about it now. Our protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo came to the door of the Urahara store and opened the door directly to the training ground regardless of whether there was anyone inside. When he came to the training ground, he saw that Shihouin Yoruichi did not come, and Urahara Kisuke was sitting there and saw Kurosaki Ichigo's when he appeared. He stood up and said to him, "Oh! Here we come. Why are you so punctual? I still want to be lazy." Urahara Kisuke said to him, and he said to him with no expression, "Boring, let's start." After Kurosaki Ichigo finished speaking, he entered Shinigami and rushed towards him. Urahara Kisuke, who saw this, said to him helplessly, "Don't be so anxious." Saying that, he blocked Kurosaki Ichigo's attack, and then said, "I haven't said what I'm going to practice today. Why did you attack me?" Kurosaki Ichigo didn't care about him and still attacked him. As the fight between them lasted for an hour, Kurosaki Ichigo was really tired, so it was over, and Urahara Kisuke saw him sitting on the ground sweating, so he said to him, "Look at the end, aren't you tired enough? And today is not an actual combat course, but to contact his Zanpakuto." After finishing speaking, he looked at him a little helplessly. And Kurosaki Ichigo said to him after hearing it, "Long-winded, I must beat you sooner or later." He said to Urahara Kisuke. And Shihouin Yoruichi also came over, seeing where Kurosaki Ichigo was sitting sweating profusely, he asked with some doubts, "What's the matter?" And after hearing what Shihouin Yoruichi said, Urahara Kisuke said to her, "It's like this." Then he told Shihouin Yoruichi the whole thing. And Shihouin Yoruichi didn't care after listening to it, but looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and said, wait for a rest, let's start our lesson today. After speaking, he sat down next to him, and when Urahara Kisuke heard Shihouin Yoruichi's words, he went back to where he was sitting and continued drinking his tea. After a while Kurosaki Ichigo recovered, and then came to Shihouin Yoruichi and said to her, what do you want me to do? Kurosaki Ichigo asked suspiciously. Shihouin Yoruichi teased him when he heard it and said, today's task is to steal the panties of 100 girls. Shihouin Yoruichi said slightly teasingly. Kurosaki Ichigo is wondering what task will be given to him? Suddenly I heard what he said and almost spit it out, and then said to him with uncertainty, what? And Shihouin Yoruichi laughed when he saw his surprised expression, and Kurosaki Ichigo, who had raised doubts, saw Shihouin Yoruichi's smiling face, and his first impression was that it was beautiful, and he knew that she was teasing him after the second time. And Shihouin Yoruichi teasing herself shows that she has a good impression of herself, which is a very good phenomenon. Actually, he didn't know it at all because the system knew that the person he loved the most was Shihouin Yoruichi, so he gave a hint in Shihouin Yoruichi's heart to make her pay attention to Kurosaki Ichigo. Shihouin Yoruichi also felt that he had gone too far. He looked at Urahara Kisuke and found that he didn't see it, so he let out a sigh of relief, and then said to Kurosaki Ichigo, sorry, what you just said was a joke, your real mission is to be with yourself today. Zanpakuto contacted, cultivated feelings, nothing else needed to be done, and he didn't forget to blink at her and discharge. Hearing this, he knew that his mission was what Urahara Kisuke said earlier, but when he saw Shihouin Yoruichi discharge at him, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly became shy, his cheeks became very red. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo blushing unexpectedly, Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy, because this representative Kurosaki Ichigo did not know that he only regarded himself as a teacher, but also some other affection. Shihouin Yoruichi saw Kurosaki Ichigo staring at him all the time, and he couldn't hang up, so he said to him, okay, let's start today's lesson now. Turn around when you're done. And when Kurosaki Ichigo heard this, he knew that this was his lesson today, so he had no choice but to go to Shihouin Yoruichi and close his eyes to contact Zanpakuto. In fact, he didn't contact Zanpakuto at all, because his Zanpakuto didn't have a sword spirit at all, and he just looked at his own check-in interface. He has signed in on the check-in interface for 2 consecutive years, and there are many reward packages for signing in because of contact. And he didn't receive it at all. That's because he was too young at that time, and he almost forgot because of the time. Then he clicked where, and saw a lot of gift bags. He put those gift bags. They were all opened, and 1 or 2 new things came out. Get character fragments times 3000. Get breakthrough card times 100. Get primary experience beads times 2000. Get median level experience beads times 1500. Get top level EXP beads times 1000. Get super EXP beads times 500. Get the skill crackling flash times 1. He was very excited to see what he got, and he checked the new thing he got. Super experience bead, increases skill experience by 10,000. Breakthrough card, you can break through the level limit. Skill crack air flash, attack the enemy with sword pressure, forming several attacks to attack the enemy. Kurosaki Ichigo was very excited to see the introduction of these new items. And she didn't know that Shihouin Yoruichi had been staring at his face next to him, a little lost. Chapter 12. He got so many items, he doesn't want to use them at all, because this is a bit too much. If he uses them all, his strength will definitely be turned upside down. Of course, this is a good thing, but what will happen after that? How to explain it to Urahara Kisuke and Shihouin Yoruichi? Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't use those things. As time passed, it had been an hour, Kurosaki Ichigo felt that he should be fine, so he also opened his glasses, just to meet Shihouin Yoruichi's eyes. Kurosaki Ichigo felt a little puzzled why Shihouin Yoruichi kept looking at me woolen cloth. Could it be that the right feelings have been unable to extricate themselves? Or is there something on my face? He thought about it and touched his face. And Shihouin Yoruichi saw Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly open his eyes and looked at him, looking at her with some doubts, and then touched his face. He knew he must be thinking of something else. Then he rolled his eyes and said to him, "How is it?" "Okay." Shihouin Yoruichi said to him. Kurosaki Ichigo got drunk when he saw Shihouin Yoruichi's white eyes, but he was not exposed to Shihouin Yoruichi's face, but in his heart, and then he heard Shihouin Yoruichi's question and came back to his senses and said, You can also walk to the side and sit down." Urahara saw Kurosaki Ichigo open his eyes and finish his homework, so he got up and came to him and said, "Okay. Now, the things that should be taught to you are almost the same, the rest is that you have to practice repeatedly and then look at him after speaking." Kurosaki Ichigo nodded when he heard it, and then Urahara said to him, "Then you come every day. I'll just practice here, I'm afraid I can't teach you anything else." After listening to this sentence, Kurosaki Ichigo also knew that he was too enchanting, so they couldn't teach himself, then nodded and went back. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo go out, "I knew he was going home," Shihouin Yoruichi said to Urahara, "Did you just let him go back?" Urahara heard turning back to him and asked, "So what else can we teach him?" Shihouin Yoruichi was speechless when he heard Urahara rhetorical question, and then Urahara also walked out, while Shihouin Yoruichi bowed his head and thought about something. The screen returns to our protagonist. Our protagonist hears that Urahara can no longer hand me things, so he prepares to go home. On the way, he is also thinking about what he will do in the future. Should I stay at home and train in the dungeon or go to Urahara to continue training? After thinking about it, he felt that he should ask his parents at home. Then he quickened his pace and soon came to the door of his house. He was a little helpless to see his father doing nothing in the clinic. Then he pushed the door and walked in, and Kurosaki's father didn't even look. Said to him, "See a doctor? Buy medicine?" He asked lazily at him. Kurosaki Ichigo was very helpless to hear that, and didn't know what to say. Kurosaki's father didn't respond after seeing it for so long, so he raised his head and said to him, "What the hell? Just when I was about to say something, I saw that it was my son, so I couldn't speak." Kurosaki Ichigo was right, he said to him. Urahara said there was nothing left to teach me, so let me figure it out for myself. After hearing what his son said, Kurosaki's father knew that his son had learned other things that Shinigami took years to learn in a few days. Kurosaki's father was really shocked this time. He felt that he was still very surprised. "I don't know the talent of my son." Seeing where Kurosaki's father was stunned, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't call him, but walked in, saw where his mother was watching TV and was about to call her. She suddenly turned around and saw that it was me, and she was a little bit too. I didn't quite understand it, but after telling her what happened, she was not shocked, but felt that it was justified. After Kurosaki Ichigo explained to Kurosaki's mother, he greeted her all his life and went back to his room. As soon as he got back to his room, he heard his father's voice, and then he said loudly, "As expected of my Kurosaki Ishin's son, what? It's amazing, he'll keep shouting when he's finished talking about things that others can't learn for a few years." Then I heard Kurosaki's mother yelling, "Hey! Husband, don't be so loud, what if you disturb the neighbors again?" After speaking, I heard another cry from Kurosaki's father, and then went silent. It turned out that Kurosaki's mother thought he was too annoying and beat him to a daze. After that, he dragged him back into the room and threw him on the bed. Then Kurosaki's mother went out to the clinic to clean up and closed the clinic. Then he went back to the kitchen and started to prepare lunch. And after our protagonist returned to the room, he lay directly on the bed and began to think about the next arrangement. He feels that even if he reveals some strengths, he can, of course, Bankai can't reveal it. Then he decided that he would go to Urahara Kisuk every day in the future. On the one hand, he could meet Shihouin Yoruichi to develop a relationship. On the other hand, he had to beat Urahara Kisuk. Kurosaki Ichigo got angry when he saw Urahara Kisuk's face. I don't know why. Anyway, to beat him up. After thinking about it, he closed his eyes and wanted to rest. No matter how good he was only a 2-year-old child. An hour has passed, and Kurosaki's mother has finished cooking, and Kurosaki's father has woken up early to help Kurosaki's mother in the kitchen. After the two of them finished, Kurosaki's mother went up to call Kurosaki Ichigo. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo asleep on the bed, Kurosaki's mother couldn't bear to wake him up, but she thought that Kurosaki Ichigo hadn't eaten yet. He said to him, "Ichigo is up, let's go down to eat. Then go to sleep." Talking and shaking his body. Kurosaki Ichigo woke up when he heard his mother's cry, got up and said to him, "Got it." Then he followed Kurosaki's mother downstairs, and Kurosaki's father saw Kurosaki Ichigo coming down and said to him with enthusiasm, "Ichigo, woke up. How about it? Are you still tired?" Kurosaki's father asked him very kindly. When Kurosaki Ichigo heard it, he said to him, "It's okay, I'm fine, I'm sitting at the table after I finish talking," and Kurosaki's mother said to him, "Okay, don't ask questions, sit down and eat well." After Kurosaki's father is really I didn't talk anymore, I felt very strange, but I didn't take it to heart. After eating, I went up. When I went up, I told my parents about my decision. They didn't object, and a black cat was also in the window. I was heard there and then disappeared too. Chapter 13. After telling his parents what he was going to say, he also went upstairs. When he went upstairs, he saw Shihouin Yoruichi, of course, Shihouin Yoruichi who turned into a black cat. He stood outside the window and looked at him. After seeing her, he trotted to the window, pushed open the window and hugged her, saying, "Are you hungry?" The black cat nodded and meowed at him as if he knew what he was thinking. And seeing Shihouin Yoruichi learning to meow was a little funny, then he put the cat on the bed, got up and went downstairs to get some milk. Kurosaki's mother saw Kurosaki Ichigo holding milk in the refrigerator and said to him, "Ichigo, want to drink milk? Do you want me to get you a glass to put the milk in?" Hearing Kurosaki's mother's words, Kurosaki Ichigo said to her, "No, I will come to Kurosaki Ichigo by myself." I took a plate and went upstairs without waiting for Kurosaki's mother to react. After Kurosaki's mother reacted, she saw that Kurosaki Ichigo actually took it. When I went up to the plate, I felt a little strange, but I didn't care so much, and I thought that Kurosaki Ichigo should be feeding some stray cats. And after Kurosaki Ichigo took the milk and the plate to his room, he saw where she was still sitting and said to her, "Come here." And the cat came over. When he heard it, the cat came to him and barked at him and then rubbed against him. Seeing her rubbing against him, he did it himself, and then he opened the milk carton and put it poured into the plate and looked up at her and said, "Drink it." After saying that, the cat immediately lowered its head and started drinking. Seeing that she was enjoying the drink, he directly put the rest of the milk on the table, then lay on the bed and watched her quietly. After she finished drinking, he went directly to Kurosaki Ichigo, next to he lay down, and Kurosaki Ichigo was not surprised when he saw this, and closed his eyes like it was normal, and Shihouin Yoruichi saw Kurosaki Ichigo closed his eyes, and he leaned against him and closed his eyes. When more than 10 minutes passed, there was a sound of even breathing from Kurosaki Ichigo, and I knew Kurosaki Ichigo was asleep. And with Kurosaki Ichigo's sleeping, Shihouin Yoruichi opened his eyes. Of course he opened his eyes in cat form, and came to Kurosaki Ichigo lightly and looked at him. From time to time she smelled a very good fragrance, but a little the fragrance that does not choke her nose, and this fragrance makes her feel very reassured and peaceful, as if it has calmed the impetuousness in her heart. Smelling this smell, she couldn't help thinking, as expected of my man, he doesn't smell like other men, but has a good body fragrance. And this body fragrance can also make others feel very comfortable. Thinking of this, she was lying on Kurosaki Ichigo's body, and Shihouin Yoruichi also fell asleep after some time. They both felt very relieved that they didn't know what they were dreaming, and a small smile appeared on their mouths. Kakuzu. I don't know how long it took, Kurosaki Ichigo woke up. He wanted to get up, but suddenly he felt that something was pressing him on his body. After seeing that figure, he didn't care about her anymore and let her be on his own. Lying on his body, he looked at her quietly and thought, when Yoruichi becomes my woman, I can't let her walk around in front of other people like this, even if she thinks she's a cat, I'll kill him if I see it, whoever it is. Then he made an oath in his heart. After 10 or 20 minutes, Shihouin Yoruichi also woke up. Oh! Even the black cat woke up, opened her eyes and saw Kurosaki Ichigo was looking at her. She couldn't help blushing, but because she was in the form of a black cat now, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't see it. Thinking of this, Shihouin Yoruichi also sent. She breathed a sigh of relief, and then she got up and went to Kurosaki Ichigo's side, coquettishly at him. And Kurosaki Ichigo saw her coquettish at me, of course he was very happy, and then touched her head. The two of them are getting along very well now. They are both thinking about how they will live with each other in the future, and how they will live a happy life together. Of course, they can't deal with each other now. I can't express my feelings, because they both have their own concerns, so I can't help it. Kurosaki Ichigo is very worried now. If he tells him his feelings, what if Shihouin Yoruichi refuses? And for a while I believe that a child who is only 2 years old tells a woman who is older than him that he loves him. What do you think? Shihouin Yoruichi's concerns are similar to Kurosaki Ichigo's. She is afraid that Kurosaki Ichigo is still young, so she doesn't know what love is, and she is afraid that she is too old, so she is afraid that Kurosaki Ichigo will reject him. This is the concern between the two of them, which caused the two of them to fail to express their feelings to each other for more than 10 years. It was not until Kurosaki Ichigo entered high school that Kurosaki Ichigo took the initiative to express his feelings to her, so that Shihouin Yoruichi and Kurosaki Ichigo and the two of them made a big improvement in their relationship, and then in the years after the two of them, this thing also became a thing that they had fun with each other. Of course, these are for later. As time went by, an afternoon was spent playing with a child and a cat, and in a blink of an eye he looked at the clock and saw that it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was almost dinner time, and Shihouin Yoruichi saw that it was already so late. I thought it was time to leave, but Kurosaki Ichigo knew that she wanted to leave and said to her, "Stay here today. Wait a minute and I'll get you some food." And then he went downstairs regardless of whether Shihouin Yoruichi agreed or not. Kurosaki Ichigo came down just when Kurosaki's mother wanted to call him, so the family ate there as usual. During the meal, he also thought about what to bring her to eat. Then he was going to get some dried fish, a little chicken, there was chicken for dinner today, and some milk. Kurosaki's mother saw that Kurosaki Ichigo went upstairs with so much food and thought he wasn't full yet. And said to him, "Oh Ichigo! Are you not full? I'll make you some more food right away, stop eating those things." "My mother said to me." Heard what my mother said, Kurosaki Ichigo hurriedly said to her, "No, I went upstairs with these things. After entering the room, I saw that Shihouin Yoruichi hadn't left yet, so I said to her, 'I'm sorry, I'm late.' After talking, put all the food you brought to her and say to her, 'Eat it.'" Shihouin Yoruichi felt a little helpless when she saw this. She actually regarded her as a cat. The food she brought was either fish or milk. Although she really likes to eat these, she can't always eat them. "Fortunately, I brought a plate of chicken." Then Shihouin Yoruichi quickly wiped out all the food, and there was nothing left. Kurosaki Ichigo cleaned up the dishes, and then went back to the room and said to her, "Then rest early." After that, in front of Shihouin Yoruichi, he took off his clothes, put on pajamas, and went to bed. It's nothing to see Shihouin Yoruichi, Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't think anything, because it's still a child's body, what do you think it would be? Then Shihouin Yoruichi also jumped to sleep next to Kurosaki Ichigo, and Kurosaki Ichigo covered her with a quilt and said, "Good night." As soon as he slept, Shihouin Yoruichi also slept. The two of them got one step closer this night. Chapter 14. They both slept peacefully today. After a long time, Kurosaki Ichigo woke up, and it wasn't even daylight yet. Looking at the time, there is still an hour before dawn. Then he looked at Shihouin Yoruichi and saw that she was still resting on his arm. Where did he fall asleep? Seeing that she was sleeping very well, so she didn't call her, and Kurosaki Ichigo turned to look at his attribute interface. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo. S**X, male. Age, 2 years old. Spouse, none. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Captain, level 1233-12/200 can be upgraded. Zanpakuto, the perfect Zangetsu, Bankai. Kid, LVMAX 12, / Shunpo, LVMAX level 12, / White Hits, LVMAX level 12, / Chopping, LVMAX 12, / Combat Experience, LVMAX 12, / Crescent Moon, LVMAX level, / Backpack, Hōgyoku, Character Fragments times 3312, Beginner Experience Beads times 3245, Median Level Experience Beads times 1800, Top Level Experience Beads times 1200, Super Experience Beads times 500, Breakthrough Cards times 50, Skill Crack Sky Flash times 1. Seeing that he had obtained so many things, he couldn't help but feel happy, and he felt that he could directly become the Captain-in-Chief level, but he didn't press this, but decided to learn Sky Splitting Flash, and then he put the skills after learning, and then reaching the full level, he felt that he had to break through all his skills, and then he wanted to break through all his skills to level 15. One breakthrough card is required to break through to level 11, 2 for level 12, and one breakthrough card is required for each level of breakthrough. But he calculated it like this and saw that the skills cannot all be upgraded to level 15, not even to level 14, so for balance, he upgraded all skills to level 13, and then there is a breakthrough card again. Breakthrough again. After that, he looked at his attribute interface again. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo. S**X, male. Age, 2 years old. Spouse, none. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Captain, level 1233-12/200 can be upgraded. Zanpakuto, the perfect Zangetsu, Bankai. Kid, LVMAX 13, / Shunpo, LVMAX level 13, / White Hits, LVMAX 13, / Chopping, LVMAX 13, / Combat Experience, LVMAX 13, / Crescent Moon Sky Chong, LVMAX 13, / Crackling Flash, LVMAX 13, / Backpack, Hōgyoku, Character Fragments x 2312, Beginner EXP Beads x 3245, Median Level EXP Beads x 1800, Top Level EXP Beads x 1200, Super EXP Beads x 500, Breakthrough Cards x 23. He was very happy to see his current stats, and he hadn't raised the Ryutsu level yet. So his promotion is not over yet. As he finished upgrading his things, he felt that Shihouin Yoruichi was also about to wake up, and then he saw Shihouin Yoruichi open his golden pupils, and the two of them looked at each other again, but they didn't. How long Shihouin Yoruichi looked away. And Kurosaki Ichigo didn't mind seeing her look away, and he said to her, "You will live here forever from today." After speaking, Shihouin Yoruichi went down regardless of Shihouin Yoruichi's performance. He said to her at the door, "I'll go get breakfast and go down after that." And Shihouin Yoruichi stayed in this room and watched his back, and then watched the back disappear, but still looked at the door. Afterwards, she thought, "I really can't refuse and leave him more and more," she exclaimed. It didn't take long for Kurosaki Ichigo to bring his breakfast, and he also brought his own breakfast. Seeing that Shihouin Yoruichi came directly to the table, Kurosaki Ichigo also cooperated and put all the food on the table. He said to her, "Eat it." After talking, Shihouin Yoruichi started, and Kurosaki Ichigo was eating there, and they were both very quiet when they ate some more. He signed in while eating at Kurosaki Ichigo, and got an appraisal technique. When he saw the appraisal technique, Kurosaki Ichigo was excited when he introduced it. Identification, you can see the attributes of others. Although it is only a very small introduction, this represents the potential of this skill. He learned this skill in a hurry, and looked at his attribute interface, but when he saw this, he found that his attribute interface had not changed at all, and then he found that Shihouin Yoruichi had another very illusory word, which read after identifying the two words. He then clicked on those two words. Of course, the information of Shihouin Yoruichi appeared. Name, Shihouin Yoruichi. S*X, male. Age, 130 years old. Spouse, none. Potential, Super Captain. Ryutsu, Captain, level 15. Zanpakuto, none. Kid, LVMAX 11. Shunpo, LVMAX level 13. White Hits, LVMAX 11. Slash, LVMAX level. Combat Experience, LVMAX 12. Instant Open, LVMAX 11 level. Seeing this, he knew that his identification technique was still effective. Seeing Shihouin Yoruichi's attributes, he thought that Urahara Kisuke's attributes must be stronger than Shihouin Yoruichi. I don't know the skill level, but Ryutsu's lowest level is also the captain's level. Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo thinks that Urahara Kisuke is also very powerful. He wanted to make Shihouin Yoruichi very powerful in the future and let her beat Urahara Kisuke and Aizen. Because he knows that only by becoming Kurosaki Ichigo's spouse, he will be bound by his own system, and then give her the subsystem of the system, and then she can use all the functions of the system at will, using this to strengthen herself. What do you think? Will Shihouin Yoruichi become stronger? Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo is happy. Chapter 15. After the two of them finished their meal, Kurosaki Ichigo said to her, "I'm going out, see you tonight." After I finished speaking, I went out. When I saw Shihouin Yoruichi, I knew that Kurosaki Ichigo was going to Urahara Kisuke's cultivation, so after Kurosaki Ichigo went out, Shihouin Yoruichi directly opened the window and went out. And on the way Kurosaki Ichigo knew where Shihouin Yoruichi would go, so he slowed down his pace too. I walked to the door of Urahara Kisuke's store. It took more than 20 minutes this time. It took about 15 minutes before, but this time I slowed down, so I took a few more minutes. After coming here, he went in directly as before, and he saw that there was no one here. Then he went to the basement and saw where Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukubishi were drinking tea, and then he said to him, "I will be here in the future after cultivation is finished." Regardless of whether Urahara Kisuke and the others agree or not, they sat down there. But Kurosaki Ichigo didn't see a glint of relief in Urahara Kisuke's eyes when he finished. Then the few of them stopped talking. Where was Kurosaki Ichigo sitting, where Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukubishi were drinking tea? Then Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Urahara Kisuke and the two of them used the identification technique on them. Name, Urahara Kisuke. S*X, male. Age, 140 years old. Spouse, none. Potential, Super Captain. Ryutsu, Captain, level 16. Zanpakuto, Redheim, Shikai, Bankai. Kid, LVMAX 13. Shunpo, LVMAX level 12. White Hits, LVMAX level 12. Chopping, LVMAX 13. Combat Experience, LVMAX 13. He was very surprised to see this, and in his heart he thought it was Urahara Kisuke. It's so powerful, and his skills are better than Shihouin Yoruichi except Shunpo. It was amazing, and then he turned his attention to Tessai Tsukabishi to see how strong he was. Name, Tessai Tsukabishi. S*X, male. Age, 180 years old. Spouse, none. Potential, Captain. Ryutsu, Captain, level 15. Zanpakuto, none. Kid, LVMAX 13. Shunpo, LVMAX level 11. White Hits, LVMAX 11. Slash, LVMAX level. Combat Experience, LVMAX level. He wasn't so surprised when he saw this. His strength was similar to Urahara Kisuke in the end. But when he becomes stronger, I will become stronger. After reading the attributes of the two of them, he thinks that Aizen will not be the Captain Peak, level 20. That is also possible. Who is Urahara Kisuke who is so good, can't beat Aizen? Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo is also happy. He thinks that after Aizen merged with Hōgyoku in the late stage, his strength must have entered the super captain's realm, but he just doesn't know how many levels. But what about him? Anyway, I'm the strongest. I really can't go into the dungeon and pick it up for tens of thousands of rounds. I'll have to see who is the best. Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't want to think far. It didn't take long for Shihouin Yoruichi to come, and Kurosaki Ichigo saw Shihouin Yoruichi coming and asked, "What are you doing today?" After speaking, he stared at her, and when Shihouin Yoruichi heard Kurosaki Ichigo's question about to say, Kurosaki Ichigo kept staring at her. Shihouin Yoruichi was a little afraid to think, he will not find it. Then she hurriedly said, "You can arrange it yourself. Anyway, I have taught everything that should be taught. If it doesn't work, you will fight against Urahara Kisuke, hone your actual combat skills, and then walk out." After hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo thought, my actual combat still needs to be honed. I really don't want you to find out that I have a lot of actual combat experience, so I don't need it, he thought inside. Then he rushed directly at Urahara Kisuke and fought against him. Urahara Kisuke looked very helpless when he saw this, and he still wondered why he was so unlucky. This time he didn't complain, but quietly fought Kurosaki Ichigo. Every day after that Kurosaki Ichigo came to Urahara Kisuke's shop, cultivation. And he also raised his Ryutsu rank according to his age. But as Kurosaki Ichigo grew up, his time in the Urahara Kisuke store became less and less, because Kurosaki Ichigo had to go to school anyway. So the Kurosakis cut his time to Urahara Kisuke's place. At the same time, the relationship between Shihouin Yoruichi and Kurosaki Ichigo is getting better and better, and it's just a matter of piercing that piece of paper. And Kurosaki Ichigo's house has two more members like the original, Kurosaki Natsumi and Kurosaki Yuzu. And Kurosaki Ichigo's mother is still alive. Kurosaki Ichigo used the enchantment when Yohabach received the ability that is not a pure blood quencher and failed to let Yohabach succeed, so Yohabach did not obtain the ability of Kurosaki's mother, so he also there's no such thing as the rubbish after that, because Kurosaki Ichigo killed Kurosaki's mother before he met him. He is now also friends with Arisawa Tatsuki, Kojima Mizuhiro, Kigo Asano, and Honkaku Chizuru just like the original. And Urahara Kisuke has more characters from the original book, Hanakari Jinda and Tsumiya Yu. When Hanakari Jinda first came, he challenged Kurosaki Ichigo for some unknown reason, but of course Kurosaki Ichigo won. After that, Hanakari Jinda would come to Kurosaki Ichigo once a month to trouble him, and of course he would fix it every time. But this also makes Hanakari Jinda much stronger than the original, but I still haven't asked Kurosaki Ichigo to fix it. And Kurosaki Ichigo's strength is rising very fast like a rocket, even Urahara Kisuke can't beat him, and finally Urahara Kisuke can't beat Kurosaki Ichigo with Bankai. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo. S*X, male. Age, 15 years old. Spouse, none. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Captain-in-Chief, level 18 560/3000. Zanpakuto, the perfect Zangetsu, final solution. Kid, LVMAX 15, / Shunpo, LVMAX level 15, / White Hits, LVMAX 15, / Chopping, LVMAX 15, / Combat Experience, LVMAX 15, / Crescent Moon Chong, LVMAX 15, / Crackling Flash, LVMAX 15, / No Month, LVMAX, / Backpack, Hōgyoku, Character Fragments times 560, Beginner Experience Beads times 10,000, Median Level Experience Beads times 7,000, Top Level Experience Beads times 5,000, Super Experience Beads times 2,000. He was so excited to see this. The breakthrough card has been used up a long time ago. He played the median level and top level dungeons, and there was no breakthrough card at all, so he had to wait until the super dungeon was open to look inside. Oh! This super dungeon came out when Kurosaki Ichigo's Ryutsu broke through to the captain's level, although it hasn't been activated yet. The phantoms in it are all at the Scrito level, but he doesn't dare to fight even after seeing this dungeon. The level gap is too big. Scrito level virtual and Shinigami level super captain are on the same level. Now he doesn't think so much anymore. As long as the level reaches the super captain level, he can play this dungeon naturally. Although Kurosaki Ichigo now has the ultimate move of Wyu, he still has a little limitation. Can use Snow Moon once, and then his Ryutsu will be exhausted, and it will not recover until the next day, which is good, and as Kurosaki Ichigo becomes stronger and stronger, the limit will become smaller and smaller. Chapter 16. Kurosaki Ichigo is a freshman in high school, and he is now preparing to speak his mind to Shihouin Yoruichi. By the way, Kurosaki Ichigo's current appearance has changed a bit. The elevation is higher than the original. It used to be 174, and now it is 181. His current appearance is exactly the same as when Aizen played in the original. His soul form it also changed into Kurosaki Ichigo's form against Aizen. I call this form the final solution. Kurosaki Ichigo looks very mature now, and is not as young as before. By the way, why hasn't Kurosaki Ichigo been promoted to super captain after several years? It's not that Kurosaki Ichigo didn't want to, but that if he wanted to improve himself so much, wouldn't he be invincible? So how can you enjoy fighting with others? Kurosaki Ichigo has become a fighting maniac after fighting every day for more than 10 years. But he still cares and values the people he cares about. When he got home, he saw that the whole family was waiting for him. Kurosaki Natsurai saw Kurosaki Ichigo came back and said, "Ichigo brother, hurry up. Just waiting for you." Kurosaki Yuzu heard Kurosaki Natsurai's words and said to Kurosaki Natsurai, "Natsuki, don't rush big brother, he just came back." After that, he said to Kurosaki Ichigo, "Big brother, don't be busy. Put everything away and eat later. Mom is still preparing soup in the kitchen." After that, I ran to the kitchen to help Kurosaki's mother. I feel so helpless. Then he looked at Kurosaki Natsurai and said, "Natsurai, where's Dad?" He asked Natsuki with some doubts, and Kurosaki Natsurai said to him after hearing it, "Brother Ichigo, Dad is still seeing a doctor at the outpatient clinic." When Kurosaki Ichigo heard it, he said he knew and went upstairs to put things away. When I came to the room and saw that it was empty, I thought that Yoruichi hadn't come yet, so I'll tell her when she comes at night. Then he went down and saw that Kurosaki's mother and Kurosaki Yuzua brought the food, and Kurosaki's father was back, and Kurosaki Natsu was sulking because he couldn't eat earlier. Seeing that Kurosaki's father is back, Kurosaki Ichigo said to him, "Daddy, he is back." After hearing that, Kurosaki's father said, "Come back, today is a little troublesome, against. How is Ichigo at school today?" Dad asked suspiciously. Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Still the same as before, bored to death. I've finished all my high school courses, why can't I just go to school?" he said with a headache. Hearing this, my mother was dissatisfied and said, "Ichigo, what are you talking about? Although you have already finished your studies, your parents kept you in school so that you can have a happy time in your high school life. Really, why don't you understand your parents' painstaking efforts?" Then twitched. Seeing where Kurosaki's mother pretended to cry, Kurosaki Ichigo knew it was going to be miserable. Sure enough, Kurosaki's father said, "Ichigo, how can you make your mother sad? Seriously?" Then where Kurosaki's dad said a lot of things. I was tired of listening to it, and then I said it. After about half an hour, Kurosaki's father also said almost the same. After that, we started to eat. It didn't take long for me to finish the meal, and I still took it as usual. Went upstairs for some meals. Kurosaki's father and Kurosaki's mother didn't care about him and let him go up, because of course the Kurosaki and his wife have discovered it for so long, and even Kurosaki Ichigo's feelings are both seen in their eyes, of course they all know, so neither of them objected. And Kurosaki Natsurai and Yuzua met Yoruichi by chance again, and of course they both thought of her as a cat. And since the two of them met Shihouin Yoruichi, in cat form, of course, they came to Kurosaki Ichigo's room every day to tease her. Of course, Shihouin Yoruichi also seemed very helpless, so in the future, before Shihouin Yoruichi came, I had to confirm them every time. If the two of them are not coming in again, otherwise they will come in after the two of them have left. Kurosaki Ichigo took the rice and saw that Shihouin Yoruichi was also coming. Kurosaki Ichigo put the food on the table as usual, and said to her, "Come and eat." Shihouin Yoruichi also ate it very cooperatively, and it didn't take long for Shihouin Yoruichi to finish eating. Kurosaki Ichigo packed everything up. Kurosaki Ichigo now seems very serious and said to Shihouin Yoruichi, "I know you are Shihouin Yoruichi, so change back." Shihouin Yoruichi didn't seem surprised to hear Kurosaki Ichigo's words, because they have been together for so many years, and she would be surprised if Kurosaki Ichigo hadn't found out. Then a neutral voice rang out and said, "When did you find out that I was Yoruichi?" Shihouin Yoruichi asked. Kurosaki Ichigo said, "It's been a long time, maybe a few months after you and I actually met, and I." Kurosaki Ichigo told me how he found him. It's fake, of course. Kurosaki Ichigo knew about him when she came. Shihouin Yoruichi didn't say anything after hearing this. Kurosaki Ichigo saw Shihouin Yoruichi was silent and said to her, "Change back. I have something to tell you." Shihouin Yoruichi said it without asking what it was after hearing it. It started to change back. Kurosaki Ichigo blushed after seeing Shihouin Yoruichi's transformation, and quickly took a piece of clothing and said to her, "Put it on." Then he turned around and sat down. Shihouin Yoruichi saw Kurosaki Ichigo and said to him, "How is it? This is the first time to see a girl's body now. What was your reaction after seeing it? Are you excited?" Shihouin Yoruichi said a lot like a cannonball, and then Kurosaki Ichigo said something intolerable, "Stop talking. Hurry up and put it on, and when I'm done, I'm talking about business." I heard Kurosaki Ichigo's words, and Shihouin Yoruichi stopped teasing him and put on the clothes. After Shihouin Yoruichi finished wearing it, he told Kurosaki Ichigo to turn around. Kurosaki Ichigo turned around and saw that his clothes were still a little too big and did not cover Shihouin Yoruichi well. At this time, she looked very attractive. Kurosaki Ichigo forced his attention to the next words, and Shihouin Yoruichi saw Kurosaki Ichigo's appearance and thought to himself, "Is my mother still very attractive?" When she was thinking about making fun of Kurosaki Ichigo coughed very seriously and said, "Yoruichi, I have a very important thing to tell you now." Shihouin Yoruichi also put down his frivolous look. Looking at him, and Kurosaki Ichigo saw that Shihouin Yoruichi had been looking at him, and it was a little hard to say. But thinking of his own wish, Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Yoruichi, can be my wife?" Kurosaki Ichigo finished saying this sentence on and off, and Kurosaki Ichigo waited for a while after he finished speaking, seeing that Shihouin Yoruichi hadn't spoken yet, he thought he refused. Shihouin Yoruichi was dumbfounded when she heard this, because she has always liked Kurosaki Ichigo, and now she should be able to say she loves him. So she couldn't believe that Kurosaki Ichigo proposed to this woman who was several hundred years older than him. After that, this has always been what she wanted to wait for, but when it really came, she didn't know how to deal with it. And Kurosaki Ichigo thought he was overestimating himself. "So I said, that I didn't say anything. I said it intermittently," and Shihouin Yoruichi woke up after hearing it and said, "I promise." Hearing this sentence, Kurosaki Ichigo was a little stunned and asked, "You agreed?" Shihouin Yoruichi said unequivocally after hearing it, "I promised. I don't know when I started to like you very much, and with the change of time, this like turned into love, so I have to seize my love, I promise." After hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo was excited and directly hugged her in his arms and said, "I love you, I will protect you all my life," he has been saying to Shihouin Yoruichi. And Shihouin Yoruichi said after hearing this, "Of course. If you dare not be nice to me, then I will kill you first." Then he said suicide, and when Kurosaki Ichigo heard it, he said, "No, I will give you everything I have, and if the man dares to touch you, I will kill him, whoever he is." Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy to hear the first sentence, but when he heard the latter, he said helplessly, "Are you telling me to only communicate with women in the future?" Kurosaki Ichigo said, "I don't care, anyway, even if you shake hands with a man, I will kill him, no. Before he touches you." As he spoke, Kurosaki Ichigo hugged Shihouin Yoruichi very hard, as if to let her melt in. Shihouin Yoruichi was moved and helpless when he heard his words, and then said, "I can't touch a man, what about you? Can you touch a girl?" Shihouin Yoruichi said to him. Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Of course I can't touch women anymore, then I'll touch men, and how about you touch women?" Shihouin Yoruichi also nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. They both hugged each other and felt each other's breath, and then he looked at the system and found that it had changed. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo. S*X, male. Age, 15 years old. Spouse, Shihouin Yoruichi, soul, giving subsystem. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Captain-in-Chief, level 18 560/3000. Zanpakuto, the perfect Zangetsu, final solution. Kid, LVMAX 15, / Shunpo, LVMAX level 15, / White Hits, LVMAX 15, / Chopping, LVMAX 15, / Combat Experience, LVMAX 15, / Crescent Moon Chong, LVMAX 15, / Crackling Flash, LVMAX 15, / No Month, LVMAX, / Backpack, Hōgyoku, Character Fragments times 560, Beginner Experience Beads times 10,000, Median Level Experience Beads times 7,000, Top Level Experience Beads times 5,000, Super Experience Beads times 2,000. See where your spouse on your interface has changed from nothing to Shihouin Yoruichi. And you can also give her a subsystem. Of course, Kurosaki Ichigo gave it directly to the Shihouin Yoruichi subsystem, and Shihouin Yoruichi in Kurosaki Ichigo's arms saw an interface showing himself. It was very surprising at first, and then after he accepted the information from the system, she looked at Kurosaki Ichigo as if to melt him. Shihouin Yoruichi kissed Kurosaki Ichigo emotionally. Kurosaki Ichigo looked when Shihouin Yoruichi kissed himself. He couldn't be passive. Of course the two of them were not very good at kissing at first, and as they got better and better, their kissing time became longer, and after the two of them kissed for 10 minutes, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly separated. Shihouin Yoruichi wanted to ask what was going on, but when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes and what was on the bottom he knew what was going on. It turned out that Kurosaki Ichigo was in love with a kiss, so I listened to it. Shihouin Yoruichi moved to him and said, "If you can't bear it, come on." "I can." Kurosaki Ichigo got excited again after hearing this, but he forcibly restrained his restless heart and said, "It's okay, I don't want to do this to you just after we confirmed our relationship, we'll talk about this later." Kurosaki Ichigo said, and Shihouin Yoruichi looked at him both moved and helpless. She knew that she couldn't change what Kurosaki Ichigo felt, so she held his hand tighter again. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled when he saw Shihouin Yoruichi's actions, then picked up Shihouin Yoruichi, came to the bed and lay down, while Shihouin Yoruichi was lying in his arms very emotionally, and then Shihouin Yoruichi asked, "Ichigo, this system, is it really that great?" After hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Of course, it was with the help of the system that Shihouin Yoruichi looked at his own interface after finishing his speech so powerfully." Name, Shihouin Yoruichi. Gender, female. Age, 143. Spouse, Kurosaki Ichigo, soul. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Captain, level 15 560/1000. Zanpakuto, none. Kid, LVMAX 11, / Shunpo, LVMAX level 13, / White Hits, LVMAX level 11, / LVMAX level, / Combat Experience, LVMAX 12, / Instant Open, LVMAX 11, / Backpack, Hōgyoku, Character Fragments times 560, Beginner Experience Beads times 10,000, Median Level Experience Beads times 7,000, Top Level Experience Beads times 5,000, Super Experience Beads times 2,000. She was very happy to see this, and when she saw that there was Hōgyoku in the backpack, she asked Kurosaki Ichigo, and Kurosaki Ichigo was very patient and answered all of them to her. Because the two of them are bound, the things in the backpack can be shared. Shihouin Yoruichi said, "Meeting you is the happiest thing for me." Kurosaki Ichigo also said after hearing it, "Meeting you is also the happiest thing for me." Chapter 17. Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi were hugging each other on the bed. They had just established a relationship, so they were very tired of being together. They kept talking sweet things. Here, Shihouin Yoruichi suddenly said, "Ichigo, I want to see how strong you are now." "How strong, is it possible?" Shihouin Yoruichi acted coquettishly at him. As soon as Kurosaki Ichigo heard Shihouin Yoruichi's coquettish tone, he couldn't roar, so he immediately took out his interface and showed her. Because Shihouin Yoruichi has bound the subsystem, which interfaces can be seen. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo. S*X, male. Age, 15 years old. Spouse, Shihouin Yoruichi, soul. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Captain-in-Chief, level 18 560/3000. Zanpakuto, the perfect Zangetsu, final solution. Kid, LVMAX 15, / Shunpo, LVMAX level 15, / White Hits, LVMAX 15, / Chopping, LVMAX15, Combat Experience, LVMAX15, Crescent Moon Chong, LVMAX15, Crackling Flash, LVMAX15, No Month, LVMAX, Backpack, Hōgyoku, Character Fragments times 560, Beginner Experience Beads times 10,000, Median Level Experience Beads times 7,000, Top Level Experience Beads times 5,000, Super Experience Beads times 2,000. Shihouin Yoruichi was amazed when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo's interface, and said to him, "Ichigo, you are so amazing. And your skill level is so high." Shihouin Yoruichi said to Kurosaki Ichigo admiringly. This made Kurosaki Ichigo very satisfied, and then said to Shihouin Yoruichi, "Now you can also have such a strong strength, wait for me to show you the copy." Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy to hear this, because when she was binding the system had already transmitted all the functions of the system to Shihouin Yoruichi, so she also knew the copy. After Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi lay on the bed for a while, Shihouin Yoruichi couldn't wait, so he said to Kurosaki Ichigo, "Ichigo, can we go now?" Shihouin Yoruichi asked expectantly. Kurosaki Ichigo got a little funny when he heard it, and wanted to make fun of her. He said, "Now. Now I don't want to move. If Yoruichi doesn't kiss me, I probably won't be able to get up. It's over." Kurosaki Ichigo said to her deliberately. Shihouin Yoruichi rolled his eyes at him when he heard it, then crawled up in front of him very enchantingly, hugged him and kissed Kurosaki Ichigo. This kiss made Kurosaki Ichigo stunned for a moment, but he came back to his senses and said yes again. She came hard. They didn't know how long the kiss lasted. When they were about to end, the door was suddenly opened, and it was Yuzu and Xiaoli who came in. Kurosaki Natsurai said, "Ichigo-san. Let's find." She wanted to say something, but seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's current posture, Natsurai was speechless. And Kurosaki Yuzu didn't say anything because he saw Kurosaki Natsurai said half of it, so he leaked his head, looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "Natsuki, what's wrong? Why don't you speak?" Only Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned, and Kurosaki Ichigo saw this scene and said, "That Natsu, Yuzu, I can explain." Just when Kurosaki Ichigo was about to say something, Kurosaki Natsu pulled Kurosaki Yuzu out of the room and said, "Excuse me." After saying that, he closed the door and exited. When Kurosaki Ichigo saw this, he knew that the explanation was useless, and then heard Kurosaki Yuzu's exclamation from the door saying, "Not good. Mom and Dad, the big brother came back with a woman, and now he actually lying with big brother." Kurosaki Yuzu said to the Kurosaki couple. Then came the voice of discussion and exclamation, "Ichigo, you've grown up. You all know how to bring a woman to your home. Ichigo, really, even if you bring a girl home, it's just fine. Why are you sneaking around? Do I blame him? Brother Ichigo's girlfriend is very beautiful and has a first-class figure." "What? Xiaoli, you even have that girl's figure. Did you see it? That's..." Hearing you and me from someone outside the room, Kurosaki Ichigo got a little angry and pushed open the door and said, "Don't say anything. This is my girlfriend, understand? It's not a bad woman, and Dad, what were you trying to say?" Kurosaki Ichigo rubbed his fist at him as he spoke. Hearing this, Kurosaki's father also covered his mouth and said, "I didn't say anything, I didn't say anything." Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo was supposed to give him a shot, but Kurosaki's mother also spoke. Kurosaki's mother said, "Okay. Ichigo, don't make trouble, you brought a girl home and introduced her to us? Why hide her? We won't do anything to her." After saying that, Kurosaki's father, and Yuzu Natsumai nodded. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo was helpless and said, "Okay. Okay. We have just established a relationship, so it's not good to take you to see you right away, so I didn't tell you." After finishing speaking, Kurosaki's father thought, "Just now confirm the relationship. I don't believe it. If the relationship is just established, how can it be on the same bed?" Father Kurosaki thought so. And Kurosaki Ichigo looked at him as if he knew what Kurosaki's father was thinking and said, "Dad, you don't think of bad things, do you?" Kurosaki Ichigo asked suspiciously. And Kurosaki's father was surprised when he heard it. "Does he know what I'm thinking?" But he said superficially, "How could it be? How could I not think about it?" After speaking, he looked to the side with a guilty conscience, and Kurosaki Ichigo looked at him suspiciously. And Kurosaki's mother got a little impatient when she saw this and said, "Okay, Ichigo, leave your father alone, bring that girl out and see." Kurosaki's mother said to Kurosaki Ichigo. After hearing what his mother said, Kurosaki Ichigo had to go back to the room and lead Shihouin Yoruichi out. Going back to the room, he said, "Yoruichi, you heard our conversation just now. So now get dressed and go out together." Kurosaki Ichigo said to Shihouin Yoruichi. And Shihouin Yoruichi said after hearing it, "Well, can you not see me? How should I say it? I'm still a little nervous. Although they are all acquaintances, but where is Shihouin Yoruichi tangled?" Seeing Shihouin Yoruichi's lovely face, Kurosaki Ichigo went up to her and hugged her with pity, and when Shihouin Yoruichi was held in her arms, she stopped talking, and then Kurosaki Ichigo continued, "Don't worry, no matter what, I stand by you, and the ugly daughter-in-law will see her parents-in-law sooner or later, but you are not ugly either." Shihouin Yoruichi said with a funny smile, "Then you are the one who comforts the family like this." Very arrogant hammering Kurosaki Ichigo, but to Kurosaki Ichigo this amount of force is like a massage. Then Shihouin Yoruichi quickly got dressed and came downstairs with Kurosaki Ichigo, and Kurosaki Yuzu saw Shihouin Yoruichi and said, "Elder sister, you are so beautiful. No wonder even the big brother is in love with you." Shihouin Yoruichi he was very happy after hearing that and said, "Yuzu, she's cute too. It must be beautiful when she grows up." Shihouin Yoruichi said to Kurosaki Yuzu. And Kurosaki Natsurai looked at Shihouin Yoruichi and said to me, "Okay. Ichigo-san, when did you meet such a beautiful beauty? How far have you two progressed?" Kurosaki Natsurai said to me. I was very helpless after hearing that, and didn't know how to answer. And when Kurosaki mother saw this, she said to Kurosaki Natsurai and Yuzu, "Okay, you two go up. Your father and I want to talk to your brother and this elder sister, you go up first." Kurosaki's mother urged Yuzu. I went upstairs with Xiaoli, but Yuzu and Xiaoli had no choice but to go upstairs. Seeing that they both went upstairs, Kurosaki's mother said directly to both of us, "I didn't expect it, it was exactly what I thought." "Ah!" Kurosaki's father echoed, "That's right. Sure enough, we guessed right." Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi said strangely after hearing this, "What?" Then the Kurosaki couple told everything they had guessed, that is, as early as when Shihouin Yoruichi sent Kurosaki Ichigo home for the first time, Kurosaki's mother found that Shihouin Yoruichi had an unusual relationship with Kurosaki Ichigo. At that time, she didn't expect this aspect either, but as time changed, Kurosaki's mother discovered Shihouin Yoruichi's feelings, so they both knew about it. After hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo and the two of them knew it. Then Kurosaki's mother pulled Shihouin Yoruichi to sit next to him and whispered something, and when Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to listen, Shihouin Yoruichi said, "We women are talking, what are you listening to?" Then he caught up with Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki when Ichigo was about to complain, Kurosaki's father was also chased up, and their big men were looking at each other, and then Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Dad! What the hell is this? Really?" Kurosaki Ichigo confronted Kurosaki's father asked. And Kurosaki's father also raised his hand helplessly and said, "This is probably the friendship between women." After that, Kurosaki's father went back to the room. "And it's not a problem for me to stand here anymore, is it?" So he also went back to the room, and suddenly he felt an officer-level Ryutsu. He thinks it should be Rukia Kokaki. On the other side, a girl wearing a death tyrant outfit with this onion head brought it to the edge of the Karakura court and said, "Yes, I feel a strong soul fluctuation," and then walked towards the Karakura court. Chapter 18. After Kurosaki Ichigo felt this wave of Ryutsu, he knew that it was probably Rukia Kokaki, and the story was about to start. Then he thought that he was already so good. So is this scenario still possible? He's a little unsure, but what about him? My current strength is so powerful, no matter what conspiracies you have. Thinking of this, he was also relieved. At this time, Shihouin Yoruichi came back. Seeing her coming back, Kurosaki Ichigo said, "What did you both say?" Kurosaki Ichigo asked, very puzzled, and Shihouin Yoruichi heard. Then he said, "Oh. What do you do with this matter? Really, this is a matter between us women, you don't care?" Shihouin Yoruichi said to him a little covertly. Actually, Kurosaki's mother said something between a man and a woman to Shihouin Yoruichi. That's why she didn't tell Kurosaki Ichigo. Then Shihouin Yoruichi said to distract Kurosaki Ichigo, "That, Ichigo. Did you feel that? That Ryutsu?" Shihouin Yoruichi said to Kurosaki Ichigo. Of course we changed the subject. And Kurosaki Ichigo said after hearing this, "Of course, even you feel it, how could I not feel it?" Shihouin Yoruichi got angry when he heard this sentence, "Doesn't that mean my strength is weak?" Then he jumped on Kurosaki Ichigo angrily, tickled him and said, "Don't think you can hit me like this if you are strong." And Kurosaki Ichigo was very ticklish, so he begged her for mercy and said, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Ha ha ha. Stop scratching. I'm dying. Ha 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 ha." Shihouin Yoruichi let him go when he heard his plea, but Kurosaki Ichigo didn't let her go, instead he held her in his arms. Shihouin Yoruichi said, "You dare to tickle me, you're really bold, aren't you?" Shihouin Yoruichi knew that he was going to be miserable when he saw that he was being held by Kurosaki Ichigo, so he said, "No more. It's just a joke. Don't." Before she could finish speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo kissed Shihouin Yoruichi's lips, and Shihouin Yoruichi knew that he couldn't resist when he saw it, so he gave him a blank look and began to cooperate with him and responded. After waiting for 10 minutes, I saw that Shihouin Yoruichi was a little sick, so I let her go, and after she was finally released, Shihouin Yoruichi said with a sigh, "Really, what if I suffocate?" After speaking and punching him, Kurosaki Ichigo heard it and said, "If you're suffocating, I'll kiss you again, how about that?" Shihouin Yoruichi said shyly, "Hate," and lowered his head to the ground. In Kurosaki Ichigo's arms, I dare not look at Kurosaki Ichigo. Then after a few minutes, Shihouin Yoruichi slowed down, and Kurosaki Ichigo also said, "Okay. Now I'm going to take you to play the dungeon. Prepare, by the way, I'll give these breakthrough cards to the first. Let you break through your own skill level." Shihouin Yoruichi was very moved after hearing this, but still said, "You gave it to me, what are you going to do?" Kurosaki Ichigo was very happy when he heard that. Facing Shihouin Yoruichi he kissed his mouth and said, "Okay. It's all right, I can solve what is going to happen with my current strength, don't worry." Shihouin Yoruichi wanted to say something after hearing that, but when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo, Shihouin Yoruichi didn't say anything about those unquestionable eyes. Then Kurosaki Ichigo let Shihouin Yoruichi enter the interface to upgrade his skills a bit, because there are only 15 breakthrough cards, so he can only give birth to Kid, White Hits and Shunkai, and then run out of breakthrough cards. After using it, Shihouin Yoruichi came up with a lot of very advanced tricks in his mind, and then looked at his own interface. Name, Shihouin Yoruichi. Gender, female. Age, 143. Spouse, Kurosaki Ichigo, soul. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Captain, level 15 560/1000. Zanpakuto, none. Kid, LVMAX 13, / Shunpo, LVMAX level 13, / White Hits, LVMAX 13, / LVMAX level, / Combat Experience, LVMAX 12, / Instant Open, LVMAX 13, / Backpack, Hōgyoku, Character Fragments times 560, Beginner Experience Beads times 10,000, Median Level Experience Beads times 7,000, Top Level Experience Beads times 5,000, Super Experience Beads times 2,000. Shihouin Yoruichi is very happy to see his current attributes. Although his slashing skills have not been improved, Shihouin Yoruichi doesn't use swords, right? So the level of slashing is enough for her now. By the way, this breakthrough card was opened by Kurosaki Ichigo from a gift package that he got when he contacted the sign-in. Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy when he saw it. He hugged Kurosaki Ichigo and kissed him again and said, "Meeting you is the happiest thing for me." Kurosaki Ichigo immediately burst into flames when he heard this, but he pressed down again. He came down, because he didn't want to ask Yoruichi so vaguely, so he endured it, and Shihouin Yoruichi saw where Kurosaki Ichigo was enduring, so he said with distress, "Ichigo, otherwise you should not endure, I heard that it's bad for your health if you endure it for a long time." Hearing Shihouin Yoruichi's words, Kurosaki Ichigo said, "It's alright, this kind of thing, as long as you endure it for a while, it will pass. And I don't want to eat you now." Kurosaki after Ichigo finished speaking, he scratched at her nose, Shihouin Yoruichi was scratched, and he wrinkled his nose and said, "That's fine. But can you take off what's on the bottom?" Shihouin Yoruichi was a little funny said to me. And I blushed a little, I didn't expect the second child to give me face so much, but then I became very proud, because the system transformed his body, and even that aspect became inhuman. And as the strength gets stronger, Kurosaki Ichigo gets stronger in all aspects. Then Kurosaki Ichigo immediately calmed his mind, and then Kurosaki Ichigo changed the subject and said, "That Yoruichi, now I'm going to take you to the dungeon to kill monsters and break through. How about it?" Shihouin Yoruichi wanted to make fun of him, but after hearing this Shihouin Yoruichi was also attracted by this topic and said, "Okay, good. I haven't been there yet. Now I can go and have a look, how about where?" Hearing Shihouin Yoruichi's words, Kurosaki Ichigo nodded and said, "Okay. Let's go then." Then Kurosaki Ichigo, holding Shihouin Yoruichi, clicked on an illusory interface and disappeared. Then the two of them came to a coliseum, and Shihouin Yoruichi was very surprised when he saw it and said, "Wow! Why is it so like a coliseum? And it's so big." "Where did Shihouin Yoruichi sigh?" Kurosaki Ichigo said, "This is what this place looks like. Even when I came here for the first time, I was stunned." Shihouin Yoruichi was about to say something, but at this time a Jillian came out of the door and looked at it. "Here," Kurosaki Ichigo said, "the information system of this world should be passed on to you, first in the Jillian level dungeon, brush the character fragments well. Then go to the top level dungeon." Shihouin Yoruichi said without stopping himself. The action went straight to Jillian's head with Shunpo and punched it, made it disappear, and then got a shard. Then Shihouin Yoruichi got excited like a child, and Kurosaki Ichigo laughed when he saw it. Then the two of them started to madly spawn monsters here. Chapter 19. Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi are crazy here. Since it's just some Jillians, they're both very light-hearted, and they've already got a lot of character shards. It's time for Shihouin Yoruichi to level up. So the two of them also started not wanting to farm monsters anymore, so Shihouin Yoruichi said, "Okay. Ichigo, let's do this for now. Median level and top level dungeons will go in and farm monsters later. Go back now. How about it?" Shihouin Yoruichi said to him excitedly. When Kurosaki Ichigo heard it, of course he agreed, because now is not the time to farm monsters all the time, so he doesn't need to farm monsters so seriously, and then he said, "Of course. That's it for today. Let's wait for tomorrow. Let's talk about it at night." Shihouin Yoruichi nodded after hearing it, put him in his arms and said, "Let's go." After Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, they left the space. After the two of them came back, the world moved again, and the two of them also stood by the bed. After that, Kurosaki Ichigo picked up Shihouin Yoruichi onto the bed and lay down himself. This move didn't make Shihouin Yoruichi scream at all, it was just like normal. And Shihouin Yoruichi saw Kurosaki Ichigo lying down and climbed into Kurosaki Ichigo's arms and said, "Ichigo, what are you going to do now? What are you going to do?" Shihouin Yoruichi asked Kurosaki Ichigo in confusion. "Arrive." Because Urahara Kisuke and Shihouin Yoruichi have told Kurosaki Ichigo everything they planned, they both don't know what to do next, and since Kurosaki Ichigo is so good now, they don't know what to do. Should I just rush to Soul Society and kill Aizen? Of course this is not advisable. What do you think the captains do? What do you think Aizen does? What do you think the people from the Zero Division of the Lingwang Palace are doing? So these things are not advisable. So Shihouin Yoruichi also wanted to ask what Kurosaki Ichigo thinks now, because Kurosaki Ichigo was originally the most important one in their plan. But, who knows this Kurosaki Ichigo isn't, that Kurosaki Ichigo, so now they don't know what to do now either. After Kurosaki Ichigo heard it, he thought about it, and there must be a reason for pushing hard. Otherwise, you just call it up and say, "I'm here to play with Soul Society, to see which captains will kill you." And what is the reason for that? So Kurosaki Ichigo thought about it and said, "I think wow. Now let's hold on and see what Aizen thinks." If Aizen knew that Rukia Kokaki had Hōgyoku on him, he would definitely go and get it back, so let's go first. Let's see and talk. After Kurosaki Ichigo finished speaking, Shihouin Yoruichi felt that he had no better way, so he had to do this, and nodded as well. Then Shihouin Yoruichi said, "That Ichigo. What's the use of this Hōgyoku? It's not a problem to keep it in the backpack, why don't you use it?" Shihouin Yoruichi said to Kurosaki Ichigo. After hearing that, Kurosaki Ichigo was very happy, and then said, "This thing is originally reserved for you, you can use it, I don't need it." Kurosaki Ichigo touched her hair and said to her. Hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Shihouin Yoruichi said, "No, you should use it, you can get stronger faster. That way you can protect me better, right?" Shihouin Yoruichi said to him. After hearing that, Kurosaki Ichigo was going to refuse, but seeing Shihouin Yoruichi's decisive eyes, he had to agree and say, "Okay, okay." After that, he opened the interface and used Hōgyoku. After Hōgyoku entered Kurosaki Ichigo's body, a very mysterious power suddenly emerged from Kurosaki Ichigo's body, which improved Kurosaki Ichigo's limited skills, and even Ryutsu, although not improved, but still a little better. Then he looked at his interface and found that there was a big change in it. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo, Hōgyoku. S*X, male. Age, 15 years old. Spouse, Shihouin Yoruichi, soul. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Captain-in-Chief, level 18 1346/1500. Zanpakuto, the perfect Zangetsu, final solution. Kid, LVMAX 16, 0/60,000. Shunpo, LVMAX level 16, 0/60,000. White hits, LVMAX 16, 0/60,000. Chopping, LVMAX 16, 0/60,000. Combat experience, LVMAX 16, 0/60,000. Crescent Moon Sky Chong, LVMAX 16, 0/60,000. Crackling Flash, LVMAX 16, 0/60,000. No Month, LVMAX 11, 0/20,000. Backpack, Character Fragments times 1346, Primary Experience Beads times 10,246, Median Level Experience Beads times 7,000, Top Level Experience Beads times 5,000, Super Experience Beads times 2,000. Because of the breakthrough of which skills Hōgyoku has used, it is possible to break through without using a breakthrough card, and even Ryutsu's breakthrough has become half of the previous one. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo here is a little happy and a little moved, and Shihouin Yoruichi sees that. Then he said to Kurosaki Ichigo, "You see now your strength has broken through again, and Ryutsu is about to break through, so when you have a breakthrough card in the future, you must notify me as soon as possible, and you can't be bad to me in the future. Is it?" Shihouin Yoruichi said to him. Although he didn't know what she wanted to express, he knew that Shihouin Yoruichi wanted to make him feel guilty for this matter. So Kurosaki Ichigo was very moved and hugged her tightly and said, "Yoruichi, let's make yourself stronger now." Kurosaki Ichigo said to her. Originally, Shihouin Yoruichi wanted to keep him to break through tomorrow, but seeing that Kurosaki Ichigo would definitely not, he had to nod his head. Then Kurosaki Ichigo let Shihouin Yoruichi break through his Ryutsu and become the captain level. Name, Shihouin Yoruichi. Gender, female. Age, 143. Spouse, Kurosaki Ichigo, soul. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, captain, level 16 346/2000. Zanpakuto, none. Kid, LVMAX 13, / Shunpo, LVMAX level 13, / White hits, LVMAX 13, / LVMAX level, / Combat experience, LVMAX 12, / Instant open, LVMAX 13, / Backpack, Character Fragments times 346, Primary Experience Beads times 10,246, Median Level Experience Beads times 7,000, Top Level Experience Beads times 5,000, Super Experience Beads times 2,000. Feeling that his strength has improved again, Shihouin Yoruichi is not as excited as last time, but looks at Kurosaki Ichigo and kisses, and Kurosaki Ichigo sees that he cannot be caught by a woman and takes the initiative, and he was passive, so in a flash Kurosaki Ichigo pressed Shihouin Yoruichi under him and made out. Chapter 20. Soon it's morning. On a bed, a man and a woman were hugging each other naked. These two are Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi. Of course, I did everything yesterday, but I haven't made a breakthrough in the last step, because Kurosaki Ichigo felt that it was not good to win in such an environment, so he held back. It didn't take long for Kurosaki Ichigo to wake up. He was going to get up, but seeing Shihouin Yoruichi lying naked on his body, he also put down his thoughts about getting up. But seeing Shihouin Yoruichi's hot body, Kurosaki Ichigo's body reacted. Then Shihouin Yoruichi said, "Stop holding me." Kurosaki Ichigo thought that Shihouin Yoruichi woke up, but when he looked at her, he realized it was a dream. So he also breathed a sigh of relief, and then he immediately thought about something else. He thinks, how am I going to get to Soul Society now? It turned out that he could take Rukia Kukaki's hand to Soul Society, but now it is impossible for him to have anything to do with Rukia Kukaki. Because he checked with Ryutsu and found that Rukia Kukaki's Ryutsu has become very weak now, how can I say it? It was like giving Ryutsu to someone else, and next to Rukia Kokaki there was a very familiar and somewhat unfamiliar Ryutsu. He thinks that Rukia must have given Ryutsu to someone, that's why her Ryutsu is so low. Then Kurosaki Ichigo thought about it and didn't think of any good way, so if he felt that it was not possible, Kurosaki Ichigo went straight ahead, and then fought with the captains to see. Then he looked at the time, it was almost time to go to school. So I patted Shihouin Yoruichi's back and said, "Small lazy cat, it's time to get up. Otherwise, I'll be late." After that, seeing Shihouin Yoruichi still lying in bed and unable to get up, he said, "If I don't get up again, I'll be like it's like kissing Snow White to wake you up." After saying that, Kurosaki Ichigo saw Shihouin Yoruichi's face was a little red. I knew Shihouin Yoruichi was pretending to be asleep. Then he said, "Then I'm going to kiss." After that, Shihouin Yoruichi kissed him without waiting for him to react. The kiss lasted for a long time, until Shihouin Yoruichi couldn't hold it anymore, so he quickly pushed him away and faced him. Said, "You want to suffocate me?" By the way, he punched him very irritably. Of course, this punch was like coquetry to him, it didn't hurt at all, but Kurosaki Ichigo was still very cooperative. Tsukuru realized the pain, Shihouin Yoruichi rolled his eyes at him when he saw it, and got up. Ichigo was very excited to see Shihouin Yoruichi, but when he was about to do something, Ichigo saw a black cat. After that, Kurosaki Ichigo stopped playing with Shihouin Yoruichi and said, "Yoruichi, can you stop becoming a cat in the future? I don't want to, my woman is walking naked outside." Even if she turns into a cat. After Kurosaki Ichigo finished speaking, Shihouin Yoruichi said very funny, "Okay, I got it. I won't be a cat anymore." After that, he started to put on his clothes. After wearing school clothes, Kurosaki Ichigo asked, "Would you like to come to school with me?" Kurosaki Ichigo asked Shihouin Yoruichi. After Shihouin Yoruichi heard it, she knew that Kurosaki Ichigo was looking for her opinion, so she said, "Okay. I want to go to school with you too." Hearing Shihouin Yoruichi agreed. Kurosaki Ichigo was very happy to pick her up and turn her around so that they kissed. Just when the two of them were very hot and intimate, the door was opened and he said, "Big brother, get up quickly. It's going to be late." He stood there stunned before he could say the word. Seeing where Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi were making out, Kurosaki Yuzu immediately blushed and said, "Excuse me." He closed the door and walked out. Then where did Kurosaki Yuzu wear it again? Kurosaki Natsurai and Kurosaki's father's chatter said something like the big brother is kissing Yoruichi. Oh! Ichigo has grown up too. Ichigo brother, is it quick to start? Hearing this talk about Kurosaki Ichigo's face immediately darkened. But Shihouin Yoruichi finds it very interesting. Then they both went downstairs. At the dinner table, Kurosaki's father reminded him very much, "Ichigo. You need to know how to control yourself, you know." After hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo's face darkened even more. He wanted to control your size, control your head. I didn't do anything. Temperance what? And even with my physique, 300 a day is nothing. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't say anything after hearing this, but finished his breakfast very quietly. Whereas Shihouin Yoruichi kept smirking, and even Kurosaki's mother snickered after hearing Shihouin Yoruichi's explanation. After the meal, Kurosaki Ichigo told them that Shihouin Yoruichi was going to school with him, and then they both agreed. Of course Yuzu and Natsumai didn't know, they always thought that Shihouin Yoruichi was Kurosaki Ichigo's classmate, so nothing. And after Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi finished eating, they both headed to school. Chapter 21. Then Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi walked down the road. At this time, Shihouin Yoruichi had already changed her clothes to the same type of clothes as Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo was very surprised when he first saw it. Of course, he wanted to stick to her after returning to his senses, but at Shihouin Yoruichi's urging had to stop below. And Kurosaki Ichigo returned to the classroom in front of Shihouin Yoruichi. As soon as he came to the classroom, he saw Kidō Asano directly running towards him and called, "Ichigo!" Rubbing the floor and sliding down, Asami saw Kidō walking over like a normal person and said sadly, "Ichigo, why are you running away?" Kurosaki Ichigo was very helpless after hearing this, and then said, "Because it's so disgusting." Kurosaki Ichigo said directly to him, and Kidō Asano was very sad when he heard it and squatted in the corner, and then Kojima Suzuki came and said, "Okay. Kidō, stop playing, and Ichigo, you're right. Don't be so childish. Be more mature." After Kojima Sumi finished, Kidō Asano came to the side as if he was resurrected and said, "I'm not childish at all? And where did Kidō Asano say I said something, but I didn't listen to it at all?" Then he went back to his position and continued, and then Sato Yasutora came to Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "Ichigo, what's the matter?" Kurosaki Ichigo saw that he was a little helpless and said, "It's okay." Sato and then Kidō Asano and Xiao, the two of them, came to Kurosaki Ichigo and said something. Let Shihouin Yoruichi also come to Kurosaki Ichigo's class after finishing some formalities. Kurosaki Ichigo's teacher said, "Okay. Be quiet, everyone, and now I want to introduce two new students. Come in." After that, two girls came in, of course they were Shihouin Yoruichi and Rukia Kukaki. When the boys in the class saw that there were two girls, and they were both beautiful, they all shouted, "Look, there are actually two girls. Yes. They are so beautiful." They talked a lot. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo's teacher said, "Okay. Stop arguing. Be quiet." After that, they also quieted down. Then he looked at the two of them and said, "Okay, let me introduce you." Then Rukia Kukaki wrote his name on the blackboard and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Rukia Kukaki, I hope everyone will take care of you." After Rukia Kukaki finished speaking, some people started to make noise, saying, "Rukia, do me here, Rukia, sit here." They quarreled endlessly, and then Rukia Kukaki came directly to Arisawa Tatsuki's side and sat down, and Arisawa Tatsuki looked at Rukia Kukaki in shock, and Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Arisawa Tatsuki, and saw that her Ryutsu actually became it stronger than before, and Rukia Kukaki's Ryutsu has become very rare. He thinks that Arisawa Tatsuki got Rukia Kukaki's Ryutsu. Then he checked their information. Name, Arisawa Tatsuki. Gender, female. Age, 15. Spouse, none. Potential, captain. Ryutsu, officer, level 3. Zanpakuto, unawakened. Kid, none. Shunpo, none. White hits, LV3. Slash, LV2. Combat experience, LV3. Name, Rukia Kukaki. Gender, female. Age, 86. Spouse, none. Potential, super captain. Ryutsu, vice captain, level 7, recovering. Zanpakuto. Kid, LV5. Shunpo, LV4. White hits, LV3. Slash, LV5. Battle experience, LV4. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo also knows, but the plot has not changed. Although the protagonist has become his friend Arisawa Tatsuki, you can still go to Soul Society with her, Rukia Kukaki. After that, Shihouin Yoruichi also began to introduce, write the name first and then say, "Hello, my name is Shihouin Yoruichi, I hope to get along well with everyone, and I am Kurosaki Ichigo's girlfriend." After that, they all shouted, "Woke up!" And Kidō Asano ran directly to Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "It's not true." "Ichigo?" he asked Kurosaki Ichigo expectantly. And the other students in the class also looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with doubts, but Kurosaki Ichigo said indifferently, he is my girlfriend, and said that the whole class was shocked. But the teacher pressed down when they wanted to say something, and of course Shihouin Yoruichi sat next to Kurosaki Ichigo, and the class started. After class they all came to Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi to ask them questions, and Kurosaki Ichigo both answered. Arisawa Tatsuki and Anu Orium were only shocked when they heard it, but they had no other feelings, while Rukia Kokaki kept staring at Shihouin Yoruichi, as if they knew her, but didn't say anything. Then get out of class is over. Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi and some friends went home after saying goodbye. On the way, Shihouin Yoruichi said, "Did it cause you trouble?" Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and said, "No, don't think about it." After saying that, he took Shihouin Yoruichi's hand and walked. Shihouin Yoruichi suddenly said, "Ichigo, do you know the identities of those in the class?" Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo knew who she was asking. He said, "I know. Isn't it the Quincy Master Yuryu Ishida, Shinigami Arisawa Tatsuki, and Rukia Kokaki? By the way, and Anu Orium and Sato Yazutora are both complete bringers, aren't they?" Shihouin Yoruichi heard later. He was very surprised and asked, "How do you know that?" Kurosaki Ichigo said, "They are all in the same class, and do you think I can't see my strength?" Hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's rhetorical question, Shihouin Yoruichi said, "No. I'm speaking." Then Kurosaki Ichigo saw Shihouin Yoruichi's expression a little disappointed, so he said half-jokingly, "Okay. I know you checked them for me, but leave them alone. It's not that you don't know my strength, and I also thank you for investigating them for me," and kissed Shihouin Yoruichi on the mouth. And when she heard it, she was happy again, but she was kissed right away. Then they both looked at each other and smiled. Shihouin Yoruichi said it was time to go home, so he let her go and went home. Chapter 22. Back at home, where is Kurosaki's mother cooking? Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi coming, he said, "I'm back. How was Yoruichi going to school for the first time?" Hearing Kurosaki's mother's question, Shihouin Yoruichi said, "It's okay, it's fine." After Kurosaki mom then said, "Okay. Then you two go up first. After dinner is ready, I'm calling you down." After that, she got busy. And Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi went upstairs, and after entering the room, Kurosaki Ichigo closed the door directly, hugged Shihouin Yoruichi and kissed directly. When Shihouin Yoruichi couldn't breathe, so he let her go, and then Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi lay on the bed. Shihouin Yoruichi was on Kurosaki Ichigo's chest. Then Shihouin Yoruichi said, "That Ichigo, what do you like? What a woman!" Kurosaki Ichigo said after hearing this, "What's wrong? I'm afraid you're not my type." Shihouin Yoruichi was very nervous when he heard Kurosaki Ichigo's words. "No, I'm afraid that you will understand me in the future, wouldn't you like me?" Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and said, "It's all right, no matter what you are, I like it." After that, he kissed him again, and Shihouin Yoruichi stopped him and said, "Okay, don't make trouble." But Shihouin Yoruichi didn't stop Kurosaki Ichigo's movements, but responded slowly. As the two of them got closer, time passed, and it was time for dinner, and Mama Kurosaki came to call them both. Seeing that the two of them were so good there, Kurosaki's mother was relieved, and then said, "Okay. You two don't get tired of being here, come down quickly, it's time to eat." Then they both laughed face to face and went downstairs together. Seeing where the whole family was waiting for the two of them to eat, I was a little embarrassed. So I said, "I'm sorry. It's a little late." Kurosaki Ichigo finished saying that Kurosaki's father said, "It's all right, but young people need to know how to control, you know." Kurosaki Ichigo just wanted to refute, but Kurosaki Natsurai continued, "Okay. Ichigo brother, we all know that you are also at an age where you have to solve your physical problems. but control it. Hearing Kurosaki Natsurai's words, Kurosaki Ichigo was full of brains black line, and Kurosaki Yuzu asked Natsu, "That Natsu, what are you talking about?" Hearing Yuzu's question, Natsu said, "This is it. It's..." Just as she was about to say something, Kurosaki's mother came out said, "Don't say something that is not your age, do you know?" Then he looked at Yuzu and said, "Yuzu, don't listen to Natsu, and don't ask what you don't know now." Kurosaki Yuzu heard after that, "It was very strange, and I thought, isn't it just because I don't know that I have to ask?" But she didn't continue to dwell on this issue and chose to eat quietly. And Kurosaki Natsume was very afraid of where her mother was eating with her head down. Seeing this, Kurosaki's mother sighed helplessly and then looked at us and said, "Okay. You two also sit down and eat quickly. Let's go." After speaking, we both sat down and started to eat. This time, the meal was finished in a very silent atmosphere. Then we all quickly returned to our rooms, leaving only Kurosaki's father and mother at the dining table. After seeing Kurosaki's father, he wanted to go back to the room, but seeing the expression on Kurosaki's mother's face, he had to bite the bullet and say, "That wife, let me help you clear the table. How is it?" After saying that, Kurosaki's father looked at Kurosaki. "Mom," and Kurosaki's mother laughed and said, "Okay. You want to do it, then it's all up to you. I'm going to rest." After that, he went upstairs, and Kurosaki's father heard it. He was also very helpless. Just when he was about to start, Kurosaki's mother said by the stairs, "By the way, husband, if you have to clean up, then clean up the houses downstairs as well. Clean up well." And then went upstairs in the eyes of Dad Kurosaki's disbelief. Then Kurosaki's father said to himself, "What the hell am I doing? I'm so talkative." Then Dad Kurosaki spent hours doing what he had to do. And our protagonist and heroine are outside watching the night and movies. Of course this movie is no ordinary movie. It was the first meeting of Arisawa Tatsuki and Ishida Yuryu, of course, the meeting of their respective true identities. And why did our protagonist and heroine come here? Because after Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi returned to the room, they locked the door and made out, and Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Yoruichi, would you like to come out and see the moon today?" She understood what he meant, and then she felt it and said, "Okay. I just want to be with you, Ichigo. Let's enjoy the moon together." After that, she asked, "Then when are we going?" After hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo replied, "Okay. Let's go out and watch for a while now, and come back later." After that, the two of them went out. "Why do you say that?" "Because there were several people squatting in the corner by the door of the two of them. That's why they say so. And after I finished speaking, I came here and saw the next scene." And Yuryu Ishida left after he finished pretending to be in front of Arisawa Tatsuki. I was amused when I saw that scene, and Shihouin Yoruichi was watching the attributes of Arisawa Tatsuki, Rukia Kukaki, and Ishida Yuryu. After reading it, I feel that the potential of several of them is very strong. How to cultivate it is also a great power. Thinking of this, Shihouin Yoruichi is also excited. And where is Kurosaki Ichigo thinking? I seem to have missed several episodes. After thinking about it, I was relieved. Anyway, I'm not the same Kurosaki Ichigo from the original book anymore. It's not there anymore. Of course there is a whole new life. So he was relieved. But Arisawa Tatsuki is also a good friend of my childhood sweetheart, of course I want to help him. So Kurosaki Ichigo started planning how to go to Soul Society with them. While Shihouin Yoruichi saw Kurosaki Ichigo thinking about something, she didn't bother him, but watched him quietly. After a few minutes, Kurosaki Ichigo also figured out what to do, so he looked back and saw that only the two of them were left. And Shihouin Yoruichi didn't call him when he was thinking, he hugged her and asked, "Why didn't you call me?" Hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's question, Shihouin Yoruichi said simply, "Because of Ichigo, you are thinking about something. What if you were thinking about something important and I suddenly called you and messed up your thinking?" Hearing Shihouin Yoruichi's words, Kurosaki Ichigo was very moved and hugged Shihouin Yoruichi even tighter, as if to melt Shihouin Yoruichi into his body. He then said, "From now on, you have to think about yourself first, understand? Don't always think about me." Kurosaki Ichigo responded after Shihouin Yoruichi said, but as if he was perfunctory. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo thought, "I will be more kind to Yoruichi in the future." Then they both went straight back. Chapter 23. After that, Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi returned to their home, while Kurosaki couple and Yuzu Natsurai seemed to be asleep. It was very quiet when they passed their room, so Kurosaki Ichigo was very quiet when the two of them left, and they both breathed a sigh of relief after they both returned to the room, and then Kurosaki Ichigo directly pushed Shihouin Yoruichi against the wall, then began to kiss fiercely. Shihouin Yoruichi also responded to him passionately. The two of them kissed and started to undress for each other. They both finished taking off their clothes. Then Kurosaki Ichigo put Shihouin Yoruichi on the bed and jumped on it himself. It was intense in bed too, but Kurosaki Ichigo never got past the bottom line and did everything else. Then Shihouin Yoruichi asked, "That Ichigo, I have no other meaning. I just want to ask, am I very unattractive?" Hearing Shihouin Yoruichi's words, Kurosaki Ichigo knew why, but still asked, "Why is this?" "Ask." After hearing Shihouin Yoruichi, he said, "That's because of Ichigo, we are all like this, but why don't you want me?" Hearing Shihouin Yoruichi's words, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled, and seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's smile, Shihouin Yoruichi was very angrily said, "I said so. You are still laughing, it's too hateful." After saying that, he turned his face away, while Kurosaki Ichigo hugged him from behind and said, "Don't think about what you have and don't have, of course I love you, it's because I love you that I can't get your most important things so casually, right?" After Shihouin Yoruichi understood Kurosaki Ichigo's painstaking efforts, he said, "Okay. Then I know you've made up your mind, but you can't abandon me, you know." Kurosaki Ichigo said after hearing it, "I know." After saying that, they both went to sleep embracing each other without wearing anything. The next day they also get up, eat and go to school as usual. Then at noon, I saw Arisawa Tatsuki and Ishida Yuryu meet in an alley, and they had some disputes. Arisawa Tatsuki said, "What the hell are you trying to do?" Yuryu Ishida said, "I hate Shinigami, but I don't want to bully a girl either, so let's have a competition, how about it?" After hearing that, Arisawa Tatsuki counted and asked, "How do you want to compare?" And Ishida Yulong said, "Let's compare and see who kills more phantoms." Then he took out a phantom ear and said, "This is a phantom ear, it can summon a lot of phantoms, and then we'll see who killed the most." After speaking, Arisawa Tatsuki got excited and said, "Isn't that very dangerous? What do you think of those innocent people like this? Do you have any problems?" Ishida Yulong said disdainfully, "Don't talk about it. There's no need to worry about others. I will kill all those who are here when they gather here." Arisawa Tatsuki gritted his teeth when he heard it, but then Ishida Yulong said, "If you have the confidence to protect those people under the virtual, then you can accept this challenge." After that, he crushed the virtual ear. Then all around began to think of virtual screams. A virtual suddenly appeared, and then Ishida Yulong directly killed it. Arisawa Tatsuki was even more angry, grabbed the collar of Ishida Yulong directly and said, "UBD." Hearing Arisawa Tatsuki's words, Ishida Yulong said, "What is your expression?" Arisawa Tatsuki. After finishing speaking, Arisawa Tatsuki said, "Quickly return to the original state, and drive the virtual back." Then Ishida Yulong said very calmly, "The virtual ears I placed have already spread all over the city, and now the general trend is certain. After Arisawa Tatsuki was even more angry and hurry up Ishida Yulong. Then he continued, rather than holding me now, it's better to kill them quickly. After Arisawa Tatsuki felt that what he was saying was useless, he let go of him, and then Ishida Yuria got up said, don't you want to be able to protect people as much as possible from Ku's attacks? Then Arisawa Tatsuki said, UBD, and Ishida Yuria went on to say, you should know that Ku likes to attack people with high spiritual power. Habit. Arisawa Tatsuki was very excited when he heard it and said, Orium, and then ran straight away. Then the two of them started their game. And not long after Ishida Yuria threw the false ear, there were still a few false ears that were sewn, as you can see from Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi. Urahara Kisuke must have done it, and the two of them came to Urahara Kisuke's side and said, Hey! Urahara, why are you doing this? And after hearing this, Urahara Kisuke said, isn't this Mr. Kurosaki and Mr. Yoruichi? How did you two come here? Urahara Kisuke finished, but didn't answer him, and then Kurosaki Ichigo said, stop talking about what is missing. Hurry up and answer my question. Urahara Kisuke heard, then he replied, I just want to see what the strength and potential of these kids are. That's it. Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi didn't say anything. Then the two of them also checked to see if there would be any surprises. Chapter 24. And Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi are coming to see them. And Kurosaki Ichigo saw where his younger sister Kurosaki Natsume was actually playing football, and Ichigo happened to be there. Just when he was about to destroy it, Kurosaki Ichigo saw that Sato Yasutora was going somewhere, so Kurosaki Ichigo stopped. Because in the original book, Sato Yasutora awakened his power at this time, so Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to choose a shot after seeing him. Shihouin Yoruichi also saw the situation at Kurosaki Natsurai. Seeing that Kurosaki Ichigo actually wanted to make a move, but he stopped moving, he asked strangely, Ichigo, what's wrong? Why don't you go and save Natsuki? Hearing Shihouin Yoruichi's words, Kurosaki Ichigo explained, I feel that there is a power in Sato's body, and it's still very strong. I want to see if Sato will wake up at this time. If not, I can leave them in time. After saying Shihouin Yoruichi, I understand, he said, okay, but don't let them be in danger. Kurosaki Ichigo said, okay. Got it. Although it won't be dangerous, there will still be some skin injuries. After that, he kissed her. Then they both looked up. Run. After saying that, the guy was hit in the face by Kurosaki Ichigo's younger sister Natsurai and fell down. Then Kurosaki, it's been weird from the beginning, either in a daze or aimless mess, do you want to kick or not? After the three of them finished speaking, Kurosaki Natsurai glanced at them, and they all stepped back in fear. Then, he said, well, come here. Today we must. Before they could finish speaking, Kurosaki Natsume said, sorry, I think I'll go back today. Without waiting for them, the response went outside. Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi, who were watching her on the top, were very helpless after seeing her, but Shihouin Yoruichi laughed at him and said, as expected of your younger sister, Ichigo, she has a similar personality to you. After saying that, he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo's face. After hearing that, Kurosaki Ichigo rolled his eyes and then stopped talking. And when Kurosaki Natsurai was out, Sato Yasutora came, and then Kurosaki Natsurai said, you are Ichigo brother's friend. Sato Yasutora also saw her at this time and said, you are Ichigo's younger sister. After Kurosaki Natsurai said, you, what is a grown-up doing here? Before she could finish speaking, Sato Yasutora jumped forward with her arms in her arms, and the place where the two of them stood just now became a mess. And Kurosaki Natsurai saw the virtual in the ruins and said, then, what is that? Where is Sato Yasutora? Because he couldn't see clearly, so he didn't know what to do. Then he heard Kurosaki Natsurai's words. Kurosaki Natsurai said, "What is that? What is that thing?" Hearing this, Sato Yasutora knew that Kurosaki Natsurai could see that thing, and then asked, "Did you see it?" After hearing it, Kurosaki Natsura was very puzzled and said, "Can you see it? What did you say?" Obviously, it's so clear. And then Su attacked them, and then Sato Yasutora came with Kurosaki Natsura's reminder. After a roundabout battle, Sato Yasutora also awakened his powers at the critical moment. After that, the emptiness was solved, and Sato Yasutora passed out, and Kurosaki Natsurai called Kurosaki's father over to treat Sato Yasutora. Then Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to see the properties of Sato Yasutora. Name, Sato Yasutora. S**X, male. Age, 15. Spouse, none. Potential, Captain. Ryutsu, Officer, Level 3. Battle Experience, LV4. But there was no other way, he felt like he was discovering a new side of the system now. My own system doesn't show all the attributes that are not Shinigami. Then he looked at Kurosaki's father's attributes again. Name, Kurosaki Isshin, Shiba Isshin. S**X, male. Age, 116. Spouse, Kurosaki Masaki. Potential, Super Captain. Ryutsu, Captain, Level 15. Zanpakuto, Injetsu, Shikai, Bankai. Kid, LVMAX Level 12. Shunpo, LVMAX Level 11. White Hits, LVMAX Level / LVMAX 12. Combat Experience, LVMAX 11. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo knows that although his system is powerful, the identification of people with abilities other than Shinigami is not perfect, so Kurosaki Ichigo is relieved. Although it is not perfect, the other functions of this system are very good. Okay, and then Kurosaki Ichigo told Shihouin Yoruichi what he found. Shihouin Yoruichi also tried it after hearing it, and then he knew this shortcoming, but he didn't take it to heart, because these functions are enough for them now. Used it. Chapter 25. After seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo and the others were about to leave, but when they were leaving, they saw Kurosaki's father look here and smiled, and then set off towards the clinic with Sato Yasutora on his back. When Kurosaki Ichigo saw this scene, he couldn't help muttering, "As expected of my father. He actually found me." And Shihouin Yoruichi heard Kurosaki Ichigo muttering something, but he didn't hear it, so he asked, "What is it?" Hearing Shihouin Yoruichi's question, Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Oh. It's all right, it's Dad who found us both." After that, Shihouin Yoruichi continued, "No way. We are stronger than him, how could he be?" I found it and then looked at Kurosaki's father, but Kurosaki's father had already gone far. So can't see it. Then Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Don't underestimate everyone. Although we are stronger than them, we still need to be vigilant, you know." After that, he knocked Shihouin Yoruichi's head, and Shihouin Yoruichi was knocked out. Then he wrinkled his nose at Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "Got it." Kurosaki Ichigo was very funny to see this scene, but he couldn't hold back his laughter. Shunpo came to Shihouin Yoruichi's back and tickled her. When Shihouin Yoruichi saw Kurosaki Ichigo disappeared, she knew that it was not good. She originally wanted to use Shunpo to escape Kurosaki Ichigo's palm, but she forgot that Kurosaki Ichigo's strength was above Shihouin Yoruichi. Even the skill level is above her, how can she escape? Although I go to the dungeon to farm monsters every night recently, Kurosaki Ichigo's ascension and her ascension are synchronized. Then came the laughter of a girl. But this laughter did not come out of her own volition, but was caused by a series of actions of another person. Shihouin Yoruichi kept begging for mercy and said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I don't dare anymore." Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo is very funny. Because Kurosaki Ichigo didn't blame her at all, just thought it was too boring to watch here all the time, so he started to fight with Shihouin Yoruichi here. Of course Shihouin Yoruichi also knew it, otherwise Shihouin Yoruichi would not approve of him. What? And Kurosaki Ichigo said, will you dare to perfunctory me in the future? Just as he was about to continue tickling her, a riotsu erupted. The two of them became serious right away, and they felt relieved when they felt that it was a new Orium. After that, Kurosaki Ichigo said to Shihouin Yoruichi, okay. The guys we are going to see are all awakened, although I haven't seen a news awakening with my own eyes, but it's almost the same. After finishing Shihouin Yoruichi said, yeah. Indeed, these children are all children with potential, as long as they are nurtured well, they must be good comrades in arms. After Shihouin Yoruichi asked, Ichigo, where are we going now? Hearing Shihouin Yoruichi's question, Kurosaki Ichigo also pondered for a while and said, otherwise, let's go and see, Ryugi and Ishida. After Shihouin Yoruichi agreed, the two of them rushed away. When they got there, they both nodded their heads when they saw what the two of them had destroyed, and then they cooperated after seeing what the two of them said. Seeing this, Shihouin Yoruichi said, yes, that one is called Quincy. It's also very emotional. He actually let go of his hatred and cooperated with Long Gui, and Long Gui can use his Ryotsuo and Zanpakuto very well, and he actually learned some had, which is also very good. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo said, both of them are people with a very strong sense of justice. When they find out that these things will endanger the people around them, they will put down the misunderstanding between them and join forces to fight the threat. After finishing speaking, he said, okay. Don't talk about it, let's just watch their performance. And he's coming. After finishing speaking, Shihouin Yoruichi also looked aside, and happened to see Urahara Kisuke and his few shop assistant. Tessai Tsukabishi, Hanakari Jinda, and Tsumuya Yu rushed into the virtual circle and started to fight with them, while Urahara Kisuke said to Arisawa Tatsuki, Mr. Irizawa, leave these small ones to us. The big ones, I'll leave it to you. After speaking, Arisawa Tatsuki was very angry and said, it's rude to call me Ms. Arisawa, but to call me a beautiful gentleman, you really can talk. You profiteer. Hearing Kurosaki Ichigo a little, I wonder why Arisawa Tatsuki called him a profiteer. Did Rukia Kokaki teach her to call him that? Although he was puzzled, he still stood there and looked at them. And when Urahara Kisuke heard it, he was also full of black lines, but he stopped because Rukia Kokaki had been calling him that after bringing Arisawa Tatsuki to his shop to buy some merchandise. Urahara Kisuke can't get her to change her name. Urahara Kisuke ignored Arisawa Tatsuki's sarcasm and continued, Mr. Irizawa, that thing is about to come out. Hurry up and go. Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki turned to look there, and saw that the hole was getting bigger and bigger, and Jillian also started to prop up that hole with his own hands. Then Arisawa Tatsuki said to Urahara Kisuke, I'll come to you later to settle the bill. After that, he rushed over and called Ishida Yulong by the way, and Ishida Yulong said, slow down. Izawa. When he came to Jillian seeing such a behemoth in front of him, Ishida Yulong asked, hey! How are you going to solve it? And Arisawa Tatsuki rushed up without listening, thinking that Jillian's foot was cut off, but Jillian had nothing to do with it. But Arisawa Tatsuki was kicked back by Jillian. Seeing this, Ishida Yulong also started to act. He pulled up his Ryotsu bow and shot an arrow at Jillian's mask, but it was useless, so he pulled Arisawa Tatsuki and ran to the side. And seeing this scene, Kurosaki Ichigo and Urahara Kisuke know that she and he are not strong enough to win it, so they are ready to save them. At this time, Ishida Yulong's bow actually found that it had changed. It turned out that Yuryu Ishida caught Arisawa Tatsuki's Zanpakuto, and Ryotsu, which overflowed from Zanpakuto, changed his bow, but it was useless. Because Ryotsu was still too low, they made eye contact and thought Kurosaki Ichigo had shot. Why did Urahara Kisuke find out? Because Kurosaki Ichigo didn't hide from Urahara Kisuke's perception at all, so he could find them easily. Then I saw that Jillian was going to use Zero on Arisawa Tatsuki and the others. When they were about to launch, Kurosaki Ichigo directly used Shunpo to come in front of Arisawa Tatsuki and them, and killed it with a sword press. And Arisawa Tatsuki and Ishida Yurio were very surprised to see this, and they were even more surprised to see that Kurosaki Ichigo saved them, and Kurosaki Ichigo was also a Shinigami. Just when the two of them were about to say something, Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Now you are not qualified to know something, so don't ask," and then took a look and walked away. Chapter 26. Then Kurosaki Ichigo used Shunpo directly to Shihouin Yoruichi's side. And Shihouin Yoruichi said, "What are you doing now?" Shihouin Yoruichi asked, very puzzled, because she didn't know what to do now, so she had to ask Kurosaki Ichigo. After Kurosaki Ichigo heard it, he said, "Of course there is something very important to do." After saying that, he looked at her unkindly, while Shihouin Yoruichi looked at Kurosaki Ichigo curiously and asked, "What's the matter?" "Ah!" Kurosaki Ichigo hugged him as soon as he finished speaking. Then Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Of course it's our two-person world." After saying that, he used Shunpo and left, while Shihouin Yoruichi struggled symbolically in Kurosaki Ichigo's arms and let him go. "Kurosaki Ichigo wouldn't hurt me anyway." And Urahara Kisuke wanted to say thank you after seeing Kurosaki Ichigo kill Jillian, but he gave up after seeing Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi frolicking. Instead, he came to the side of Arisawa Tatsuki and Ishida Yulong and said, "Okay. Today's business is over too. Hurry up and go back." At this time, Rukia Kukaki also rushed up. Rukia Kukaki has been watching the battle between Arisawa Tatsuki and Ishida Yurio. She was going to go forward to stop it, but because of Urahara Kisuke's blocking, she could not go forward, so she went forward now. Rukia Kukaki asked Urahara Kisuke, "Who was that person just now?" And he looked like Shinigami. Hearing Rukia Kukaki's question, Urahara Kisuke didn't answer, but said, "Okay. That person is in your class, you can ask him directly." Urahara Kisuke threw the pot out on the spot, and when Rukia Kukaki asked, "Urahara." Just as he was about to say something, Urahara Kisuke just disappeared, he just flashed. Rukia Kukaki had no choice but to step on the ground hard, then turned to Arisawa Tatsuki and asked, "How is it? Are you all right?" Said, "Ah. It's all right." After finishing speaking, Arisawa Tatsuki wanted to say something, but Rukia Kukaki directly stopped her and said, "Okay. I'll talk about it when I go back." Then he took Arisawa Tatsuki's hand and left. Where is Ishida Yulong stunned? He actually didn't find out that there is another Shinigami in his academy. If he didn't show up today, he wouldn't even be able to find out, so he was still very frustrated, because of his lack of strength. Then got up and left. And leave this devastated ground and go. After Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi go home, they are ready to go to the dungeon, because they need to improve their strength, because the real plot will happen. Soon that Byakuya Kukaki is coming. At that time, Kurosaki Ichigo was going to teach him a lesson directly and make him always pretend to be cold. When I read the original book, Kurosaki Ichigo disliked him very much. Although he didn't hate him, he was still very displeased. So now that he came to this world, I had to beat him up and let him know that I am not that easy to bully in this world. Moreover, the Soul Society gave Kurosaki Ichigo the Shinigami proxy certificate in the original book is also uneasy, it is purely to use him, so he must play Soul Society to make up for the regrets of his predecessor, and the premise of doing this is to there is a lot of power, if the power is not enough, it will not work, so after Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi came back, Kurosaki Ichigo pulled Shihouin Yoruichi into the copy. On the other hand, Arisawa Tatsuki and Rukia Kokaki asked Rukia Kokaki, that is Ichigo, but why is Ichigo Shinigami? And it's so powerful. Hearing this, Rukia Kokaki couldn't answer why said, I know who he is, but I don't know him. And he is stronger than you and I, so you can only ask him tomorrow. Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki also pondered, thinking my relationship with Ichigo was so good that I didn't realize that he was Shinigami, and Rukia Kokaki just arrived. So it was difficult to ask her to be strong, so I said to her, I'm sorry, I'm a little impulsive. Then Rukia Kokaki said, it's okay, it's human nature. After that, she sat on the bed, and then asked, do you have a good relationship with that Kurosaki Ichigo? Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki continued, Ichigo and I grew up together, and I grew up with him. It can be said that I know him very well, and he has been very friendly since we were young. Excellent, learned everything very well, ranked first in the school, A&D. Then Arisawa Tatsuki told where he and Kurosaki Ichigo met and everything about him. When he finished speaking these words, Rukia Kokaki said to him full of teasing, do you like him? Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki said helplessly, what are you talking about? I don't like him, but because I admire him very much. Because he has taken care of me since he was a child, and he does everything very well, I think he is like my big brother. That's it. Then Rukia Kokaki went on to say, oh. That's how it is. After that, she stopped talking. And Rukia Kokaki said, then go to school tomorrow and ask if he will answer. Arisawa Tatsuki nodded after hearing that. And then Rukia Kokaki started teaching her something new. And Arisawa Tatsuki is trying very hard to become stronger after today's incident. The screen returns to where the protagonist is. After our protagonist and the heroine entered the dungeon, they started to spawn monsters in a frenzy, and they probably took them there for several hours. At this time, Shihouin Yoruichi couldn't stand it anymore, and seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo blamed her and said, why don't you take good care of yourself? If you can't, say it. Shihouin Yoruichi said after hearing it, I want to follow in your footsteps, I don't want to be left behind by you. After saying that, Kurosaki Ichigo hugged her lovingly and said, never say sorry to me, understand? Born by you. Shihouin Yoruichi was very moved when he heard this, and sent a kiss to it, and Kurosaki Ichigo also responded, but this is still a copy, so Kurosaki Ichigo clicked to exit the copy and came out of the copy. After returning to the room, the intimacy between the two of them did not end because of returning to the room, but it became even more arrogant, but Kurosaki Ichigo still did not break through the last step, but their clothes were all over the floor. Then Kurosaki Ichigo said to Shihouin Yoruichi, okay, let's improve your Ryutsu. By the way, use the breakthrough card you got these days. Shihouin Yoruichi refused to accept it and said, no. Use it, you can protect me when your strength increases. After speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo thought, with a wife like this, what can a husband ask for? Then Kurosaki Ichigo said, okay. Don't refuse. Use it. Under Kurosaki Ichigo's irresistible eyes, Shihouin Yoruichi agreed. Then Shihouin Yoruichi raised his strength. Then they both embraced each other. Chapter 27. Then where Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi were lying, and Kurosaki Ichigo opened the interface and looked at the current attributes. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo, Hōgyoku. S*X, male. Age, 15 years old. Spouse, Shihouin Yoruichi, soul. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Chief Captain, level 26-2683/5000. Zanpakuto, the perfect Zangetsu, final solution. Kid, LVMAX20, can break through. Shunpo, LVMAX20, can break through. White hits, LVMAX20, can break through. Chopping, LVMAX20, can break through. Combat experience, LVMAX20, can break through. Crescent Moon Chong, LVMAX20, can break through. Split Air Flash, LVMAX20, can be broken through. No Month, LVMAX20, breakthrough. Backpack, character fragments times 2683, median level experience beads times 4000, top level experience beads times 3000, super experience beads times 2000. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo is relieved, and after the skill level reaches 20, he actually needs to use 100 breakthrough cards to break through, and Kurosaki Ichigo has used Hōgyoku, so he doesn't need it. And this time is not an ordinary breakthrough, but a sublimation of skills, so it is very troublesome, but for Kurosaki Ichigo, it is also a finger thing, why not break through? That's because Kurosaki Ichigo felt that his current strength was enough for the current situation, so he stopped. And Shihouin Yoruichi's strength has also improved a lot. Name, Shihouin Yoruichi. Gender, female. Age, 143. Spouse, Kurosaki Ichigo, soul. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Captain, level 192683/5000. Zanpakuto, none. Kid, LVMAX 15, / Shunpo, LVMAX level 15, / White Hits, LVMAX level 15, / LVMAX level, / Battle Experience, LVMAX 15, / Instant Open, LVMAX 15, / Backpack, Character Fragments times 2683, Median Level Experience Beads times 4000, Top Level Experience Beads times 3000, Super Experience Beads times 2000. Shihouin Yoruichi is also very happy to see here, although the slashing skills still haven't improved, but she doesn't need Zanpakuto now. Let's take a look at the later episodes and let Kurosaki Ichigo find her a Zanpakuto. Correct. This is the backstory. And Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy after seeing his attributes. Of course there is Kurosaki Ichigo's dedication, so Shihouin Yoruichi has been upgraded so fast. So Shihouin Yoruichi kissed him, then went downstairs to eat, then went back to his room and fell asleep. The next morning Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi came to the school. Kurosaki Ichigo was pulled away by Arisawa Tatsuki, and when they got to the rooftop, Arisawa Tatsuki asked Kurosaki Ichigo, "Why didn't you tell me that you are also Shinigami?" Arisawa Tatsuki confronted Kurosaki Ichigo. And Kurosaki Ichigo said after hearing it, "What's wrong? I'm surprised to see that I'm Shinigami too." Kurosaki Ichigo teased her. After hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki punched him and said, "Don't make trouble, be serious, tell me what's going on." Kurosaki Ichigo said everything very seriously after hearing this. Then Arisawa Tatsuki knew that Kurosaki Ichigo had been trained since he was a child, so of course he is amazing. So there is no doubt, but Rukia Kokaki doesn't quite believe that he can have such a strong strength in more than 10 years, so he came out and retorted, "This is impossible, no one can have such a strength in a few years. Strong strength, even my big brother took decades to have such a strong strength." Obviously Rukia Kokaki regards Kurosaki Ichigo's strength as the same strength as Byakuya Kokaki's strength. Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo is also very funny, but he just hit a little bit, and he was actually regarded as a captain. Then Kurosaki Ichigo said to Rukia Kokaki, "Don't judge others by your standards." Kurosaki Ichigo turned around and left. And Rukia Kokaki was going to stop when he saw this, but Arisawa Tatsuki stopped him and said, "Okay. Don't go, what's the use of you going?" Hearing this, Rukia Kokaki also woke up, and he was a vice-captain level as only Shinigami, while Kurosaki Ichigo is a captain level character. The gap between the two is obvious, not to mention that his spiritual power has not recovered yet. It's impossible to hurt him. Thinking of this, Rukia Kokaki calmed down, and Kurosaki Ichigo's figure went away. At this time, Arisawa Tatsuki thought to himself, Ichigo is so powerful. I'm going to ask him tomorrow to teach me how to fight. Thinking of this, Arisawa Tatsuki was also happy, while Rukia Kokaki was lost in thought, looking very dignified. The screen returns to the protagonist. After the protagonist returns to the classroom, Shihouin Yoruichi confronts him and asks, "What's the matter? What did the child call to go?" Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo may not know that Shihouin Yoruichi is jealous. And it was Arisawa Tatsuki's vinegar, and then Kurosaki Ichigo explained to Shihouin Yoruichi what had just happened helplessly. After listening, Shihouin Yoruichi was very shy and said, "I'm sorry." Kurosaki Ichigo hugged her very funny after saying that said, "In this life, I live for you, and I won't see and think about other women, so you have to believe in your own charm, you know." After that, he let go of her and scratched. She grabbed her nose and pulled her to the sitting position. It didn't take long for Arisawa Tatsuki and Rukia Kokaki to enter the classroom too. "And there is another person in this classroom who has been looking at me. This person is Ishida Yuryu. This child has been watching me since I came today because of what happened yesterday. I suspect that Shihouin Yoruichi is also Shinigami." Of course he guessed right, but if you don't tell him, he guessed it in vain, right? Because there is no way to prove it. Then get out of class is over. Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi went home together, but Yuryu Ishida didn't ask him anything except staring at him, so Kurosaki Ichigo didn't care about him. Chapter 28. Then Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi walked on the road, while Yuryu Ishida kept following them both. "Follow along." It was almost at the door of the house, so Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Okay. Come out. You have already followed me all the way, you are not going home with me." Hearing this, Ishida Yulong also came out from behind the telephone pole. Then he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "When did you find me?" Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo went on to say, "We both found you when we were leaving school." Yuryu Ishida was devastated after hearing this. Shihouin Yoruichi said, "Impossible, then why don't you point me out right away, but at this time?" Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi was very calm and continued, "I found out long ago. I was going to find out about you, but Ichigo won't let me say it." After Ishida Yuryu said it, he was even more tangled. "You are so weak, others just don't want to find you, but you follow them stupidly, thinking that your concealment is perfect." It had already been discovered. Then he thought something was wrong, then looked at Shihouin Yoruichi and said, "Are you Shinigami too?" Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi smiled and said, "Please take care, my name is Shihouin Yoruichi, my occupation is Shinigami and a student." After saying that, Kurosaki Ichigo ordered he touched Shihouin Yoruichi's forehead and said, "Stop talking. Let's go." After that, he pulled Shihouin Yoruichi and used Shunpo to go. But Yulong Ishida was still smiling to himself and thinking, "I am so weak. After staying in a classroom for so long, I didn't realize that Shihouin Yoruichi and Kurosaki Ichigo are Shinigami, especially Kurosaki Ichigo, who stayed for half a semester, and I didn't realize that I was too weak." After thinking about it, he went in the opposite direction. And Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi kept looking at him on top of Ishida Yuryu. Seeing Ishida Yuryu go away, Shihouin Yoruichi said to Kurosaki Ichigo, "Will this hit him?" Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo was very happy. He said coldly, "If that's the case, then he should be removed from the plan. Anyway, one more of him is not much, and one less of him is not a lot." After that, he pulled Shihouin Yoruichi's Shunpo away. They were back home in seconds. "I saw my mother was still busy preparing dinner, and Kurosaki's father was sleeping in the clinic. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo is very suspicious of how his father makes money. Really, do patients come here every day? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at his father helplessly and thought. After coming in, Kurosaki's mother saw the two of them and said, "Okay. You two go upstairs to wash first, and then come down to eat." After that, she served the meal there. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded and went up with Shihouin Yoruichi. And after washing up, Shihouin Yoruichi gave his kiss very enthusiastically, and Kurosaki Ichigo was also very domineering and took the initiative to force it. While the two of them were very passionately making out, Kurosaki Yuzue and Natsumi actually came in, and then they heard Yuzue's cry and Natsumi's laughter. Then Kurosaki Natsumi controlled Kurosaki Yuzue and said, "Okay. Brother Ichigo is also an adult. Of course there will be needs, so don't be so surprised by Yuzue." After that, he watched Kurosaki Ichigo come to a then Kurosaki's mother also heard Kurosaki Yuzue's cry, and then came up to look at Kurosaki Yuzue and said, "What's wrong? What happened to Yuzue?" And Kurosaki Yuzue told Kurosaki's mother what he had just seen. And Kurosaki's mother looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi helplessly and said, "You two need to know how to control yourself." After that, she walked out regardless of how many of us were. And after going out, he said to us, "Okay. Come down and eat." That's it. And where Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi are very helpless, and Kurosaki Yuzue and Natsumi also went out. When I went out, I said to Kurosaki Ichigo, "Okay. We don't bother you anymore. You guys continue." Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo is also very funny watching Kurosaki Natsuri compare a fist. Kurosaki Natsuri quickly closed the door and ran away. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi also laughed helplessly. Then they both went downstairs to eat. It was very quiet at the dinner table, and Kurosaki's mother kept staring at me, which made me very unaccustomed, as if blaming myself for not being a good role model for younger sister and the others, so I was really wronged. Seeing such a scene, I really want to complain, but I think I say it, and it's really over. Nothing to say. So I had to finish the meal very fast, and then I waited for Shihouin Yoruichi to finish eating and said to the Kurosakis and Kurosaki Natsuri and Yuzue, "The two of us go out for a while and come back right away, you don't have to wait for the two of us." After speaking, they left without waiting for a few answers from them. And after Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi went out, Kurosaki Natsuri said like a veteran driver with a lot of experience, "Sure enough, did you decide to go to the wild for the pursuit of excitement?" After saying that, Kurosaki Yuzue was very puzzled and said, "Natsuki, what's the wild, what's the excitement?" After finishing speaking, Kurosaki Natsuki said, "You don't even know this. It's just..." Just as she was about to say something, Kurosaki's mother stared at him and said, "If she says something bad, you know what?" After sending her message with her eyes, Kurosaki's mother turned and went upstairs. And why Kurosaki Natsuri can read the message his mother wants to convey, he doesn't know, probably because of the relationship between mother and daughter. And why not clear the table? Because Kurosaki's father is doing these things recently, Kurosaki's mother also left all these tasks to Kurosaki's father to do in the future, and Kurosaki's father does not dare to say no. Then the screen returns to the protagonist. Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi went to Urahara Kisuk after they came out. On the way, Shihouin Yoruichi teased Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "It's because you taught your younger sister bad, didn't you?" After saying that, he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo very funny, and when Kurosaki Ichigo heard it, he was helpless but helpless, and then he hugged Shihouin Yoruichi and said to her, "Do you dare to tease me again in the future?" Ah! When he was about to punish Yoruichi, Yoruichi pretended to be pitiful and said to Ichigo, "Well, my husband is going around me this time. How's it going?" Then he squeezed into Kurosaki Ichigo's arms. And Kurosaki Ichigo was KO'd by Shihouin Yoruichi when he saw this. So let her go. And when Kurosaki Ichigo was about to say something to Shihouin Yoruichi, he and Shihouin Yoruichi felt two strong ryutsu, and then they both rushed over. Chapter 29. When Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi got there, they saw a red-haired man confronting Rukia Kokaki. He was Abarai Renji, and Abarai Renji was confronting Rukia Kokaki, and there was a man wearing Captain Yi with 6 prints on his back. He is handsome, and Shihouin Yoruichi laughed at Kurosaki Ichigo after seeing him and said, "This is my apprentice. How about it?" And Kurosaki Ichigo said to him after hearing it, "It's okay. But he's still a little unqualified." Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy when he heard the front, but he felt bad when he heard the back. He said to him, "Why do you say that?" After asking, Kurosaki Ichigo asked her, "Is his surname Kokaki?" Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi was surprised and said, "Why did you know?" Here Kurosaki Ichigo knows what to say. "And why do you know? Do you want to tell you that I came through, read the original book, and know that Byakuya Kokaki is a little boss?" Then Kurosaki Ichigo said to Shihouin Yoruichi very seriously, "Because when I saw that man look at Rukia Kokaki, there was a flash of love and entanglement in his eyes, so I think he should be Rukia Kokaki's big brother." Finished Shihouin Yoruichi just stunned. Seeing Shihouin Yoruichi so cute, Kurosaki Ichigo certainly couldn't help but kiss him and then continued before Shihouin Yoruichi spoke, "And I think he's troubled by the entanglement between family and relatives, so he's not good yet." After he finished speaking, he hugged Shihouin Yoruichi and looked at it quietly, while Shihouin Yoruichi was very surprised that his man was so smart that he even discovered this. "Then I was very proud, because this man is my man. So happy," and then I stayed quietly in Kurosaki Ichigo's arms, watching them. And Abarai Renji was very happy to find Rukia Kokaki, but sad to think of his mission here. "But I can't do it. If I don't do it, the man will do it." So Abarai Renji pretended to be very angry and said to Rukia Kokaki, "Rukia Kokaki gave Shinigami's power to ordinary people without authorization, so Central 46 decided to take Rukia Kokaki back to the Soul Society for a decision." It was a tangle, and then he continued, "Rukia, tell me who took your spiritual power, tell me, let me bring him, her, back to the Soul Society, that will lessen the crime against you." Rejected by Rukia Kokaki. Then Abarai Renji is going to attack her. Because if he doesn't do it, if the man Byakuya Kokaki does it, Rukia Kokaki will be even worse. Abarai Renji always thinks that his eyes will always be the family's interests first, so Abarai Renji is hard-hearted to teach Rukia Kokaki a lesson, and Abarai Renji got up and took Zanpakuto to give him a blow. Although Rukia Kokaki could not use his original spiritual power now, he still managed to escape, and when Abarai Renji started to attack again, an arrow formed by Ryutsu was shot. "Come here," Abarai Renji quickly blocked it. Then Abarai Renji called, "Who is it?" After speaking, Yulong Ishida appeared and said, "It's not good for two big men to bully a girl." After saying that, Abarai Renji saw the Ryutsu bow in his hand. He said, "I didn't expect the Quincy race to exist. I thought it was already extinct." After speaking, Ishida Yulong became angry and shot him several arrows, but they were all blocked, and then he said, "It turns out that Quincy isn't that strong? No wonder he was destroyed." After speaking, Ishida Yulong also fell silent. He knew that he couldn't defeat him head-on, so he pondered, but Rukia Kokaki said to him, "What are you doing? I don't know what happened at this time." The conversation between Ishida Yulong and Rukia Kokaki was a little out of line, and Ishida Yulong said, "Oh. I came out to the convenience store to buy some things, and I came here. Who knew that I would come here after walking?" He also picked up what he had bought and said, "Look, I bought it all back." After that, she looked at Abarai Renji seriously, and then Rukia Kokaki continued, "Okay. You go. This is not what you should do." Interfering things, but Ishida Yulong did not leave, but said, "I don't care what is going on between you. But I hate Shinigami so much, so I want to defeat him." After that, he rushed towards him, but it was knocked out in no time. Then Ishida Yulong said unwillingly, "Damn," and fainted. Then Abarai Renji said disdainfully, "How powerful do you think it is? Is that so?" After speaking, he walked towards Ishida Yuryu, and when he was about to give him the final blow, Rukia Kokaki stopped him and said, "Don't, he's innocent, don't hurt him." After saying that, Rukia Kokaki was very dissatisfied and stopped him, but without her, he couldn't stop Abarai Renji now. Just when he was about to hit Yulong Ishida, a Zanpakuto came out to stop him, and then heard a girl said, "What are you doing?" After speaking, he backhanded Abarai Renji back to him. But it was also because Abarai Renji was not well prepared that he was repelled by him. When she saw who was coming, Rukia Kokaki said loudly to her, "What are you doing here? It's none of your business here, let's go." After finishing speaking, Abarai Renji knew and said, "She is the one who took your Ryutsu, isn't that right?" Arisawa Tatsuki also said generously, "It's me, what's the matter?" After that, Abarai Renji continued, "Then I will take your life." After speaking, he launched an attack on her, and that's when the gap between her and Abarai Renji appeared, so it was quickly sorted out, and Rukia Kokaki stopped Abarai Renji just as it was about to be resolved. And where are our protagonists and Shihouin Yoruichi looking at their messages? Name, Byakuya Kokaki. S*X, male. Age, 107 years old. Spouse, Kokaki Hijina. Potential, Super Captain. Ryutsu, Captain, Level 12. Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura, Shikai, Bankai. Kid, LVMAX class. Shunpo, LVMAX 11. White hits, LV9. Slash, LV9. Combat experience, LVMAX level. Name, Abarai Renji. S*X, male. Age, 82. Spouse, none. Potential, Super Captain. Ryutsu, Vice Captain, Level 10. Zanpakuto, Zabimaru, Shikai. Kid, LV4. Shunpo, LV5. White hits, LV8. Slash, LV7. Battle experience, LV7. After reading their attributes, Kurosaki Ichigo also felt that he was going to come out, otherwise if Arisawa Tatsuki died, it would be impossible. So he came out of Shunpo with Shihouin Yoruichi, came to Abarai Renji and blocked Zanpakuto who was about to fall. Chapter 30. Abarai Renji originally thought that he should be able to solve this matter well, and then brought back Rukia Kokaki, and by the way, the guy who took Rukia Kokaki's spiritual power back, so that Rukia Kokaki's sins are relieved. But ask Rukia Kokaki, she doesn't say, and there is a quencher who is in the way, but he is very weak, so he solved it quickly, but just when he was about to solve the quencher who was in the way, another guy who was in the way appeared. That guy is the guy who took Rukia Kokaki's spiritual power, so Abarai Renji is going to take her back. But when he was about to catch him after defeating her, another obstacle came in the way. And this person is still a Shinigami, but Abarai Renji can't perceive his spiritual power, so he feels that a person in this world will not be very powerful even if he is a Shinigami. And the woman next to him has long been ignored by him. So Abarai Renji said to him, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Kurosaki Ichigo looked at him like an idiot and said, "Are you an idiot? Isn't that obvious? Come and save her?" After saying that, he marked Abarai Renji as an idiot, and Shihouin Yoruichi also agreed, "That's right. He is so idiot." After that, he laughed, and Abarai Renji also knew that he was a real idiot. It's a really stupid question. So step back and keep a certain distance from him. Then Rukia Kokaki saw that it was Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi coming. Then he said to him expectantly, "Are you here to save me?" Kurosaki Ichigo was very strange to hear this, but he still said to her, "I didn't come to save you, but to save Long Gui, and have a fight with him by the way." After saying that, she looked at Byakuya Kokaki, and Rukia Kokaki was very sad when she heard the first half of the sentence, and then she was surprised when she heard the second half. Said to him, "You are crazy. Do you know who you are going to challenge?" After speaking, Shihouin Yoruichi came to Rukia Kokaki and said to him, "Okay. Stop talking. We know for ourselves," and said after that, "I went back to Kurosaki Ichigo." Because Byakuya Kokaki suddenly came to Rukia Kokaki's side. Just when Byakuya Kokaki was about to say something, Abarai Renji rushed up and attacked Kurosaki Ichigo, shouting, "Roar! Zabimaru!" Zanpakuto turned into a double-edged snake-bellied sword with 6 points. Section 7 Segment Blade, the back of the blade, actually the blade of the double-edged sword, to the middle half of the blade is black, the rest of the blade is silver-white, there are many protrusions on the blade, and then Zabimaru splits, but the blades were connected by chains, and then attacked Kurosaki Ichigo, and Kurosaki Ichigo casually swiped at Abarai Renji to form a slash formed by sword pressure, breaking Abarai Renji's Zanpakuto. Moreover, the power of this sword pressure has not dissipated and directly hit his chest, leaving a very large sword wound on his chest. Then Abarai Renji said, "Impossible," and passed out. Then Kurosaki Ichigo said to him, "Nothing is impossible," and then turned to Byakuya Kokaki and said, "It's your turn." And Byakuya Kokaki was surprised to see this scene, but he recovered immediately. However, Rukia Kokaki saw where Abarai Renji was and didn't know if he was alive or dead, and screamed. Renji rushed towards Abarai Renji after saying that, seeing that his wound was not so deep, he knew that Kurosaki Ichigo had released water. Then he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo gratefully, but Kurosaki Ichigo, no matter what, said to Byakuya Kokaki, "Okay. Let's fight. I won't kill you, I'll just beat you up." He replied by Byakuya Kokaki, but Byakuya Kokaki didn't talk to him, but looked at Shihouin Yoruichi and said, "I thought you were dead? You were hiding in this world." Shihouin Yoruichi. Shihouin Yoruichi turned to Byakuya after saying that. Kokaki teased and said, "I won't die so easily. Byakuya boy, and now is not the time to tell me this, but how to live from my husband's hands, understand?" After that, he held Kurosaki Ichigo's left hand and looked at him. And Byakuya Kokaki looked at Kurosaki Ichigo after hearing it and said, "Really? Then I want to see what the man you choose can do." After that, Shunpo came to Kurosaki Ichigo and chopped at him, and Kurosaki Ichigo cut him. Shihouin Yoruichi hugged Shunpo to hide, then put Shihouin Yoruichi on a roof, and Shihouin Yoruichi said to him, "Don't FK it." After saying that, he let go of Kurosaki Ichigo's left hand and kissed Kurosaki Ichigo and sat down. "There's a play there." Then Byakuya Kokaki saw here and knew that Kurosaki Ichigo must be very strong, so he liberated his Zanpakuto, scatter. Senbonzakura. Then the blade turned into countless sakura petals, but it revealed a murderous intent, and then Byakuya Kokaki attacked Kurosaki Ichigo to control the petals of sakura, and Kurosaki Ichigo flung his Zanpakuto very easily, that is, Zangetsu issued a sword pressure and wiped out those petals. And Byakuya Kokaki was surprised. Because he saw that Kurosaki Ichigo's action was just a slash and the power was so powerful, Byakuya Kokaki felt that he had to release his restrictions, and just as he was about to release, Kurosaki Ichigo said to him, "This time, forget it. Go with them." After saying that, Byakuya Kokaki was very surprised, and then he said in anger, "What do you mean? Have pity on me." In an instant, he came to Byakuya Kokaki's side and grabbed his hand and said, "Okay. Don't think about it. I thought that if the two of us fought for real, it would cause a lot of damage here, so in a few days I will go to the Soul Society to fight you, then I won't let the water go. Don't cry then. After speaking, he came to Ishida Yulong and carried him on his back, while Shihouin Yoruichi also carried Arisawa Tatsuki and the others. Both disappeared with Shunpo. And Byakuya Kokaki still couldn't accept letting him go like this, but he still took Kurosaki Ichigo's words to Soul Society seriously in his heart. At this time, Abarai Renji also woke up and saw that Byakuya Kokaki was fine, but the place where they stayed had changed, so he asked, "Captain, what's wrong? What happened?" But he didn't say anything. Instead Abarai said, "Open the door, go back." After saying that, he looked at Rukia Kokaki, and Rukia was still surprised because he saw the scene just now. He didn't expect Kurosaki Ichigo to be so powerful, even the big brother was no match, and then seeing Byakuya Kokaki's gaze, he was about to say something, but Byakuya Kokaki looked away again. And Abarai Renji only suffered trauma, not internal organs, so he got up and opened the door, and then Byakuya Kokaki walked in, and after Abarai Renji went in with Rukia Kokaki in his arms, the door disappeared. Chapter 31. After returning to the Soul Society, Byakuya Kokaki reported what happened in this world to the captain and them. The first to hear Zaraki Kenpei say, "Is this true?" He was very excited to hear his tone, and then asked, "He really only defeated you with sword pressure? And will he come to Soul Society?" Although Byakuya Kokaki didn't want to admit it, he nodded, and didn't wait for Zaraki Kenpei to say something. Kuroshi Mayuri retorted, "It's impossible, it's hard to be a captain, let alone surpass it," Byakuya Kokaki said. "So you're saying I'm lying?" Then Byakuya Kokaki released his Ryutsu, and Kuroshi Mayuri also released Ryutsu and confronted Byakuya Kokaki, saying, "That's what I meant, how?" Byakuya Kokaki got even more angry after saying that. And Zaraki Kenpei, lest the world be in chaos, said, "Okay. Let's fight." After Zaraki Kenpei also released his Ryutsu, and just as they were about to start, the captain Yamamoto Uenliuze said, "Okay. Stop it. Are you going to destroy this place?" After saying that, the three of them stopped. And Kuroshi Mayuri said, "It was Zaraki who released Ryutsu, so I had to fight back." After finishing speaking, Zaraki Kenpei said angrily, "What did you say?" After saying that, Yamamoto Uenliuze said, "Shut up." After saying that, Zaraki Kenpei made a cut and stopped talking. And looked at Byakuya Kokaki and said, "Captain Kokaki, are you telling the truth?" After speaking, he used his eyes to press him to tell the truth, but Byakuya Kokaki took it seriously and said, "For the honor of the Kokaki family, this is true," and then stood back. Hearing this, Ichimaru-jin leaked a very troubled expression and said, "That's what happened. I didn't expect such a powerful Shinigami in this world. What a headache." After finishing speaking, Aizen continued, "That's not what we have to worry about. Captain Ichimaru, if they really come, then there is the 10th team, the 11th team and them. So we don't have to worry about it." After speaking, Ichimaru-jin looks like a lion majesty. The same look at Aizen said, "That's not necessarily true. If they really came, wouldn't Captain Aizen catch them when he saw them?" After finishing speaking, Aizen continued, "Of course not. But..." When he was about to explain, Yamamoto Uenliuze said directly, "Shut up, whoever has not come yet, you are fighting with each other, what kind of formality is this?" After speaking, he looked at Byakuya Kokaki and asked, "So, what does that Shinigami look like?" heard Byakuya Kokaki say. "I don't know the name of that Shinigami, it seems that Rukia Kokaki knows it, and his appearance is blonde hair with this head, wearing a Death Lord costume, but the right part is not, it is bound by the chain at the end of Zanpakuto, and the gauntlet is swastika glyph stopped, and then heard Aizen say. Is that Shinigami's Zanpakuto? Bankai? Still none. Hearing this, Byakuya pondered and said. I don't know about this either. After speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo took the opportunity to sarcastically say. As a captain, you don't even know if your opponent's Zanpakuto has been liberated, really. Byakuya said angrily after speaking. Then if you can, go and get him back. When Kurosaki Ichigo was about to say something, Yamamoto shouted angrily. What are you doing? Shut me up, and said to Byakuya. The younger sister of Byakuya actually knows some information about that vortex, so let Captain Kukaki collect his information. After looking at the captains, he said. Does anyone object? Then they all said in unison. After saying accept, Yamamoto Yuanliazai nodded and said. Okay. Let's all go back to our posts. After that, the group broke up. And Byakuya went to Rukia to find out the situation. The screen turns to the protagonist. After our protagonist brings Arisawa Tatsuki and Ishida Yuria back to the Urahara store, he heals them both. They were all skin wounds, so nothing. They woke up the next day. And when Arisawa Tatsuki woke up and saw Kurosaki Ichigo, he ran up to him and grabbed him and said. Why? Why didn't you save Rukia? After saying that, Kurosaki Ichigo grabbed her hand and said. Okay. Don't get excited. After saying that, Arisawa Tatsuki grabbed Kurosaki Ichigo's collar and said. Can I not get excited? Rukia has been taken away. Said that the strength in his hands was even greater. And Kurosaki Ichigo said calmly. How can I take you to save Rukia in your current situation? After saying that, Arisawa Tatsuki hugged Kurosaki Ichigo excitedly and said. Are you really going to take me to Rukia? Kurosaki Ichigo nodded after saying that, and then Arisawa Tatsuki got excited. Then Kurosaki Ichigo looked at her and said. With your current strength, forget it. After saying that, Arisawa Tatsuki lost confidence again. Because she knows that with her current strength, saving Rukia is not a death sentence. See here, Kurosaki Ichigo said to him. Okay. Isn't it just lack of strength? Isn't it enough for cultivation? After speaking, Arisawa Tatsuki looked at Kurosaki Ichigo expectantly and said. So are you going to teach me? Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo said directly to her. It's not me, it's someone else. After saying that, he pointed to the other side, and while Arisawa Tatsuki looked expectantly, Urahara came out, then looked at Arisawa Tatsuki and said. Starting tomorrow, let me train you. Arisawa Tatsuki called out after speaking. You profiteer boss, how reliable are you? He looked at him with complete disgust, and then Urahara and Arisawa Tatsuki quarreled, and then Kurosaki Ichigo ignored them. And where does our heroine Shihouin Yoruichi go? Of course it's home. Then Kurosaki Ichigo came to Ishida Yulong and said. What are your plans now? Ishida Yulong said after hearing this. Can you take me to Soul Society, and have a look? I want to become stronger too, Ishida Yuryu asked Kurosaki Ichigo, and after hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and said. Okay. I'll take you there, but I can't hold you back. After speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo also left. And Yuryu Ishida gratefully watched where Kurosaki Ichigo left, said thank you and got up and left. And Arisawa Tatsuki and Urahara also agreed and left. Afterwards Urahara smiled as he looked in the direction where Kurosaki Ichigo was leaving and said. Aizen. I got you a very dangerous opponent this time. Let's see if you can beat him. He walked back after saying that. Chapter 32. And Kurosaki Ichigo came back home. Seeing where his mother and his lover Shihouin Yoruichi were talking, Kurosaki Ichigo came to them and asked, but Kurosaki's mother said. Okay. Ichigo, you big man, what are you doing here? Come on up. It's a matter between us women. After that, he looked at him strangely, and Shihouin Yoruichi also said with Kurosaki's mother. Yeah. Ichigo, you go up first. This is a matter between us women. Then Shihouin Yoruichi pushed Kurosaki Ichigo upstairs. Then the two of them started talking again. Mother Kurosaki asked. Yoruichi. Haven't you done it yet? Kurosaki's mother was a little shy after saying that. And Shihouin Yoruichi is also very tangled and said. That one isn't there yet. Kurosaki's mother asked excitedly after speaking. Not yet, no way. Did Ichigo bully you, or what? Shihouin Yoruichi knew that Kurosaki's mother had misunderstood. Just say. It's not like that, because Ichigo doesn't want to do that yet. Kurosaki's mother then asked. Did he still have a woman outside? Shihouin Yoruichi hurriedly said. No, it's because Ichigo said that this kind of thing can't be done so unprepared. It needs to be in a good place and at a good time. After saying that, Shihouin Yoruichi looked at her. Didn't he get angry? And Kurosaki's mother was angry and relieved when she heard it. Why was she angry? That's because Kurosaki's father never thought about it like this when he was with her, so he was angry, and he was relieved because his son was very good to his woman, so he was very relieved. Then he said to Shihouin Yoruichi. Okay. You should handle this kind of thing yourself. Now go back to sleep. After saying that, he took Shihouin Yoruichi's hand and went upstairs. And Kurosaki Ichigo has been very puzzled and scared since returning to the room, wondering what his mother said to Shihouin Yoruichi. And when I heard the door open, I knew that Shihouin Yoruichi was back. And Kurosaki's mom came along too. So I adjusted my mood again and said. Mom, why are you here? Kurosaki Ichigo regretted it after saying that. And Kurosaki's mother said to Kurosaki Ichigo after hearing this. I'm concerned about my own son, come and take a look at his room, okay? After that, he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, and Shihouin Yoruichi kept giving him a look, and Kurosaki Ichigo said after understanding. Of course not. Mom, of course I'm glad you can come to my room. You can come in any time you want. After saying this, she looked at Kurosaki's mother's expression, and Kurosaki's mother smiled and said. Okay. Don't disturb the two of you. Go to bed early. I'm going back too. After saying that, he walked out, and Kurosaki Ichigo came to the door and said to Kurosaki's mother. Mom, you should rest early too. Kurosaki's mother nodded, and Kurosaki Ichigo closed the door and went back. Then Kurosaki Ichigo asked suspiciously. What's the matter? Shihouin Yoruichi actually pretended to be mysterious and said after hearing this. I don't know about that either. After saying that, Kurosaki Ichigo leaked out her little tongue. Then Kurosaki Ichigo scratched Shihouin Yoruichi's nose and said. Okay. Then I won't ask this. But can you tell me what the two of you talked about when I came? After finishing speaking, Shihouin Yoruichi said to him mysteriously. Guess what? And then ran away, and Kurosaki Ichigo was listening very seriously, but when he heard this sentence Kurosaki Ichigo said angrily. Oh! Are you going to do the opposite? Then the two of them played a cat and mouse game in this small room. And the cat is Kurosaki Ichigo too. Of course the mouse is Shihouin Yoruichi. Although Shihouin Yoruichi can turn into a cat, but under Kurosaki Ichigo's lewd power, he has to be a mouse. Then the two of them played in this room. They didn't use supernatural powers, but just like ordinary people, where you were very happy chasing me. And what are the parents of our protagonist doing there? Kurosaki's father fell asleep peacefully on the bed, and was suddenly kicked by someone and woke up, and when he was about to get angry, he saw his wife and said. Wife, what's the matter? Kurosaki's father looked at Kurosaki's mother very flatteringly and said, and Kurosaka's mother didn't care about anything. He punched and kicked him for a while, and Kurosaka's father kept shouting and saying, "Oh! No! Wife, help, stop beating!" And Kurosaka's father kept begging for mercy, but Kurosaka's mother still didn't stop or punched and kicked him, but Kurosaka's father was still suffering scope. After more than 20 minutes, Kurosaka's mother clapped her hands and said, "It's so cool." Then he lay on the bed and fell asleep. And our victim was there to say innocently, "What the hell is going on? Why are you hitting me? I'm so wronged." And Kurosaka's father kept muttering there. Our Kurosaka's father was beaten with bruises, and there was no one in his body that was not beaten. Place. And Kurosaka's mother heard Kurosaka's father's broken thoughts and said, "What's the noise? Don't let me sleep." Hearing this, Kurosaka's father shut up like a frightened bird. Then he could only fall asleep on the floor. Because he was very confused about whether to go to bed or not. If he did, he was afraid that Kurosaka's mother would come and beat him again, so he had to sleep on the floor all night. And our protagonist is very comfortable holding Shihouin Yoruichi and fell asleep. Chapter 33. And then when Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi were both in a dream, there was someone here who didn't sleep, and that was Arisawa Tatsuki. She has been blaming herself because Rukia Kokaki was taken because of her, so Arisawa Tatsuki wanted to make up for her, but didn't know how to make it up, so she was disappointed and couldn't save her. So Arisawa Tatsuki now she secretly swore that she must go to Soul Society to give Rukia Kokaki out, and then she also entered a dream. And in Soul Society, after Byakuya Kokaki asked some information about Kurosaki Ichigo, he went back to the family. On the other side of Soul Society, Aizen said to a man in a dark place, "I didn't expect that there is a very powerful person in this world. Who do you think he is? Who is it?" Yin. After speaking, a man with white hair and a smile like a fox walked out of the corner. He was Ichimaru Jin, the captain of the 3rd Division, and Ichimaru Jin said to Aizen, "I don't know about this. Isn't Captain Aizen already aware of it?" After speaking, he looked at Aizen, and Aizen smiled and said, "In this world, I really can't think of anyone other than what he thinks." After speaking, Ichimaru Jin asked suspiciously, "Who is that?" And Aizen smiled at him and said, "That's Urahara, the former captain of the 12th Division and the first director of the Technology Development Bureau." After speaking, a gleam flashed in Ichimaru Jin's eyes, and then Aizen said to him, "Okay. Don't worry about it. Now just wait for Urahara people to come. And you, Jin, stop them from entering the jingling court directly." And when Ichimaru Jin heard it, there was a flash of puzzlement, and then he went back to his original state. Time is running out. On the 2nd day, Kurosaki Ichigo saw Shihouin Yoruichi lying on his chest and started playing with her hair, and after a few minutes, Shihouin Yoruichi was still awake and scratched with her hair. Tickle, and then Shihouin Yoruichi woke up under the harassment of Kurosaki Ichigo and asked, "What's wrong?" Kurosaki Ichigo kissed Shihouin Yoruichi's forehead after hearing this and said, "Okay. It's time to get up. I'm going to Urahara today." After saying that, Shihouin Yoruichi buried himself in Kurosaki Ichigo's arms and said, "No. I have to sleep for a while. Please. Let me sleep for a while." Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo loved her very much and said, "Okay. I really can't help you, but you can only sleep for another 30 minutes, you know." After that, he grabbed Shihouin Yoruichi's mountain and said, and Shihouin Yoruichi opened Kurosaki Ichigo in his funny hand and said, "Okay. Got it. But you want to accompany me, you know." He hugged Kurosaki Ichigo so hard that he couldn't get up. Then Kurosaki Ichigo could only nod and agree. In these 30 minutes, it can be said that Shihouin Yoruichi gradually woke up, because Kurosaki Ichigo has been touching her body, so Shihouin Yoruichi can only wake up to stop his behavior. Then the two of them heard Kurosaki's mother's cry when they were fighting and had to stop and get dressed. Why is Kurosaki's mother calling them? That's because Kurosaki's mother is not at ease to let Kurosaki Yuzue and Natsurai call Kurosaki Ichigo and them, because Kurosaki Natsurai always talks about topics that are not in line with her age, so she wants to cure her daughter's problem, so she feels that she should let her. My daughter is far away from her big brother, which is why this scene happened, and Kurosaki Ichigo got up too. When I came downstairs, I saw my father with a bruised nose and a swollen face and asked, "Dad, what's the matter?" Kurosaki Natsurai and Yuzue snickered, and Kurosaki's father showed a very aggrieved expression. Just as he was about to say something, Kurosaki's mother continued Kurosaki Ichigo's words. "Oh. Your dad didn't take a good look at the road when he went downstairs, so he stepped on the air and fell, so he fell like this, isn't it? Husband." Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo knew what was wrong, and Shihouin Yoruichi got it too. When Kurosaki's father heard Kurosaki's mother speak, he quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes, I fell down accidentally." After saying that, he bowed his head and started to eat. And Kurosaki Ichigo twitched the corner of his mouth when he saw this scene, but sat down to eat without saying anything. And Kurosaki's mother also did the following. "Ichigo. It's going to be a holiday soon. What are you going to do in the next few days?" After speaking, he looked at Shihouin Yoruichi and asked him, and when he heard this, Kurosaki's father also looked at him, and Kurosaki Ichigo was facing the Kurosakis said, "I'm probably going to go to Soul Society." After saying that, Kurosaki's father was silent. And Kurosaki's mother asked him worriedly, "Can't we just go?" Kurosaki Ichigo said to her after saying that, "It's okay, I've grown up now, so it's up to me to choose." After Kurosaki's mother wanted to say something else, Kurosaki's father patted her shoulder and said to her, "Okay. The child has grown up. He has his own thoughts and decisions, so let's not stop him. Let him choose." Looking at Kurosaki Ichigo, he asked, "Really decided?" Kurosaki Ichigo said without any hesitation, "It's really decided." Kurosaki looked at them both firmly, and then Kurosaki's father sighed and said, "Okay. You decide for yourself. But you have to protect yourself, you know." After finishing speaking, Kurosaki's mother also said, "Where are you going? Take good care of yourself, it's not a shame to run away." Kurosaki Ichigo nodded helplessly after hearing this, and Kurosaki's mother continued, "When do we leave then?" Kurosaki Ichigo said to her, "Should be leaving in 7 or 8 days. It's just time for the holiday." After saying that, the Kurosakis stopped talking. It was where they were thinking, and Kurosaki Natsurai and Yuzue didn't speak, but they also roughly understood that their big brother was going to a place called Soul Society during the holiday, and they didn't ask why they were going there. Because they knew their big brother, they didn't ask. Then Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi said after eating. "After we finished eating, we went to school first." After saying that, we went out. And the Kurosaki couple looked at Kurosaki Ichigo's back and said, "My child has become a man." Chapter 34. After Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi went out, Kurosaki Natsurai and Yuzue asked Kurosaki's mother, "Mom, where are the big brothers going on vacation?" After saying that, she looked at Kurosaki's mother very cute, and Kurosaki's mother said to the two of them after hearing it, "Okay. Your big brother is going to a place to do some errands, so he shouldn't be able to accompany you during the holidays." After saying that, Kurosaki Natsurai and Yuzue leaked an expression about to cry, and Kurosaki's mother had a headache when she saw this. "Say. Okay. Don't show such an expression, really, Ichigo is not coming back. He is going to Shihouin Yoruichi's house to have a look, and come back. Don't make it as if he wants to part with life and death. Finished. Kurosaki Natsurai and Yuzuo exhaled with relief and said. Then we both can rest assured. Kurosaki's mother said after saying. You too. Don't stick to your big brother all day long. Really, your big brother has grown up. Do you know that you are going to get married in the future, and you are going to get married? Speaking like a teacher, Kurosaki Natsurai said casually after hearing this. It's okay, I've been relying on Ichigo-san for the rest of my life. He can't escape even if he wants to. After that, he laughed, and Kurosaki Yuzuo also muttered. I want to be with the big brother too, but it doesn't seem to work. The big brother is going to marry Yoruichi elder sister, so I can't do this, but I don't want to be separated from the big brother, oops. What should I do? Kurosaki's mother had black lines on her face when she heard Kurosaki Yuzuo's muttering, and Kurosaki Natsumai said. Yuzu, why are you thinking so much? Let's marry Ichigo-san in the future. Kurosaki Yuzuo blushed when he heard this and said. Natsurai, what are you talking about? Kurosaki Natsurai continued. Yuzu, what's wrong with me? Don't you like brother Ichigo? After saying that, he looked at her suspiciously, and Kurosaki Yuzuo was very nervous when he heard this. No, of course I like big brother too. But when I was about to say something, I thought that I had admitted that I like Kurosaki Ichigo, and I blushed and was speechless. And Kurosaki Natsumai hated that iron was not steel when he saw this and said. Yuzu, you really, why don't you tell your emotions? I don't care if you lose Ichigo brother in the future. After saying that, he looked at her, and Kurosaki Yuzuo said after hearing. No, big brother won't abandon me. After seeing Kurosaki Natsurai's smiling face, he didn't know that he was being calculated. Then Kurosaki Yuzuo said. Xiaoli, it's not the same. I think about big brother every day, and in my dreams, I call it big brother. After speaking, Kurosaki Xiaoli also blushed and said. Yuzu, how dare you say all this? I'm going to fight with you. Then he chased after Kurosaki Yuzu, and Kurosaki Yuzuo said while running. Also, when the big brother brought the Ichigo elder sister, you were in a bad mood for a few days, so you loved the big brother very much, Kurosaki said while chasing after her. Aren't you the same? And you're crying in front of me. Really? They were digging each other's bottoms, and Kurosaki's mother, who heard their words, was stunned. Unexpectedly, both of my daughters fell in love with their big brother, the amount of information is too great. So she didn't know what to say. And Kurosaki's father, who was packing his things, came out after hearing it. And Kurosaki Natsurai and Yuzuo saw the faces of Kurosaki and his wife after sparring for a while and knew they had said something wrong. Just sitting there, Kurosaki's mother spoke up, saying. I know you are all sensible children, and Ichigo is also very good, but yet, you can't put your feelings in the hands of your own big brother, so you can't show excessive intimacy with your big brother in the future. Now. After saying that, Kurosaki Natsumai said to her in disapproval. No, Mom, we don't want to separate from Ichigo-san, and why can't my siblings be together? Why? Mother Kurosaki didn't know how to object when she heard this. And Kurosaki Yuzuo also said to her. Mom, I also want to be with my big brother forever, don't be separated. After saying that, she looked at Kurosaki's mother stubbornly, and when Kurosaki heard what they said, she understood that they were determined. And then Kurosaki's father said. You can be with Ichigo, but Ichigo will get married and have children sooner or later. Don't you two mind even this? After saying that, Kurosaki's mother's eyes lit up and she said. Don't you even accept this? Even if you accept it, what will Ichigo do? What will Ichigo's wife do? After saying that, looking at the two of them, Kurosaki Natsurai said happily. Don't worry about this. As long as you agree, I will tell you what we will do. After that, Kurosaki Natsurai and Yuzo looked at the Kurosaki couple expectantly, and the Kurosaki couple just agreed and said. After saying we promise you, Kurosaki Natsurai and Yuzo said excitedly. Both of us have considered this. Brother Ichigo's wife will definitely be Sister Yoruichi, so we just need to start with Sister Yoruichi, and Brother Ichigo? Push him first and see what he can do? At that time, shouldn't he be responsible for us? And Kurosaki Yuzo blushed and looked at his shoes. And Kurosaki's mother was very helpless when he heard it, and Kurosaki's father was very sad when he heard it and said. Guard against day and night, it's hard to guard against thieves. My two lovely daughters. In the end, my son got it. And when Kurosaki's mother heard him talking nonsense, she gave him a punch and let him he fainted, then looked at the Kurosaki sisters and said. You two really don't regret it. The Kurosaki sisters are happy to hear this, which means that their mother has agreed. Then they said. Mom, did you agree? And Kurosaki's mother nodded, the Kurosaki sisters jumped up happily, and then Kurosaki's mother continued. If that kid Ichigo treats you badly, then tell me and see if I don't teach him a hard lesson. After saying that, he greeted the two of them to go to school. On the other hand, Kurosaki Ichigo sneezed a few times while walking on the road, and Shihouin Yoruichi looked at him worriedly and said. What's wrong? What's the matter? And after hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled at her and said. Okay. Stop thinking about it. How can we catch a cold with our constitution? Someone should be talking about me. After Shihouin Yoruichi thought about it, he thought it was right, and then the two of them started to go to school again. Chapter 35. It didn't take long for Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi to come to the school too. The two of them went straight to their seats and sat down. Not long after they sat down, Kidō Asano came to the classroom and saw Ichigo and called out. Ichigo. After saying that, he ran towards him, and seeing this scene Kurosaki Ichigo's face was covered in black lines, and when Kidō Asano approached him, he raised his hand directly, preventing him from coming. And Kidō Asano directly hit Kurosaki Ichigo's hand and fell down, and Kojima Sumi also came over to see the scene and said to Kidō Asano who fainted. Look. I just said, don't do this. After saying that, he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and said. Ichigo, what are you doing on vacation? Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo said to him. I'm sorry. I'm going to a place this holiday, so I can't play with you. After saying that the water on the island was full of pity, Kidō Asano, who fell down before he could say anything, woke up and pulled Kurosaki Ichigo's hand says. Ichigo. What's wrong with this holiday? Where are you going? You used to play with us all the time, are you going to abandon us because you're tired of it? When I came to the corner of the classroom and squatted there, Kurosaki Ichigo said helplessly when he saw this. Okay. Don't think about what's missing. It's not like that. Kidō Asano said immediately before he could say anything. Is it because of Yoruichi-chan? Is it because your family disagrees with your marriage with Yoruichi-chan, so you are going to run away with Yoruichi-chan? After speaking, he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo sympathetically, while Kurosaki Ichigo listened to after arriving, there were black lines all over the face, and when it turned black, Kidō Asano went on to say. If it's really like that, Ichigo, I understand you very well, but what are you going to do in the future? How are you going to support yourself and Yoruichi-chan? And what will you do if you have a baby? You can't let him, she, can't face his, her, grandparents. Kidō Asano was still chattering there, and Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't bear it anymore. And where is Kojima Swiss looking at Kidō Asano with the eyes that you are about to die, and sure enough, Kurosaki Ichigo went straight up and knocked Kidō Asano unconscious. And he pulled him to the window, opened the window, and hung Kidō Asano with a rope. Kurosaki Ichigo's classroom was on the 3rd floor, so he was hung up. After that, Kurosaki Ichigo clapped his hand and went back to his place. And Shihouin Yoruichi saw this and said to him, "Is he okay?" Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo said indifferently, "It's all right, I'm measured." Shihouin Yoruichi stopped talking after saying that. At this time, Kojima Shui Se came to the two of them and said, "That Ichigo, where are you going on vacation?" heard Kurosaki Ichigo say to him. "I'm going to Yoruichi's hometown on vacation and I understand the color of the island here." Not long after that, Arisawa Tatsuki and Inu Orium also came in. And Arisawa Tatsuki greeted Kurosaki Ichigo when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo. "Ichigo." Then he came to Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "Ichigo, where are you going tonight?" Kurosaki Ichigo said to her after hearing this, "I'm going tonight, because I'm going to awaken your Zanpakuto." Arisawa Tatsuki remembered something Urahara Kisuke said to her after saying that. That's what happened after Kurosaki Ichigo left. After Kurosaki Ichigo gave Arisawa Tatsuki back to the Urahara store. In the quarrel between Arisawa Tatsuki and Urahara Kisuke, when Urahara Kisuke asked her very seriously, Arisawa Tatsuki didn't make trouble anymore. Urahara Kisuke asked, "Do you know how Shinigami fights?" Arisawa Tatsuki said after saying, "I know, it's kid, chopping, white hits, and shunpo. Rukia Kukaki taught me these things, but I'm all messed up. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to beat him." She thought of last night. Things are up. And Urahara Kisuke asked her. "Yes, these are indeed, but do you know that besides this, there is Shinigami's Zanpakuto liberation, which can also improve his strength?" After speaking, he looked at Arisawa Tatsuki, and Arisawa Tatsuki said to him after hearing it, "Does a knife still have a name?" After speaking, she looked at Urahara Kisuke in confusion, and Urahara Kisuke said to her, "Of course, everyone has his own Zanpakuto name, and after knowing this name and calling it, this is Shikai." Arisawa Tatsuki said to him after saying, "Then I can defeat that man as long as I have the power of this Shikai, right?" Urahara Kisuke said helplessly, "Don't worry. At your current level, even if you have Shikai, you can't beat him, let alone save Rukia Kukaki." After saying that, Arisawa Tatsuki pulled up his collar and said, "Are you kidding me? It doesn't work, what are you talking about?" And Urahara Kisuke said not angry. "I said it, I must be sure, and Zanpakuto has another liberation on Shikai." After Arisawa Tatsuki released his hand, Urahara Kisuke straightened his collar and continued. This level is also the ability that can only be released by a captain-level character, called Bankai. After saying that, Arisawa Tatsuki grabbed Urahara Kisuke's collar and said, "Then teach me. If I learn, I can get out of Rukia." After Urahara Kisuke said that, he knocked off the hand that Arisawa Tatsuki had been pulling on his neck and coughed and said, "How dare you? Do you think there is only one captain in the Soul Society? There are 13 captain-level characters, and there are many, many vice-captain-level characters, that is, the one who defeated you last time, and also there are a lot of Shinigami, no less than 100,000 Shinigami members. Do you think you can rescue Rukia Kukaki from their hands?" After Urahara Kisuke looked at her playfully, Arisawa Tatsuki was silent. Then Arisawa Tatsuki said firmly, "I will rescue Rukia no matter who gets in my way." After saying that, he looked at Urahara Kisuke firmly, and Urahara Kisuke asked again, "You really don't regret it?" Arisawa Tatsuki said firmly. After saying never regret, Urahara Kisuke clapped her hands and said, "Very good. Miss Arisawa, then from tomorrow we will practice devil training for you, don't run away." After he finished speaking, he blinked at Arisawa Tatsuki, and Arisawa Tatsuki said to him, "Come on. Use whatever means you have." Urahara Kisuke smiled and said, "Okay. Don't you know when you're here tomorrow? Go back early now. Urahara Kisuke went back. And Arisawa Tatsuki saw Urahara Kisuke in, so he went home too. The memory was over, so Arisawa Tatsuki said to Kurosaki Ichigo. Do whatever you want. After saying that, he went back to his seat. And Kurosaki Ichigo laughed and stopped talking after hearing it. Chapter 36. And it didn't take long for get out of class to end. In class, Kurosaki Ichigo was thinking about other things, and the teacher asked him questions, but he answered them all. And they all answered correctly. So the teacher can't do anything about him. Because Kurosaki Ichigo has been very smart since he was a child, he can know everything just by looking at it. That's why he is called a prodigy, but Kurosaki Ichigo is very low-key. Then it's noon. Kurosaki Ichigo brought Shihouin Yoruichi to the rooftop for lunch. And it didn't take long for Arisawa Tatsuki, Inu Orium, Sato Yasutora, and Ishida Yuryu to come up. And Kurosaki Ichigo saw them and said to them, "Let's all sit down and eat together." After that, they all sat down. And why Kidō Asano and Kojima Aqua are not there? That's because Kurosaki Ichigo hangs Kidō Asano out of the window. And after Kidō Asano woke up, he fainted when he saw that he was actually hanging, and Kojima Suzuki said to the teacher after discovering it. When the teacher knew about it, he said to Kojima Suzuki. Then let Kojima take him to the hospital. Take care of him by the way. Then Kojima Suzuki took Kidō Asano to the hospital. Then he called Kurosaki Ichigo into the office and said, "Kurosaki, why do you treat Asano like that?" Then Kurosaki Ichigo said, "It's just because he's so annoying." The teacher was about to get angry after hearing that, but he felt helpless when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo's cold face, so he said, "Okay. Forget it this time. Don't do this again." After saying that, Kurosaki Ichigo went back to the classroom. And why does Kurosaki Ichigo have a cold face? That's because Kurosaki Ichigo will only show a slightly softened face in front of his relatives and people he recognizes, and he can't always face Shihouin Yoruichi and his two younger sisters coldly. And while they were having lunch, Arisawa Tatsuki asked, "That Ichigo, you and Yoruichi are really..." When he was about to ask something and was embarrassed, Kurosaki Ichigo said directly, "You mean to ask about my relationship with Yoruichi?" Arisawa Tatsuki was also surprised, but nodded, and Kurosaki Ichigo continued. "You can say that Yoruichi is not my girlfriend." Arisawa Tatsuki panicked after saying that, and then looked at Shihouin Yoruichi, but Shihouin Yoruichi was still eating lunch like that, and occasionally served Kurosaki Ichigo with vegetables, and Kurosaki Ichigo glanced say, "Seriously, she's my fiancé." Arisawa Tatsuki was even more excited after saying that. And Sato Yasutora and Inu Orium were also very surprised, and then Inu Orium asked, "That Kurosaki classmate, then how did you meet Yoruichi?" Kurosaki Ichigo said after saying, "I really miss that time." After saying that, Shihouin Yoruichi also leaked that expression, and then looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and laughed, and Inu Orium saw this scene and wanted to know the story between Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi, so urged, How did you know each other? Hurry up and tell us." Then he turned the target to Shihouin Yoruichi and asked her coquettishly, and Shihouin Yoruichi was also very helpless, and then looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, and Kurosaki Ichigo nodded when he saw this. Afterwards, Shihouin Yoruichi told them that he and Kurosaki Ichigo met and fell in love with a slight change. Of course what changed was the encounter between Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi, so after that, Inu Orium said directly, "Wow! Your experience is so good. I'm so envious." After speaking, he leaned on Shihouin Yoruichi and asked Shihouin Yoruichi something. And Arisawa Tatsuki asked Kurosaki Ichigo, "That Ichigo? Could it be that Yoruichi is also?" When he was about to ask Shihouin if Yoruichi was also a Shinigami, Kurosaki Ichigo looked directly at her and said, "Yes." Arisawa Tatsuki and Sato Yasutora were surprised again. And Yuryu Ishida is very calm because he knows that Shihouin Yoruichi is not easy, and Anu Orium asked, "Yoruichi-chan is also Shinigami?" Shihouin Yoruichi nodded helplessly, and then Anu Orium chased after him like a cannonball and asked, "So who is better between you and Ryuki? Who is better than Kurosaki? When did you become Shinigami?" Following her series of questions, Shihouin Yoruichi didn't know how to answer. And Arisawa Tatsuki said to Anu Orium when he saw Shihouin Yoruichi's bewilderment, "Okay. Don't make a fuss, look at how you asked Yoruichi to answer so many questions at once." After finishing speaking, Anu Orium said, "Oh. Got it," followed by Shihouin Yoruichi. "I'm sorry." Shihouin Yoruichi said with understanding, "It's okay, I know you didn't do it on purpose, and your character is quite cute." He stopped talking after saying that. Instead, I watched Kurosaki Ichigo serve him dishes, and Arisawa Tatsuki and the others finished the meal very quietly. Then they all went to where they were going. And Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi have stayed here. After they were all gone, Kurosaki Ichigo hugged Shihouin Yoruichi and said, "What do you think of them?" Shihouin Yoruichi asked in confusion after speaking. "How about what?" Kurosaki Ichigo gently touched her hair and said, "Of course it's their character." After speaking, Shihouin Yoruichi also pondered, and then said, "Arisawa Tatsuki is a very affectionate and friendly person, Sato Yasutora is similar to her, and Anu Orium is a very cute person, but I think she is very good to everyone. This personality is very bad, and Yuryu Ishida is not sure yet." Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo nodded and said, "What you said now is right, and Ishida Yulong, you don't have to worry, he will be a very reliable teammate sooner or later." After saying that, he hugged her and looked at the horizon. And Shihouin Yoruichi was fascinated by his charming and confident face, and Kurosaki Ichigo asked her, "Are you scared when I say you're not my girlfriend?" After saying that, Shihouin Yoruichi returned to his senses and said, "Of course I'm not afraid. If I'm afraid of even this, how can I be your woman?" After speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo scratched Shihouin Yoruichi's nose dotingly and said, "I love you forever." Looked at Shihouin Yoruichi happily after saying, and Shihouin Yoruichi said, "I'll always love you, no matter how old you are." After saying this, he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo very emotionally, and then Kurosaki Ichigo kissed Shihouin Yoruichi, and Shihouin Yoruichi also actively responded to him, and then formed a good relationship here. Screen. Chapter 37. Then, with Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi hugging each other, it wasn't long before it was time for class. Then Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Okay. It's time for us to go too." Shihouin Yoruichi said coquettishly to Kurosaki Ichigo after hearing this. "No. I want you to carry me, I don't want to move." Kurosaki Ichigo was helpless when he heard Shihouin Yoruichi's words, but Kurosaki Ichigo's love for Shihouin Yoruichi is indescribable. No matter what she asks, Kurosaki Ichigo would agree, and then hugged her with the princess and went downstairs with her. While Kurosaki Ichigo was walking towards the classroom with Shihouin Yoruichi in his arms, some students saw this scene and the girls said with envy, "I'm so envious of that girl. I really want to be carried away by that boy. Why isn't that girl me?" Which girls are chatting endlessly, and the relationship between the spiritual body is due to something else. This Kurosaki Ichigo is better and more handsome than the original. Although he treats others coldly, it is nothing, and Kurosaki Ichigo also has the title of a cold prince. And the men who saw Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi said, "Hey! Who is that man? It's really annoying to be able to hold such a beautiful girl. Hey! Don't talk nonsense, if you want to live, why do you say that? And where are you? After saying the terrible thing about Kurosaki Ichigo, they didn't dare to say anything. And looking at Kurosaki Ichigo was very frightening. And Kurosaki Ichigo, who saw this, didn't care what they thought or walked like that, when Shihouin Yoruichi said to Kurosaki Ichigo, "Ichigo, you better put me down." Kurosaki Ichigo was dissatisfied when he heard this. To Shihouin Yoruichi, "Don't take yourself too lightly, Yoruichi. To me, you are the best gift the world has given me. No matter what you ask for, I will not refuse." Shihouin Yoruichi gave him very moved after saying that a kiss, and the place where they kissed happened to be in the corridor of the classroom, and there was no class yet, so which students saw the scene of the two of them kissing. So it started to quarrel again. And Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi didn't care where they were still kissing, and the students didn't say anything after that. Instead, he went back to his classroom. And Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi are finished kissing too. Back in the classroom. And the scene just now spread quickly in the school. And some of the classmates were excited to see Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi. And Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi saw these eyes as normal, no matter what, while Arisawa Tatsuki looked at Shihouin Yoruichi with a somewhat envious look, and Anu Orium looked at Shihouin Yoruichi with a very strange and curious expression, and Kurosaki Ichigo, and then the get out of class is over. Then Arisawa Tatsuki came to Kurosaki Ichigo and asked, "Are the things that are said in the school true?" Kurosaki Ichigo said after hearing this. "Yes." Arisawa Tatsuki got excited after saying that. Looking at Kurosaki Ichigo says, "How can you do this?" Kurosaki Ichigo said strangely after hearing this. "What's wrong? Can't you? Don't you know about my relationship with Yoruichi? Of course it's possible." Arisawa Tatsuki came back to his senses after saying that. Yes. He and Yoruichi are already fiancé, so of course that's okay. What the hell am I doing? Then he said to Kurosaki Ichigo. "No, I mean you two don't have any control in the school." Kurosaki Ichigo said to her after saying. "Got it." Then he didn't say anything. And Anu Orium came to Shihouin Yoruichi and asked. "That Yoruichi sauce?" And Shihouin Yoruichi heard Anu Orium say. "What's the matter?" Orium then Anu Orium asked curiously. "Yoruichi-chan, I want to ask you how it feels to kiss with Kurosaki-san." Shihouin Yoruichi's mouth twitched when he heard this and asked. "Orium, why are you asking this?" Then Anu Orium said directly. "I want to know how it feels to kiss a boy." Shihouin Yoruichi said with a headache after saying. "How do you say this? I don't know how to describe this feeling. If you say it, it's like a child who ate a candy, very happy, and a little bit of joy." After finishing speaking, Anu Orium nodded and said. "I see. I want to try it too." Then she made up her mind, and Shihouin Yoruichi was very afraid that she would kiss a man casually, so she said. "This kiss must be with the person you like to have this feeling, not with any random man." After finishing speaking, Anu Orium said. "Oh. Got it. Thank you, Yoruichi," and then returned to his place. Class soon. They are all doing their own thing in class, and they will be out of school soon. Then a few of them went home. And Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi also walked towards the house. On the road Kurosaki Ichigo asked. "Yoruichi, before going to Seoul Society during the holidays, what do you want to do?" Shihouin Yoruichi asked me after hearing this. "Why do you ask that?" Kurosaki Ichigo said to her. "How do you say it? We have been together for a long time. And we confirmed our relationship more than 10 days ago, but we have never been on a date together, so let's go on a date." After saying that, Shihouin Yoruichi cried and hugged. And then Kurosaki Ichigo said very frantically. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Then I'll change it, Shihouin Yoruichi said to him here. No, it's because Ichigo you are so kind to me, so I was moved to tears. Kurosaki Ichigo understood after saying that. Then he comforted her and said. Okay. Don't cry. From now on, we will go to a place to date every month, okay? Shihouin Yoruichi stopped crying after that. But watching Kurosaki Ichigo kiss him, and then Kurosaki Ichigo stopped talking, but began to change from passive to active, until Shihouin Yoruichi and Kurosaki Ichigo kissed for 10 minutes and it was over. It is because there are still some things, so the two of them are over. Then Shihouin Yoruichi looked at Kurosaki Ichigo lovingly and said. Well then, let's go every month. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, and Shihouin Yoruichi took Kurosaki Ichigo's hand and walked towards the house. Chapter 38. It didn't take long for Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi to return home. Seeing that her mother was still preparing meals, and the atmosphere was a little off today, Kurosaki's mother saw Kurosaki Ichigo and the two said. Okay. Hurry up and take a good shower and let the latter come down to eat. After saying that, he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo very seriously. This behavior made Kurosaki Ichigo very strange. Then Kurosaki Ichigo ignored this strange behavior and faced Kurosaki. Mom replied. Then we both go up first. After saying that, Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi went up. And Kurosaki's mother was there thinking, forget it, forget about it. Let them do their thing. After thinking about it, I started to serve the meal seriously. Going upstairs to see where Kurosaki Yuzu and Natsurai were washing and talking, and then came behind them and said. What are you doing? You two, don't leave after washing. Kurosaki Yuzu and Natsurai were shocked when they heard this, so they quickly turned around to see Kurosaki Ichigo looking very scared, and Kurosaki Natsurai said. That Ichigo-san, what's the matter? Seeing these, Kurosaki Ichigo was a little curious about what they just said, and then Kurosaki Ichigo said. I told you two to go downstairs for dinner. Kurosaki Natsurai hurriedly took Kurosaki Yuzu's hand and said. Brother Ichigo, we're going down first, so hurry up and get down. After that, he hurried down. And Shihouin Yoruichi saw this and said to Kurosaki Ichigo. What happened to the two of them? Kurosaki Ichigo said strangely after speaking. I don't know either. Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi also went in to wash up. Then they all ate. And during the meal, Kurosaki's mother said to Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo. Are you going out tonight? Kurosaki Ichigo replied. I'm going to go to the Urahara store in the evening, and I'm going to teach long gui cultivation. After finishing speaking, Kurosaki's mother said. Which child was always following you when you were young? Kurosaki Ichigo nodded and said to her. Yeah. Kurosaki's mother asked in confusion after speaking. Is that child also Shinigami? Kurosaki Ichigo said. That's right. She also became Shinigami for some reason. So let me teach. Kurosaki's mother nodded and said. Okay. Then you can go. Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi also finished their meal, so they packed up and went out. At this time, Kurosaki Natsurai and Yuzu came to Kurosaki's mother and asked. That mother, where did brother Ichigo go? Kurosaki Yuzu also looked at Kurosaki's mother curiously, and Kurosaki's mother said helplessly. These things, I can't tell you right now, it's up to your big brother to tell you. After that, I ignored them and went upstairs. And the Kurosaki sisters and the two of them have shifted their target to Kurosaki's father. To a flurry of soft and hard bubbles, he said. Dad, where did brother Ichigo go? Tell me. The two of them acted coquettishly, and then Kurosaki's father couldn't stand it anymore. When he was about to say, Kurosaki's mother actually went downstairs, and seeing Kurosaki here, the sisters didn't dare to say anything. And Kurosaki's father is even more afraid. Then Kurosaki's mother came to Kurosaki's father's side, put his hand in his arms and said, "That husband. The cabinet upstairs seems to be broken. Can you come up?" And Kurosaki's father said, "The cabinets upstairs are not good." Just when she was about to say that everything was good, Kurosaki's mother pinched Kurosaki's father's waist, and then Kurosaki's father found out and said quickly, "Indeed. The cabinet upstairs is indeed broken. I'll go up now." After saying that, he quickly broke free from Kurosaki's mother's hand and ran up. Then Kurosaki's mother said to the two of them, "Don't you two think about what you know from your father?" Kurosaki Natsurai asked in dissatisfaction after hearing this. "Why not?" Kurosaki's mother said after saying, "I don't care about the love between your brothers and sisters. But you have to ask your big brother about this matter. You can't know it from us, do you know? Their mother is using the love between the two of them and her big brother to do business with them, so they can only do this." Then they also went back to the room and fell asleep. On the other hand, Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi also came to the Urahara store. Saw Arisawa Tatsuki standing in front of the door and didn't go in yet. It turned out that Arisawa Tatsuki had already come, but he didn't know whether to open the door or not, so he was entangled in where, and after Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi saw it, Shihouin Yoruichi said, "Long Gui, why don't you go in?" After speaking, Arisawa Tatsuki returned to his senses and said, "You guys are here." After finishing speaking, Shihouin Yoruichi continued, "Why don't you go in?" Arisawa Tatsuki then explained, "It's the first time I've come here by myself, so I don't know how to get in. So I've been very entangled here." After Shihouin Yoruichi looked at her with some amusing, Kurosaki Ichigo raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then the door opened, and Urahara Kisuk came out and said, "Welcome, Kurosaki-san." Yoruichi-san and Miss Arisawa Tatsuki broke out after saying, "Have you been looking at me inside, staying here?" Urahara Kisuk said in amazement after speaking, "I didn't expect Miss Arisawa to know." Arisawa Tatsuki roared after hearing this. "You know, why didn't you come out earlier? Let me stay here for half an hour," and punched Urahara Kisuk. And Urahara Kisuk dodged very easily, then pressed his hat and said, "Don't be so excited." Miss Arisawa and Arisawa Tatsuki continued to chase after him and said, "You made me not excited," you said. "How can I not be excited? Come out to have a look when you see me standing outside, and then let me in." Urahara Kisuk said helplessly after hearing this. "I don't know, you won't go in, but you will be standing outside for half an hour." After saying that, he narrowly escaped Arisawa Tatsuki's attack, and while the two of them were playing, "You chased after me." After the trouble, Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Okay. Don't make trouble here. Do you want to become stronger?" After saying that, Kurosaki Ichigo took Shihouin Yoruichi's hand and went in. Arisawa Tatsuki also stopped, but still looked at Urahara Kisuk and threatened, "You wait for me, I'll beat you sooner or later." After that, he followed Kurosaki Ichigo in, and Urahara Kisuk shook his head a little helplessly and went in too. Chapter 39. After a few of them went in, Arisawa Tatsuki was surprised when he saw the designed basement, but he did not show a surprised expression. At this time, Urahara Kisuk said, "Wow! There is still such a place here." After saying that, he looked at Arisawa Tatsuki, and Arisawa Tatsuki said indifferently, "I'm surprised you don't have to say it for me." Urahara Kisuk said in disbelief, "It's impossible, so why don't you have a surprised expression?" Arisawa Tatsuki said, "Surprise? You don't have to show it on your face." After saying that, he walked straight down, and saw where Tessai Tsukabishi was preparing something, and then it turned out to be a human-like sign, and then Arisawa Tatsuki asked, "What is this for?" Kurosaki Ichigo said to her. It's something that allows you to understand Bankai, and you don't need it yet. Looking at Urahara Kisuke, he said. It's me, or you. Urahara Kisuke smiled and said. Then I'll do it. After taking out his Zanpakuto from the cane, Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi sat next to Tessai Tsukabishi and looked at them, while Arisawa Tatsuki still couldn't understand. What the hell are you doing? Urahara Kisuke went straight to her side, pulled her soul out, and Arisawa Tatsuki turned into a Shinigami. Then Arisawa Tatsuki jumped back a few meters cautiously and took Zanpakuto out and said. What the hell? Urahara Kisuke said after saying. Come on. Miss Arisawa, let's see if I am better or you are better. Arisawa Tatsuki attacked him directly after saying. It's exactly what I want, I wanted to cut you for a long time. And Urahara Kisuke bounced Arisawa Tatsuki away with one blow. Then Arisawa Tatsuki still didn't give up and rushed towards him to attack, and Arisawa Tatsuki became more and more shocked. She didn't expect this wretched uncle to be so strong. Arisawa Tatsuki would be even more surprised if she knew that Urahara Kisuke was not using his full strength at all, not even half of it. And Arisawa Tatsuki said. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I really can't see it. And Urahara Kisuke said after hearing this. Take it as a compliment. After speaking, he looked at Arisawa Tatsuki earnestly and said. I'm going to use the real one too. Arisawa Tatsuki heard him say before he could understand. Wake up. Redheim, and then she saw that Urahara Kisuke's Zanpakuto had changed, and then Urahara Kisuke said. This is Zanpakuto's Shikai, and then looked at Arisawa Tatsuki, and why didn't Kurosaki Ichigo take action? That's because his Zanpakuto has permanently transformed into his ultimate form, which is why Urahara Kisuke does it. And Arisawa Tatsuki said after seeing it. Can I also have such power? Looking at Kurosaki Ichigo with anticipation, Kurosaki Ichigo said before Urahara Kisuke. That's for sure, otherwise why would I come to train you? Arisawa Tatsuki looked at him and said. I didn't ask you, and then looked at Kurosaki Ichigo expectantly, and Kurosaki Ichigo was helpless and nodded. Then Arisawa Tatsuki asked. So how do you understand this? This time she asked Urahara Kisuke, and Urahara Kisuke said directly. You want to see your own Zanpakuto's sword spirit, just know its name. After speaking, Arisawa Tatsuki pondered. She didn't know how to meet her own Zanpakuto's sword spirit, so she asked him. What should I do? After Urahara Kisuke said that, he didn't give up and said. Sit down with your legs crossed and sink your thoughts into Zanpakuto. Arisawa Tatsuki did as he said after saying that. Then Urahara Kisuke released Zanpakuto's Shikai form. Shunpo went to Kurosaki Ichigo and asked. Do you think she can succeed? After saying that, he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo. This time Kurosaki Ichigo didn't speak, instead Shihouin Yoruichi said. That's for sure. Hearing Shihouin Yoruichi's words, Urahara Kisuke looked at Kurosaki Ichigo to see what was going on, but he couldn't see it, so he did it and looked at Arisawa Tatsuki with the others. Why are Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi so confident? That's because Kurosaki Ichigo has Hōgyoku. And it's Hōgyoku who is beyond this world, so neither of them are worried that Arisawa Tatsuki can't awaken his own Zanpakuto, because Kurosaki Ichigo is always there to help her. While Arisawa Tatsuki sat like this for 3 hours, Urahara Kisuke got a little bored and said. If you don't wake her up, let's start tomorrow. After saying that, he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, and Kurosaki Ichigo said to him. No need. After saying that, Arisawa Tatsuki exuded a Ryutsu who was not weak and at the level of a vice-captain, and Urahara Kisuke was stunned to see this scene. Then Arisawa Tatsuki said. Come on. Thunder. After saying that, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit Arisawa Tatsuki, but Kurosaki Ichigo and the others didn't get nervous when they saw this scene, but looked at the spot, and then Arisawa Tatsuki appeared. Her sword has turned into an all-white sword. Moreover, the handguard is in the shape of a cross, and the sword body flashes a thunder flower from time to time. Seeing this, they knew that Arisawa Tatsuki had succeeded. And Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Arisawa Tatsuki's attribute interface. Name, Arisawa Tatsuki. Gender, female. Age, 15. Spouse, none. Potential, captain. Ryutsu, vice captain, level 7. Zanpakuto, Tianli. Kid, none. Shunpo, none. White hits, LV4. Slash, LV5. Battle experience, LV4. Seeing this scene, Kurosaki Ichigo was quite happy, and then came to Arisawa Tatsuki and said, "How is it?" Arisawa Tatsuki said to him after speaking, "I feel good, it's never been better." After saying that, Arisawa Tatsuki looked at Urahara Kisuke and said, "Come on, let's continue." Arisawa Tatsuki raised his Zanpakuto and said, "Down." After Urahara Kisuke said, a bolt of lightning fell over his head. Urahara Kisuke dodged and said, "Don't be in such a hurry." After that, there was another flash of lightning, and Urahara Kisuke escaped with Shunpo. Then Kurosaki Ichigo said to Arisawa Tatsuki, "Okay. Don't make trouble, that's it for today. Continue tomorrow." Kurosaki Ichigo took Shihouin Yoruichi's hand and left. And Arisawa Tatsuki saw this and said to Urahara Kisuke, "I'll let you go this time, I'll see you next time." After saying that, he followed Kurosaki Ichigo out. And Urahara Kisuke shook his head helplessly and went out. Chapter 40. And Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi came back and saw Kurosaki Natsurai and Yuzue still waiting for them in the living room, so Kurosaki Ichigo asked, "Why aren't you sleeping yet?" Kurosaki Yuzue said after saying, "Waiting for Big Brother." Kurosaki Ichigo thought it was younger sister's love for Big Brother. Not thinking about anything else at all, so Kurosaki Ichigo didn't notice and said, "Okay. Big Brother has come back, go to bed early." After saying that, he took the two of them by the hand and went upstairs. And Shihouin Yoruichi thought after hearing Kurosaki Yuzue's words, these two children will not be. Before she could even think about it, Kurosaki Ichigo called her and said, "Yoruichi, go back to the room." After saying that, Shihouin Yoruichi nodded and followed him upstairs. And after bringing the Kurosaki sisters to their room, Kurosaki Ichigo also brought Shihouin Yoruichi back to the room. After returning to the room, Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Shihouin Yoruichi with some doubts and said, "What are you thinking?" After finishing speaking, Shihouin Yoruichi said to him, "I think Yuzue Natsurai and the others are looking at you a little differently." Kurosaki Ichigo said in a calm tone after speaking. "What's the matter? That's the way younger sister looks at the big brother. What else could it be?" After finishing speaking, Shihouin Yoruichi said to him, "It's not the same, just like I see you." Kurosaki Ichigo said helplessly after saying, "Stop joking. How is this possible?" After seeing Shihouin Yoruichi's serious eyes, he said, "Impossible. We are brothers and sisters." Shihouin Yoruichi said after saying, "It's impossible, it's possible, who told you to be so good?" Kurosaki Ichigo was at a loss after speaking, and said, "Is it wrong to be excellent?" Shihouin Yoruichi stopped talking after saying that. Then say, "My parents will definitely not agree to this matter," Shihouin Yoruichi then said aloud. "That's right, we don't care about this matter. Don't tell your uncle and uncle." Kurosaki Ichigo also nodded, and Kurosaki Ichigo fell asleep with Shihouin Yoruichi as usual. Shihouin Yoruichi fell asleep quickly. And Kurosaki Ichigo has some insomnia. I don't know if it's because of this or what. It's the next morning. And Kurosaki Ichigo didn't sleep all night, but he was still full of energy the next day, of course, because his body is a spiritual body. He thought about it all night and finally he felt that it was better to let it be. Then he was relieved. Then Kurosaki Ichigo woke up as usual. Shihouin Yoruichi said, "Little slacker, it's time to get up." After finishing speaking, Shihouin Yoruichi said a little angrily, "Let me sleep a little longer." After saying that, Kurosaki Ichigo patted Shihouin Yoruichi's and said, "Okay. Get up quickly." After saying that, Shihouin Yoruichi stayed in bed and said, "That's fine. But I want you to help me get up." After saying that, Kurosaki Ichigo helped her get dressed, and during the dressing, Kurosaki Ichigo also ate a lot of tofu, and Shihouin Yoruichi was not shy at all. Instead, he was daring to tease him, and Kurosaki Ichigo almost ate her without restraining himself, and in the end it was to give her a good night, so Kurosaki Ichigo held back. And Shihouin Yoruichi was very moved to see this scene and said, "Would you like me to give it to you?" Before he finished speaking, his face turned a little red, and he pointed to his lips, seeing that Kurosaki Ichigo directly turned into an Optimus Prime. And when Shihouin Yoruichi saw this, he grabbed his little Ichigo and said, "Look, it's gotten so big. Don't you need it?" And Shihouin Yoruichi was thinking, how big? So big, so go in. And Kurosaki Ichigo was so excited that she caught her DK and almost went crazy. Then Kurosaki Ichigo fled directly to the bathroom to cool down. And where is Shihouin Yoruichi saying? "It's already 30. After saying that, he started to put on clothes, and after wearing it, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was still taking a shower in the bathroom, smiled and said, "This is cute. He only belongs to me." There was a firmness in his eyes, so he went downstairs. And Kurosaki Ichigo took a cold shower to wash himself in the bathroom to calm himself down, and he felt proud when he saw the pillar below him, because in his previous life, there were only 11 or 12, and in this life, there are actually 32, and there is still a big mouth, and this increase, he is afraid that Shihouin Yoruichi will not be able to bear it in the future. And Kurosaki Ichigo has been holding back not wanting her right away, because Kurosaki Ichigo wants to give her a perfect day, and then wants her, so every time Shihouin Yoruichi flirts with him, he will hold back at the last moment because of this, and Shihouin Yoruichi also knew that Kurosaki Ichigo loved her very much, so he never wanted her so casually, so Kurosaki Ichigo also stood in the most important position in her heart. Kurosaki Ichigo is just like her, he can do everything for her, no matter what it is, of course he can't hurt his loved ones. And Shihouin Yoruichi won't let Kurosaki Ichigo hurt his loved ones. And Kurosaki Ichigo said to himself while taking a cold shower, "If Yoruichi is still flirting with me like this, I don't know if I can hold back." After saying that, Kurosaki Ichigo turned the cold water to the coldest. But it's okay for Kurosaki Ichigo, because Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi are now out of the heat and cold. So this cold water means nothing to him. Then Kurosaki Ichigo directly took a cold shower. And when Shihouin Yoruichi came downstairs and saw Kurosaki's mother who was busy, he came to the side and said, "Need my help?" Kurosaki's mother said to her, "No, you sit first." After that, he got busy. Shihouin Yoruichi saw where Kurosaki's mother was very familiar with cooking. Shihouin Yoruichi also thought of the good days when he was with Kurosaki Ichigo and cooked for him by himself, and thought that he could not cook at all. Hard up. It then resumed the message saying, "Can I learn to cook with you?" Kurosaki's mother paused and said, "Okay." After saying that, he looked at Shihouin Yoruichi with some satisfaction. But Shihouin Yoruichi didn't know, Kurosaki's mother had been observing her, and she had been rating her, and Shihouin Yoruichi took the initiative to ask her for advice, so Kurosaki's mother was also a little happy. Because she didn't want her son to marry a wife who couldn't do housework, and let him do all those things. And Shihouin Yoruichi said after hearing Kurosaki's mother's answer. Thank you Mom, Kurosaki said. Why are all the family being so polite? Shihouin Yoruichi also nodded after saying that. Chapter 41. And when Shihouin Yoruichi asked Kurosaki's mother how to cook, the Kurosaki sisters also came down. And seeing that his favorite big brother has not come down yet, he asked. Yoruichi elder sister, why hasn't the big brother come down yet? Hearing Kurosaki Yuzu's question, Shihouin Yoruichi said. Ichigo is taking a shower upstairs now. I'll come down later, Kurosaki Yuzu asked again after saying that. Big brother, why do you take a shower in the morning? Shihouin Yoruichi smiled and said. Why did you say that? Kurosaki Yuzu was stunned when he heard this. However, Kurosaki's mother and Natsurai could hear her words, and when Kurosaki Yuzu wanted to ask something, Kurosaki Natsurai took Yuzu's hand and said. Okay. Yuzu, let me tell you. After she finished speaking, she took her hand and sat down on the sofa in the living room and whispered, while Kurosaki's mother and Shihouin Yoruichi, who were staying in the dining room, looked at each other. And then Kurosaki's mother took the lead by saying. Have you done it now? Shihouin Yoruichi was a little stunned to hear such a direct question from Kurosaki's mother. See here, Kurosaki mother said when Shihouin Yoruichi had something to say. Needless to say. I already know. After speaking, he walked to the kitchen and said at the door. Okay. Hurry up and call Ichigo down for dinner. After that, Shihouin Yoruichi went in regardless of Shihouin Yoruichi's answer. And Shihouin Yoruichi is very strange, so you can see it. Then, when she wanted to see her attributes, Shihouin Yoruichi thought that if she couldn't see him, himself, she couldn't use the system to look at her attributes, and she gave up when she walked to the kitchen door. Thinking, there will be opportunities in the future. After thinking about it, Shihouin Yoruichi went upstairs. And Kurosaki's mother was thinking in the kitchen, does this kid think I've been speaking the vernacular for so many years? Of course such a simple distinction will do. After that, I was very happy to prepare breakfast. On the other side, the Kurosaki sisters were whispering something, and Kurosaki Yuzu made a surprised voice from time to time, and his face turned red. While Kurosaki Natsurai finished, Kurosaki Yuzu asked. Is this true? Natsumai-chan, Kurosaki Natsumai said as if looking at an emotional idiot. I told you so much. Why don't you believe it? Kurosaki Natsurai looked at Yuzu with a look of trust in me, and Yuzu said. Only I have seen it. I will believe it. After saying that, Kurosaki Natsumai patted his forehead helplessly and said. Okay. I'll let you see later. Kurosaki Yuzu had no choice but to nod, and when the two of them returned to the restaurant, they saw that Kurosaki's mother and Shihouin Yoruichi were not there, and when they heard the voice in the kitchen, the two of them he also looked at the kitchen and saw only Kurosaki's mother in it and asked. Mom, where did sister Yoruichi elder go? Hearing her own daughter's question, Mama Kurosaki said. Oh. Yoruichi went up and called Ichigo. Kurosaki's mother said when the Kurosaki sisters wanted to go up and have a look after saying that. Okay. Yuzu Natsurai is here to help me. After saying that, the Kurosaki sisters had to give up. Quietly helping my mother with a favor. And when Shihouin Yoruichi heard the sound of water, he knew that Kurosaki Ichigo was still taking a shower and came to the door. When he was about to call him, he suddenly thought that he wanted to tease him, so he took off his clothes and pushed the door in. And why didn't Kurosaki Ichigo find it? Then Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi embraced and took a bath in the bathroom. For some reason, Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi's feelings deepened in this tiny bathroom. Chapter 42. And while Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi are together, Shihouin Yoruichi asks. Ichigo, when did you fall in love with me? After saying that, he looked at him expectantly, but Kurosaki Ichigo said a little embarrassedly after hearing it, when I first saw you. Yoruichi was very happy to hear that. Seal. Okay. Stop soaking, come out quickly. Kurosaki Ichigo woke up after saying that. Then, when he saw what he was about to do, he ran out, and when Shihouin Yoruichi saw that he was about to succeed, Kurosaki's mother actually came to make trouble. She was very angry, and then she was helpless. What's the use of her wanting to be angry again? She is her lover's mother, and she can't offend her. After thinking about it, she has to come out. Then he saw Kurosaki Ichigo, who was quickly wearing clothes, and said with a smile. What's wrong? Ichigo, are you afraid of me? After saying that, he walked towards him very charmingly, but Kurosaki Ichigo stepped back in fear when he saw this and said. Don't come here, he stammered a little when he spoke. Kurosaki Ichigo was not afraid, but he was afraid to look at Shihouin Yoruichi, so he said intermittently, but Shihouin Yoruichi said with a smile after hearing it. Why? Don't you need me to comfort you? Then she watched Kurosaki Ichigo lick her lips charmingly, seeing Kurosaki Ichigo very excited, but she stopped and said. Don't come here, I'll go out right away. After saying that, he put on his top and walked out, and Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy to see this and said. It's so funny. He can only be mine. After that, she started to wipe her body and put on her clothes. And after Kurosaki Ichigo came out, he saw Kurosaki's mother outside, and he looked at him strangely and said. Ichigo, why did you come out without putting on your clothes? Kurosaki Ichigo said embarrassedly after speaking. It's okay, it's just too hot inside, so come and wear it outside. After finishing her clothes, Kurosaki's mother said strangely. Is it hot inside? When he was about to push the door and go in, the door was opened. And Shihouin Yoruichi also came out with clothes on. See Kurosaki mom say. Auntie, why are you here? After saying that, he glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo, and Kurosaki Ichigo looked at him with awe, but Kurosaki Ichigo still lost. After all, Kurosaki Ichigo is just an innocent little wight who knows nothing, so he is not the opponent of Shihouin Yoruichi, who has lived for 100 years. And Kurosaki's mother said after hearing this. It's not for the two of you, it's so late that the two of you still haven't come down, so I'll come up and have a look. After saying that, Kurosaki's mother glared at Shihouin Yoruichi, and Shihouin Yoruichi said directly after seeing it. I'm sorry. Auntie, I really want to take a bath too, so I'm late, sorry. After saying that, she confessed to Kurosaki's mother, and Kurosaki's mother didn't get angry after hearing it and said. Okay. Stop talking. Come down and eat. After saying that, Kurosaki's mother went down first. And Shihouin Yoruichi said to Kurosaki Ichigo after seeing it. I'll do my best. I said to Kurosaki Ichigo, kissed him and went downstairs. And when Kurosaki Ichigo heard this, he knew that it was Shihouin Yoruichi's conspiracy just now, and he actually fell for it. Then he wondered if he wanted to keep a distance from Shihouin Yoruichi until that day? Otherwise I can't control it. Even though he thought so, Kurosaki Ichigo was still very excited, because he had always envied the protagonists of novels for such a thing to happen to him, and it happened to himself. So Kurosaki Ichigo is very happy. Then Kurosaki Ichigo didn't want to. As long as she loves me, I love her too. Then go downstairs. Chapter 43. Then Kurosaki Ichigo came down and saw that Yuzuru and Natsurai were gone, so he asked. Mom, where did Yuzuru and Natsuki go? After speaking, Kurosaki's mother gave him a look and said. Could it be because of you? Kurosaki Ichigo was very surprised when he heard it, and then asked. Because of me? Kurosaki's mother rolled her eyes and said. It's not that you got up early to take a shower, so they went to eat and go to school before they could wait for you. After speaking, Shihouin Yoruichi glanced at Shihouin Yoruichi, and after seeing it, Shihouin Yoruichi said, "It's not my business," and said that he didn't know, and Kurosaki Ichigo had black lines on his face after hearing it, and Kurosaki's mother said after hearing it, "Ichigo, you have grown up too." Hearing Kurosaki's mother's melancholy words, Kurosaki Ichigo's face turned even darker. He thought it wasn't your fault, and then Kurosaki Ichigo could only blame himself. "That mom, I'm sorry. Not next time." After saying that, he started to eat, and during the meal, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly choked. After coughing a few times, Shihouin Yoruichi said with concern, "What's wrong? Ichigo, are you not feeling well?" Kurosaki Ichigo was even more annoyed when he heard this, thinking that Shihouin Yoruichi was going to heaven. "How dare you tease yourself? Why do you say that?" That's because Shihouin Yoruichi has been teasing a certain part of Kurosaki Ichigo with his feet under the table, and Kurosaki Ichigo's body's fire hasn't gone down because of Shihouin Yoruichi's teasing in the morning, so Kurosaki Ichigo's part is up again. When Kurosaki's mother saw Kurosaki Ichigo choked, she was very concerned and asked, "What's wrong?" Ichigo looked at him strangely after saying, and Kurosaki Ichigo was very afraid of Kurosaki's mother's discovery, so he said, "It's okay, I choked because I ate too fast." After finishing speaking, Kurosaki's mother said to him, "You're such an old man. Why do you still look like a child? Don't worry." Kurosaki Ichigo blushed even more. And Shihouin Yoruichi is even more unscrupulous, and Kurosaki Ichigo can only eat breakfast quickly and teach Shihouin Yoruichi a good lesson, so Kurosaki Ichigo ignores Shihouin Yoruichi's actions. Ishin eats his own meal, and Shihouin Yoruichi watches. By the time this scene was all over, it stopped moving. Seeing that Shihouin Yoruichi was no longer teasing, Kurosaki Ichigo finished the meal in no time. And Kurosaki mother said, "Ichigo, would you like to have a little more?" Kurosaki Ichigo replied, "No need. Let's go to school first." Kurosaki's mother said when she was about to drag Shihouin Yoruichi away. "Ichigo, go first. I have something to say with Yoruichi." After saying that, he looked at Shihouin Yoruichi, and Kurosaki Ichigo was very strange when he heard it. When he was about to say something, Shihouin Yoruichi said, "Ichigo, you go first, I'll come in a while." After saying that, he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, and when Kurosaki Ichigo heard it, he could only go first. And after Kurosaki Ichigo left, Shihouin Yoruichi said, "What's wrong with auntie?" After finishing speaking, Kurosaki's mother said, "I'm here for you and Ichigo." After finishing speaking, Shihouin Yoruichi asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Kurosaki's mother asked directly, "You and Ichigo haven't done it yet." Although she asked, Kurosaki's mother said with certainty, and Shihouin Yoruichi smiled and said, "Not really." Hearing this, Kurosaki's mother laughed, and then Kurosaki's mother said to her, "I think you can treat him well." Shihouin Yoruichi was also very puzzled when he heard this. He didn't expect that Kurosaki's mother would say this, and Kurosaki's mother continued, "Ichigo has been very smart since he was a child, and he is also very filial at home. Although he has a cold face on the whole, his heart is very warm. As long as anyone can get his approval, he will pay for him, her, everything, so I hope you can take good care of him for me, and I have never seen him love someone so much since he was a child, so I hope you will not disappoint his heart, although he looks very strong, but his heart is very fragile." After saying that, Shihouin Yoruichi recalled that she had grown up with Kurosaki Ichigo since she was a child. If anyone in the world knows Kurosaki Ichigo the most, then it can only be Shihouin Yoruichi besides his family. And she also knew about Kurosaki Ichigo, his experience, so she said, "Don't worry, I'll never leave him alone." Mother Kurosaki was relieved to hear this. Then he looked at her and asked. This morning is because of you, so Ichigo will take a shower. Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi didn't hide, and said. That's right, today is because of me, so he's like that, and he's very cute. Hearing this, Kurosaki's mother is a little jealous of her. Why? That's because the son was mother's lover in the previous life, so Kurosaki's mother had some such feelings, and then put her mind away and said. Okay. I know it's because of you, so don't force him. Let him choose. After speaking, Shihouin Yoruichi immediately said. Auntie isn't, I hinted him a lot. But he didn't act, so I acted. But it still didn't work. Then he looked at Kurosaki's mother resentfully, and seeing this scene, Kurosaki's mother was very embarrassed, but still asked. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with Ichigo's body? Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi thought that there must be something wrong, otherwise it would be so big, and then she said. No problem, I found out in the morning that he has no problem at all. Hearing this, Kurosaki's mother didn't understand. So ask. Is it really okay? Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi ran to Kurosaki's mother's ear and said something, and Kurosaki's mother actually blushed. And Shihouin Yoruichi also smiled, and Kurosaki mother saw Shihouin Yoruichi smiling and said. Go to your school. Shihouin Yoruichi walked out with a smile, while Kurosaki's mother gestured and said. It's so big, what should I do? Hearing her tone, she was very envious and scared. Then I thought, the son is so big, why is the father so small? Then he became very resentful, and Kurosaki's father suddenly felt a little cold behind him at the drugstore. After thinking about Kurosaki's mother, I don't even think about it. Clear the table. On the other hand, when Kurosaki Ichigo was about to come to the school gate, Shihouin Yoruichi also arrived. And Kurosaki Ichigo asked. What are you two talking about? Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi said mysteriously. After saying secret, Kurosaki Ichigo walked in. And Kurosaki Ichigo was weird but walked in without saying anything. Chapter 44. And after Kurosaki Ichigo followed Shihouin Yoruichi in, Shihouin Yoruichi actually slowed down, and Kurosaki Ichigo quickly caught up with her. And Shihouin Yoruichi hugged Kurosaki Ichigo's arm and said. Let's go. Class is about to start. After saying that, he watched Kurosaki Ichigo kiss him, and Kurosaki Ichigo put down his doubts when he saw this, and went to school with her. When he entered the classroom, he saw Arisawa Tatsuki came to him and said. Why did you come so late today? Shihouin Yoruichi said first when he heard what Kurosaki Ichigo was about to say. Something was delayed this morning, heard Arisawa Tatsuki say. So that's how it is. Arisawa Tatsuki nodded in embarrassment after hearing Shihouin Yoruichi's words, and then returned to his seat. And Kurosaki Ichigo saw this and touched Shihouin Yoruichi and said. Okay. Don't treat the family like that, I have nothing to do with her. Shihouin Yoruichi said happily after hearing this. Really? Then I'll go and apologize to her. After saying that, Shihouin Yoruichi ran over to Arisawa Tatsuki and said something to her, and I ignored her, went back to my seat, and looked at them both, they the two actually talked and laughed. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't understand the friendship between women and women, so he just ignored her. Then I looked at the classroom and Ishida Yulong was not there. Hearing other people's discussions, Ishida Yulong actually asked for leave. And as long as you take the exam, don't go to class. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo was very helpless. He didn't expect him to choose this way, even though his grades were only below him. Kurosaki Ichigo has been the first in his grade since he was a child, while Ishida Yuryu is the second, Inu Orium is the fourth. Shihouin Yoruichi has not taken the test yet, so I don't know her ranking, but it should be in the top few. Then the school bell rang. They all went back to their seats and sat down. Shihouin Yoruichi blows him a kiss and sits down too. And where Kurosaki Ichigo sits doing nothing, the time has passed. Class will be over soon. And when Kurosaki Ichigo was looking for Shihouin Yoruichi, she took his hand and ran out, and Kurosaki Ichigo just followed her. Unexpectedly, she took him to a very hidden classroom, locked the door from the inside, and closed the curtains. Seal. After doing some things to come, wait until the afternoon class is about to start when the class bell rings. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi woke up. Then they both went back to the classroom. Nothing happened in the afternoon and it was the same as usual, and school was over soon. The two of them also walked towards the house, and on the way Shihouin Yoruichi said, "Be sure to stay with me all day tomorrow." Kurosaki Ichigo nodded amusedly when he heard this, and when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo nod, Shihouin Yoruichi believed him, and carried her home. Chapter 45. Back home, Kurosaki Ichigo saw that they were both waiting for them, and after seeing them he asked, "Ichigo, why did you two ask for leave?" Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo knew that my head teacher told my mother, so Kurosaki Ichigo said, "It's all right, I have something to do tomorrow, so I'm taking a day off." Hearing this, Kurosaki's mother continued, "Then you don't have to ask for Yoruichi's leave." And Kurosaki Ichigo continued, "Okay. Don't worry about it." After saying that, Kurosaki's mother said, "Okay. I don't care about the two of you. Be careful tomorrow." Kurosaki Ichigo nodded after saying that, while Shihouin Yoruichi stuck his tongue out at Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo was very helpless, and Kurosaki's sisters ran up to him and said, "Ichigo-san, where are you going?" Said he was looking forward to his answer, but Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know what to say. At this time Shihouin Yoruichi took the Kurosaki sisters by the hand and said, "Come here, I'll tell you." After saying that, he took the two of them and came to the side, and Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know what to do. When I saw Kurosaki's mother was busy, I came to her side to help her, while Kurosaki's father was still in the clinic and didn't come back. It seemed that some patient was on drips, so I went to deliver him a meal later. And Kurosaki mother saw Kurosaki Ichigo come to help and said, "How come?" And I said. After saying nothing, she helped her, and when she saw my skillful technique, she complimented. As expected of my son, everything is so good, and then started cooking. And Kurosaki Ichigo didn't take her words to heart, he still focused on doing his own thing, and cut all the meat. On the other hand, Shihouin Yoruichi brought the Kurosaki sisters to the class and said, "Do you want to know what we are going to do tomorrow?" The Kurosaki sisters nodded quickly. Seeing this, Shihouin Yoruichi laughed and said, "We're going tomorrow." She stretched her tone deliberately to make them both curious, and Kurosaki Yuzuo asked, "Where are you going?" Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi stopped hanging the two of them and said, "The two of us are not going anywhere." The Kurosaki sisters were a little stunned when they heard this. They didn't understand why they didn't go anywhere, why they asked for leave, and when they were about to ask, Shihouin Yoruichi had already left. It turns out that Shihouin Yoruichi came to the kitchen door and watched Kurosaki Ichigo's back cooking and was very infatuated, and Kurosaki Ichigo felt that someone was looking at him and knew it must be Shihouin Yoruichi. But it didn't say where it was. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's familiar technique, Shihouin Yoruichi thought he was doing better than Kurosaki's mother, and Kurosaki's mother said, "Ichigo, don't think about anything else." Kurosaki Ichigo is a little strange to hear this. And Shihouin Yoruichi is also interested. Then saw Kurosaki Ichigo not reject Kurosaki mother said, "I think so. Yoruichi is a good girl, but she has to be very possessive." Shihouin Yoruichi was stunned to hear this. Unexpectedly, Kurosaki's mother knew her so well, and Kurosaki Ichigo stopped his movements when he heard it. Seeing this, Kurosaki's mother quickly said. Don't think about anything else. I'm not saying her bad, because... Kurosaki Ichigo interrupted, if anything. Mom, I like her very much, no I love him. Hearing this, Kurosaki's mother stopped talking. Whereas Shihouin Yoruichi looked at me, and I continued. Let's just say that because I love her for everything, whether it's her strengths or weaknesses. Kurosaki's mother has nothing to say here. And Shihouin Yoruichi was even more moved to cry. But hold on. Upstairs soon. She thought, so he knows all about it. Thinking of this, Shihouin Yoruichi's love for Kurosaki Ichigo is even stronger. And on the way, when the Kurosaki sisters saw Shihouin Yoruichi going to call her, Shihouin Yoruichi quickly went upstairs. They don't know what's wrong? So I touched my head and went back to the living room to watch TV. And after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Kurosaki's mother also said. I'm sorry. I don't even know that my son has grown up. I can already think about a lot of things. Okay. In the future, I have to solve my own affairs. If you can't decide for yourself, you can come to me to discuss it. He also began to hear this. Cooking again. And when Kurosaki Ichigo heard it, he was very happy and started doing it. When the two of them finished cooking, Mama Kurosaki said. The meal is ready. Come and eat. After finishing speaking, the Kurosaki sisters came to look at the dishes and said. Ichigo-san made the meal today. When she was about to eat it with her hands, Kurosaki patted her hand and said. Okay. Eat after washing your hands. Kurosaki Natsumi sighed when she saw this and went to wash her hands with yuzu. And I saw that Shihouin Yoruichi was not there and said. Mom, I'm going to tell Yoruichi to come down. After finishing speaking, Kurosaki's mother said. Okay. Just in time, I'm going to deliver lunch to your dad too. After saying that, Kurosaki's mother took the prepared lunch box and set off. And I went upstairs and called Shihouin Yoruichi. When I went upstairs and entered the room, I saw Shihouin Yoruichi lying in the bed and couldn't come out, so I said. Okay. Come out. It's time for dinner. And Shihouin Yoruichi said sideways. No. Can I just lie down for a while? Seeing Shihouin Yoruichi's cute expression, I couldn't help it, so I said. Okay, then I'll go down and get your meal. Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy to hear this. Okay, okay. After saying that, Kurosaki Ichigo flicked her forehead and said. Be careful not to become a little fat, and then got up and walked out, while Shihouin Yoruichi touched his forehead and said. I won't. After saying that, he looked very angry, but the sweetness in his eyes was about to come out. And when I heard Shihouin Yoruichi's words, I turned my head and gave her a smile and went out. Came downstairs to see the Kurosaki sisters, and Kurosaki Natsumi said. Ichigo-san, why didn't Yoruichi-san come down? Hearing this, I said. Oh. The two of us are going to eat upstairs, so let's eat first. And the Kurosaki sisters started right away. When I finished my meal and was about to go up, Kurosaki's mother came back and said. Why don't we eat together? Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo explained to her after asking, and she allowed it. I also went upstairs, and when I went back to the room, I saw Shihouin Yoruichi was not there, and there was a sudden sound of closing the door. When I looked back, I knew it was Shihouin Yoruichi. But she was only wearing underwear, and she had closed the door, window, and curtain. Then Kurosaki Ichigo put the rice on the table and said. Okay. Let's eat. After saying that, Shihouin Yoruichi took off Kurosaki Ichigo's clothes and sat on my lap with only his panties left, and I was very helpless, but I acquiesced. And when I saw that she didn't do it, I knew she wanted me to feed it, so I finished feeding her spoon by spoon. Then Shihouin Yoruichi took my meal and said. Now it's my turn to feed. After saying that, he ate the meal for himself regardless of my consent, and then kissed me and gave me the meal, and I cooperated helplessly. After eating, Shihouin Yoruichi directly putting the rice bowl on the table no matter what, instead pressed me down and said, "Would you like it?" Kurosaki Ichigo knew she had a plan when I heard this, so I said, "Okay. It's all right tomorrow. So don't worry." And Kurosaki Ichigo put on his pajamas and put his rice bowl back, and went back to his room. And Shihouin Yoruichi also put on pajamas, and seeing her pajamas Kurosaki Ichigo is a little dry. Because it is transparent, there is a great temptation, so Kurosaki Ichigo directly hugged her in his arms so that she couldn't move, and then he fell asleep with his heart as clear as ice. As for Shihouin Yoruichi, he was very sad that he didn't achieve his goal, but he was happy again when he thought about tomorrow, and then he quietly hugged me and fell asleep. Chapter 46. Then after Shihouin Yoruichi fell asleep, Kurosaki Ichigo opened his eyes and looked at Shihouin Yoruichi very tenderly, then kissed Shihouin Yoruichi's forehead, and then hugged her to sleep. And the next morning Shihouin Yoruichi got up at dawn. Then he sat on my waist and said, "It's time to get up. Ichigo, it's going to be late," and then pinching me, because men have a lot of desire in the morning, so that one got up. And Shihouin Yoruichi actually pinched it, and I got up helplessly, say, "Why are you getting up so early? The store isn't open yet." Then I saw Shihouin Yoruichi's wink. I got up. Shihouin Yoruichi got up from me and went to the bathroom to take a shower. And I saw when she was so excited, she got up and packed up the bedding and went in to take a bath together. Seeing that I actually went in to take a bath with her, she was very curious and asked, "Why did you take a shower with me today?" Then I looked at Kurosaki Ichigo's underside, and I didn't cover it. Instead, I showered with her as usual and said, "We've both been together for a long time, so don't have to cover up." After saying that, he gave her a look, while Shihouin Yoruichi squatted down and flicked little Ichigo, and she was curious to see it bouncing around, but she wasn't there either. After playing with it, I started to take a good bath with me. Shihouin Yoruichi, who was resting on Kurosaki Ichigo while they both soaked in the bathtub, asked, "Is this true?" When I heard her question, I knew I was asking about today's matter. Then I touched her hair with pity and said, "Of course it's true, we will go there many times in the future." Shihouin Yoruichi was very moved to hear this, and then Shihouin Yoruichi was also moved to hug Kurosaki Ichigo, and then I said, "Okay, now it's time to go out." After that, he patted Shihouin Yoruichi's while Shihouin Yoruichi drilled into my arms and said, "No, just stay for a while." Then he acted coquettishly at me. Seeing this scene, I felt a little soft-hearted, and then I agreed to her when I saw her, and then the two of us hugged each other in this bathtub for more than a dozen years. Minutes later Shihouin Yoruichi said, "Go out now." He smiled at me after saying that, and then got up. When she got up, I got up too. Then we both went out to wipe our bodies and put on our clothes. Because it's very early, the Kurosaki sisters and the others are still up, and where Kurosaki's mother is preparing breakfast, I see the two of us saying, "It's really early to get up. Just wait for breakfast," I said when I was about to continue. "Mom, no need. Let's go out to eat." After saying this, he looked at Kurosaki's mother apologetically, and Kurosaki's mother also paused after hearing this and said, "It's okay, it's all trivial matters, but are you really not eating at home?" Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo refused again. Then Shihouin Yoruichi said, "I'm sorry." Auntie looked at Kurosaki's mother embarrassedly, but Kurosaki's mother didn't take this seriously and said, "It's all right, it's a small matter, then you go out." After that, I went back to work. Then we looked at each other and went out, while Shihouin Yoruichi held my arm. Wait until after going out and look at Shihouin Yoruichi and say, "What are you going to eat?" Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi said to me. It's up to you, said it with a sweet look at me, and then I thought about it and thought I'd go to a French restaurant for breakfast. Then I said. Go to a French restaurant? Shihouin Yoruichi said directly after saying. It's all up to you. When I heard this, I shook my head helplessly, and then took her where to go. After I came to the restaurant, I saw that there were not many people in it, and after entering, the waiter came over and said. How many? I continued. 2, and the waiter said. Please come with me, took us to a nice place and said. After saying please sit, I went to get the menu. And after we sat down, the waiter came over and handed over the menu and said. What do I need? I said, standing next to me, and I gave the menu to Shihouin Yoruichi and said. You order it. Then Shihouin Yoruichi pushed the menu back and said. Come on. Then he raised his chin and looked at me, and I looked at it a few times and said to the waiter. 2 sandwiches, 2 toasts, and 2 cups of mocha coffee, thank you, and gave him the menu. Then the waiter took the menu and said. Okay, please wait a moment, and went down. Then Shihouin Yoruichi looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and said. Why did you think of coming here? I looked at her and said. I came here because I wanted to change the taste. After that, he continued. Doesn't it suit your taste? Shihouin Yoruichi hurriedly said after hearing this. No, I also want to change it. After saying that, I held my hand and didn't let it go, and I was very helpless, but I acquiesced to her. And after a few minutes of chatting between the two of us, breakfast came. Then I looked at her and said. Okay. Let's eat first. After saying that, he helped Shihouin Yoruichi to get some food and then ate it himself. While eating, Shihouin Yoruichi fed me 1.4 with what he had just eaten. And when I saw it, I didn't reject it, and I accepted it happily. Then I also fed her a few mouthfuls. In this very romantic atmosphere, after the two of us finished eating, I asked. Where do you want to go now? Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi said coquettishly. It's up to you to decide everything during the day. After 35 finished speaking, she hugged me very happily, and when I heard her secret words, I acquiesced. After paying the money, we both left. Out. Then I said. Let's go to the botanical garden first. Shihouin Yoruichi nodded, and in her eyes only Kurosaki Ichigo, she would go wherever Kurosaki Ichigo goes, so we both set off towards the botanical garden. Chapter 47. And when Shihouin Yoruichi and I were walking on the road, we saw some school students walking in pairs, some male and female walking in pairs, and seeing them was like returning to a previous life. In my previous life, I was just an abandoned house. In this life, I can actually have a person who loves me so much, so I will cherish it very much. After I sighed, I held Shihouin Yoruichi's hand tightly, and Shihouin Yoruichi didn't understand it when he saw this, but he held my arm tightly. And then looked at me with love, and I also looked at her very tenderly, then kissed her, and then walked towards the botanical garden. Not long after the two of them came to the botanical garden, and then looked where, there were not many people, almost all of them were older people, and then I looked at Shihouin Yoruichi and said. Let's just stroll around here for a while, okay? Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi nodded directly and said. It's up to you to decide. After that, he kissed my cheek, and I looked at her helplessly and walked around with her. Although it is not very famous, the environment here is very good, and there are not so many people, so I decided to come here on 26, and it is spring and summer, so all the flowers are in bloom. Then we too come when I arrived at the 100 flowers bush, there are many kinds of flowers, such as peonies, peony, magnolia, roses, etc. There are many kinds of flowers. Shihouin Yoruichi is very happy to see it here, like a child, and I am also very happy to see it. It was fun, and then we both posed for pose pictures like male and female friends who were in love with each other. Then I smiled and asked, "Is this kind of life good?" she said directly after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words. "Of course. This kind of life is very good." After I said, I kissed her and said, "Okay. Then let's finish everything, let's travel around the world." Shihouin Yoruichi was surprised, but still said, "Okay. But what about my uncle and aunt and Yuzu Natsumi? And don't you go to school?" I said indifferently when I heard this. "It's all right. As long as they are safe." "And the school? Did you decide that I need to go to school?" Shihouin Yoruichi was also stunned when he heard this, and then thought that Kurosaki Ichigo is now giving high school courses to self-taught people. Then I went on to say, "So, don't worry about finding a job or something. And we won't necessarily be in this world in the future." Kurosaki Ichigo, who was behind, didn't say it, but thought in his heart, because when his strength reaches a certain level, he can go elsewhere. World, so Kurosaki Ichigo thinks so. And Shihouin Yoruichi stopped talking when he heard it. After thinking about it, "Let's talk about it later." After thinking about it, he said to Kurosaki Ichigo, "Let's go. Let's go to the bridge and see." After saying that, she took my hand and ran, and I had to follow her. Then we both came to the bridge, and when we saw the very clear lake water, we felt our own way. The heart was purified, and there was a pavilion on the lake, and then the two of us sat on the fence of the bridge, and she put her head on my shoulder and watched the scenery here quietly. After staying here for a while, Shihouin Yoruichi took my hand again and said, "Let's go. Go to that pavilion and sit for a while." After saying that, he dragged me to go somewhere, and I secretly took a picture of this scene. And then I went to the pavilion and saw that there was no one here, and who would come here so early? I wanted to play and took me down. And Shihouin Yoruichi lay down on my leg. Then I was very emotional, said to me, "I really like this kind of life." And when I heard it, I smiled and said, "We'll come out often in the future." After that, Shihouin Yoruichi scratched his nose, and Shihouin Yoruichi wrinkled his nose and said, "Don't scratch it, what if it collapses?" I said with a smile when I saw this scene. "No, even if it collapses, I will still want you." After saying that, she kissed her forehead, while Shihouin Yoruichi was still dissatisfied with the open arm, and then I was very funny when I saw it, and then I used the princess hugged Shihouin Yoruichi while she hugged my neck and said, "If only I could meet you earlier." Hearing Shihouin Yoruichi's melancholy, I smiled and said, "It's not too late to meet me now." After saying that, Shihouin Yoruichi kissed me directly, and I cooperated. And there was no one around, so Kurosaki Ichigo cooperated with her, and then Shihouin Yoruichi stopped and said, "Where are you going now?" And I said to her after hearing this, "Wait a minute and you'll find out." After saying that, he hugged her and walked where, and Shihouin Yoruichi saw Kurosaki Ichigo without letting go and said, "Ichigo, let me down." After I finished, I said directly. After saying it's all right, it tightened a little, and then walked on, and Shihouin Yoruichi saw that he said it was useless, so he didn't care. "Let me hold it." After a while, the two of us came to the green grass. On. Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy to see here, and then I carried her to the lawn and sat down, then put her down and said, "Do you like this place?" Hear this, Shihouin Yoruichi said directly, "I like it." After saying that, Kurosaki Ichigo lay down. And Shihouin Yoruichi lay down on my chest when he saw it. Then he looked at the sky and said, "If only this time could stop." And I said, "Why do you feel like I'm going to die?" in your tone of voice. Shihouin Yoruichi immediately blocked my mouth and said, 403 Ba, what are you talking about? I don't allow you to think that way." Then Shihouin Yoruichi hugged me tightly. I was very helpless and then said. Okay. What are you thinking? I have a trump card, how could something happen, and you don't know? After speaking, he looked at her, and Shihouin Yoruichi knew all about it, but still worried. I'm not afraid of anything, I'm afraid of 10,000 and then looked at me very firmly, and I raised my hand helplessly and said. Okay. I lost, then I can take you wherever I go. After that, Shihouin Yoruichi was satisfied. And Kurosaki Ichigo thought so carefully. Thinking that he had a copy space, even if it was we are in danger. As long as you pull Shihouin Yoruichi into the dungeon yourself, isn't it all right? Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo agreed to what Shihouin Yoruichi said. And Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy to hear Kurosaki Ichigo's answer and said. This is what you said, you can't go back. After speaking, he looked at me seriously, and after hearing it, I said. Okay. Of course not. Don't talk about this now. Go somewhere else now. Kurosaki Ichigo got up after that. Then Shihouin Yoruichi opened his arms and asked for a hug, and Kurosaki Ichigo was also very spoiled, pick it up and walk outside. And Shihouin Yoruichi is very happy leaning on my chest. Chapter 48. Then the two of us came to the aquarium, bought tickets at the gate, and then went in and said. The environment here is good, so come here, and looked at Shihouin Yoruichi, and Shihouin Yoruichi said directly after hearing it. As long as it is where you are, it is fine. Kurosaki Ichigo was very helpless and happy to hear this, and then said. Got it. Then shave her, and then drag her in. The variety of fish in the aquarium is dazzling. There is also an underwater tunnel in the aquarium, which is a glass-sealed channel that shuttles through the water, just like walking in the sea. Looking up, we could see a lot of fish, including sharks, turtles, and rays like a large fan, dragging a long, slender tail, swimming over our heads. We can clearly see that there are several small holes in the belly of the ray, which are probably breathing, which is really fun. Seeing this, Shihouin Yoruichi grabbed my hand and jumped up and down very childishly and said. Look, look, what is that, and that, it's so weird. And Kurosaki Ichigo was very happy to hear her gushing questions and words, and then she was walking slowly. The turtles, we then saw sharks, octopuses, squid, and more. See here, Shihouin Yoruichi asks. Ichigo, why are we all so deep, how come it's still so bright? I smiled when I heard this and said. Because the aquarium is equipped with solar generators, it can generate 1000 kilowatt-hours of electricity per hour, so we are so bright in such a deep place. Shihouin Yoruichi nodded and said. Ichigo, where are we going? Heard Kurosaki Ichigo say. Wait a minute, let's go and see the dolphin show. By the way, let's get close to it, said Shihouin Yoruichi and walked in this underwater tunnel. After walking for a few minutes, Shihouin Yoruichi said. How far is it? One guard. After saying that, I acted coquettishly, and then I looked at it and said. Okay. Come up, I'll carry you. After saying that, he bent down, and Shihouin Yoruichi was very naughty when he saw his tongue leaking out, and then smiled. Then he wrapped me around, and I also got up and carried my back. You go, and Shihouin Yoruichi took a picture of us both with his phone, then leaned on my back and said. How do you like the shot? After saying that, he showed me this photo, and after I looked at it, I said. Very good. After saying that, Shihouin Yoruichi patted her to the side, and I was very happy when I saw it, and after a few minutes, we both finished the tunnel, and then we came to the dolphinarium, and then I carried her on my back. I sat down on the platform, put her down and sat down. I saw that there were not many people here because it was very early. There were only a few people, but the performance was still going on. Dolphins have a beautiful tail, small eyes, and are blue all over, only their belly is white, and Shihouin Yoruichi was even more excited to see their performance like a child, and was still shouting, after seeing it, they were very helpless, but they were still full of pampering eyes, and who were very curious to look here, because a child of such an age was still yelling like a child, which made them all curious, but it was also very curious. I just watched it, and Shihouin Yoruichi shyly buried his head in my arms when he saw this scene, and I saw this scene and said, "It's all right. It's all trivial things." Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi raised his head and asked, "Don't you really think I'm so stupid?" Said that, he asked me expectantly, and I said, "Of course not. I think it's cute." After that, she stroked her hair, and Shihouin Yoruichi said happily, "Then you can't dislike me in the future, you know." After saying that, he looked at me very seriously, and I also said, "Of course not. It's too late to love you. How can I despise you?" After that, he kissed his forehead, and then Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy, and then turned to the show. When the show is over, you can go to the pool to pet the dolphins, so I took her to the pool and said, "Come and touch it," and let Shihouin Yoruichi touch it, and Shihouin Yoruichi gave me a look and said, "Can you?" Hearing her cute words, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and touched her cheek and said, "Of course." Shihouin Yoruichi thought about it and then touched it. I took a picture of her with my phone while she was stroking, and after that, I decided to go somewhere else. Shihouin Yoruichi asked as we both went back the same way. "Aren't we going somewhere else?" Kurosaki Ichigo said after hearing this. "Of course I'm going. Because other places are on the road just now." Shihouin Yoruichi was stunned when he heard this. Then he asked, "Is this true?" I smiled helplessly and said, "Of course. I didn't see it very well, of course I didn't find it. And your attention is focused on other places." Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi thought that there were really some fork in the road, and then Shihouin Yoruichi said coquettishly, "Ichigo, carry me." I heard Kurosaki Ichigo crouched down and carried her away. Then we both came to the coral pavilion first. There are a lot of corals here, and we both took photos of them. Then we went to the sea lion pavilion, the jellyfish pavilion and the polar ocean pavilion, where Shihouin Yoruichi and I just wanted to say that a pair of very ordinary lovers were playing somewhere. When it was about noon, the two of us were ready to go out. And there were more and more people here. So the two of us decided to go out. After going out, Shihouin Yoruichi asked, "Where are you going?" Kurosaki Ichigo said directly to Joe. "Wait a minute and you'll find out." After saying that, he pulled her away. Although Shihouin Yoruichi was very curious, he didn't say anything, but followed me quietly. "Good restaurant front says. It's here, what do you think?" After that, he asked Shihouin Yoruichi's thoughts, and Shihouin Yoruichi decided that this place was very good and said, "This place is very good. And the environment is also very good." Kurosaki Ichigo is happy after saying that. "The place I chose is one of the very high-end restaurants in the city, and it is also a couple's restaurant, so Kurosaki Ichigo will choose it where." Then the two of us also held hands and went in. Chapter 49. When we entered the restaurant, the waiter immediately came to us and said, "I'm sorry, is it the two of you?" After I finished speaking, I apologized apologetically, and after hearing it, I said, "It's okay, I ordered Kurosaki Ichigo for today's lunch yesterday." After that, he took out the voucher, and the waiter saw it and identified it and said, "Oh, I see, please come with me." After saying that, he led the two of us towards a seat, and then the two of us came to the top floor of the restaurant and said, "This is the position you set, are you satisfied?" After saying that, looking at the two of us, Kurosaki Ichigo asked Shihouin Yoruichi, "How is this place?" After saying that, he looked at Shihouin Yoruichi, and Shihouin Yoruichi said very moved. After saying yes, he hugged me and kissed me, and then I said, "There are outsiders here. Although I said that, my heart was very happy, and when Shihouin Yoruichi heard it, he blushed and buried his face in my arms. The waiter watched as if he didn't see it. Elsewhere. And I looked at the waiter and said, "I'm very satisfied, let's serve." After saying that, he sat down with Shihouin Yoruichi in his arms, and the waiter also went down. And Shihouin Yoruichi said 403 when he saw that the waiter was gone. "This place is so good. And you can see such a good view," he sighed after looking at the scenery outside the window. And Kurosaki Ichigo was very happy when he heard it. Isn't he prepared so much so that Shihouin Yoruichi can be happy? So Kurosaki Ichigo was very happy, then hugged Shihouin Yoruichi from behind and said, "How about it? Okay." And Shihouin Yoruichi felt Kurosaki Ichigo's embrace and fell directly into my arms and said, "Of course." After saying that and arching, I turned her to me and kissed her, and Shihouin Yoruichi cooperated very emotionally. Suddenly the door rang. Shihouin Yoruichi hurriedly pushed me away and said, "Come in," and I was amused when I saw Yoruichi like this, and after the waiter put down all the dishes and went out, Kurosaki Ichigo directly hugged her and said, "I didn't expect it. My princess, you are so shy." Shihouin Yoruichi heard Kurosaki Ichigo's words, and Shihouin Yoruichi said, "It's really annoying," he said, hammering Kurosaki Ichigo's chest, but the force was negligible. Because it was too light. Then after the two of us finished fighting, I carried her to the table and sat down, looking at which meal was ordered, and Shihouin Yoruichi also looked at it and said, "Ichigo, have we been deceived? Why are there so few?" He looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, and I laughed when I heard it, and Shihouin Yoruichi said after seeing it, "What are you laughing at? You've been deceived and you're still laughing." After pinching my soft flesh, I was really curious when I saw this. I didn't expect that even a woman like Shihouin Yoruichi knew how to pin a man here. Then I said, "This is a well-known restaurant, and it's a world-renowned chain restaurant, so you won't be deceived. You'll find out if you eat it." After speaking, he brought her a dish and put it in her mouth, then Kurosaki Ichigo looked at her and said, "How is it?" Shihouin Yoruichi said happily, "It's delicious." After saying that, I started to take it myself. But because it was in my arms, it was not easy to take it, so I put her on the chair next to me, and then she started to sweep the food. And I also ate with her. In fact, it was my first time here. I tasted the food here, and it was really delicious. The dishes here include special xiaolong bao, golden shrimp with black truffle, G3 Wagyu beef with truffle sauce, sliced suckling pig pieces, gold leaf dumplings, abalone chicken crisp, ice cream foie gras, black glutinous rice and purple potato ice cream cake, etc. There are some things that I don't know, and Kurosaki Ichigo is the first time to come, so I ordered a set menu, and these things came up, and the taste was really good. We both felt full after eating these. Look here, we are very strange. We didn't expect these things to have such a small amount of Kbi, but they have such a large amount of energy. After eating we both looked out at the view, and Shihouin Yoruichi leaned on my shoulder and said, "The food here is delicious." Kurosaki Ichigo said after saying, "If you want to eat in the future, I will bring you here." Shihouin Yoruichi was very moved to hear this, but still said, "It's delicious, but forget it. What a waste of money." After saying that, he clenched his hand, and Kurosaki Ichigo heard it and said, "It's okay, because I have a lot of money." Shihouin Yoruichi looked at me suspiciously when I heard this, and I said, "I didn't steal this money, nor did I get it from my parents, but I earned it myself." Shihouin Yoruichi also believed it after hearing this. "Because I never lie," then Shihouin Yoruichi asked, "How was that earned?" Kurosaki Ichigo said upon hearing this, "I earned this money by writing novels." Shihouin Yoruichi was curious when I heard this. I actually knew how to write novels, and then I took out my phone and asked. What's the name? I heard Kurosaki Ichigo tell the names of the novels he wrote, and Shihouin Yoruichi was watching those novels on the phone and leaning against my arms, and I had to read them with her. He got up, and after reading a paragraph he said. Is this true? And I looked at her amusedly and said. Of course it's true. After saying that, Kurosaki Ichigo touched her hair, while Shihouin Yoruichi was still reading the novel in my arms, and when I looked at the distance, I thought that I would go to those worlds in the future. Excited. And even more happy to think that I have such a beautiful girlfriend. When Kurosaki Ichigo saw 3 wives and 4 concubines, or those stallions in his previous life, he thought, you have so many women, how are you going to accompany them? And don't they regret it after they follow you? Are you? Always focus on new women, but don't you care about your old women? Of course don't tell me that those women will never betray you, but you don't feel guilty at all? She follows you because she loves you, not as your collectibles. That's why Kurosaki Ichigo didn't like harem or stallion novels in his previous life. But Kurosaki Ichigo has crossed over now. Kurosaki Ichigo thought like this, I will only have one woman, Shihouin Yoruichi, in this life, and I don't want any other women. Of course, I'm not saying that you are not good, but what do you think about love? Do you think love is a broken machine and can be analyzed? Do you think love is that simple? Then what do you think love is? So think about it, what qualifications do you have to treat those girls like that? Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo thought that he must treat Shihouin Yoruichi better and not let her be disappointed in my love. Chapter 50. After we both finished eating here and looked at the scenery for a while, Kurosaki Ichigo said. Let's rest here for a while. Let's go out in the afternoon. Shihouin Yoruichi was a little strange but nodded, but still asked. Then how do you rest? It won't be sitting here and resting. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed and said. Of course not. After saying that, he took Shihouin Yoruichi's hand and walked to the side, then opened it and said. Of course it's here. After that, he pulled her in. And after entering, he saw those very beautiful rooms. Shihouin Yoruichi said. Is it true? Heard Kurosaki Ichigo laugh said. Of course it is. I took her to the bed and sat her down, then I opened the curtains and said. How is it? Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi returned to his senses and said. Very good. After saying that, he fell into my arms, and then I hugged her around and put it down and said. Let's rest here at noon. After saying that, Kurosaki Ichigo used the princess hug to report her to the bed, and then I came to the side and called the hotel bar on the phone, and then said. Take a rest here at noon, and the tableware is taken away. After finishing speaking, the bartender said. After saying okay, I hung up. Then I came to the bed and said to Shihouin Yoruichi. How was lunch this time? Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi burrowed into my arms and said. It's delicious, and I'm now. I won't say it here. And I asked very curiously. Now what? After saying that, Shihouin Yoruichi kissed me directly and said. I thought about it. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo said helplessly. Evening. Don't be in a hurry now, you have to go out in the afternoon, right? After saying that, Shihouin Yoruichi lay down on the bed, and then said. Okay. I'll let you go now. After saying that, I lay down on the bed again, and Kurosaki Ichigo smiled, and then went to bed. Shihouin Yoruichi was lying on my chest, and when I was about to say something, there was a sound outside. And Kurosaki Ichigo said to Shihouin Yoruichi. It's the waiter who has come to clear the dishes. Shihouin Yoruichi nodded and lay back in my arms, and when the sound was gone, there was a knock on the door and he said. Sir, ma'am, do you need anything else? Heard Kurosaki Ichigo say here. No need. After speaking, the waiter said. What do you need? Please use the phone on the table to call us, we're going down. After that, there was a sound of the door being closed, and then Shihouin Yoruichi said to me. These waiters here are not bad, looked at me and I said. Of course. Otherwise, why would I choose this place? After saying that, I stroked her hair, and then I said. Would you like to watch TV? After saying that, he went to get the remote control on the bedside table, but Shihouin Yoruichi stopped and said. No need. Let's sleep for a while. After saying that, he lay on top of me and closed his eyes, and when I saw this scene, I closed my eyes and hugged her to sleep. Soon time will pass. I suddenly felt itchy on my face, so I opened my eyes and saw that Shihouin Yoruichi was stroking my face with his own hair. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo immediately pressed Shihouin Yoruichi under him and said. You want to rebel? After 33 finished speaking, he started tickling Shihouin Yoruichi, while Shihouin Yoruichi laughed and begged for mercy. Forgive me, spare me, Ichigo, I don't dare anymore. Forgive me. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo let go of her and lay down beside her. But Kurosaki Ichigo didn't see Shihouin Yoruichi's smile just now, otherwise I would never let her go so easily, and then she suddenly sat on top of me and said. What do you want to do? After saying that, she grabbed my hand, and when I saw her like this, I knew I couldn't escape. I said. What do you want? After saying that, Shihouin Yoruichi's eyes flashed with light, and then he said. I only have one request, that is, I can't bring other women back in the future. Hearing this request, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled speechlessly, and then said. You're actually worried about this, I'm really convinced. Shihouin Yoruichi retorted after hearing this. Isn't it possible? Don't you guys want a lot of women when you're strong? 35 Kurosaki Ichigo said with tears in his eyes. Ask for flowers. I don't know what will happen to other men, but I will only love you one in my life, so you don't have to worry about it. After that, he kissed Shihouin Yoruichi's forehead, and then Shihouin Yoruichi said. Then this request doesn't count. I think something else, Kurosaki Ichigo said directly upon hearing this. Why? Hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's question, Shihouin Yoruichi said rightfully. Of course it's because I didn't agree to this request without you, and I suddenly wanted to change it, so. Shihouin Yoruichi didn't say anything here. And Kurosaki Ichigo also understood what she meant. I feel really stupid, I didn't agree immediately, but said this in a brainless way, I really wanted to hit myself, but then I was relieved. 0. Then looked at Shihouin Yoruichi and said. What else is there to ask for? Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi thought for a while and said. I haven't thought about it yet, I'll tell you when I think about it. Kurosaki Ichigo is full of black lines when he hears this, and it seems that he has heard this sentence somewhere. Isn't this what Xiaomin said to Zhang Wuji in Yi Tian Tu Long Ji? Why Shihouin Yoruichi can you say it? But because it was the request of my own woman, I agreed. Then he scratched Shihouin Yoruichi's nose and said. Then lie down for a while. After saying that, Shihouin Yoruichi nodded directly, and then he lay quietly in my arms, and then the two of us hugged each other quietly. It's almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And the two of us are ready to go out for a bit. And Shihouin Yoruichi said to Kurosaki Ichigo. Where are you going in the afternoon? Heard Kurosaki Ichigo say. Wait a minute and you'll find out. After that, he took her out. Then he came to the bar and said to the waiter. I'm very satisfied, I'll be back next time, and left. And the waiter said later. Welcome to the two of you, I hope you will come next time. After that, it was over, and I walked out of the restaurant. Then I walked to a place with Shihouin Yoruichi. Chapter 51. Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi are coming to the amusement park. And Shihouin Yoruichi, who came here for the first time, looked at the entrance of the amusement park very curiously, and then Shihouin Yoruichi asked, "Is this an amusement park?" And Kurosaki Ichigo said after hearing this, "Of course. I just want to bring you here to play." After that, he dragged her to the ticket office and said, "Come for 2" and gave him the money, and the conductor gave me 2 tickets. Then Shihouin Yoruichi hurriedly grabbed it and looked at it and said, "Ichigo, can I play all games with this ticket?" Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and said, "Of course, you can play." After saying that, Kurosaki Ichigo was pulled by Shihouin Yoruichi and walked inside. I saw it and said, "Okay. Don't be in such a hurry." Shihouin Yoruichi quickly retorted, 407. "What if I can't play?" Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo assuredly said, "No. It's not a day off, there won't be so many people." Shihouin Yoruichi thought right after saying that, and then he didn't rush so much. Then he took my arm and walked inside. After coming inside, Shihouin Yoruichi was very curious and happy to see the scene here, and then said to me, "Where do you want to go first?" Hearing Shihouin Yoruichi's excited words, Kurosaki Ichigo said to her, "Let's go play the roller coaster first." After I finished speaking, I took her hand and walked towards where. It didn't take long for the 2 of us to arrive, and the manager asked me, "Want to take a ride on the roller coaster?" After I finished speaking, I nodded and said. After saying yes, Shihouin Yoruichi gave him the ticket, and he gave it back to me after reading it, and then said. After saying "Please come here," he led the 2 of us towards the roller coaster, and Shihouin Yoruichi said happily, "Finally it's time to play." He happily raised his hand and waved it, and Kurosaki Ichigo laughed when he saw this scene, and then said, "Don't act like a child." After saying that, he tapped her on the head, and Shihouin Yoruichi smacked my chest angrily, and then said, "Really, don't talk about me like that." After I finished speaking, I hugged her directly, and whispered into her ear, "Let you talk nonsense." And Shihouin Yoruichi slapped Ichigo shyly after feeling it, and then said to me, "Really, this is outside. What if someone sees it?" Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo said in his ear, "Don't worry, I looked around. No one saw it." Shihouin Yoruichi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and when Shihouin Yoruichi was about to say something, Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Okay. Let's go up first." After saying that, "Go up first." And Shihouin Yoruichi was very angry when he saw this, but Kurosaki Ichigo left first. So he had to wait until the evening and tell me again. Then he followed me up. When I came to the roller coaster car, I saw that there were only a few people, and the administrator saw the 2 of us coming and asked, "Where are you 2 going to be seated?" Heard Kurosaki Ichigo ask here. "Yoruichi, where do you want to sit?" Upon hearing the question, Shihouin Yoruichi said directly, "Then go to the front." After saying that, he pulled me forward. And Kurosaki Ichigo said to him helplessly, "Just sit in front." After saying that, the administrator hummed and followed us, and we both sat down. He put down the safety bar for me first, and when Shihouin Yoruichi was about to put it down, Shihouin Yoruichi quickly refused and said, "I'll do it myself." After saying that, I put down the safety bar. The administrator saw this and went down without saying anything. And I looked at Shihouin Yoruichi and said, "I love you." Of course Kurosaki Ichigo found out. Of course Shihouin Yoruichi did this because of me, so I was very moved, and when Shihouin Yoruichi heard it, Haki said, "Only you can touch me in this world." Kurosaki Ichigo was even more happy when he heard Shihouin Yoruichi's love words, and then said, "Never lose you," said the roller coaster and started. And Shihouin Yoruichi grabbed my hand nervously, and I saw Shihouin Yoruichi holding my hand and said, "Don't be afraid, I will always be with you." Shihouin Yoruichi was very moved and kissed me, and the people behind saw this scene and whistled to join in the fun, and then Shihouin Yoruichi blushed and left. I put my index finger on my mouth and shushed to silence them, and they cooperated with me and silenced. And after the roller coaster climbed to the top, they didn't dare to make a sound. And Shihouin Yoruichi was also experiencing it for the first time, so I was a little scared, and I let her lean on my shoulder and told her to close her eyes, but she didn't close her eyes, so I can't force her. And the roller coaster started. Whoosh! The car fell rapidly. A tingling feeling from the centrifugation suddenly spread from the soles of the feet to the whole body, and we kept falling straight down quickly, but our butts were no longer leaning on the seat. I hold Shihouin Yoruichi tightly. There were screams of there was behind me that it almost shattered my eardrums. Shihouin Yoruichi was nervous at first, but after he got used to it, he looked at the upside-down things and shouted with joy, and I was also very happy when I saw it. After the roller coaster stopped, Shihouin Yoruichi said to me, "Let's play it once." I knew she liked the game when I heard this. And I didn't want her to be a spoiler, so I nodded. The car was empty when we both sat down for the second time. And the two of us happily occupied the entire car. This time Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy. After playing, I took her to play some other entertainment facilities, and finally we both got on the Ferris wheel. Because it was a bit of fun. So it was getting dark before I knew it. And the two of us were here enjoying the night view of 1.4, while Shihouin Yoruichi and leaned on me. And Shihouin Yoruichi said, "I'm very happy with this date." Kurosaki Ichigo is very happy to hear this. As long as my princess can be happy, I will do anything. After saying this, Shihouin Yoruichi kissed me, and I didn't want to be left behind, so I kissed her passionately. When we were about to finish the turn, the two of us stopped, and then Shihouin Yoruichi asked, "What's the plan for the evening?" heard Kurosaki Ichigo say to her. "The arrangements for the evening, you will find out later. Guarantee your satisfaction." After he finished speaking, he dragged her to the outside of the casino. And Shihouin Yoruichi stopped talking when he heard this. Instead, he followed me quietly. Chapter 52. The two of us walked for a while and came to the door of a Western-style restaurant, and because it is a very high-end restaurant, there are not many people here, of course there are some. And after the two of us came here, the waiter quickly came to the front and said, "Do you have a reservation?" Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo said directly, "Reserved." After saying that, I went to the bar and checked it out, and then the waiter took us to an outdoor table. Because the scenery outside is very quiet, Kurosaki Ichigo chose this place, and then after the two sat down, they said to the waiter, "It's time to serve." After saying that, the waiter went to prepare. And Shihouin Yoruichi leaned on his hand and looked at me and said, "How did you prepare all this? I didn't find it." Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo said mysteriously, "Of course it's all a secret." Shihouin Yoruichi said with an angry look when he heard this. "Don't even give me the right to know." Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo had to say, "Okay. Okay. 26 is not because I didn't tell you, but to give you a surprise, that's why I didn't tell you." Shihouin Yoruichi nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. "That's about it." Then Shihouin Yoruichi looked at the night sky and said, "What are we going to do in the future?" Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo said directly, "Our future is not limited to this world." Upon hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi nodded in agreement and said, "So? I want to watch you carefully." Kurosaki Ichigo asked in confusion after hearing this. "Why?" Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi said directly, "Of course it's to look good on you and not let you bring other women back." Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo said directly and speechlessly, "I won't." Shihouin Yoruichi said with disdain upon hearing this. "How can a man's words be taken seriously?" And they've all gone to another world. I can't rest assured. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo continued. No, I will always love you only one. After saying this, he looked at Shihouin Yoruichi very seriously, and Shihouin Yoruichi couldn't help seeing this scene. He had to say. Okay. Trust you first and talk about it later. Kurosaki Ichigo let out a sigh of relief when he heard this, and then Kurosaki Ichigo said. When you're done, what do you think? Or where do you want to go? After hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi thought for a while and said. Where are you going? I didn't think about it. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo continued. If that's the case, why don't you go around the world with me? When we're done with this world, let's go to other worlds. Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi looked at me very tenderly and said. Okay. After we finished speaking, the two of us talked about some things, and the waiter also came, and after finishing the meal, he said. If you need anything please call me. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, and then the waiter went down. And the two of us started. And I opened the red wine. The smell is not bad, because the past life is not very good. I know about those wines, so I bought the most expensive wine in this restaurant, and it smelled good. And Shihouin Yoruichi smelled it and said. This wine smells good. Then I poured a glass for both Shihouin Yoruichi and I, of course not full, and said. This is red wine, and I don't know much about it, but it smells good. Shihouin Yoruichi said when we both touched and wanted to drink. Can you drink it as a high school student? Kurosaki Ichigo said helplessly when he heard this. It's all right. And then I drank it. Then I saw Kurosaki Ichigo finished drinking, and Shihouin Yoruichi also drank it. Then Shihouin Yoruichi said. This wine is good and then looked at me and said. How is it? And when I heard it, I said directly. It's all right, come, let's eat steak. After that, he started cutting the steak. And Shihouin Yoruichi looked at me and said. I want you to feed me. After saying that, I looked at me coquettishly, and I had to give her the steaks I cut one by one, and she was very sweet where she ate. After I finished eating the steak, I saw Shihouin Yoruichi's eyes when I was about to eat the pizza. Then I fed her, and when I finished eating the main course, those desserts came out. Then I said to Shihouin Yoruichi. Okay. Now it's time to eat it by yourself. After saying that, I ate it myself, and Shihouin Yoruichi laughed very happily when he saw this scene, and I heard Shihouin Yoruichi's laughter is very strange looking at her, then she said. I was going to feed you this time, but you actually ate it by yourself, so forget it. After saying that, I pretended to be very helpless, and I regretted it after hearing it, but I just ate it like that. Get up. And Shihouin Yoruichi is very elegant and slowly eating desserts. I am very angry when I see this scene, but I am not angry. So I ate boringly. After I finished eating, I saw that Shihouin Yoruichi was still eating so slowly. I regretted it very much, but it disappeared immediately. After all, it is a family. After we both finished eating, Shihouin Yoruichi asked me. Where are we going at night? I said directly when I heard this. We won't go out at night. Let's go back. Shihouin Yoruichi was a little disappointed after saying that, but he cheered up and said. Okay. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo knew Shihouin Yoruichi's mood. But he didn't say anything, and then we both went out. Of course, the bill was also calculated, and it was settled when the reservation was made yesterday. The two of us were walking on the road at night, and we were very happy to see the street scene next to us. Then Shihouin Yoruichi saw that this was not the way home and asked. Where are we going? When I heard this, Kurosaki Ichigo knew that Shihouin Yoruichi already knew that he was not going back. So he said. Let's go to the hotel now. After giving a kiss, Shihouin Yoruichi said strangely. Why are you going where? Kurosaki Ichigo said with a smile on hearing this. Otherwise? Are you going to stay at home for a night? Shihouin Yoruichi knew what Kurosaki Ichigo meant when he heard this. His face immediately turned red. But he quickly stepped back and said, "Why can't you be the one calling?" Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo said defiantly. "Then you can give it a try," and dragged her away after saying that, and Shihouin Yoruichi was very angry when he heard this, and thought that he must take good care of Kurosaki Ichigo tonight, and then he followed me. We both came to a villa, and I said, "This is it." After saying that, he took out the key and opened the door. And Shihouin Yoruichi asked strangely, "Isn't this a hotel?" And I said after hearing, "Of course. This is the villa I bought." After finishing speaking, Shihouin Yoruichi said strangely, "How did you buy it?" And I explained that I bought it for writing a novel, and Shihouin Yoruichi believed it. One print. And then the next day. Neither of us woke up, because we both had trouble until the next day. So we fell asleep hugging each other. Chapter 53. The next day, Kurosaki Ichigo started exercising after seeing Shihouin Yoruichi before he woke up. Under seal. You can't go to another woman because of this, or I'll cut it. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo was not shocked, but said calmly, "Of course not, I have only one woman in my life, other women are nothing to me, and I will not touch her." Shihouin Yoruichi was very sweet to hear this, and then lay in my arms and said, "Ichigo, do you really not want children?" Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo said firmly, "Of course. I don't want my love for you to become two." Shihouin Yoruichi hugged me very sweetly and closed his eyes when he heard this. Then he fell asleep again after a while. When I saw Shihouin Yoruichi fell asleep, I didn't wake her up, because she was too tired today. So I let her fall asleep on my pillow. And I also closed my eyes and rested. Chapter 54. It's day 3. Seeing Shihouin Yoruichi's actions, he laughed and said, "What's wrong? I want it." Some impulsive voices sounded. Seal. After the end, Shihouin Yoruichi and Kurosaki Ichigo said to me while resting, "It's been 3 days. Why don't you go back?" Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo said directly, "It's okay, I told them all. So it's okay, even the school has been arranged." After saying that, he hugged Shihouin Yoruichi quietly, and Shihouin Yoruichi found a good place on me and laid his head on it. I am. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled helplessly and thought, Yoruichi sometimes wants to be like a child. 407 kissed her after thinking about it, while Shihouin Yoruichi moved a bit, and then said, "Really, it's all your fault." He pouted after saying this, but Kurosaki Ichigo was very strange when he heard it, and then asked, "What's wrong?" Shihouin Yoruichi seduced Kurosaki Ichigo after saying that. "Yoruichi, do you still want to go to the ground?" Shihouin Yoruichi immediately stopped the next action after hearing this, then let go, got up and walked to the bathtub to take a shower. And Kurosaki Ichigo took a bath with Shihouin Yoruichi after he calmed down. And we played together during the bath, and after the bath, we went into the bathtub. Shihouin Yoruichi was lying on top of me, and from time to time, teasing her, and she says, "Don't make trouble, and hold it well." After saying that, he grabbed it, and Kurosaki Ichigo felt helpless, but didn't move it either. And Shihouin Yoruichi didn't care when he saw this, and was still lying on top of me. Then asked, "Do you want to do it again?" Upon hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi hurriedly refused and said, "No, take a break." Although I was a little disappointed when I heard this, I didn't show it, and Shihouin Yoruichi didn't see it either. Then Shihouin Yoruichi asked me, "Ichigo, what are you doing today?" Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo thought for a while and said, Of course we have to have a good carnival. After that, he started. Ceiling dash. Finally, after the end, Shihouin Yoruichi pinched me, and then I cooperated and pretended to be in pain. Shihouin Yoruichi only let me go after seeing this. And after Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi wiped their bodies clean, Shihouin Yoruichi said, "Ichigo, why don't we clean this place first, and then play?" Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo agreed. Then we spent an hour playing around and finally cleaning up the place. Then I started to prepare lunch. And Shihouin Yoruichi was lying on the sofa watching TV. She wanted to help, but I refused, so Shihouin Yoruichi went to watch TV. And Kurosaki Ichigo in the kitchen cooked for her with chicken soup, and when it was almost noon, Kurosaki Ichigo called Shihouin Yoruichi to eat. And when Shihouin Yoruichi came to the table and was about to get the drumstick, I patted her hand and said, "Did you wash your hands?" Shihouin Yoruichi said directly here. "Wash it." And when I was going to pick it up again, I took it and said, "Wash your hands first, then eat." Shihouin Yoruichi had to wash his hands after hearing this. After washing, Shihouin Yoruichi said to me, "It's washed, now it's time to eat." Kurosaki Ichigo nodded when he saw her anxious look. Shihouin Yoruichi quickly grabbed the chicken leg he was about to take and ate it, while Kurosaki Ichigo ate it. Seeing her nibbling on a chicken leg, she laughed, and then said. After saying "don't move," Shihouin Yoruichi stopped moving. And Kurosaki Ichigo wiped the oil on her face and said, "It's delicious, don't worry, no one will rob you." Shihouin Yoruichi blushed when he heard this, and then slowly began to eat. After we both finished eating, we cleaned up, and then lay back on the bed to rest. Chapter 55. On the other hand, the Kurosaki sisters had not seen me for 2 days, so they asked Kurosaki's mother and said, "Ichigo-san, you've been out for so long, when are you coming back?" Kurosaki Yuzuo also nodded, and Kurosaki's mother also comforted Kurosaki's sisters after hearing this. "Okay. I'll be back soon, don't worry." After saying that, Kurosaki's mother also thought, "Really, it's been so long and I haven't come back. Really, this child Ichigo." After thinking about it, I went to clear the table. And by the way, Yuzu Natsurai, hurry up and go to bed. Do you still have class in the afternoon? After that, she went into the kitchen. And the Kurosaki sisters had to agree to go back to their own room after hearing this. The Kurosaki sisters and the others have one room, so when the two of them went in, they locked the door, then lay down under the covers and said, "Natsurai, what did you say brother did? It's been so long and he hasn't come back," heard Kurosaki Natsumai say. "Who knows? Can you guess what Ichigo-san is thinking?" Hearing this, Kurosaki Yuzu shook his head, and Kurosaki Natsurai said, "Yuzu, it's only been 2 days since I haven't seen you, so I think about Ichigo-san." Kurosaki Yuzu was very shy when he heard this, and then said very dissatisfiedly, "You're not the same, and you asked your mom and brother for news." Kurosaki Natsurai was very flustered when he heard this, and then insisted, "I didn't ask for you." Hearing her very far-fetched reason, Kurosaki Yuzu said defiantly, "Then you don't miss your brother at all?" Kurosaki Natsumai said unnaturally after hearing this. "Of course not," and Kurosaki Yuzu continued. "Really?" And Kurosaki Natsumai had to say shyly, "It's not that I don't think about it anymore. I still have a little thought, don't think about it. This is just what my sister misses my brother." After saying that, she looked at Kurosaki Yuzu, and Kurosaki Natsurai saw Kurosaki Yuzu's smiling face. Knowing that he was being tricked. Then he jumped on her and started arguing with her, and Kurosaki Yuzu said to her, "Stop making trouble. I was wrong. I was wrong, I'm sorry." Kurosaki Natsurai let her go after hearing this, and then said to Kurosaki Yuzu with a mocking smile, I didn't expect Yuzua to become so big. Kurosaki Yuzua blushed immediately when he heard this. Then he said provocatively to Kurosaki Natsumi. How is it? You are envious. Kurosaki Natsuri got angry after saying that. Then he got into trouble with her again. Then Kurosaki's mother knocked on the door and said. Why isn't Yuzu Natsumi still sleeping? Go to sleep. The Kurosaki sisters had to stop after hearing this, and closed their eyes to sleep. And Kurosaki's mother also went back to the room to rest. Kurosaki's mother thought of Kurosaki Ichigo and thought, really, this child didn't come back sooner, I don't know where he went. And the child Yoruichi didn't urge him well, and he must talk about the two of them well when he came back. After thinking about it, she also entered a dream. The screen returns to the protagonist, Kurosaki Ichigo, and Shihouin Yoruichi sleep until the afternoon after Shihouin Yoruichi gets up and plays. Ichigo, where are you going in the afternoon? Heard Kurosaki Ichigo say. We're not going out this afternoon. Just stay at home. Shihouin Yoruichi thought again after hearing this. Thinking that Kurosaki Ichigo would not be asking again. And Kurosaki Ichigo thought of Shihouin Yoruichi's thoughts and said. Stay at home all day today. It's just that you have a rest too, and then scratched her nose, and Shihouin Yoruichi gave me a blank look, and I kissed her. Then I carried her into the yard, put her under the sakura tree in the yard, and said to her. You lie here today and look at your future home. After saying that, he went back to the room to get some food. And Shihouin Yoruichi looked around. This house bought by Kurosaki Ichigo is very expensive. Although it is not the most expensive and luxurious villa in Karakura, it is also a very good one. There are also more expensive ones, and Kurosaki Ichigo can also afford it, but Kurosaki Ichigo does not. I like the style of that place so much that I can buy a random one for comparison. The villa is also very big, almost equivalent to a football field. And there are many facilities and entertainment places in it, and there are many plants planted. There are 3 houses and a garage in the villa, 2 are residences, and the other is a warehouse, and the garage is also very large. Shihouin Yoruichi was also shocked to see this. She didn't find this yesterday. Ask for flowers. Besides, there is a fountain in front of both houses, and there is a large swimming pool next to the fountain, and it is not too far from where Shihouin Yoruichi is lying now, only a few dozen steps away, and Shihouin Yoruichi thinks this is not over yet. What? But Shihouin Yoruichi thinks it's better to remember these now. The rest is to wait. Then she lay down and looked at the sakura flower, very happy and happy. It didn't take long for Kurosaki Ichigo to sit next to him with some fruits and a pot of tea. Then he asked Shihouin Yoruichi. Would you like to eat fruit? Shihouin Yoruichi nodded quickly upon hearing this, and Kurosaki Ichigo nodded amusedly when he saw this, then peeled an apple for her, and asked while peeling. 0. What do you think of this place? Heard Shihouin Yoruichi reply here. It's good here. Kurosaki Ichigo is relieved to hear this. Then he said to her. Then we will all live here in the future. Shihouin Yoruichi was very excited to hear this, and thinking of Kurosaki's mother, they asked. What about uncles and aunts? Kurosaki Ichigo said with relief when he heard this. It's all right. I'll go tell them. Shihouin Yoruichi is relieved to hear this. And Kurosaki Ichigo said to Shihouin Yoruichi after he finished cutting. Come. He fed her, and Shihouin Yoruichi also cooperated very sweetly. It didn't take long for the apples to be cut off. Then Kurosaki Ichigo asked. Do you still want to eat? Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi said happily. No, wait a moment. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo also put the knife back, and then lay down. After lying down, Kurosaki Ichigo thought that he had been reborn until now, and he thought that it was a match made of human beings. Everything in the previous life is over. I also have someone I want to protect with all my life. And this afternoon passed in a very boring, but very good environment for the two of us. Then we both are ready to go back. Bulletin. Chapter 56. They were about to have dinner after the two of us got back in the evening. And then Mama Kurosaki said, "Why did you come back so late? And where have you been these past 2 days?" Hear Kurosaki Ichigo say, "Mom, we just went out to live for 2 days, it's fine." After saying that, Kurosaki's mother was a little disbelieving, and then looked at Shihouin Yoruichi, and Shihouin Yoruichi saw Kurosaki's mother looking at him and was very helpless, and then winked at me, and I say, "Okay mom, I'll tell you later." After that, I took Kurosaki's mother in. And as soon as I sat down, the Kurosaki sisters came down. When they saw me, they all jumped into my arms, and Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Brother, where have you been these 2 days?" I said to her when I heard this. "My brother went outside for some business, so I only went out for 2 days." And Kurosaki Natsurai asked me, "Where did it go?" Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo felt a little helpless. 407. Then he said, "Let's eat first. I'll tell you when I'm done eating." They're not forcing me when I hear this. Then we started to eat. And Kurosaki Ichigo got a face when he saw that his bowl was full and the rice came out. Black line, and then seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes, they started eating. After they finished eating, they kept pestering me, and they kept touching with their bodies from time to time, and I felt that their bodies were a little restless. Immediately calm down and think, they are my sisters, I can't do this. Then, without waiting for me to speak, Kurosaki Ichigo said to Kurosaki Natsurai, "Natsurai, don't rely on your brother so much," and pushed her, and Kurosaki Natsumai pushed her not to be outdone and said, "You are also Yuzu, don't get too close." Where are they arguing? And Shihouin Yoruichi is very funny watching this scene, even I don't care about her pleas for help. I thought, when she is well, I must take good care of her. After thinking about Shihouin Yoruichi, I have a bad feeling. But I didn't think about it, and then Kurosaki's mother couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Okay. Stop making trouble." After hearing Kurosaki's mother, the Kurosaki sisters are no longer sticking to me. Then Kurosaki's mother asked me, "What are you talking about?" 9. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo also coughed and said, "This is how it goes." Then I told them all about it. Then they were all stunned after I said it. Then I called them, they came back to their senses, and Kurosaki's mother was a little bit at me said in a trembling voice, "Is this true?" Kurosaki's mother grabbed me and asked, and I said helplessly, "It's true," and then thought, their ability to accept needs to be improved. After thinking about it, Kurosaki's mother's eyes were full of joy and relief, while the Kurosaki sisters jumped into my arms with joy and said, "Brother is amazing." Kurosaki Ichigo was also very funny to hear this, and then looked at Shihouin Yoruichi, and Shihouin Yoruichi and Kurosaki Ichigo looked at each other and felt like they were going to be unlucky. Then they said to them, "Well, I'll go up first." After saying that, Shihouin Yoruichi went upstairs first. And Kurosaki Ichigo laughed when he saw this, and Kurosaki mother and Kurosaki sisters asked very strangely when they saw this, "What's wrong with her?" And I said, "It's all right, I'll go up and have a look." After that, I went up too. And Kurosaki sisters asked Kurosaki's mother when they saw this, "Mom, what's wrong with Ichigo?" It's weird. Kurosaki's mother shook her head helplessly after hearing this, and then Kurosaki's mother also said to the two of them, "Okay. Now do your homework." After that, she went to the kitchen to clean up. Then they both looked at each other and went upstairs. And Kurosaki Ichigo went back to the room and saw that Shihouin Yoruichi was not there, but he knew it when he saw the bulge on the bed. And Kurosaki Ichigo walked towards the bed and said with a smile, "Yoruichi. It's so obvious, don't you think I can't find it?" Then he went to the bed, grabbed the quilt and said, "I'm about to open it." After saying that, I raised the quilt, but there was no one there, but Shihouin Yoruichi's clothes, and when I was very confused, someone suddenly came from behind and hugged me. Then Shihouin Yoruichi joked. "I didn't find mine, Ichigo." Kurosaki Ichigo said helplessly when he heard this. "Didn't you say that women in love are like fools? Why are you still so smart?" Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy when he heard Kurosaki Ichigo's praise, and then Shihouin Yoruichi blew a breath into Kurosaki Ichigo's ear and said, "What are you doing tonight?" Kurosaki Ichigo responded after hearing her very tempting words. Then he calmed down and said, "Forget it. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Sleep well today." Shihouin Yoruichi was a little overwhelmed when he heard this. Then he asked me with a smile, "What's wrong?" Hearing Shihouin Yoruichi's question, Kurosaki Ichigo turned to hug her and said, "Of course it's because of you. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable, so bear with me." Shihouin Yoruichi was very moved to hear this, and Kurosaki Ichigo also carried Shihouin Yoruichi to the bed, and Shihouin Yoruichi was still moving, so Kurosaki Ichigo she gave her a hold so she couldn't move, and she stopped. "And why doesn't Shihouin Yoruichi stop?" "It's because she wants to help me, but I can't be so selfish. So hold on. That's it for the day." It's the next morning. Kurosaki Ichigo got up first. Then called Shihouin Yoruichi. "It's time to get up. Yoruichi, it's time to go to school today." After saying that, Shihouin Yoruichi shook his head, and Shihouin Yoruichi also opened his eyes and said to me, "Got it." After saying that, I got up. Seeing that Shihouin Yoruichi didn't stay in bed today, Kurosaki Ichigo was a little puzzled, but I didn't think much about it, so I went into the bathroom and rinsed, and Shihouin Yoruichi also rushed out. Seeing Shihouin Yoruichi's unusual appearance today, Kurosaki Ichigo asked worriedly, "What's the matter? Yoruichi, tell me something." After saying that, let her look at me, and Shihouin Yoruichi looked at me with a glint in his eyes, and I got it. Then he said to her, "Itching. How dare you lie to me?" And Shihouin Yoruichi couldn't bear it under Kurosaki Ichigo's attack. Then he begged me for mercy and said, "Don't dare, spare me." I didn't let go until Kurosaki's mother came to call us both, and Shihouin Yoruichi looked at me resentfully, and I didn't care about her 1.4 eyes, so I hugged her. "Get her down." And it's not surprising that they saw me holding Shihouin Yoruichi down, and then they started to eat. And Kurosaki's mother asked Shihouin Yoruichi's eyes when she saw Shihouin Yoruichi's eyes. "What's wrong?" Yoruichi hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi quickly replied, "It's okay." And Kurosaki's mother said to her, "If Ichigo bullies you, tell me, and I'll help you teach him a lesson." Hearing Kurosaki's mother's words, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help laughing and wondered, "Am I your child, or she is your child?" I didn't say anything after thinking about it. What? He was eating with his head down, and Shihouin Yoruichi was very moved when he heard that, because Kurosaki's mother had recognized her by saying this. So of course she was very happy. Then she said, "Okay, got it," and then looked at me very proudly, but I ignored it at all. After we all finished eating, we went out. Chapter 57. And after Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi came to school, Arisawa Tatsuki and the others ran around to ask questions, and after Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi explained to them one by one, the class went back to normal. "School will be over soon." And Kurosaki Ichigo said to Shihouin Yoruichi, "Tell them when I get home today, and then let's go to our new home." Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy to hear this, and then she understood. Because she already knew why Kurosaki Ichigo was going to live. And look, Shihouin Yoruichi agreed with Kurosaki Ichigo's questioning eyes. After we both went back, Kurosaki Ichigo said to Kurosaki's mother, "The two of us won't eat dinner today. Let's go back and cook it ourselves. Hear Kurosaki's mother saying to Kurosaki Ichigo. Don't. Let's go back after eating here. And Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi had to stay for dinner after staying with Kurosaki's mother. And after the Kurosaki sisters knew about it at the dinner table, Kurosaki Yuzu asked. Where are you really going? Can't you stay? Before Kurosaki Ichigo said anything, Kurosaki's mother said. Don't make trouble. Yuzu, my brother is grown up now. It's time to have his own home. Kurosaki Yuzu was discouraged and stopped talking when he heard this. And Kurosaki Ichigo said when he saw this scene. Otherwise you can move here 26. The Kurosaki sisters were excited to hear this. And Kurosaki Natsumi asked. Really? Kurosaki Ichigo also smiled and nodded, and the Kurosaki sisters cheered with joy, and Kurosaki's mother said. Is it really nothing? Kurosaki Ichigo nodded okay, and the Kurosaki sisters were even more happy to see Kurosaki's mother nodded too. Then the Kurosaki sisters asked. Mom, so we've all moved, so what about this place? Hearing this, Kurosaki's mother is in trouble too. And Kurosaki Ichigo said. I really can't do it. Let me introduce Dad to a job in a hospital close to the new home. And let's keep this place for now. Hearing this, Kurosaki's mother nodded and said. Let's do it according to your idea, Ichigo, and this home? Let it be rented. You can also make some money. Kurosaki Ichigo also nodded after hearing this, and then Kurosaki's mother asked Shihouin Yoruichi. Where are you going? Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi saw the Kurosaki sisters' eyes full of anticipation, and then said. It's all right. There are so many people, isn't it? And there are a lot of houses everywhere. The Kurosaki sisters were also very happy to hear this and jumped on Shihouin Yoruichi and said. Hooray! Sister Yoruichi is the best. Mother Kurosaki and we both laughed when I heard this. Then I said to them. Mom, when will Dad be back? Hearing this, Kurosaki's mother looked at the time and said. It should be coming back soon. The sound of the door being opened not long after he finished speaking. Turning around, he saw that it was indeed Father Kurosaki who had returned. Then he said. I'm back. What a good thing today. I'm so happy hearing this. Kurosaki Yuzu came to Kurosaki's father and said. Dad, we're moving soon. Kurosaki's father was very puzzled when he heard this, and Kurosaki's mother explained everything to Kurosaki's father. After Kurosaki's father also knew. Then Kurosaki's father said to us both. Doesn't this bother you? Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo said directly. How can it be? It's too late to welcome. How can you be troublesome? And I'm your child. Hearing this, Kurosaki's father and mother also nodded, and then said. The child has grown up. Then I rolled my eyes at Kurosaki's father and said. Okay, let's eat and play first. Then move over and talk about it. After that, they all started. The Kurosaki sisters ate very fast this time, and Kurosaki's mother said it several times. Soon they were all finished. Then Papa Kurosaki asked. Then what should I do with the furniture? Mother Kurosaki glanced at Father Kurosaki's head when she heard this, and then said. This house is going to be rented out, so don't worry about it. And Kurosaki's father blushed when he heard it. Then he said stubbornly. I'm not talking about this, but my clinic. Hearing this, Kurosaki's mother came again, and then said. It's all included. Then Dad Kurosaki was dumbfounded. He said. So what about my job? Heard Kurosaki's mother say to him here. Ichigo has a new job for you, and he is also a doctor, so don't worry. Father Kurosaki was relieved to hear this. And Kurosaki's sisters laughed secretly when they saw this scene, and Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi also the corners of his mouth twitched. Then we locked the house and followed me to the new home by car. When we came to the door of the new home, Sister Kurosaki said in amazement. This is our new home. It's so big. Kurosaki Ichigo was also very happy to hear this, and Kurosaki's father also praised where they were. It's really big. And Kurosaki's mother gave him a punch when she saw this, and then Kurosaki's father fainted. And when I saw this, the corners of my mouth twitched, and then Kurosaki's mother said to me. It's quite far from the city, so how do I get to the convenience store? I replied when I heard this. It's all right, I've thought about it all. Let's talk about it first. After that, I went to open the door. Because it is a villa area, it is outside the city, and there are no convenience stores nearby. And there are quite a lot of people living here, almost all of them are full. And then I took them in and the Kurosaki sisters were amazed again. Then I said. There are 3 houses and a garage, and 2 are residences and 1 is a warehouse, and there is a lot of food in the warehouse, enough for us to eat for the first half of the year. And there are 3 cars in the garage, Mom, you use this car pick up Yuzu Natsumai. And Dad can drive to work too. The Kurosaki sisters jumped up excitedly when they heard this, and then kissed me and said. I love you the most. Ichigo brother, and after the kiss, I was stunned. And they came back and ran behind Kurosaki's mother shyly. At this time, Shihouin Yoruichi looked at the Kurosaki sisters a little strangely, while Kurosaki's mother very helpless, and when I was about to say something, Kurosaki's father woke up and said. I have a car too. After saying that, I burst out laughing, while Kurosaki's mother helplessly held her forehead, and what happened just now is over. Then I said to Kurosaki's mother. Mom, these 2 houses have places to live, and they have everything in them, so let's do it tonight. Let's talk about other things in this place tomorrow. After saying that, Kurosaki's mother also nodded, and then I walked towards the house with the ears of Dad Kurosaki, and the Kurosaki sisters followed, and Yoruichi and I followed them. The 2 of us went back to our original house, while Kurosaki's mother and the others went to another house, and the Kurosaki sisters were very dissatisfied and said. Where do we want to live too? Hear Kurosaki's mother here. What did you say? Hearing the terrible tone of Kurosaki's mother, the Kurosaki sisters shut up. Then she said. Stop making trouble. Let's live like this for the first time today. After a few of them went in, they all sighed and said. This house is too high-end. And when they came to the kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom, they were all very high-end, and Kurosaki Yuzu suddenly exclaimed, and when they came to see, they saw this place they were amazed again at the gym. Then they went to the study room, swimming pool, movie hall, ball game hall, then they were all paralyzed. Then Kurosaki's mother asked Kurosaki's father. Is this true? And Kurosaki's father was also very confused. I don't know, won't I know when I wake up tomorrow? After saying that, Kurosaki's mother nodded and took the Kurosaki sisters to bed. On the other hand, Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi went back to the room to do some warm-up exercises and fell asleep. Chapter 58. Morning. The sun is shining in. The 2 bodies lying on the bed were still entangled, not even separated for a moment, but Kurosaki Ichigo woke up first. Then I saw Shihouin Yoruichi lying on top of him, smiled, and I was excited when I saw her body now. Mine is throbbing. Shihouin Yoruichi frowned when he felt it, then woke up and said. It really doesn't stop for a while. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo said. If it stops. I'm not right. Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi nodded with a smile, and then Shihouin Yoruichi said to me. Would you like to come again? Hearing that Kurosaki Ichigo was very hot, and when he was about to nod his head, a voice came from outside. Hearing that Kurosaki Ichigo was very helpless, and Shihouin Yoruichi gave a sigh of relief because I'm scared too. Although today is Sunday, Shihouin Yoruichi doesn't want to get out of bed today. Then Shihouin Yoruichi pushed me and said. Okay. Let's get up first. I'm not in a hurry anyway, he urged me, and I had to get up. After I got dressed, I sat next to Shihouin Yoruichi and said something into her ear before leaving. Yes. And Shihouin Yoruichi was very shy and tempted, and then rolled my eyes at me. Then I went out of the room first. Then I came out and saw the Kurosaki sisters in the yard and was amazed at this place, and Kurosaki's father also cooperated, but did not see Kurosaki's mother. Then I came out and said, "It's not quiet if you wake up so early." The Kurosaki sisters hurried over after hearing my words. Then they asked, "Brother Ichigo, is this really where we are going to live in the future?" Kurosaki Ichigo was speechless when he heard this. I thought he was coming to apologize. Who knew they were asking this? Then Kurosaki Ichigo had to say, "Of course. I bought this place, and I paid all the money. So this is our home from now on." The Kurosaki sisters cheered with joy when they heard this, and saw Kurosaki Ichigo here. They were also very happy, and the Kurosaki sisters went to the yard to go shopping. The two of them said, "This is our home in the future. No matter how you say it, you have to get to know it." No, so the two of them went shopping. Then Dad Kurosaki came over. Then he looked at me and said, "Ichigo, how did you buy this? It's not like doing something bad." Kurosaki Ichigo said helplessly when he heard this. "Dad, how is that possible? I bought these with the money I earned from writing novels, so don't think about it." Hearing this, Kurosaki's father was relieved. Then Kurosaki Ichigo continued, "Dad, come take a look at the car with me. I will drive to work in the future." Kurosaki's father nodded and followed me. It wasn't long before the two of us came to the garage and said, "Dad, there are 3 cars here, one is for women, and the other 2 are for men, and these 3 are all well modified and repaired since I bought them. So let's make do with it. I'll do it later." After saying buy a higher class, he opened the garage door. And Kurosaki's father was very surprised when he saw the cars inside, because none of the cars in it were less than 1 million, so he was very surprised, and then Kurosaki Ichigo also gave the key to Kurosaki's father and said, "Dad, why don't you drive it first?" After speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo pushed Kurosaki's father into the car to experience it, and Kurosaki's father is also a car lover. Seeing this, Kurosaki's father did not shirk and then drove out. Then Kurosaki Ichigo also walked towards the house where Kurosaki's mother and the others lived last night, and Kurosaki's mother also came out. Then he saw me and said, "Ichigo, there are some missing ingredients. Where do I get these?" Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo said to her, "Mom, no. I just watched it the other day. There is no shortage of ingredients." Hearing this, Kurosaki's mother said, "It's not lacking. I'm just worried that after those ingredients are used up, where should I go to get new ingredients?" Kurosaki Ichigo also reacted when he heard this. Then he took her to the warehouse, and then said, "Mom, if you don't have any ingredients in the future, you can come to the warehouse to get them. There are a lot of ingredients in there, so you don't have to worry about it, and there is a big freezer, so you don't have to worry about breaking it in front of the warehouse," and said, "Here's the key to the warehouse, Mom, keep it." After saying that, she gave the key to her. And Kurosaki's mother didn't refuse, so she took it. And after entering, Kurosaki's mother was shocked when she saw the ingredients in there. Then she said to me, "Ichigo, there are so many fruits and vegetables here, can we finish them?" Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo touched his head and said, "I don't know anymore. Look. It's fine to leave it anyway." And Kurosaki's mother came back to her senses and said, "There are so many snacks here." Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo said helplessly, "These are for Yuzu Natsumi." After finishing speaking, Kurosaki's mother said directly, Do you still have the key to this warehouse? Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo was very puzzled, but still said. There are only 2 keys to the warehouse, one was just given to you. And the other is in the TV cabinet here, Kurosaki's mother say. Ichigo, please bring me the other key later. Kurosaki Ichigo knew why Kurosaki's mother asked this. But now there is no other way. I have to nod and agree. Then Kurosaki's mother, after learning about everything here, I went back. And I went back with me. When I came back, I saw where Shihouin Yoruichi and Kurosaki sisters were talking, and after seeing the 2 of us, I said. Where are you going? Heard Kurosaki Ichigo say. I just told my mom about the warehouse. After saying that, the Kurosaki sisters became curious. Said. Brother, the 2 of us also want to see what's in the warehouse. Kurosaki's mother objected when Kurosaki Ichigo was about to agree. When can't I watch it? I'll watch it later, and have breakfast now, and went in first. And the Kurosaki sisters had to follow after hearing this. And Kurosaki's mother didn't see Kurosaki after she came in. Dad asked. Ichigo. Where's your dad? Heard Kurosaki Ichigo say. Dad, he went for a test drive. Here's Mom, Kurosaki saying. Okay. Let's eat first. After that, we started eating. Kurosaki Ichigo had no choice but to give up after seeing here. And sisters Shihouin Yoruichi and Kurosaki also started eating, so I moved too. And wait until we all eat. After that, Dad Kurosaki came back too. Then he looked at us and said. It's all over. Why don't you wait for me? Mother Kurosaki said angrily when she heard this. You came back so late, didn't we all get cold when we waited for you? Hearing this, Kurosaki's father was surprised and said. Yes, yes, yes. What are you waiting for? And then Dad Kurosaki sat down to eat that cold breakfast. After Dad Kurosaki also finished eating, Mom Kurosaki was going to tell us something. Chapter 59. After eating, Mama Kurosaki said. This is our new home. So we need to tidy up first. We all nodded when we heard this, and then Kurosaki's mother nodded and continued. You know all about it. Then let's divide the rooms first. 35. Hearing this, Sister Kurosaki said quickly. Okay, okay. Where are we going to live with my brother? Kurosaki's mother had a headache when she heard this, and then looked at me and said. Is this okay? I heard this and said directly. Of course it's fine. It's very welcome, and there are also several bedrooms, so it's fine, and looked at Shihouin Yoruichi and said. Is that all right? Shihouin Yoruichi was a little stunned to hear this. And the Kurosaki sisters looked at Shihouin Yoruichi with anticipation, and Shihouin Yoruichi also said with a smile. Of course. How could I be unwelcome? And heard the Kurosaki sisters throw themselves into Shihouin Yoruichi's arms and say. Thank you, Yoruichi sister. Shihouin Yoruichi was also very happy to hear this, and then whispered something in the ears of the Kurosaki sisters and the others, but I didn't listen after seeing it. Then Kurosaki's mother saw this and solved it. She said to me. Where are they going to live? Then we won't bother. Let's live in room 410. And we can also cook, so let's eat here. 35. Here Kurosaki the sisters came back to God and said. Is that so? Aren't Mom and Dad staying with us? Hearing this, Mama Kurosaki said with a smile. What are you living in? How can you live in such a big house? The Kurosaki sisters stopped talking when they heard this. And Kurosaki Ichigo said after hearing this. Why don't we go to the yard for barbecue today at noon? Heard the Kurosaki sisters cheering. Okay. And Kurosaki's mother suddenly said. No, what's the barbecue for lunch? The Kurosaki sisters stopped after hearing this, and Kurosaki's mother looked at it and said. Let's have lunch at noon and barbecue at night. Hearing this, the Kurosaki sisters regained their energy, and then cheered. Long live Mom! And Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi laughed when they saw this. At this time, Father Kurosaki said. Then it's all right. I'll go out for a walk. When she was about to go out for a drive, Kurosaki's mother said quickly. No, we have to find out what's in our house first, otherwise someone else will come to the house and don't even know what's in the house, it's not ashamed. Then he took Kurosaki's father and left. And Kurosaki's father was full of tears, and there's nothing we can do. And I suddenly stopped Kurosaki's mother and said. Mom, this is the money I earned, you take it first, and then gave her a savings card. And after she took it, she said. That's not good. Kurosaki Ichigo said indifferently when he heard this. It's all right, there are still some left, and isn't mine yours? Hearing this, Kurosaki's mother is no longer shirk. Then she said. Okay. Then I'll take it. Then I took it. And Shihouin Yoruichi said to me. Don't give it all. Hearing Shihouin Yoruichi's words, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and said. It's all right. I still have a lot left, Shihouin Yoruichi asked curiously after hearing this. How much? At this time, the Kurosaki sisters also looked at me curiously, and I said. 100 million. Shihouin Yoruichi hasn't shown anything yet. And the Kurosaki sisters asked in shock. Brother, how much is it? Kurosaki Ichigo said with a smile on hearing this. 100 million. The Kurosaki sisters asked Shihouin Yoruichi upon hearing this. Sister Yoruichi, did I hear it right? Seeing this, Shihouin Yoruichi said very funny. Of course not, Kbi. It's true, the Kurosaki sisters said directly excitedly when they heard this. My brother is a billionaire, where they both called, and Kurosaki mother and father heard the Kurosaki sisters and said. What billionaire? The Kurosaki sisters told them what happened just now. Kurosaki Ichigo was very helpless when he saw this, and Shihouin Yoruichi looked at them with a smile. After they both understood, they asked me. Are these true? 35. Hearing this, I repeat. These are all true, and there are more than 900 million in the card I gave to my mother. They were all stunned when they heard this, and then I continued. By the way, I almost forgot, it's all dollars, not Japanese yen. Hearing this, they took another hit, and Shihouin Yoruichi said to me. Look, as soon as you say they have become like this. Hearing this, I hugged Shihouin and said. It's all right. They are all very receptive, and Shihouin Yoruichi pushed me away and said. There are others here. I said indifferently when I heard this. It's all right. It's a family anyway, it's nothing, and hugged her again, while Shihouin Yoruichi was very dissatisfied, but didn't push me away. And when they recovered, they said. Ichigo, are you really earning these? I nodded and said. Okay. I'm going back to the room first. Do what you guys do here. After that, I took Shihouin Yoruichi and went back. And Kurosaki's mother looked at Kurosaki's father and said. Is this true? After saying that, he pulled Kurosaki's father's face, and Kurosaki's father was in pain, and then Kurosaki's mother said. It's true, and Kurosaki's father was very dissatisfied, but there was no way to do it, and then Kurosaki's sisters also came back and said. Brother is amazing. Heard here, Kurosaki's mother said to them. Just know it. So you both have to study hard, and when you grow up, you have to be like Ichigo, okay? Sister Kurosaki said firmly after hearing this. Got it. Although she said this, she didn't know what she was thinking, and then Kurosaki's mother pulled Kurosaki's father and said. Okay. Let's go and prepare lunch for the afternoon. And Yuzu Natsumai, let's go and see your future residence. After that, go do your own thing. And soon this weekend will be over. And next week will be the exam week, and then it will be the holiday. Chapter 60. After dinner, both of us will be in the bedroom. The Kurosaki sisters live in the bedroom not far from the two of us, because the rooms are big, so the bed is also big, and they are both very happy. And when it was time for the two of us to go to bed, Sister Kurosaki knocked on the door and said, "Ichigo-san, Yoruichi-san, are you asleep?" Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi said after hearing this. "No. What's wrong?" Shihouin Yoruichi urged me to say. "Hurry up and open the door." I was stunned when I heard this, and then I couldn't open the door. And I forgot to take off my shirt. I went to open the door naked. And looking at the door and seeing the Kurosaki sisters say, "What's wrong? Still not sleeping?" And the Kurosaki sisters didn't speak, then looked at me and blushed, and then I saw my dress and said, "It's all right." Kurosaki Yuzu didn't speak when he heard this, while Kurosaki Natsumi said, "Ichigo-san is in good shape," heard Kurosaki Ichigo say. "Exercise every day." Then I continued. "What's the matter?" 35 Before they could say anything, Shihouin Yoruichi said. "What else could it be? Of course I miss you, I want to sleep with you." Hearing the Kurosaki sisters' voice, he bowed his head shyly, and Kurosaki Ichigo was also very uncertain, and then said, "Okay. Let's talk." The Kurosaki sisters were serious when they heard this. Then she said, "We just wanted to ask my brother where we're going this holiday." Kurosaki Ichigo said with a headache when he heard this. "I'm going to go out this holiday, so don't worry about it." Kurosaki said unwillingly when she heard this. "Can't you tell me where to go?" I was very embarrassed to hear this, and Shihouin Yoruichi said, "Go to my hometown and propose to my parents." I was shocked when I heard this, and then it was all right. The Kurosaki sisters were very surprised, and then Kurosaki Natsumi said, "So that's how it is." Then Ichigo-san didn't say it sooner and Kurosaki Yuzu also said, "If this is the case, brother said earlier, we can go to rest earlier." Then Kurosaki Ichigo said something, and finally let them go back to sleep. Then he jumped on Shihouin Yoruichi and said, "I didn't expect my Yoruichi to be so smart." Shihouin Yoruichi said disdainfully when he heard this. "I'm very smart, but you're too stupid to notice." I was a little annoyed when I heard this. Then I took off Shihouin Yoruichi's clothes, stripped off his own clothes, and said, "Yoruichi is so smart, so I have to give you a reward." After that, he went in. And Shihouin Yoruichi gasped and said, "This thing is not a reward." Then I asked while moving. "Then this is a reward." 35 And Shihouin Yoruichi exclaimed, "Of course I'm happy to be my reward." And Kurosaki Ichigo said after hearing this. "Aren't you happy?" Shihouin Yoruichi said intermittently after hearing this. "Of course I'm excited. But this reward has me love and hate, so it doesn't count here." Kurosaki Ichigo here. "Okay. Then keep this reward for now and supply you later." Shihouin Yoruichi said here. "Then you can't regret it. Any reward is fine, right?" Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo also nodded and said, "Of course. Anything is possible." Shihouin Yoruichi felt relieved after hearing this. Then he started with me. The game ended with Shihouin Yoruichi's begging for mercy. Then I hugged her, watched her fall asleep and said in her ear, "Meeting you is the happiest thing in my life." I don't know if Shihouin Yoruichi heard it or what happened, but he smiled happily. And after I saw it, I kissed Shihouin Yoruichi's forehead, and then just put her to sleep. On the other hand, after the Kurosaki sisters returned to their room, Kurosaki Natsumi said to Yuzu, "What do you think?" And Kurosaki Yuzu said after hearing it, "How about what?" Kurosaki said helplessly. "Of course it's Ichigo-san," heard Kurosaki Yuzu say. "Very good. Is my brother going to propose to her at Sister Yoruichi's house?" "Of course I agree." And Kurosaki Natsumi laughed and gave her a chestnut when he heard it, and then said, That's not what I said. It's Ichigo-san. What should we do if you marry Yoruichi-san? Hearing this, Kurosaki Yuzu was also silent, and then said. What else can I do? Otherwise, do you want to marry my brother? We are biological. Kurosaki Natsurai was at a loss when he heard this. Then he thought about it and said. Then the two of us will never get married. Kurosaki Yuzu was surprised to hear this. How can it be? And Kurosaki Natsumi said indifferently. It's all right. Just stay by Ichigo-san's side and haunt him for the rest of my life. Kurosaki Yuzu also thought about it and said. Ask for her flowers. Is it all right? Kurosaki said dissatisfiedly when he heard this. Yuzu, do you remember what I told you? Kurosaki Yuzu was a little stunned when he heard this, but Kurosaki Natsumi patted his forehead and said. Didn't I say it? We can make Ichigo stronger, then Ichigo's character will definitely not want us. Hearing this, Kurosaki Yuzu was also a little moved, but still said. So, what about Sister Yoruichi? What if she objected? Kurosaki Natsurai didn't know what to do. Then he said indifferently. It doesn't matter, let's talk about it then. We can do it. You don't want to run away. Hearing this, Kurosaki Yuzu also nodded, and then they also fell asleep with something in their hearts. 0. Fortunately, the sound insulation of this house is very good, otherwise Kurosaki sisters would definitely go in and participate after hearing the sound coming from Kurosaki Ichigo's room, although I don't know what will happen to Yuzu. But Natsuki will definitely come in and participate. Then it was dawn. We were all on the verge of moving to a new house. Father Kurosaki is now the director of a hospital, so he doesn't have to be so busy and can relax a little. And Mother Kurosaki gives the Kurosaki sisters every day after I got to school. I talked to my new neighbors, went shopping, or did something in the yard. And the Kurosaki sisters often go to and from school every Amaterasu, but they don't take the bus, and sit at their own house on the car. Shihouin Yoruichi and I didn't change, we just used shunpo on our way back and forth. The people in the school haven't changed much, except that Sato Yasutora, Arisawa Tatsuki, Inu Orium, and Ishida Yuryu are all working hard to save Rukia Kokaki. The day will soon come when we are going to rescue Rukia Kokaki. Since Rukia Kokaki's execution is less than a week away, that is 7 days, so this is the day we go to the Urahara store together. And it is also the end of the period the day the results come out. And Kurosaki Ichigo is still the first, and Ishida Yulong took the third test this time, because Shihouin Yoruichi actually took the second test. And they all made it into the top 50. Wait until night falls. And after I told Kurosaki's father and mother, I set off with Shihouin Yoruichi. But I didn't tell the Kurosaki sisters, otherwise they knew it would be troublesome, so they quietly left. It didn't take long for us to gather at the Urahara store where Bulletin. Chapter 61. And I saw them say. You are all here. Hearing this, Ishida Yulong said. It's you who are too slow. Kurosaki finished and adjusted his glasses, and then Arisawa Tatsuki and Inu Orium also came. Then he saw me and said. Hello. Kurosaki-san said and bowed. And I nodded, and Arisawa Tatsuki said. Don't be so polite. Orium looked at her with dissatisfaction after saying this, and Shihouin Yoruichi laughed when he saw it, and Sato Yasutora also came, and then I said. Sato, you don't have to go, heard Sato Yasutora say here. Rukia Kokaki is our friend. Kurosaki Ichigo was speechless when he heard this. Then he said. Be careful then. Sato Yasutora nodded when he heard this. Then I said to them all. Everyone, be careful. Where is Shinigami's lair? Hearing this, Yulong Ishida said. How can we come back without a little preparation? 410. They all nodded when they heard this, and then I was speechless. Then I looked at their properties. Name, Arisawa Tatsuki. Gender, female. Age, 15. Spouse, none. Potential, Captain. Ryutsu, Vice Captain, Level 9. Zanpakuto, Tianli. Kid, LV1. Shunpo LV2. White Hits, LV4. Slash, LV6. Battle Experience, LV6. Name, Inu Orium. Gender, Female. Age, 15. Spouse, none. Potential, Super Captain. Ryutsu, Vice Captain, Level 6. Name, Sato Yasutora. S*X, Male. Age, 15. Spouse, none. Potential, Captain. Ryutsu, Vice Captain, Level 8. Name, Ishida Yulong. S*X, Male. Age, 15. Spouse, none. Potential, Super Captain. Ryutsu, Vice Captain, Level 9. Kurosaki Ichigo is very happy to see here, because they are all stronger. It means that they can save their lives very well in the next journey, so Kurosaki Ichigo is very happy, and Shihouin Yoruichi is also very happy after seeing it is reassuring. Then she thought of her level and looked at it. Name, Shihouin Yoruichi. Gender, Female. Age, 143. Spouse, Kurosaki Ichigo, Soul. Potential, Unlimited. Ryutsu, Captain, Level 25487/10,000 can be broken through. Zanpakuto, none. Kid, LVMAX16, / can be broken through. Shunpo, LVMAX16 level, / can be broken through. White Hits, LVMAX level 16, / can break through. Chopping, LVMAX11, / can break through. Battle Experience, LVMAX16, / can break through. Instant Open, LVMAX16 level, / can be broken through. Thor Battle Body, LVMAX level, / can be broken through. Backpack, Character Fragments X25487, Intermediate Experience Beads X4000, Advanced Experience Beads X3000, Super Experience Beads X2000, Breakthrough Cards X49. Shihouin Yoruichi is also very happy to see here, because Kurosaki Ichigo asked her to improve her strength first, and why not break through Ryutsu, that is because if the strength increases too fast, it is not easy to control, of course not, it is Kurosaki Ichigo saying she's too strong doesn't make sense. So Kurosaki Ichigo told her not to rush to get stronger. Moreover, Shihouin Yoruichi also realized the tricks that are more powerful than the instant opening. It can be said that the upgraded version of the instant opening is called the Thunder God Battle Body. When the trick is opened, 4 thunder balls will be formed behind him, and all the abilities of the body can be instantly transformed into dozens of times, so it is very strong. And Kurosaki Ichigo thinks it's because he is too strong. Then the opponents in the future will not be challenged. So Kurosaki Ichigo thinks it is better not to improve his strength too quickly. And Shihouin Yoruichi looked at me again. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo, Hōgyoku. S*X, Male. Age, 15. Spouse, Shihouin Yoruichi, Soul. Potential, Unlimited. Ryutsu, Captain of the Chief Captain, 25487/5000 can be broken through at level 20. Zanpakuto, the Perfect Zangetsu, Final Solution. Kid, LVMAX20, can break through. Shunpo, LVMAX20, can break through. White Hits, LVMAX20, can break through. Chopping, LVMAX20, can break through. Combat Experience, LVMAX20, can break through. Crescent Moon Chong, LVMAX20, can break through. Split Air Flash, LVMAX20, can be broken through. No month, LVMAX20, can break through. Backpack, character fragments X25487, intermediate experience beads X4000, advanced experience beads X3000, super experience beads X2000, breakthrough cards X49. And when Kurosaki Ichigo saw Shihouin Yoruichi was looking at me, I raised her chin teasingly and said, "What's wrong? It's spring." Shihouin Yoruichi said angrily when he heard this. "What are you doing?" He also punched me a few times, and those punches felt like tickling to me, and Arisawa Tatsuki said angrily when we were flirting. "Stop throwing dog food here." Shihouin Yoruichi said sarcastically when he heard this. Could it be that our classmate Long Gui is also beginning to be interested in this? Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki said. "Of course not. It's because the two of you are here, aren't you shy?" Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi said very funny. "Our Long Gui is still looking for a man, you will understand." And when Arisawa Tatsuki was going to say something, he was pulled by a new Orium. And after seeing it, I whispered to Shihouin Yoruichi. "Why don't you let her go? It's a child after all." Fortunately, Arisawa Tatsuki didn't hear this, otherwise she would have said something. And Shihouin Yoruichi gave me a reassuring look after hearing it, and then said, "It's all right." Then Urahara Kisuke came out. Then he said, "Everyone is here. Then don't stand here. Come in." After saying that, we went in first. Then we came to a gate, but this gate was also an empty gate, Arisawa Tatsuki said. "Are you kidding us? How's this going?" Hearing this, Urahara Kisuke snapped his fingers, while Tessai Tsukabishi opened a door with Kid, and then Arisawa Tatsuki was speechless. And then Urahara Kisuke, after they said something to me, they came to me and said, "Mr. Kurosaki, are you sure?" Kurosaki Ichigo knew what he was talking about when he heard this. Then he said confidently, "Of course, even if it turns out to be like that in the end, I'm sure." Urahara Kisuke was relieved to hear this. Then he said, "Then please." Mr. Kurosaki bowed, and then I nodded, while Shihouin Yoruichi held my arm beside me, and Urahara Kisuke said to them, "Okay, get ready. It's time to go." After speaking, they also came to the door. Then Urahara Kisuke said very seriously, "Let me ask one last question, do you really not regret it?" Arisawa Tatsuki was the first to say here. "You will regret it, and you will regret it, because when I come back, it's time for you to be beaten by me." And the others shook their heads and said they had no regrets, and then Urahara Kisuke said, "Then I wish you guys come back again." Then we all went in and set off. Chapter 62. And after we all went in, Urahara Kisuke was repelled when he tried to touch the door. Then he said, "Just please, Mr. Kurosaki," and left. And after we got in, we kept running, because this thing kept collapsing, and then we were running, and Shihouin Yoruichi saw it and said, "Don't touch this thing, run quickly," and we all ran, and Shihouin Yoruichi and I had been walking with a small range of shunpo, and Arisawa Tatsuki saw running behind and said, "I'm so envious. I haven't been able to use shunpo well until now." Hearing Arisawa Tatsuki's words, Kurosaki Ichigo said, "It's all right. These can only be masters after good practice." Arisawa Tatsuki nodded when he heard this, and Yuryu Ishida was accidentally caught by the detainee because he was wearing a cloak-like dress. Yes. And we all saw it. At this point Arisawa Tatsuki said, "Idiot, who made you wear such stupid clothes?" When he was about to pull out Zanpakuto, Shihouin Yoruichi said, "Don't use Zanpakuto. If you use Zanpakuto, the Kolyo will be connected to the spirit body, and you won't be able to run." After hearing that, Arisawa Tatsuki's movements stopped. And when I saw it, Shunpo came to the side and took Ishida along. "The clothes are torn. And Yulong Ishida was very grateful when he saw it and said, "Thank you," and I brought him back Shunpo and said, "Let's go first." Then we ran again, and suddenly there was a light behind, and then Ishida Yulong looked at 26 and said, "Wait a minute, everyone, what is that?" After speaking, a large train-like moving west rushed out of the detention, and Ishida Yulong continued, "What is that?" Then Shihouin Yoruichi said to him, "This is Kidō, the scavenger that appears every 7 days, why does it happen at this time?" Then we ran faster, and I came to Shihouin Yoruichi and whispered, "Should I fix it?" Shihouin Yoruichi said after hearing this, "No more. Let them experience it first." Then they said to Arisawa Tatsuki, "This guy is pretty fast, so run away." 35 And then they got faster. And the exits saw it. Arisawa Tatsuki said, "It's the exit. Everyone, let's work harder." And when the end was about to end, Inu Orium said, "3 days of shielding, I refuse." After saying that, a triangular defense appeared, and then it collided with Kidō, forming a storm, and then we were all blown out. Then we all fell into a village, and Inu Orium said, "Everyone is all right." Then he saw Arisawa Tatsuki's pose and said, "Wow! Long Gui's posture is really artistic." And Arisawa Tatsuki said after hearing this, "You're so long-winded." Then Ishida Yulong touched his neck and got up and said, "It hurts so much, I really didn't expect it to be so embarrassing, it was completely unexpected." After finishing speaking, he took out his clothes and said, "I didn't expect to take out the replacement clothes so soon." Arisawa Tatsuki and Sato Yasutora were surprised when they saw it, and Arisawa Tatsuki said, "This guy even brought a replacement." And Inu Orium said with a smile when he saw that everyone was fine, "But it's great." Seeing that no one was hurt, Shihouin Yoruichi gave her a brain and said, "What's so good about this?" And Inu Orium said after being beaten, directly covering the part where he was beaten, "It hurts," and Shihouin Yoruichi directly said, "Did you listen to me?" Fortunately, only the shield part came into contact with Yuto. If Liu Hua's body touched you, you would die. And Inu Orium stopped talking. Then Inu Orium said, "I'm sorry," and Arisawa Tatsuki said, "It doesn't matter, you don't have to be so angry, thanks to Orium we are all right." And Shihouin Yoruichi said, "You don't seem to understand the seriousness of the matter." When I wanted to say something, I hugged her and said, "Okay. Forget it, I haven't been here anyway." And speaking in her ear made her blushed. Then Shihouin Yoruichi also blushed and said, "Okay. Forget it this time." Then Arisawa Tatsuki and the others looked around, and Arisawa Tatsuki said, "Is this the Soul Society?" And Shihouin Yoruichi said, "That's right, this is the suburban area, commonly known as Rukonga, which is the place where the soul first appeared. It is located on the outskirts of the Jingling Court where Shinigami lives. It is the poorest and freest place in the Soul Society, and it is also the place where the soul first appeared. Most places." Then Arisawa Tatsuki and the others looked around and said, "But I can't see anyone at all." Then when I looked to the left, I saw that the two sides were different and said, "Hey! There is a big difference between the streets over there and ours." "Yours?" and Shihouin Yoruichi said. That." Arisawa Tatsuki rushed to say when he was about to say, "Oh! I see. That's where Shinigami lives or something." After that, he ran over. And Shihouin Yoruichi said nervously, "Idiot, you can't go anywhere, it will kill you." Arisawa Tatsuki turned his head in confusion, and then a row of walls descended from the sky, surrounding the Jingling Palace. And Arisawa Tatsuki was covered in dust. Nong coughed a few times, and then someone said, "It's been a long time since I met the guy who is about to enter the Jingling Gate without a pass to the court. I finally have something to do. I will treat you well, Kid. And Arisawa Tatsuki saw a man who looked like a giant, and he also holds a pair of very large axes. Inside the jingling gate, many Shinigami gathered and said, "The whirlpool is outside the jingling gate. Then there is nothing to do with us." Yes. After all, there is a Zidanfang outside the jingling gate. On the outside, Zidanfang also started to attack Arisawa Tatsuki. He raised an axe and slashed at Arisawa Tatsuki, but Arisawa Tatsuki did not move at all, and then Zidanfang said, "Come on. It doesn't matter where you attack from, kid," and Yuryu Ishida next to him said, "It's so huge, who is that? It shouldn't be a human being with such a huge body." Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi said, "His name is Zidanfang, and he is one of the heroes selected by the Soul Society who is responsible for guarding the west gate of the four jingling gates and the guardian of the Bidao gate." And Yulong Ishida said after hearing this, "Guardian? Then you have to defeat him to get in." And Shihouin Yoruichi said, "That's right, but it's not an easy thing. After all, I've been in this job for 300 years, and no one has been able to pass through the Bidao gate he guards. He can kill 30 ghosts with just one swing of an axe." Kurosaki, who was listening beside him Ichigo almost couldn't help laughing. And Shihouin Yoruichi looked at me angrily, and when I said sorry, Shihouin Yoruichi also gave me a blank look, because I had seen his attributes just now, only the strength of the vice-captain, level 6, Arisawa Tatsuki and the others can handle it alone. And Yuryu Ishida didn't see Kurosaki Ichigo's expression and asked Shihouin Yoruichi, "Is he really that strong? So how to beat him?" And Shihouin Yoruichi said, "He is the legendary Hercules, so it is more appropriate for us to make a certain battle plan." Then he looked at Arisawa Tatsuki and said, "Hey!" Long Gui was about to say something when he saw where Sato Yasutora and Anu Orium were running. Then he shouted, "Hey! Sato, Orium, you come back to me, come back!" And they didn't pay attention at all, and Yuryu Ishida ran away. Then I came to Shihouin Yoruichi and said, "Okay. It's fine. I'm here, so don't worry." Then Shihouin Yoruichi leaned against my chest and said, "How are you?" Then I looked at her and said, "Let them go to fight and see. Maybe it's better than training." Shihouin Yoruichi agreed after hearing it. And when Yuryu Ishida, Inu Orium, and Sato Yasutora wanted to help Arisawa Tatsuki, Zidanfang hit the stone with an axe to separate Arisawa Tatsuki from them. Then Zidanfang said, "You guys don't really understand the rules. You must have come from the country. Listen to the rules in the city. When you come home from the outside, you must wash your hands first, and you can't pick up things that fall on the ground. Eat, when the 3 duels come one by one." And then I laughed helplessly when I heard it, and Shihouin Yoruichi asked after seeing it, "What's the matter?" And when I told Shihouin Yoruichi, she jokingly said, "You're so bad." And Kurosaki Ichigo shrugged helplessly, then looked at them again, and started fighting with Arisawa Tatsuki after Danfang finished. Beside Yuryu Ishida they were trying to help Arisawa Tatsuki, and Arisawa Tatsuki said, "Don't help me. I'll do it myself." After she finished speaking, she pulled out Zanpakuto and fought him without Shikai. And since Danfang raised her head, Arisawa Tatsuki did not dodge, but blocked with Zanpakuto. "Arise," then Zidanfang said. "Not bad. You can actually block it, then I will not be merciful." After that, he started to attack frantically. And Arisawa Tatsuki blocked it. And Ishida Yulong and the others were very surprised, because unknowingly Arisawa Tatsuki had already that's amazing. And since Danfang was over, and Arisawa Tatsuki said, "No. There is one last blow." After saying that, he took out another axe from his arms, and then charged up and said, "This is the last blow." Wanzi Danfang fights sacrifices and his face flushed with energy, and then he slashed hard, but Arisawa Tatsuki still didn't move, and then he slashed upwards and smashed Zidanfang's axe. Zidanfang was also kicked away. Then Zidanfang said with a funny smile. "It's so dangerous, I was too careless just now." Then, when he said something to Arisawa Tatsuki, he suddenly cried. And Shihouin Yoruichi was very helpless when he saw this scene, and then said to me, "I didn't expect that the guardians of the Jingling Gate are like this." Hearing Shihouin Yoruichi's words, Kurosaki Ichigo hugged her and said, "It's all right." She was relieved to hear this. And Zidanfang also opened the door according to the agreement. And there was only one person on the other side of the door. After seeing it, Zidanfang said in horror. 2nd Division Captain Ichimaru Jin. Chapter 63. And Arisawa Tatsuki saw Zidanfang's very strange expression and came to him and asked, "What's the matter? What are you dazed for?" Then Arisawa Tatsuki looked inside and found a man with short light purple hair and a white feather coat. And he looked like a fox-like guy, and Shihouin Yoruichi faced him after seeing it. "I say. This is the captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin, he's a very good guy." Then she said, she was relieved to think about the strength of herself and Kurosaki Ichigo now. And Kurosaki Ichigo said to her, "It's all right. I have everything." Shihouin Yoruichi felt relieved when he heard this. Then he leaned on me and watched this scene, and Arisawa Tatsuki saw him and said, "Hey! Who is it?" Hearing her question, Zidanfang was very frightened and said, "2nd Division Captain Ichimaru Jin." And Arisawa Tatsuki didn't take it seriously, and then Ichimaru Jin said, "Ah! Look!" When he was about to attack Zidanfang, Arisawa Tatsuki actually attacked first. Then Ichimaru Jin said in surprise, "I didn't expect that you would be the first to shoot." And Arisawa Tatsuki said, "You are the captain." Hearing this, Ichimaru Jin nodded curiously, and Arisawa Tatsuki said, "So do you know a guy named Byakuya Kukaki?" Ichimaru Jin knew what we were here for, and said directly, "You know. And little girl, aren't you afraid of me?" Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki cut a sound, and then said, "Not at all." Then Ichimaru Jin thought about it and said, "What's your name?" Arisawa Tatsuki said a little strangely after hearing this. "Arisawa Tatsuki, the one who is going to beat you." And Ichimaru Jin laughed and said, "It's really scary to beat me." And Arisawa Tatsuki couldn't help but take action when he saw his fox-like appearance. And Yulong Ishida said after seeing it, "Arisawa, let's not act recklessly, let's think about the countermeasures first. And the opponent is a leader-level figure." Arisawa Tatsuki, who was fighting with Ichimaru Jin, took a few steps back after hearing this, and then said, "That's right, then I'll deal with Zanpakuto after him." I heard that Ishida Yuria was petrified. That's not what he meant. When he was about to say something, Arisawa Tatsuki said, "Come on." Thunder, and then there was a flash of lightning that hit Arisawa Tatsuki, and then her sword turned white, and from time to time it flashed an arc of sword. And Ichimaru Jin paid a little attention to it and said, "I didn't expect you to be Shikai. And you're also very strong." Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki said, "It's useless to say these words now. Because I'm going to beat you up no matter what." Hearing this, Ichimaru Jin chuckled and said, "It's so powerful. I'm so scared." Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki couldn't help but move first. And as she swung, she shot arcs from the tip of the sword towards him, and then Ichimaru Jin said, "Ah, it's so dangerous. I almost got hit." And Arisawa Tatsuki's attack became more and more fierce after hearing this. And Ichimaru Jin blocked it easily. Then Ichimaru Jin said, "I want to ask, is there anyone in your group named Kurosaki Ichigo?" Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki paused and said, "Do you know Ichigo?" Hearing this, Ichimaru Jin smiled and said, "Sure enough. So who is Kurosaki Ichigo?" Then he and Arisawa Tatsuki looked at us at a distance, while Shihouin Yoruichi and I were behind Zanpakuto, so Ichimaru-jin didn't notice, and then said, "Then I'm going to attack." After saying that, he took out Zanpakuto from a distance, and Arisawa Tatsuki said strangely when he saw it, "What? So far away, are you going to throw this short sword over?" Hearing this, Ichimaru-jin said unmoved, "This is not a short sword, this is my Zanpakuto." And when Arisawa Tatsuki was about to say something, Ichimaru-jin took a stance, and then a killing intent emerged from him and locked Arisawa Tatsuki, and Arisawa Tatsuki was stunned. And Ichimaru-jin, "Shoot her, shins." Zanpakuto's blade extended and rushed towards her instantly, and Arisawa Tatsuki wanted to block it after seeing it, but he didn't know how to block it for a moment. And Yulong Ishida, who saw this scene, they all yelled at her, and just as she was about to be hit, Kurosaki Ichigo came to Arisawa Tatsuki with Shihouin Yoruichi in his arms and blocked the move. Then Ichimaru-jin's Zanpakuto hit the ground and went back instantly. And Ichimaru-jin was not too surprised when he saw this scene, but he was surprised when he saw Shihouin Yoruichi. And Arisawa Tatsuki saw Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "Thank you, Ichigo." And Kurosaki Ichigo nodded and said, "Go back first, he's not something you can beat right now." Arisawa Tatsuki went back after saying that. Beside Yuryu Ishida and the others, Inu Orium asked her for a while, and Arisawa Tatsuki answered them one by one. And Ichimaru-jin said, "It's been a long time since I saw it." Shihouin Yoruichi and Shihouin Yoruichi said after hearing this, "Yeah. You've become the captain." Ichimaru-jin and Ichimaru-jin didn't care about her anymore after hearing that. Instead, she looked at me and said, "If you guessed correctly, you are Kurosaki Ichigo." Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo looked at him and nodded, and then tightened the hand holding Zanpakuto, and Ichimaru-jin also became serious after seeing it, because he had Kurosaki Ichigo smelled the breath of death, and Shihouin Yoruichi came out of Kurosaki Ichigo's arms. Then Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly disappeared. And Ichimaru-jin also disappeared. Then there was a flash of light in the sky from time to time, and the ground appeared lots of knife marks. Seeing Yulong Ishida, they were all stunned. Even Zanpakuto was afraid for a while, and Shihouin Yoruichi came to them and said, "Take a good look, this is the battle between the strong, it will be of great benefit to you." Hearing this, they all looked at where they were seriously, but because they moved too fast, they only saw it. Just those flashes and knife marks. On the other hand, Ichimaru-jin, who was fighting Kurosaki Ichigo, saw that Kurosaki Ichigo was so powerful and said, "It's amazing. It's scary to be able to fight me so much." Kurosaki Ichigo didn't answer after hearing it, and then Ichimaru-jin suddenly pulled away and said to me, "Shoot him, shins," and then extended to me. And when I saw it, I put the knife down and said, "Crescent Moon Chong," and then tried to slash with the knife. A black crescent appeared, and even directly beat Ichimaru-jin's Zanpakuto back. And Ichimaru-jin was very surprised when he saw this, and Ichimaru-jin saw this the crescent moon came over and quickly flashed to the side. When Arisawa Tatsuki saw this scene, they were all stunned. And Arisawa Tatsuki said, "It's amazing." And here Shihouin Yoruichi said, "Don't be envious. You can also become so strong, just work hard." They all became firm when they heard this, and Ichimaru-jin said, "For obtained, is really amazing. You probably haven't used your full strength." Kurosaki Ichigo was a little surprised to hear this. And seeing this, Ichimaru-jin said, "As expected," and then Ichimaru-jin walked back straight away. And Kurosaki Ichigo didn't attack after seeing it. Then Arisawa Tatsuki said, "Ichigo, you didn't use your full strength just now." Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo did not speak, while Shihouin Yoruichi said, "Yeah." Ichigo didn't use all his strength. Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki's gaze at me became firm. Then he said, "Why did he go back?" And Shihouin Yoruichi said. Forget it. Then he looked at me and said. What should I do next? And I thought about it and said. Let's go. After saying that, I thought about going outside. And Shihouin Yoruichi also followed. Although Arisawa Tatsuki and the others were puzzled, they still followed. And Zidanbo quietly closed the door and left without saying a word. And a fox-like person inside the door saw a gleam of light in his eyes, and then left. Chapter 64. And after a few of us entered Rukanga again, Arisawa Tatsuki couldn't help it. He asked. Why are you back? Can't you just come in? Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo stopped, then turned to her and said. So how are you going to prepare? Arisawa Tatsuki said directly here. Of course I rushed in and rescued Rukia. I laughed when I heard this. And then Shihouin Yoruichi said. It's impossible, even though Ichigo and I are strong, but what do you guys do? With so many people attacking us, we can't always take care of you. Arisawa Tatsuki said directly here. Then don't need it. We can take care of ourselves anyway here Shihouin Yoruichi said directly. Don't forget, you didn't even beat that guy just now, didn't you? Arisawa Tatsuki stopped talking when he heard this. And Ishida Yulong and the others also pondered. Then Shihouin Yoruichi said to me. Go to my friend's place. She can help us. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo also nodded, and Arisawa Tatsuki and the others followed us obediently. And we came to a house first, because it seemed to be a little far from here, so we thought to rest here for a night, and then go tomorrow. After the few of us came here, Sato Yasutoru met the soul attached to the parrot that he saved in this world. And after 410, he went out with him for a while the rest of us rested in the room, and I shared a room with Shihouin Yoruichi, Arisawa Tatsuki with Inu Orium, Ishida with Sato Yasutoru. In the room Shihouin Yoruichi said to me. What happened today? I said to her when I heard this. No. I just feel like today's events are all arranged. Heard Shihouin Yoruichi ask. Why? Then Kurosaki Ichigo said. Isn't it obvious? When you open the door, you meet a captain-level character. Shihouin Yoruichi said here. It must be a coincidence, heard Kurosaki Ichigo say here. Don't think about him so easily. Shihouin Yoruichi stopped talking when he heard this. And I lay down with Shihouin Yoruichi in my arms, and Shihouin Yoruichi thought, what about him? Ichigo is there anyway. And then he started and said. Would you like it? Kurosaki Ichigo had a headache when I heard this. Although this is very comfortable, I can't do it all the time. And Kurosaki Ichigo also told her. But it was useless, although I agreed. Then she urges it from time to time, but Kurosaki Ichigo also enjoys it. B. And why is Shihouin Yoruichi so persistent? It's not because I couldn't satisfy Kurosaki Ichigo, so I did this, because I was afraid that I would want another woman. Then she started without waiting for me to speak. Then I put a kid in front of it to soundproof it. Otherwise, everyone in the whole house would hear it. We did this until the night. And Shihouin Yoruichi was lying there, without even the strength to get up. And Kurosaki Ichigo was still alive and kicking. She was sad again when she saw this, and Kurosaki Ichigo heard it and said. Don't force it in the future. I know it all. Shihouin Yoruichi also smiled emotionally at him when he heard this. Then he said. Then you have to swear. Hearing this, I smiled and scratched her nose, and then said. Okay, I swear I have only one woman, Shihouin Yoruichi, in this life. If there is anything else, then I will be hit with thunder. Shihouin Yoruichi was supposed to stop it, but his body was weak. Then he blamed. Why make such a poisonous oath? What if it works? When I heard this, I said. Of course it works. It means you are the only woman in my life. Then I lay down with her in my arms, and Shihouin Yoruichi also lay on my chest and stroked me with his fingers. And then the two of us were talking here too, and then I came out in Arisawa Tatsuki's cry. And Arisawa Tatsuki saw me coming out and Shihouin Yoruichi didn't come out and asked, "Where's Yoruichi?" When I heard this, I said, "She's resting, I'll go get the rice." Arisawa Tatsuki didn't think much of it after hearing this, and when Kurosaki Ichigo went down to get the meal, he saw Sato Yasutora standing outside, and I went to say, Sato, why don't you come in to eat?" "Here," Sato Yasutora say, "here. I'm behind you anytime, anywhere." Kurosaki Ichigo was a little stunned when he heard this, and then he was relieved when he thought of the original. Then he said, "Sato, come in and eat." Then Sato nodded and went in. And they took the food back to the room and ate it. And I took it back to the room, and when Shihouin Yoruichi made it, he said, "Can you get up?" Shihouin Yoruichi nodded, and was happy to see the food in my hand. Then I put the food on the table and said, "Let's eat." After saying that, Shihouin Yoruichi sat on my lap very quickly, and sat down without getting dressed. And I reacted after seeing it. And I said helplessly, "Can't you just put on clothes?" Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi said directly, "Anyway, why don't you take it off after a while? It's better not to wear it." I couldn't refute when I heard this, but Shihouin Yoruichi actually grabbed my things and said, "Besides, don't you like it too?" And I was so aggrieved, I didn't know what to say. Then Shihouin Yoruichi took off my clothes. Then he sat down. Then he said to me, "Hurry up and feed me." And I had to let her indulge for a while. Then I finished feeding her the food. And she was not so quiet during the feeding process, she was panting and moving from time to time, seeing I also got angry here, but I held back. I waited until I finished eating and started directly. And the other side is not very peaceful, because of the inertia of the plot. Arisawa Tatsuki and the others still encountered Shiba Gansu, and then fought with Shiba Gansu one night, and then go back. The next day we all got up and set off. When a few of us came to a very strange place, Arisawa Tatsuki said, "What is this place? It's strange," and Inu Orium said after seeing it. "He's still handsome." Arisawa Tatsuki was also very helpless after hearing this, and then suddenly someone said when we were walking, "Wait, who are you? Dressed so strangely?" After Arisawa Tatsuki said, they became alert, and then jumped from the building to two identical strong men, and then said, "Suspicious guys, Ijinyan and Union are definitely not spared." After seeing Shihouin Yoruichi, he actually said, "It's Yoruichi-sama," and invited us in. Then the two of them kept saying bad things on the way, and Arisawa Tatsuki couldn't help but cut them off, but he couldn't bear it until Inu Orium stopped him. "Living." And when she arrived, she opened the door and it was a very sexy royal sister, and she said, "Long time no see. Yoruichi." Chapter 65. Yo! Long time no see. Yoruichi. After saying that, the woman looked at Shihouin Yoruichi very happily, and looked at me for a while when she saw Shihouin Yoruichi holding me. And Arisawa Tatsuki and the others were surprised when they saw her and said, "Sora is a woman." At this time, Shihouin Yoruichi let go and stepped forward and said, "I didn't say she was a man." Then Shiba Sora said, "What? These little devils," and Shihouin Yoruichi said dissatisfiedly after hearing this. "Although they are all little devils, but..." Then he hugged my arm and came to the front and said, "He's my man," and Shiba Sora said in surprise, "Is he your man?" Hearing Shiba Sora's surprised question, Shihouin Yoruichi nodded proudly, and then Shiba Sora said, "You're actually an old cow eating young grass." Shihouin Yoruichi was full of black lines when he heard this, and then said, "What did you say?" Then he came to Shiba Sora angrily, and Shiba Sora felt like he had said something wrong. He quickly admitted his mistake, and then he didn't know what the two of them said, and in the end it seemed that it was Shihouin Yoruichi I won, and Shiba Sora looks at me a little differently the same. Then Shiba Sokaku got serious again. And Shihouin Yoruichi sat down on me again and said, "Actually, Kong-hee, this time I have something to ask you for." Hearing this, Shiba Kong-hee said very accustomedly, "Isn't it always like this when you came?" Shihouin Yoruichi also hummed, and Kurosaki Ichigo was a little helpless. Because he was still sitting on my body and said so, he was justified. Then Shiba Sora said, "Is it a troublesome thing?" Shihouin Yoruichi also said here. "I'm afraid yes." Then Shiba Sora said with a smile, "Well, it's been a long time since this kind of thing happened." Then he continued, "Okay. Come on, I like troublesome things the most." Then Shihouin Yoruichi started talking to her. On the other side, there was some commotion in Jingling Ting. And in the Palace of Condemnation, Abarai Renji brought Rukia Kokaki here and said to her, "See you? Rukia, the window over there, those are the two prisoners used to execute you, that's bipolar." After saying something, the warden untied Rukia Kokaki's rope, and then he stood at the door and waited for Abarai Renji, and Abarai Renji came to Rukia Kokaki and said, "Let me tell you an unchecked piece of news. Yesterday, the Soul Society was broken into by the whirlpool. There were 6 people, and a man with orange hair defeated Captain Ichimaru Jin, but for some reason they quit." And then Rukia Kokaki turned her head to look at him. And then Abarai Renji quit. On the way to his team building, he encountered Aizen when he was thinking about something and yelled at him. Long time no see." Abarai hearing this, he looked back and saw that it was Aizen and said, "Captain Aizen." And Aizen went on to say, "There are a few things I want to talk to you about," and then came to a place Aizen sat down and said, "It's been a long time since I talked to you like this." Abarai Renji nodded and said yes, and Aizen continued. "It's been several years since you were assigned to Kenpeki. You're in the 6th division now." Abarai Renji asked directly upon hearing this. "Well, what is there to say?" And Aizen said after closing the door. "Abarai, you and her, Rukia Kokaki are very familiar, right?" Abarai Renji was surprised to hear this, and Aizen continued. "No need to hide, I heard that you have been very close since Rukanga." And Abarai Renji also admitted. "Yes," and Aizen then said. "Then I'll ask directly. In your eyes, should she die?" Hearing this, Abarai Renji doesn't know what to do. Then Abarai Renji said, "No, I don't quite understand what you mean," and Aizen continued. "Don't you think it's strange? Her criminal evidence is that she has transferred spiritual power for no reason and has not returned. Although it is a serious crime, it should not be sentenced. And the execution time has also changed from 35 days to 25 days. All of this it doesn't even reveal a trace of weirdness. It's even executed with a bipolar only used to execute the captain. I think it's like someone is manipulating behind the scenes. It's all the same." And after hearing Abarai Renji said, "Wait a minute, Captain Aizen, what's going on here?" And Aizen continued. "Seeking flowers. There is an ominous premonition, Abarai, maybe I." When there was more to say, someone sent an order and said, "Captains, please pay attention, captains, please pay attention, immediately hold an emergency captains meeting, repeat." And hearing this, Aizen also left. Leaving Abarai Renji is very tangled. And back to the protagonist's side, after finishing the story, Shiba Sora said, "That's it, I understand everything." Then he thought about it and said, "Okay. I accept it." And Shihouin Yoruichi said, "Really?" Then Shiba Sora said, "Even if it is duplicity, I can't refuse it. But although I believe you, they will say otherwise and then think of something and say, 'I believe in your man too,' and Shiba Sora said, Although there is a bit of surveillance, but I want to send my disciples too, it can be said to be my younger brother, right? Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi nodded and said, yes. Then Shiba Sora came to the side and said, hey! Are you ready? And the other side said nervously, oh. Wait a moment, and Shiba Sora said directly, open the door. Get to know each other. Then he snorted and Shiba Konghi opened the door directly. Then Shiba Gansu said, I met Shiba for the first time, and I will take care of you in the future. Then they raised their heads, and Arisawa Tatsuki and the others were all stunned when they saw it, and Shiba also looked up and saw Arisawa Tatsuki and they also pointed to each other with them. Say! It's you, and Shiba Sora asked strangely. Do you know each other? And Arisawa Tatsuki fought him directly, and then Shiba Sora solved it. And Arisawa Tatsuki also rectified, and he was good. Then Shiba Konghi took us to a place that looked like a chimney. But this chimney was huge. See here, Arisawa Tatsuki, they all say. What is this? Then Shiba Sora said. Use this thing to send you all to Jingling Court, from the sky, and they were all surprised when they heard. Heaven! Then Shiba Sora said. My name is Shiba Sora, the #1 fireworks master in Rukonga Bulletin. Chapter 66. And Arisawa Tatsuki said strangely after hearing this. Fireworks. And Shiba Sora said. Yeah. Jinyan Union, pull it up. Then came out a handle that seemed to rotate, and then the two of them said. Yes, hey, and as they turned, the chimney also appeared on the ground. Then they were stunned when they saw Arisawa Tatsuki. Then Shiba Sora said. I'm scared. Little devils, this is for Shiba Sora, a huge fireworks stand. Just as he was about to say it, Shiba Gansu rushed out in front of Shiba Sora and said. Flower crane cannon, and Shiba Sora directly kicked him and said. Who told you to speak first? And Shiba Gansu said. I'm sorry. When Shiba Kyuzuru looked at Arisawa Tatsuki and the others, he saw that they had stopped talking and said. What's the matter? Can't make a sound. And Yulong Ishida said. What are you joking about at this time? I don't know about pyrotechnicians, but what about using this kind of thing to launch us, isn't it? And when he was about to say something, Shiba Kusuru threw it over one of the balls was hit. Then Arisawa Tatsuki caught it. Then Arisawa Tatsuki asked. What is this? Then Shiba 413 Konghi said. Spiritual nuclear beads, press it with your palm, and then try to input your spiritual power to see. And then Arisawa Tatsuki pressed it down, because he learned some kid with Uramoto Kisuke, so it was very simple to enter spiritual power, and then formed a spherical protective cover around Arisawa Tatsuki, and then Shiba Sora, who came next to her, touched the cover and said. This is a cannonball, and Yuryu Ishida asked strangely. Cannonball? And Shiba Sora said. Okay. I heard, maybe you think that only the wall protects Jingling Court, then you are wrong, that wall is made of murderous stones that can block spiritual power. This is the fragment of that, and then took out a small stone block, go straight down with a fist, the place where the stone is placed is fine, and the other places are pierced. Then he said. Just like this, it is completely isolated from the spiritual power, so it is impossible to use the spiritual power to open the door, and the spiritual power is dispersed from the cut surface to generate fluctuations, so it is said that the Jingling Pavilion is formed by this fluctuation from the sky to the ground. The spherical protective cover is here to protect. Then he hit the cover formed by the spiritual core beads and said. It's time for this. And the one inside is no longer Arisawa Tatsuki. It's Shiba Gansu. And the Shiba Gansu inside is very tired and said. Sister, I really can't do it. Shiba Sora said directly. Be patient, this is what I developed, a special hardened spiritual wall generating device, which means that all of you can input spiritual energy into it, and you can temporarily form a cannonball that breaks through the defense, and then fire it out with this empty crane cannon, break through in one breath. Do you still have any doubts? Then, without doubt, Shiba Konghe said directly. Okay. Then disband, now go to the underground practice ground to practice the concentration of spiritual power. At this time, Jin Yan and Yin Yan came out and said. Okay, and Shiba Sora said. Take them, and after lifting Arisawa Tatsuki and the others, Shiba Sora said. That's good. If a guy doesn't focus well, then I'll shoot him straight into the sky and they're all taken away. Then Shiba Sora said to them. Practice hard. Then there are Kurosaki Ichigo, Shihouin Yoruichi, and Shiba siblings left. Then looking at Shiba Gansu, Shiba Sora said. Good job. Go down and practice with them. Shiba Gansu then walked away and looked at the two of us and said. How did the two of you get together? Shihouin Yoruichi said jokingly when he heard this. Could it be that Kyuzuru also likes Ichigo? And Kurosaki Ichigo heard nothing, because he was immune. And Shiba Kyuzuru blushed. And Shihouin Yoruichi said very strangely. I didn't expect you to blush too. You don't really like it. Hearing this, Shiba Sora said proudly. How could it be, I wouldn't. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo said to her. Stop making trouble. Shihouin Yoruichi stopped teasing after hearing this. And Shiba Sora also recovered. Then they all went back to the room to rest. In the other half of Siraidai, Abarai Renji and the shooting range Tijamon were walking, and Abarai Renji said. This is the first time I wear an adjutant's armband. And the shooting range also said. Of course, it's the first time I've been forced to carry it, and then the two of them heard on the way. The vice captain put on the armband of the adjutant and went to the number 2 wing to stand by. Then the shooting range said. It got really interesting. Then Hinamori Momo, who came after the two of them, saw the two of them and said. Abarai, shooting range, and Abarai Renji said. Hinamori, are you alone? And Hinamori Momo said. It seems so, and then Matsumoto Rangiku came and said. Anyone called the vice captain is a busy person walking around the Soul Society. It would take a long time to gather all the members. Our captain couldn't get in touch, and it was a headache. And seeing someone coming after Abarai Renji said. Oh! Who is that captain of Rangiku? And the shooting range said. It's Hitsugaya. After hearing that, Abarai Renji said directly. Oh! It's that genius child. That's too much, and Hinamori Momo asks. Abarai, have you seen my Captain Aizen? And Abarai Renji turned his head and said. I didn't see it, and Hinamori Momo went on to say. It was always very strange in the morning, and he didn't answer when I asked him, what should I do? Abarai Renji said to her after seeing it. Don't worry, there's nothing, this gathering will end soon, and then thought to himself, damn, what's going on, what's going on? Captain Aizen. In the other half, Arisawa Tatsuki, they are still practicing, and Jin Yan and Yin Yan have been talking about gossip, but in the end they all succeeded. And Shiba Sora and Shihouin Yoruichi are talking about something, but don't let me go listen, and then I thought, I'd better not follow them. Just let them go when they encounter difficulties. After thinking about it, I went back to my room. In another place, in Jinglingting, all the captains in the first team's quarters assembled. Then Ichimarujin went in and said. Second Division Captain, Ichimarujin is here, and Ichimarujin went in and said. What's the matter? I was suddenly summoned here, and I thought, what happened? This is too exaggerated. The captains who rule the Soul Society are all here for me. But it's not bad. The 13th Division, the captain is not here. What happened? And the captain of the 9th Division, Tosen Kaname, said. He was absent due to illness, and Ichimarujin said. Ah, then take care of yourself. At this time, Zaraki Kenpeki, captain of the 11th Division, said. Stop pretending. Do you think you were called because of such a thing? You seem to have gone to play with the whirlpool alone, didn't you, and you were defeated. And Ichimaru-jin touched his head in shame when he heard it. Say. To be honest, he is really good. And he almost beat me to death without being serious at all. And the captain of the 12th division, Kurosaki Ichigo said. Don't be kidding. How can someone at our captain level be defeated so easily? And I don't believe that anyone else can be stronger than Captain Shinigami. And then the 10th division captain Hitsuga Ichigo said. It's on again. Stupid argument of the old men, and Ichimaru-jin said with a smile. Really, it's like I didn't use all my strength to stop him, but he didn't break in. And Kurosaki Ichigo said. That's it. And then Zaraki Kenpeiga said. It's so long-winded, Nirvana is now me and him talking, do you want to be killed? And Kurosaki Ichigo said. What did you say? The 2nd division captain, Broken B, said. Boring. While Division 8 Captain Kirako Shunsui said. Hey! There are so many bloodsheds. And when they were arguing, the captain of the first team, Yamamoto Uenliazai, said. Stop it, it's not good. And they all stopped. And Yamamoto Uenliazai went on to say. Then you're called here, let's be clear in everyone's heart. So what do you have to say about this matter, Ichimaru? And Ichimaru-jin said. Then there is no. And Yamamoto Uenliazai said after hearing this. Then describe that person. Then Ichimaru-jin said. He had orange hair in that vortex, and he was holding an all-black Zanpakuto, with a swastika gauntlet, and a chain at the end of the hilt, which wrapped around his right hand. Then Yamamoto Uenliazai said. So is his Zanpakuto liberated, or not? Ichimaru-jin was also very distressed to hear this in 1.4. I don't know about that either. Yamamoto then nodded, and Ichimaru-jin said. Then the name of the vortex is Kurosaki Ichigo, and Yamamoto said after hearing it, and the captains also remembered it, and then Ichimaru-jin said directly. Oh! By the way, there is a very interesting person in the whirlpools that came with him. And Yamamoto Uenliazai asked. Who? And Ichimaru-jin went on. That's Shihouin Yoruichi. They were all surprised when they heard this. And Broken B was the most excited and asked directly. Is it true? And he continued without hesitation. And the relationship between Shihouin Yoruichi and that man seems to be very unusual, like a husband and wife relationship. Hearing this, the Broken B directly said. Impossible. And Yamamoto Uenliazai said. Shut up. And Bro B stopped talking after hearing it. And Yamamoto Uenliazai said. Is this true? And Ichimaru-jin nodded, and when Yamamoto was about to say something from Liazai, he suddenly heard from the outside. Emergency alert, emergency alert. There is an intruder in the Jingling Palace. Ichimaru-jin also smiled when he heard this. Chapter 67. On the other hand, after Arisawa Tatsuki and the others had all trained, Shiba Sora said. Then it's time to start. Arisawa Tatsuki was excited to hear this. Said. Can we go now? Hearing this, Shiba Sora smiled and said. Indeed, it's time to go now. And Arisawa Tatsuki asked without seeing Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi. Aren't Ichigo and Yoruichi going? Hearing this, Shiba Sora said. They said they would go with you. But they will still go in. Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki nodded, and then Ishida Yuryu said. Are you sure this thing can take us there? And Shiba Sora went straight with a fist. Then he said. If you don't believe it, don't come. And Yuryu Ishida shut up. And Anu Orium asked. Then how are Kurosaki-san and the others going to get into 26? Shiba Sora said indifferently after hearing this. It's all right. It's fine with their words. Arisawa Tatsuki's head was covered in black lines when he heard this, and Anu Orium nodded in agreement. And Chadu Yazutora also secretly thought that as long as it was Ichigo, it would definitely be possible, and then went to prepare with them. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi were sleeping in a house very close to Shihouin Yoruichi. Both of their rooms are very chaotic, you can see how intense, and then Shihouin Yoruichi woke up first. Then he saw Kurosaki Ichigo, who was lying on top of him, was full of tenderness, and he felt that he was full below. I felt very happy, but then I was disappointed again. Then Shihouin Yoruichi leaned in my arms and said very resentfully. Really, it's so powerful, sooner or later I'll be killed by you. I also opened my eyes when I heard this and said. So do you like it? Shihouin Yoruichi also complained after hearing this. I like it. But I'm afraid you like another woman again. Hearing this, I pinched her nose and said. Since you found out that I want another woman. Shihouin Yoruichi said it as a matter of course. It's not in your novel. And I laughed when I heard this, and Shihouin Yoruichi heard this laughter and said. What are you laughing at? Isn't it? I stopped and said after hearing this. Of course not, I already told you. That's why I have only you as a woman in my life. Although Shihouin Yoruichi was very moved when he heard this, he still said fiercely. I hope so, otherwise I will cut this first, then kill you and finally commit suicide, I said very solemnly when I heard this. No, absolutely, and hugged her, and Shihouin Yoruichi hugged me too, and suddenly felt something blush. Then he said. No. I just came here. When I heard this, I said. Okay, now I know. And when Shihouin Yoruichi was going to say something else, we both felt the power of Arisawa Tatsuki and the others, and they had already launched them with the spiritual core beads. And they have passed over us. And then we both got dressed immediately and said. It's time for us to go too. 35 and Shihouin Yoruichi nodded and said. Okay, but you're going to meet someone with me after you go in here, Kurosaki Ichigo say. Is it my father-in-law? Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi punched me and said. Not at all. And Kurosaki Ichigo continued. Is that the mother-in-law? Shihouin Yoruichi got a little angry when I heard this. Then I said. Okay, let's stop making trouble, let's go first. Shihouin Yoruichi also said after hearing this. Come back and settle the bill with you, and then she went out first. And when I saw this, I smiled helplessly and went out. When the captains in the first team heard the news that the vortex was coming, Aizen was very surprised and said. Intruder. And Zaraki Kenpeki said directly. Is it the vortex from before? Then he ran straight out. And Aizen yelled at him. Hey! Wait, Kenpeki and Zaraki Kenpeki ran out without even bothering. Then there was a little girl with pink hair upstairs, very happy to see where those Shinigami were busy, and to see Zaraki Kenpeki running when I came out, I was very happy and jumped down and called. Little Sword, and Zaraki Kenpeki jumped on his back when Zaraki Kenpeki heard it, and said. Deputy, and that girl was Kuzujishi Yachiru, vice captain of the 11th division, and she said. Xiaojian, is it the enemy? Do you want to kill it? And Zaraki Kenpeki said after hearing this. It's a whirlpool. And he's a guy who can easily defeat Ichimaru-jin, I really want to fight, and then licked his lips bloodthirsty. On the other side, Yamamoto Uenliazai saw the current situation and said directly. Yeah. The conference will be held later. Disbanded, and the punishment for Ichimaru-jin will wait until this incident is over. All teams go back to their posts, and then they all disbanded. And Aizen said something to Ichimaru-jin that hit Shugiichiro heard. And after Arisawa Tatsuki and the others came to the Jingling Palace, Arisawa Tatsuki said. Here it is. And Ishida Yulong said. It's about to be hit. Miss Konghi said that when you want to install it, you need to increase the spiritual power to the maximum, so everyone should increase the spiritual power to the maximum, and they all did it. And they also collided with the soul mask, and then they separated like the original. And the mask was removed for a moment, and at this moment Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi came in. And Shihouin Yoruichi saw the three scattered and said, "They've been scattered." And when I saw it I said, "It's okay, they're all okay." Shihouin Yoruichi felt a little relieved when he heard this. And Zaraki Kenpeki also had a headache when he saw this scene and said, "It's divided into three. Which one is the strongest?" Then he didn't care and rushed towards one. And Arisawa Tatsuki with Shiba Gansu, Inu Orium with Ishida Yuryu, Chado Yazutora alone. And Shihouin Yoruichi and the two of us are going to where is Yazutora Chado. Chapter 68. Originally, I was going to Chado Yazutora, but I thought about how they said that I have to practice to become stronger, so I didn't go. On the other side, after Chado Yazutora went down, there was nothing to do. Dodging Shinigami's pursuit, and still looking for Arisawa Tatsuki and the others. And Ishida Yulong and Inu Orium are also very smooth, because there is this intelligent person like Ishida Yulong, so it is also very smooth to avoid the battle. The worst thing is that Arisawa Tatsuki and Shiba Gansu came directly to the enemy, namely Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Yumichika. Just like me in the original book, I felt helpless after feeling it, but I think about it now Arisawa Tatsuki should also be able to solve it. And Shihouin Yoruichi asked me, "That Ichigo, where are we going now?" After hearing this, I thought for a while and said, "Let's go and see them first." Shihouin Yoruichi nodded and agreed when he heard this. Then he and I went to Arisawa Tatsuki first, but someone found him on the way. And he was wearing a floral dress, with a hat, he said. "My friend is here, why don't you come out and have a drink?" Hearing this, we both came out. Then he was very surprised when he saw it and said, "Long time no see." Yoruichi and Shihouin Yoruichi said with disdain after hearing this. "I don't want to meet you. Chun Shui and this man is the captain of the 8th Division, Kurako Shunsui," and Kurako Shunsui said with a smile. "Don't say that, how can we say that we were colleagues before?" And Shihouin Yoruichi said directly after hearing it. "That's all in the past." Kurako Shunsui was very helpless, then looked at me and said, "This is the strong man named Kurosaki Ichigo who defeated Ichimaru Jin." And I nodded in response, and he said with a headache when he saw it, "Really, why are you so cold?" And I looked at him helplessly, and I said, "If it's all right, let's go first." When he was about to leave, he directly blocked him and said, "Although it's very troublesome, I actually met you. So can you stop here?" And I laughed a little when I heard this, and Shihouin Yoruichi said directly, "Don't be too confident about anything." Then we both left Shunpo directly, and Kurako Shunsui was going to chase after him, but he thought of his own position, and it didn't take long for Yazutora to appear here. Then Kurako Shunsui said helplessly, "Why am I so unlucky? I've just left two, and now another one." And after hearing this, Yazutora Chadu asked him and said, "Who came here just now?" And Kurako Shunsui said directly, "Then are you willing to accompany me here?" Yazutora also said after hearing this, "It doesn't look like you're a villain, so I'll go first." And then he said, "Even though we don't like fighting, but we met. So I still can't let you go." And after hearing that, Chado Yazutora gave a Ryutsu punch, while Kurako Shunsui sat down and threw it out with one hand. Yes. And Chado Yazutora was very surprised when he saw it, and then gave it a few more times, but they all escaped easily. After seeing this, Chado Yazutora thought, captain-level people are actually so strong. And Kurako Shunsui came directly behind Chado Yazutora, who came directly from Shunpo, and Chado Yazutora also fainted. And then a woman came to the T-degree Yazutora said earlier. "What did you just do, Kurako Shunsui, is this vortex not dead yet?" And Kurako Shunsui looked back at her, and she said directly, "Then let me give him the last blow." Then she gathered Ryutsu in her hand, and when she was about to hit, a terrible Ryutsu burst out. And under this Ryutsu, she knelt down directly. Then she walked away. Here comes a man and a woman, they are Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi. And that Ryutsu broke out from Kurosaki Ichigo, and this Ryutsu was felt by the whole jingling court. And the characters who are weaker than the captain level directly kneel down. Feeling this, Ryutsu Zaraki Kenpeki directly laughed and said, it's this power, ha ha ha. Then he rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo, and Kuzujishi Yachiru said in surprise. It's so powerful, and then lay on the back of Zaraki Kenpeki. And Kuroishi Mayuri felt crazy and said, it's impossible. After calming down a little, he said excitedly, he must be the perfect research material. He came here after he finished speaking, and the vice-captain of the 12th Division, Nyan Men, was still kneeling, but he went out without caring about her. And the captain of the 13th Division, Jaishur Yukatake, felt very terrified and said, whose Ryutsu is this? I can feel it from so far away, and quickly went to Kurosaki Ichigo. Where dare to go? The captain of the first team, Yamamoto Uenliazai, felt very surprised, and then said to the deputy team, Kojiro, let's go. Then the deputy captain of the second team, Chijiro Sasakaibe, nodded and set off. The captains of the other divisions also came here, and Ichimaru-jin said to Aizen-suke, I didn't expect him to be so strong. Captain Aizen hearing this, Aizen-suke nodded and said, although it is very powerful, there is only one king in the end, and then rushed towards here, and Ichimaru-jin let out a sneer after hearing it, and then went out. On this side, Kurako Shunsui felt this Ryutsu and immediately flashed in front of the vice-captain Ise Nanao to block this Ryutsu, and then said with great difficulty, can your excellency let her go? Because he blocked it directly, Ryutsu aimed at him, so he was also very difficult. Although he had the level of combat power of the captain, he was in front of the strongest combat power of the captain. It's still not enough, and I'm not targeting him anymore. And my soaring black Ryutsu still makes him feel a lot of pressure. And Shihouin Yoruichi said to me, either forget it, or all the captains will come, when the time comes. And upon hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo said directly, it's all right, I still have another move, and do you think I'll do something I'm not sure about? Shihouin Yoruichi also thought of the system when he heard this, so he let out a sigh of relief. It didn't take long for all the captains to come, and when I saw them I said, it's all coming. It's too slow. And Zaraki Kenpeki rushed up directly, and then he was facing a knife, and I glanced at him with admiration, and then swung a knife, and the sword pressure appeared and directly knocked him into the air, hit the house and got buried. And Jaishur Yukatake exclaimed, Kenpeki and Broken Bee said disdainfully, what a reckless guy, and then looked at Shihouin Yoruichi with a very complicated look, and Shihouin Yoruichi also smiled at her after seeing it, and Shan, Zhao, Benai Uenliazai stood directly in front of Kurako Shunsui and faced me ask, Your Excellency, what does this mean? And Kurako Shunsui also got out. Then he took his sub-team back and put her away from here. And Shihouin Yoruichi looked at Yamamoto and said, Old man Yamamoto, we have no ill will, and heard Yamamoto say to her from Uenliazai. Then what are you going to do? I said with a smile when I heard this. It's nothing, I just want to have a fight with you. Yamamoto was very angry when he heard this, while Kurako Shunsui said speechlessly, I hit the gun head. And Byakuya Kokaki said, Are you trampling on our pride? And I said very directly, If you are stronger than me, you can trample on it. Then I secretly looked at Aizen-suke, and he looked at me, and our eyes met. Then I smiled and said, Then, captains, let's take a look at who this trampled one is. 99. Chapter 69. And on the other side, Arisawa Tatsuki and Ishida Yurita both felt Kurosaki Ichigo's Ryutsu, and also saw my Ryutsu pillar rising into the sky, and they both fell down and couldn't move, and a new Orium asked. Ishida, what happened to us now? Why can't we move? And Ishida Yulong looked at her and said, we are now overwhelmed by Kurosaki's Ryutsu. So we can't move within the range of his Ryutsu, and he is so powerful. And hearing this, Inu Orium is a little bit confused. Then asked, then what do you mean? And Yulong Ishida was full of black lines after hearing it, and then said, to put it simply, Kurosaki's power is too strong, and it suppressed us. Then Inu Orium nodded in understanding, and then Ishida Yulong had a headache, and then stopped looking at her. Instead, he looked at the Ryutsu column thought, what happened in Kurosaki? On the other hand, Arisawa Tatsuki and Madarame Ikeko still fought, and Ryutsu who was outburst by Kurosaki Ichigo was pinned down. So it fell too, and Madarame Ikeko looked at the Ryutsu pillar and said, is he the strongest among you? And Arisawa Tatsuki was stunned for a moment and then said, yeah. He's the strongest among us, but I didn't know he was that strong. Then Madarame Ikeko asked Arisawa Tatsuki, so what's his name? And Arisawa Tatsuki said directly after hearing it, his name is Kurosaki Ichigo, and Madarame Ikeko laughed when he heard it, while Arisawa Tatsuki asked in confusion, what are you smirking for? And Madarame Ikeko laughed. Ichigo 427. What a good name. And Arisawa Tatsuki just ignored him. Then he looked there and was a little worried. In the Palace of Condemnation, Rukia Kukaki almost fell after feeling this Ryutsu, but because the walls of the Palace of Condemnation were made of murderous stones, part of the wheel was blocked for Rukia Kukaki, and then she said, who is this soaring Ryutsu? And she also thought of the Kurosaki Ichigo who appeared when she was arrested, but she rejected it immediately. Because she didn't know him at all. Then she didn't want to. And in the main character, they all get nervous when they hear Kurosaki Ichigo, and Kurosaki Ichigo says, don't be so nervous. I'm just here to discuss with you. After hearing this, they thought to themselves, is there such a discussion? And Yamamoto Uenliazai said, then your excellency is only here to discuss, isn't it for anything else? I nodded when I heard this. Then Yamamoto also let out a sigh of relief, because he didn't want to set up a very powerful enemy like this. And just as he was about to say something, the Broken Bee said directly, you can't do this, Captain Chief, and Yamamoto Uenliazai was also a little angry. At this time, Shihouin Yoruichi said, long time no see. Broken Bee, and Broken Bee said directly, indeed. Yoruichi, and seeing this, she shook her head helplessly and said, still haven't put it down yet. Hearing this, Broken Bee said directly, why? Why did you leave silently at that time? Shihouin Yoruichi didn't answer when he heard this, then looked at me and said, I'll fix it, and I said, okay, and Shihouin Yoruichi directly took Shunpo away. And although Jaishur Yukatake wanted to stop it, Kurako Shunsui stopped it. At this time, Yamamoto Uenliazai said, then, Your Excellency, why don't you go and stay for a while, and then talk about what happened just now? Hearing this, I took Ryutsu back. And they also let out a sigh of relief, but Aizen was a little panicked when he saw this scene. And I looked at Aizen and was a little surprised to see his strength. Name, Aizen. S**X, male. Age, 162. Spouse, none. Potential, Spirit King. Ryutsu, Captain, level 18. Zanpakuto, Kaika Suijutsu, Shikai, Bankai. Kid, LVMAX 15. Shunpo, LVMAX level 15. White Hits, LVMAX level 15. Slash, LVMAX 15. Combat Experience, LVMAX 15. I was surprised to see Kurosaki Ichigo here. I didn't expect Aizen to be so powerful. He achieved all his skills to the top. As long as he advanced to the next level, he would be the difference between humans and gods. Then, when he looked at Yamamoto, he saw his level is the same as mine, and his skills are the same as Aizen. Name, Yamamoto Uenliazai. S*X, male. 1023. Spouse, none. Potential, Super Captain. Ryutsu, Captain, Level 20. Zanpakuto, Region Jaka, Shikai, Bankai. Kid, LVMAX 15. Shunpo, LVMAX Level 15. White Hits, LVMAX Level 15. Slash, LVMAX 15. Battle Experience, LVM, B, AX 16. I was also surprised to see this, as expected of the strongest Shinigami from the previous year, really strong. Moreover, the combat experience has reached another level. Then I said to Yamamoto Uenliazai, let's have a chat first. Will the captain come first? Hearing this, Yamamoto Uenliazai also grabbed his cane, and I took out a go and said, are you going to have one? They were all stunned when they heard this. I was all ready, but as soon as I actually took this out and saw Yamamoto's surprise from Liazai, I said, I'm not here to fight, because the two of us are going to say war, then this jingling court should disappear. So forget it, and there will be many innocent people involved, although I am not a virgin, but also I don't want to be a butcher. Hearing this, Yamamoto's eyes narrowed and he said, then let's leave and let's have a good time and have a chat by the way, and at this time I nodded too. And those captains are very strange. And Aizensook is a pity, because I didn't see my strength, and I look at these captains and say, your strength is still very weak. So let's forget it, or if he kills you, then he will fight me desperately. And they were very unwilling to hear this, and then I said, there are only 3 of you, not bad, and then pointed to Kurako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake, and Aizensook. And Aizensook was very surprised when he saw it, and then thought, he didn't find it. And Kurako Shunsui saw here he looked at Aizensook very suspiciously, but he glanced at it, and then took it back. But Aizensook still found it. And Jaishur Yukatake looked at Aizensook in surprise and said, Aizen, you are so amazing too. I'm so envious. And Aizensook said very modestly, there and there, I just happened to break through. Then Yamamoto Uenliazai also looked at him and nodded, and then said to the other captains, go back and practice hard, you are really so weak and you are the leader. After hearing that, they all dispersed. And Kurako Shunsui said to me as he left, little brother, you can come to me for a drink in the future. And I nodded, and Jaishur Yukatake looked at me gratefully and said, thank you. And when I heard it, I couldn't touch my head, but I nodded too. Then they both disappeared. And Yamamoto Uenliazai said to me, your excellency, please. Then I followed Yamamoto away from Liazai Shunpo, while Chadu Yazutora woke up after being taken to a safe place by Shihouin Yoruichi, and saw the note left by Shihouin Yoruichi. Run away, stay here. And Shihouin Yoruichi also settled the matter with the broken bee. Then he came to me. And I was in the first team building at this time, and seeing everything here, I said to Yamamoto Uenliazai, this place is very good. Old man Yamamoto was not angry when he heard this, but he was very happy, and then said to me, you can live here too. And after hearing that, I said, I don't want it anymore. There is still my family in this world. And when he heard this, he didn't force it anymore. Then we both started to play chess. Chapter 70. And when Kurosaki Ichigo and Yamamoto Uenliazai were playing chess, Shihouin Yoruichi also solved the broken bee. And now she looks at Shihouin Yoruichi with admiration, and then said, Lord Yoruichi, is that man really your husband? Shihouin Yoruichi said with a mocking smile upon hearing this. What? Isn't he worthy? Hearing this, she hurriedly shook her head and said, how could it be? He and Yoruichi-sama are a good match, not only handsome but also powerful. Shihouin Yoruichi said with a good laugh when he heard this. If you praise him like that, you won't like it. When Broken Bee heard it, he quickly said. No, no, how could it be? Seeing her nervousness, Shihouin Yoruichi then said. Okay. It's just a joke, don't take it so seriously. Hearing this, Broken Bee also let out a sigh of relief, and then Shihouin Yoruichi said to her. Then let's go. And the Broken Bee nodded and asked. Where are we going now? And here Shihouin Yoruichi said. Go to Ichigo's place. And Broken Bee asked suspiciously. So where is he? And Shihouin Yoruichi said directly. Follow me and you'll know. Then they both walked towards the first team quarters. And after Aizen and Ichimarujin went back, Ichimarujin said. I really don't understand, he was so fanciful that he thought he was going to fight the Soul Society leader. Still scared? Aizen said with a chuckle when he heard this. You can't say that. He's thinking of me demonstrating. Hearing this, Ichimarujin's eyes flashed a ray of light, and then he pretended to be puzzled and asked. Why? Aizen said helplessly when he heard this. Yin, don't say you don't understand. Then he looked at Ichimarujin, and Ichimarujin looked at each other without fear, and Aizen looked at it for a while and said aloud. Okay. Silver, let's go and call, because of this person, so we have to change the plan. And Ichimarujin also nodded and went out. At this time, Aizen raised a disdainful smile at his back and sat down. Write something. And Ichimarujin was very frightened after going out, thought he had found it. And he almost shot it just now. Then he calmed himself down, and then set off towards Tosenkan. In the first team building, Kurosaki Ichigo is playing against him, and Go is divided into black and white. And Kurosaki Ichigo holds Kuriko, but he still can't beat Yamamoto Uenliazai. After all, he is a Shinigami who has lived for 1,000 years. How can it be simple? And after the next set, Yamamoto Uenliazai also began to ask. Your Excellency, what are you here for? And Kurosaki Ichigo and Yamamoto Uenliazai started to go down again. And after they went down, they said. I'm here this time, because you should know. And Yamamoto Uenliazai also gave birth and said. Rukia Kukaki and Kurosaki Ichigo nodded after hearing this, then got down and said. Not all of them. After hearing this, Yamamoto Uenliazai continued to ask. So? Shihouin Yoruichi came back when he was about to ask. And Smash B went back to his post. Although Shihouin Yoruichi asked her to come over, she still refused. And Shihouin Yoruichi didn't force it, and came and say. Old man Yamamoto, don't ask too much. And Yamamoto said after a long speech. Yoruichi, don't be too arrogant. And what about that kid Uramoto Kisuke? And hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi shrugged helplessly, and then said. Uramoto Kisuke is still alive. Yamamoto Uenliazai also nodded, then looked at Shihouin Yoruichi and said. Then your target is Aizen. Shihouin Yoruichi was surprised to hear this, then looked at me, and I shook my head, and then Shihouin Yoruichi said. How did you know? And Yamamoto Uenliazai said. Although I am old, my heart is not old. After hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi and I were full of black lines, and then Shihouin Yoruichi asked. Then why? When there was more to say, Yamamoto Uenliazai stopped and said. Although I don't know why you are staring at him, but he is still a Shinigami, so you can't touch him. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi knew, he didn't know Aizen's true face, and then he didn't know. Said. Then saw that neither of us spoke. And the game ended with Kurosaki Ichigo's victory. Then I said. Master, can we both stay here? Shihouin Yoruichi was very puzzled when he heard this. When I was about to ask a question, I used my eyes to signal her not to speak, and then Yamamoto Uenliazai also said happily. Of course. Then he asked his deputy to lead us to rest. And Yamamoto Yuanliazai thought at this time, don't let me down. Aizen. And he led us both to a place and said, this is the room for the two of you, please tell me if you need anything, and then left. At this time, Shihouin Yoruichi asked. Flowers. Why are you resting here? And I stroked her hair and said. Of course it's to avoid trouble. If we go to other places, wouldn't everything happen to us in the Soul Society? And if we rest here, we can feel at ease. But Yamamoto is here. There is a captain-level character, so no one will suspect us. And that Aizen is not a fuel-efficient lamp, and may make a fuss about us. Then I scratched her nose and said. Isn't it usually pretty smart? What's wrong now? 35. And hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi wrinkled his nose and said. Of course it's not because of you, so I'm too lazy to think about it. And I said to her. Don't be rude. Then we both went in. And the environment here is very good, and there is a yard, and there is a pond in the yard. We both came to the pond and said. 0. I didn't expect the old man to be good too. And upon hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi asked. What's wrong? Then I said. Of course it's the treatment. It's really good to be in such a good place. Shihouin Yoruichi gave me a blank look and thought, you are so strong. He's not treating you well. Then Shihouin Yoruichi asked me. We can all kill Aizen-suk now. Why keep him? And here I laughed and said. Of course it's because of boredom. Shihouin Yoruichi was also very puzzled when he heard this, and then he thought about the system and understood. Then he jumped into my arms and said. Really, you are really bad. And when I heard this, I said innocently. How am I broken? And Shihouin Yoruichi said directly. Anyway, you are bad, the worst person in the world. And then Kurosaki Ichigo got angry. After 3 days without putting on the roof, he picked up Shihouin Yoruichi and said. Since you said I'm bad, I'll show you how bad I've been for a long time. Then he hugged her and went in. Shihouin Yoruichi also cooperated, showing a very scared look, and then Kurosaki Ichigo closed the door and set up a barrier, then the mattress was taken down and laid, and then Shihouin Yoruichi was put down. And then Shihouin Yoruichi said. Otherwise, it's still old Yamamoto's place. And upon hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo said directly. Don't worry about it, it's all right. And it started. Inside the house is very chaotic, but outside the house is very calm. Chapter 71. And something happened in Soul Society. And the protagonist is Aizen-suk. But he died and was nailed to the wall, and the 5th Division Vice-Captain Hinamori Momo screamed when he saw this scene, and those vice-captains who were with her were also surprised when they saw it, and then Ichimaru-jin came over. It was a pity to see this scene and said. Really, I didn't expect to be killed, this is the sadness of lack of strength. Hearing this, Hinamori Momo looked at him angrily, and then roared. It was you who killed Captain Aizen and then attacked him. But he was blocked by others. It was Kira Izuru, the deputy captain of the 3rd Division 430 who blocked him. Then he said. Calm down, Hinamori. And Hinamori Momo said directly. Get out of the way, or even you will be killed. And here he said. Don't let. And when she heard this, she said directly. Bloom. Fime and Zanpakuto was freed. And he stepped back and said. What a mess. Then he also said. Look up. Wabisuk and his Zanpakuto Shikai. And Hinamori Momo strikes again. When their Zanpakuto was about to meet Hitsugaichware came out to stop and said. You two stop me. And Hinamori Momo was surprised to see him saying. Little Shiro. And he said as if he hadn't heard. Get them to me. And then 2 people pressed them down. And then Hitsugaichware said to Ichimaru-jin. I don't care what you want to do, but I won't let the guy who hurt Hinamori go. Ichimaru-jin said with a funny voice here. Then you have to take a good look at her. And then he left, and Shihouin Yoruichi went to see Hinamori Momo. On the other hand, Shihouin Yoruichi and I were still resting in the room. While I stroked Shihouin Yoruichi's hair, I looked at her very tenderly, and because of the commotion outside Shihouin Yoruichi woke up and said, "What's wrong? So noisy?" And I said to her, "It seems that a captain died, so it was very noisy." Shihouin Yoruichi was also surprised to hear this, because among them, only Kurosaki Ichigo and herself can kill the captain level, so he asked, "Did you do it? But it's not right. You've been here all the time." And when I heard this, I said to her, "You are also familiar with this dead captain, Aizen-suke." And when she heard this, she understood. Then she said, "This must be his trick again. He actually pretended to be dead." I laughed and said when I heard this, "Be smarter. How about I reward you?" And then moved, and then she looked at me coquettishly and said, "Come on then." When I heard her provocative words, I couldn't help but start fighting back immediately. "Really, you are so annoying." Then I stopped and said, "Why did I make you angry again?" Then he took out the chocolate in the system space, and said to her, "Come on, let's eat." And when she saw this, she smiled and began to eat one bite at a time. After eating, she took out 2 headsets and put them on her, and then said, "This leisure time, let's listen to music." Then we both lay down and listened to music. And why are there so many things? That's because a lot of things can be placed in the system, and they will not deteriorate, so we both put a lot of things when we came. Because it seems to be influenced by me, Shihouin Yoruichi is no longer nervous. But I still ask, aren't we really going to get rid of him now? Otherwise. When I had to say something, I kissed it directly, and then Shihouin Yoruichi was stunned for a moment, and then responded, and I let go and said, "Don't worry about these things. Just leave it to me." Shihouin Yoruichi was very moved when he heard this, and then said, "Yeah. I know. You will be my everything from now on," and then lay on top of me and hugged me, and then I gently stroked her hair, and it didn't take long for her to fall asleep. And I also close your eyes and rest. Because Aizen-suke can't make waves at all. On the other side, like the original, Hinamori Momo misunderstood Shihouin Yoruichi and attacked him, and it ended because of the appearance of Matsumoto Ranjaku. And the one who is somewhat different from the original is Arisawa Tatsuki, who actually rescued Rukia Kukaki. Finally it was Ichimaru Jin and Tosen Kaname who recaptured her. And by the way, even Arisawa Tatsuki and the others captured her at 1.4, but they didn't hurt them. And in the evening Shihouin Yoruichi woke up. Then I looked at her and teased, "You are such a night owl. You choose to wake up at night." Shihouin Yoruichi was very angry when he heard this, and then said, "Really, you actually said that to me?" and then bit my shoulder angrily, and I pretended to be in pain, and then she said to me regretfully, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, and I feel pity to see this." Then I took her and walked towards the bathroom, and then we both had a very leisurely day. Chapter 72. It's been a few days at Seoul Society. And Arisawa Tatsuki, they are desperately doing their own thing, and Shihouin Yoruichi and I are very relaxed. I leaned on the hot spring stone in the hot spring, and Shihouin Yoruichi also came out. After the two of them were playing around for a while, she looked at me apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, I'm really useless." And when I heard this, I hugged her and said, "It's okay, I'm okay." And she calmed down when she heard this, and I let her lean against my arms and let her rest, and after a while of rest she said, "When are we going to act?" And she regretted it after saying that. Because she said she would leave everything to Kurosaki Ichigo, and then I patted her and she blushed very much. After that I said, "Didn't I tell you not to worry?" At this time, Shihouin Yoruichi begged for mercy and said to me, "I'm sorry. Are you used to it?" And I said to her very spoiled, "Okay. Since you've already asked. So I'll tell you too. I'm going to go again when Rukia Kokaki is executed, because I can knock him over. Shihouin Yoruichi nodded without thinking. Say. It's fine for you to decide, and then leaned against my arms like this, and didn't come out. And I looked up at the sky and pondered, wondering what toy should I look for when this toy is gone? Aizen-suki, it's a toy for the current Kurosaki Ichigo, not to mention Kurosaki Ichigo, even Shihouin Yoruichi can beat him now. And Aizen in Central 46 watched everything in Soul Society, can't monitor Kurosaki Ichigo, because of the barrier, and he couldn't see Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi, and then said with a smile. Then let's compare. And Aizen-suki regarded Kurosaki Ichigo as his opponent. And Kurosaki Ichigo didn't take him seriously at all. If Aizen-suki knew about it, he would have roared, and at this time Ichimaru-jin came in. Then Aizen-suki said. Come. Silver, and after hearing Ichimaru-jin said. Yeah. Captain Aizen, everything is arranged. And Aizen-suki said. Yes, Silver, and he went on. Jin, what do you think of Kurosaki Ichigo? Hearing this, Ichimaru-jin was stunned for a moment, and then said. How do you say it? I don't know. After all, it's the first time we met. It's impossible to understand so well. And hearing this, Aizen-suki also nodded, and then said. That's right, how can I say that he is also an opponent I recognize? Ichimaru-jin was surprised to hear this. Because Aizen-suki would never admit that those people were his opponents, even if Yamamoto was far away from Jaipur Uenkisuke, this is not the case. How could I not surprise him by giving Kurosaki Ichigo such a high rating, and then said. Captain Aizen, this evaluation is too high. You value Kurosaki Ichigo too much. Hearing this, Aizen-suki said directly. It's not heavy at all, I still think it might be higher, and heard here Ichimaru-jin asks. Why? And then Aizen-suki stopped talking. And then he knew he couldn't ask any more. Then he said. Captain Aizen, I'm going down first. And Aizen-suki waved his hand, and Ichimaru-jin went down. And after Ichimaru-jin went down, Aizen-suki actually laughed. And his eyes flashed with excitement. In the prison on the other side, Arisawa Tatsuki and the others were all locked up, and a new Orium was also there, and Ishida Yuria's spiritual power did not disappear, but they were all restrained by the chains. And Shiba Gansu said. Can we go out? And here Arisawa Tatsuki said directly. Of course. Or else. And then Arisawa Tatsuki continued. What's the matter with you and Rukia? He was silent for a while after hearing this, and then said to her. It's about my eldest brother. My eldest brother is Shinigami. And then the story. When he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. And then Arisawa Tatsuki said directly. I believe Rukia, she must not do it on purpose, this matter has a hidden meaning. When I heard Shiba Gansu want to refute here, he thought of his old sister's words, and then stopped talking. And Arisawa Tatsuki and the others stopped talking. This very silent atmosphere lasted for almost 10 minutes when suddenly a very cute voice said. Are you the companions of the first one? And when they heard this, they all turned around, and then saw a little girl, and she said directly. Do you know where Xiaoai is? And heard here a new Orium asked. Who is Xiaoai? And when she heard this, she said directly. Little one is a small one. And when he had to say something, a very burly man came in. And there were two people behind him, and Arisawa Tatsuki said directly after seeing it. It's you with a bald head. And when he heard this, his brain was full of black lines, and then he said to the man. Captain, can I kill her? And he said. It's not possible now, as long as Kurosaki Ichigo appears, you can do whatever you want, and this man is Zaraki Kenpeki, who was dealt with by Kurosaki Ichigo. Because he was knocked unconscious by Kurosaki Ichigo, he was very dissatisfied, and then he came to find Kurosaki Ichigo. Then he thought that as long as he found Kurosaki Ichigo's companion, it would not be easy to find him. That's why I came here at 430. When Arisawa Tatsuki heard this, he was very alert and said, "Who are you and why are you looking for Ichigo?" Zaraki Kenpeki is excited to hear this. Because he has found his companion. Then it is easy to find him. And then Madarame Ikeku said, "This is my captain, Zaraki Kenpeki, captain of the 11th division, and she is my vice-captain, Kuzujishi Yachiru, do you know that?" Arisawa Tatsuki went berserk after hearing the following words. And arguing with Madarame Ikeku, Ayaragawa stood up, and Ayaragawa looked at Shiba Gansuo and said, "Really, I didn't expect you to be alive. You are a man with no taste for filth." And Shiba Gansuo couldn't bear it anymore. Then he said, "What are you talking about, you sissy?" And they started arguing here too, and finally Zaraki Kenpeki was too noisy. So after a while they shut up. Then they said, "I let you go, and you helped me find Kurosaki Ichigo." They discussed this and agreed. Yes, and Zaraki Kenpeki laughed when he heard this. Then he said, "That's fine," and then violently rescued them all and set off towards the Palace of Condemnation. And Kurosaki Ichigo, who felt all this, smiled and then went to the hot spring with Shihouin Yoruichi. Chapter 73. And after I finished soaking with Shihouin Yoruichi, I went ashore. Then I was very excited to see her figure. Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi also saw my reaction, and then I was very proud and straightened my chest, and I directly about to go crazy. Then he hugged her from behind and said, "Do you really want to play with fire?" And Shihouin Yoruichi is also very proud and afraid. The pride is because of Kurosaki Ichigo's attitude towards himself, and the fear is that I will make her unable to get out of bed for a few days. So Shihouin Yoruichi uses begging eyes look at me, and my heart softened when I saw it. Then I said to her, "Although I really want to let you go, but look." Then she leaned towards her, and she felt the heat of her buttocks soften a little, and then fell directly into my arms and let me hold her. And I looked down at her and said, "I'm about to start." Shihouin Yoruichi looked at me apologetically and said, "I'm so sorry, Ichigo." And when I heard her very apologetic words, I shook my head too, and picked her up in the form of a princess hug, and when she saw it, she said sweetly, "It's great to meet you." Then he wrapped his arms around my neck, kissed me, and then huddled in my arms. I felt it, watched her kiss her forehead, and walked towards the bedroom go. And when I came to the bedroom, I put her down and covered her with a quilt. After that, I said to her with a smile, "You rest first. I'm going out to deal with some things," and heard Shihouin Yoruichi say very bravely, "I'll go too." And when I was stubborn to get up, I let her lie down, then flicked her forehead, and said, "Okay. Don't be brave. Take a good rest. I'm fine." When she was about to say something, she saw my unquestionable eyes, and she pretended to be aggrieved, touched her forehead and nodded obediently. But Shihouin Yoruichi's heart is very sweet, because it means that she is very important in my heart, and I saw her appearance very helpless, and then said, "Okay. I'll take you with me in everything from now on, okay?" Then her face improved, and then Shihouin Yoruichi said, "That's a good deal. You can't go back on it, otherwise I was hesitating about what to say, but I pretended to be very puzzled and asked with a smile, "What do you want?" Hear this, Shihouin Yoruichi said directly. "Then I won't let you hug me." Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned when he heard this, and then he said in confusion, "That's it." Shihouin Yoruichi regretted it after she finished speaking, but she didn't know what to say to threaten me. "So let's break the jar." Then she blushed and said unreasonably, "That's it, what's wrong?" And when I heard this, I smiled and said, "It's nothing." Then he lay down next to her, then hugged her directly and said, "You can't let this happen," and then directly kissed her on the lips, and Shihouin Yoruichi was going to struggle, but she still couldn't do it in Kurosaki Ichigo's hands, so she also responded, got up, then put her down after 5 or 6 minutes of kissing and said, "Take a good rest, don't worry about me, the most important thing is not to sneak away." Shihouin Yoruichi rolled his eyes when he heard this, and then said to me, "Got it. And I knew it when I saw her shrewd look." Then I said, "Then I'm gone." "Here Shihouin Yoruichi say here. Be careful," and then I nodded and walked towards the door. When I got to the door, I started to build the barrier. And seeing this, Shihouin Yoruichi said in amazement, "Ichigo, what are you doing?" And I said to her after setting the barrier, "Of course it's to prevent you from sneaking away." 39 Then went out and said to her, "This barrier can prevent people from entering and leaving, and only I can lift it, so don't bother." Then Shunpo left with a smile at her. And Shihouin Yoruichi was very tired, so he couldn't get up, but seeing her she was very angry with her eyes, but then she smiled happily, and then went back to bed. Because Kurosaki Ichigo was so tossing her, she was also tired. And Kurosaki Ichigo thought, after coming out of Shihouin Yoruichi, I will be punished by Yoruichi when I go back. But after thinking about it, I am relieved. Because I only need Shihouin Yoruichi to be intact, and nothing else. For this I can kill people all over the world. Then I sorted my thoughts, and then Shunpo walked towards the hill of bipolar, and when I came here, I was very curious to see the big Zanpakuto, because in the original book, this Zanpakuto was composed of millions of Zanpakuto, there should be a lot of power, but why is there only so much power? And it was blocked by Zangetsu and a Zanpakuto. Then I touched Zanpakuto, but a seal blocked it. Then I directly used spiritual power to force the seal was removed. Then when I touched it, I felt its power, and then I thought, this Zanpakuto is only the 15th level of the captain, it should be a million very ordinary Zanpakuto. After thinking about it, it was disdain, and when I was about to destroy it, I thought that Shihouin Yoruichi didn't have Zanpakuto. Then I thought that this Zanpakuto was not bad and could be used by Shihouin Yoruichi. Then I started thinking about how to turn it into Zanpakuto of Shihouin Yoruichi. And it turned out that Kurosaki Ichigo was going to come and see Zanpakuto of Bipolar Hill, and then destroy it, but suddenly, thinking that Shihouin Yoruichi does not have Zanpakuto yet, so he was ready to use it. Because it was fused by millions of Zanpakuto, okay, so it can be said that there are millions of Zanpakuto potential, and because this Zanpakuto has no owner, so its growth is very slow, and in the original because it can block it is also because Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto is a friend Hōgyoku, so it can be blocked. And after thinking about these things, Kurosaki Ichigo is also ready to put it away and let the system make it suitable for Shihouin Yoruichi's Zanpakuto. Then Kurosaki Ichigo put it directly into his own system space. And then thought, tomorrow they will see if Zanpakuto of Bipolar Hills is gone, he should be very nervous. And Aizen can't help himself. Then he smiled and left. But not long after I walked, an old man came to the top of the Bipolar Hill, and he was Yamamoto Uenliazai, and I saw that the Zanpakuto on the Bipolar was gone. Then there was a dignified look in his eyes, and then he disappeared in an instant. Chapter 74. And after Kurosaki Ichigo took the thing, Yamamoto found it from afar, but he did not doubt Kurosaki Ichigo, because if Kurosaki Ichigo took it, then where was he hiding? Even if it was directly destroyed, no matter what there will be some traces. On the way back, Yamamoto thought a lot about Liazai, but in the end there was no result, and then I had to go back and talk about it. Then I sighed, and then I went back. On the way, Kurosaki Ichigo also felt that Yamamoto came to Bipolar Hill from far away. But I was not afraid, because the big deal is a battle. Thinking of Shihouin Yoruichi, his eyes softened, and then he walked towards her faster. And Shihouin Yoruichi fell asleep not long after Kurosaki Ichigo left. And she slept quite deeply, and when Kurosaki Ichigo came to see her very sleepy, she couldn't bear to wake her up, so she sat outside, looking at the pond in the yard, looking at the sky, is very melancholy, thinking about every day after my rebirth. And after I finished thinking about it, I also felt that my life was really wonderful. I thought that the people around me were very happy, and then I strengthened my heart and wanted them all to be safe. And after thinking about some things, I also started to work on the Zanpakuto in the system space. Seeing the appearance of this Zanpakuto Black 430 Saki Ichigo is a bit bad. If Shihouin Yoruichi is holding this Zanpakuto fighting, think about it for a while. I thought it was very funny, and then I laughed, and after a few laughs, I calmed down and started preparing. Shihouin Yoruichi is a master of taijutsu, so Zanpakuto should also be able to cooperate with her to use taijutsu to fight the enemy. So Kurosaki Ichigo is going to turn this sword into something the same as what Shihouin Yoruichi wore to Aizensuke in the original book. Then he also removed Zanpakuto's sword spirit and turned it into a Zanpakuto without a sword spirit. And just like your own Zangetsu, you can finally transform into an eternal form. Then the Zanpakuto was turned into the same size as the ordinary Zanpakuto. And because of this, the quality of the Zanpakuto has been improved a lot, and it can compete with those famous Zanpakuto. And when she fuses this Zanpakuto, its quality will leap again, becomes the same as my Zangetsu, which can become stronger according to the master's Ryutsu's strength, so Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't worry about it going bad at all. It was only half an hour after I finished fiddling with this. Originally, the ability to change Zanpakuto should be possessed by a character at the level of the Spirit King, but because I integrated Hōgyoku, I can make it now, and when I become a Spirit King level person, my B power should be stronger than ordinary Spirit King, so Kurosaki Ichigo is not worried at all, and even now I can use Wu's power and Super Captain level the powerhouses fight, or even defeat, so until now I have not improved my strength. Then I felt a little bored. Then I entered my own system interface and looked. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo, Hōgyoku. S*X, male. Age, 15. Spouse, Shihouin Yoruichi, soul. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Captain, level 235487/5000 can be broken through. Zanpakuto, the perfect Zangetsu, final solution. Kid, LVMAX20, can break through. Shunpo, LVMAX20, can break through. White hits, LVMAX20, can break through. Chopping, LVMAX20, can break through. Combat experience, LVMAX20, can break through. Crescent Moon Chong, LVMAX20, can break through. Split Air Flash, LVMAX20, can be broken through. No Month, LVMAX20, can break through. Backpack, Character Fragments X35487, Intermediate EXP X4000, Advanced EXP X3000, Super EXP X2000, Breakthrough Card X49. I also smiled when I saw this, and my character shards also increased a lot, because when I was here, I was not idle, but kept dungeons, so the number of shards also increased a lot. This also puts me at ease. Then I looked at my dungeon, and I was very happy to see the dungeon's level, because the final dungeon was about to be opened. Then there was the king level dungeon with Wang Su. And it's been almost an hour since I looked at this. And I also looked at the sky for a while and went in. And after I went in, I took off my clothes and went back to the quilt to hug her and she fell asleep. And I don't know how long it took, Shihouin Yoruichi woke up first. And when she saw me sleeping with her, she leaned into my arms, then looked at her and smiled, and then she was very naughty with her hair. Slipping on my face made me itchy, and I was awake when she woke up. But didn't open my eyes and watch her prank, and when she slid on my face I was awake. He opened his eyes and grabbed her hand and said, "What do you want?" She was startled when she saw me open her eyes, and then she smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just want to see you." Then I pretended to be very cute, and then I shook my head helplessly when I saw it, and then said, "Okay. I brought you something." Then I took out the transformed Zanpakuto to her, and she was very puzzled when she saw it. "What are you doing with this?" After I patted her head and explained to her, she directly said excitedly, "Really?" And Shihouin Yoruichi was happy because Kurosaki Ichigo prepared her a Zanpakuto. Then I nodded and let her fuse first, and Shihouin Yoruichi was very obedient this time and gave Zanpakuto first. Combines. And after an hour, Shihouin Yoruichi merged Zanpakuto. And it became the same final solution as mine. Then she hugged me happily and said, "My Zanpakuto is also very strong." "Ichigo, thank you," and I was very happy to see her happy look, and then I looked at her attributes. Name, Shihouin Yoruichi. Gender, female. Age, 143. Spouse, Kurosaki Ichigo, soul. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Captain, level 235487/10,000 can be broken through. Zanpakuto, Night Fist. Kid, LVMAX16, can be broken through. Shunpo, LVMAX16 level, can be broken through. White Hits, LVMAX level 16, can break through. Chopping, LVMAX11, can break through. Battle Experience, LVMAX16, can break through. Instant Open, LVMAX16 level, can be broken through. Thor Battle Body, LVMAX level, can be broken through. Towering, LV1, 0/10. Boom, LV1, 0/10. Fist Wave, LV1, 0/10. Backpack, Character Fragments X35487, Intermediate EXP X4000, Advanced EXP X3000, Super EXP X2000, Breakthrough Card X49. And 3 new skills have been added, and these 3 skills are very practical, so Kurosaki Ichigo is also very happy for Shihouin Yoruichi, and then let Shihouin Yoruichi fully upgrade these skills and break through a few times, and then she looked at me and said, "Thank you, I like this very much, and there is a reward at night." I was also very excited to hear her talk in my ear, but now I can't do these things anymore, I have to do serious things. So ruthless I patted her buttocks, then gave her clothes, let her put them on and we both went out. Chapter 75. And after Yamamoto went back to Liuzai, he called all the captains. And the captains were very confused and came over. Yamamoto Yu and Liuzai saw that all the members came but did not speak, and Kurako Shunsui asked, "Why did old man Yamamoto call us?" Hearing this, the captain also looked at him, but he asked, "Where's the captain of the 11th division?" and heard the 4th division captain Uza Awali say, "I didn't see it, I was originally in the 4th division, but I don't know where it went." He also sighed when he heard this, and then said, "It's actually like this. Then let's start first." Then the captains also corrected their attitudes, and then Yamamoto said, "This time everyone was called because of the bipolar thing," and Aizen said at this time, "What is that?" Then Yamamoto Yu and Liuzai said, "The bipolar Zanpakuto is gone." They were all stunned when they heard this, and then Kurosaki Mayuri said, "It's impossible," and everyone else was secretly discussing it. Yamamoto Yu and Liuzai said, "Shut up." And then they shut up too. At this point Aizen said, "Your Excellency Captain, this must be a fake. How could Zanpakuto of Bipolar Hill be so big and disappear?" 33 and Ichimaru Jin also said, "The bipolar Zanpakuto is gone. Then the execution can't be done." And when they heard this, they were all silent. Then Kurosaki Mayuri said, "Who did it?" And heard here Kurako Shunsui said, "Which is impossible, if you want to do it, how can you not do it above board? And here Ichimaru-jin said. The leader of the Jing band, why is it impossible? The most likely one is him, right? And hearing this, Kurako Shunsui has nothing to say. And so the leader is also silent. And Yamamoto Uenliazai said. It won't be him, and they were all stunned when they heard this, but Yamamoto Uenliazai's deputy said. Because the guy is resting in the captain's quarters and they don't have any doubts when they hear this. Then the captain of the 2nd Division, Swifeng asked. So who is it? And heard Yamamoto Uenliazai say. I don't know who it is, so I want you to be vigilant and notify the captain immediately if you find out. Then they all nodded and said yes, and then Ichimaru-jin asked. Then what about the execution of Rukia Kukaki? And hearing that they were all complicated, and Jaishur Yukatake was the most complicated, and then said. Teacher Uenliazai, can you wait for a while? After hearing this, the captain was also very exciting, and then Yamamoto Uenliazai said. That's impossible, Rukia Kukaki's punishment will continue, this time it's up to me to execute the execution myself. And when I heard this, the captain stopped talking. And Jaishur Yukatake also gave up, Aizen-suk's eyes flashed when he heard this. After a gleam of light, it fades away. Then Yamamoto Uenliazai said. Then everyone go back to their posts. Then the captains all left. And Ichimaru-jin met Aizen-suk. And Ichimaru-jin laughed and said. Captain Aizen said who did this? And Aizen-suk said with a smile. What did you say? Silver and then Tosen Kaname came. Asked. So what do we do? And here Aizen-suk says. It's fine, just make arrangements. And Ichimaru-jin asked. So what to do? And Aizen-suk said. It's all right, we just take it out. Ichimaru-jin was surprised to hear this. Is it really nothing to take in the public eye? And heard here Aizen-suk said. It's all right, that's what that person hinted at. How could we not accept it? And hearing this, Ichimaru-jin nodded secretly, while Tosen Kaname didn't quite understand, but he still understood a little. While Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi stayed on the mountain above the bipolar, looking at the bipolar hill below, and Shihouin Yoruichi said. Ichigo, you actually took Zanpakuto from bipolar hill. Seeing her surprised expression, she said. The Zanpakuto for you is the Zanpakuto on the bipolar, but I transformed it. She was surprised to hear this and said. Is it true? And I snapped at her forehead and said. What do you think? Then Shihouin Yoruichi hugged me and said. It's so nice to me. Then I smiled and patted her head and said. I'm not good to you, but to whom? After hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi buried his head in my arms happily and said. I love you has been heard many times, but Kurosaki Ichigo was very happy when he heard it. Then I hugged her and quietly looked at the dark night sky, while I lay on the grass and hugged Shihouin Yoruichi, and Shihouin Yoruichi also stayed in my arms for a while and said. 4 flowers. Ichigo, can I go and kill Aizen now? I was stunned when I heard this, and when I was about to say it, Shihouin Yoruichi hurriedly said. Forget it. Let's not kill him now. And hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo was overwhelmed again. Then I knew the way she kept looking at me. Then he smiled and said. It's all right. If you want to kill him tomorrow. It doesn't matter if 1 or 2 interesting people are missing. Shihouin Yoruichi was very moved to hear this, and Kurosaki Ichigo continued. Besides, we both eliminated those threats early. Then we can go to other worlds. Shihouin Yoruichi was very excited to hear this. Ichigo, what other worlds are like? And when I heard this, I turned Shihouin Yoruichi over, put her back on my chest, made her look at the night sky, and said. Other worlds. They are all wonderful and mysterious. To put it simply, they do not practice spiritual power like our world. Things like the physical body and spirit will become more profound when practiced. Very powerful, and their lifespan will become stronger as they become stronger. In the end they can cross the void, reverse time, and come back to life, and they can punch and break stars, but not everyone is like this. And hearing what I said about these Shihouin Yoruichi has been blinded. Then I tapped her forehead and said, "Okay. Those people are still a long way from us now." And Shihouin Yoruichi said back to his senses, "Are other worlds so terrifying?" Hearing this, I said with a smile, "Not all of them. Some worlds are also very weak. There are no supernatural powers in their worlds, so the world is also divided into strong and weak." Shihouin Yoruichi said with relief. Then I'm relieved. I thought that all the worlds have such strong people. But our world is really weak. I said here. Don't say that, because we are only on a planet, we don't know how strong people are outside the planet. So don't make your own decision. Shihouin Yoruichi stuck out his tongue at me when he heard this, and then lying quietly in my arms, I watched the night sky. Chapter 76. And while the two of us lay here looking at the sky, Shihouin Yoruichi asked me, "How did we get together?" When I heard this, I laughed and said, "Of course you confessed to me first, that's why we're together." Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi was very angry and beat my chest, then begged for mercy. On the other side of our sweet time, in the 10th Division cell, Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo were kept in separate cells, because the 10th Division Captain Hōgyoku Ichigo didn't really want to imprison the two of them, so it's just that they are locked in the prison and that's all. Even their Zanpakuto is not collected, and they are placed outside the prison door. Of course, if they want to escape, they can break the cage with Kidō, so they can't collect Zanpakuto. It doesn't make any sense, but if you really want to imprison them, in addition to capturing Zanpakuto, you also need to put on a device to imprison them. When their spiritual power is imprisoned, they are equivalent to ordinary people. But now there is no restraint tool on. Kira Yi 433. Crane squatted in the corner of the prison with her head in her hands, and muttered, "I actually did something to Hinamori, it's too bad, how could I do something to Hinamori?" Hinamori Momo sat expressionlessly on the floor of the cell, holding his thighs with both hands and burying his head in the thighs. Outside the bars of the cell, the moonlight is shining in. "Hinamori. Captain Aizen's body has been processed. You don't have to worry." Matsumoto Ranjaku stood in front of the cell door, looking at Hinamori Momo. "Thank you, Miss Ranjaku." Hinamori Momo said, and then said with a slight pause, "I'll cause Ziobai some trouble. It's enough if you know." 35 Matsumoto Ranjaku sighed helplessly and said, "You are too calm to liberate Zanpakuto in that kind of place. And things haven't been settled yet, so you'll take action against Captain Ichimaru. He is the captain and has high power. If it wasn't for the captain, Chweer, I'm afraid you'd be locked in the Palace of Repentance like Rukia Kukaki." "I'm sorry." Hinamori Momo said with a gloomy expression, "but as long as I think of Captain Aizen's face, I can't help it." "Forget it, you should calm down first." Matsumoto Ranjaku shook his head helplessly and said, "By the way, Hinamori, if you don't have to, you don't have to leave the cell. If you are here, the captain and I can still protect you. But once you leave, the captain and I will be out of reach. Protect me." Hinamori Momo was stunned for a moment, then suddenly woke up with a look in his eyes. "Sister Ranjaku, you mean, the person who killed Captain Aizen came back to kill me?" "I don't know, it's what the captain meant." Matsumoto Ranjaku shook his head slightly and said, "The captain said that since even Captain Aizen has been assassinated, it is very likely that he will come back to kill you." Matsumoto Ranjaku said with a slight pause. "Don't worry, Hinamori, Captain will find out who killed Captain Aizen." "That's right." Matsumoto Ranjaku suddenly turned back, "I'm here to give you this." Matsumoto Ranjaku took out a letter from the death suit on his chest and handed it to Hinamori Momo. I found this while tidying up Captain Aizen's room, and since it's for you, no one has seen it. 35. A letter from Captain Aizen. Hinamori Momo hurriedly stood up, but the moment she stood up, her legs softened slightly. It was obvious that she had been squatting for too long, which caused poor blood circulation and made her double. Her feet were weak, but she still stretched out her hand to take the letter and hugged it deeply in her arms. I won't bother you anymore. Matsumoto Ranjiko looked at Hinamori Momo, sighed helplessly, and turned to leave the cell. After Matsumoto Ranjiko leaves the cell, only then did Hinamori Momo slowly open the letter. The moonlight from outside the window shone into the cell. Hinamori Momo, who was looking at the letter, suddenly became sluggish. Impossible, it can't be his. How could it be him? Hinamori Momo murmured in her mouth, and at the same time tears flowed from her eyes. Gradually, Hinamori Momo's tears slowly dried up. She slowly put the letter away and put it back on her body, then stood up. To the guard at the door of the prison, he said, I'm sorry. Yes, what are your orders? The guard looked at Hinamori Momo respectfully, but then he saw only countless flying plum petals, and then fell directly to the ground, and then Hinamori Momo stretched out his right palm and said, had S31 red cannons. A fiery red energy ball appeared directly on her palm, smashing the door directly. Countless burning sawdust flew across. Hinamori Momo walked out of the cell door, and with the explosion of the sound, guards were constantly rushing over. After all, this is the cell of the 10th Division. Under the command of Hitsuga Ichigo, no one was there. Dare to be lazy during working hours, and the work efficiency is also very high, so although the explosion just happened, someone rushed over immediately. Hinamori Momo glanced at it for a moment, then directly picked up Zanpakuto on the side, pinned it to his waist, turned around and walked back to the cell, then stretched out his palm again and shouted at the wall, head of 31 red artillery. Fire red cannon. The energy ball reappeared and slammed into the wall. With a boom, the wall collapsed completely, and behind Hinamori Momo, a guard was already rushing over. Hinamori Momo glanced at it, turned and flew out of the collapsed wall. As the deputy captain, she is not something these guards can catch up with. When these guards rushed to the front of the smashed wall, Hinamori Momo was completely invisible. Quick, go and report to the captain, the deputy captain. Immediately, a guard said, at the same time, strengthen the guards of other prisoners. But they woke up a little late. Just as Hinamori Momo was fleeing, there was a man on the other side of the cell, Kira Izuru's cell, a man with a fox-like smile, the captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru-jin. You are so haggard. Ichimaru-jin said with a smile, come with me, Kira. After saying that, Ichimaru-jin put his hand on Zanpakuto on his waist, and suddenly pushed Zanpakuto. Pulled out. In an instant, Ichimaru-jin put the Zanpakuto in his hand back into the scabbard, and in an instant, Kira Izuru's cell door was completely down and turned into pieces of wood. Captain! Kira Izuru said softly while looking at Ichimaru-jin. Ichimaru-jin smiled and said, let's go, Kira. 35 said and walked straight ahead. Kira Izuru was stunned for a moment, then quickly picked up Zanpakuto who was on the side and followed Ichimaru-jin. One of them was the captain. One was the vice-captain, and because Hinamori Momo's direct breakout, won over the guards who looked at them, so the two easily escaped the sight of all the guards and left. And after those guards planned to strengthen their guard, it was only when they suddenly realized that not only Hinamori Momo but Kira Izuru had disappeared. The guards were shocked, but they could only report the news to Hitsuga Ichigo, who was the captain. But everything seems to come together, and something similar happened this night, that is, Abarai Renji, who has almost recovered in the 6th Division cell. At this time, Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo have just escaped. And Abarai Renji also sat up from his boat. I saw a white ape standing in front of him on his bed, looking at him, and the strange thing was that the white ape's tail was indeed a snake, and the snake's head also looked at Renji. "We've recovered, how about you?" White Ape looked at Abarai Renji and said. And the snake also looked at Abarai Renji and said, "Or, have you lost the courage to fight?" "Humph, what are you talking about?" Abarai Renji said with a look of disdain, "The reason why I am still here is that I have been waiting for you to recover. If you have recovered, then let's go. It's enough to stay here, it's time to go out and play." But before that, Abarai Renji looked outside the cell and said, "Let's go, let's find a quiet place first. Are you ready to surrender?" "Humph, then it depends on your ability," Snakehead said rudely. "Really?" Abarai Renji responded, then picked up Zanpakuto directly. At this moment the white ape and the snake disappeared at the same time. Abarai Renji slashed the cell door with a knife and left. This night, the 3 detained vice-captains all escaped from prison, and by coincidence, these 3 vice-captains were also students of the same period of Soul Society Spiritual Arts Academy, and even the 3 were very good friends. And why Abarai Renji was injured, it was because he was defeated by Arisawa Tatsuki. Then he was sent to the 6th Division, and Byakuya Kokaki locked him up. Chapter 77. Just after Abarai Renji, Kira Izuru, and Hinamori Momo escaped from the prison, Hitsuga Ichigo and Matsumoto Rangiku were quickly rewarded by the guards, and the 2 immediately came to the cell. After examining the cell of the 2, Hitsuga turned around. Said, "Matsumoto, you go back first. I still have something to go out for." "Captain, do you want me to go with you?" Matsumoto Rangiku said. "No, there's no need." Hitsuga Ichigo said, "I'm just going to deal with a little thing, I don't need to go both, and here, people also need to deal with it." "Yes, Captain." Matsumoto Rangiku nodded. After Hitsuga Ichigo turned around, his eyes instantly turned cold. He tried his best to act as usual and went out as if nothing had happened, but he didn't know that it was his actions that revealed more flaws. Knowing that the time for Matsumoto Rangiku to become Hitsuga Ichigo's vice-captain continued, although she could not, it is said that she knows Hitsuga Ichigo very well, but she also understands a lot, so Matsumoto Rangiku saw at a glance that Hitsuga Ichigo was wrong, but Matsumoto Rangiku did not say it. After all, she is only the deputy captain and has no right to control the captain's actions. But as a vice-captain, you must protect your own captain with life. So although Matsumoto Rangiku did not expose it, he planned to follow him secretly after Hitsuga Ichigo left. After Hitsuga 26 Ichigo left the 10th Division, he used Shunpo to head towards the 3rd Division, because in Hitsuga Ichigo's heart, the one who assassinated Aizen was definitely Ichimaru Jin, the captain of the 3rd Division, but there is no evidence to prove it now. But what Hitsuga Ichigo was anxious about was not this, but what Hinamori Momo did to Ichimaru Jin when Aizen's body was just discovered. At that time, Hitsuga Ichigo could clearly feel Ichimaru Jin's killing intent towards Hinamori Momo, so he hurried out. He blocked Hinamori Momo and Kira Izuru. At the same time, in order to protect Hinamori Momo, he put Hinamori Momo in his team's cell, but now that Hinamori Momo escaped from prison, it is very likely to assassinate Ichimaru Jin. Hitsuga Ichigo is the captain, he understands the gap between the captain and the vice-captain, especially Ichimaru Jin. His shins is very good at assassination and quick attacks. If Hinamori Momo goes to assassinate Ichimaru Jin, there will be no success at all. Maybe it would only be pierced by Ichimaru Jin's shins in an instant, so the anxious Hitsuga Ichigo hurried towards the 3rd Division, and it was precisely because Ichigo, who was too impatient, did not find that a figure was following him behind him. The 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin and Kira Izuru are walking towards the team building, because they are the captain and vice-captain, so their rooms are actually very close, and as the vice-captain, the captain hasn't rested yet. How can you take a rest first? Sure enough, the 2 are together. Hitsuga Ichigo looked at Ichimaru Jin and Kira Izuru in front of him and said, "As I thought, Hinamori Momo's cell was destroyed from the inside, while Kira's cell was destroyed from the outside." Yes. If you want to let him go quietly, is it too naive to do so, Ichimaru? But seeing the situation in front of him, Hitsuga Ichigo also breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously Hinamori Momo has not come yet. Captain Hitsuga. Kira Izuru looked at Hitsuga Ichigo in surprise. What, Captain Hitsuga, it's very strange for you to say that. Ichimaru-jin squinted his eyes and smiled, I did it on purpose so that everyone can understand. Although there is a smile, it makes people feel unconscious. To a chill. Really? Hitsuga Ichigo said, it's great to come one step earlier than Hinamori. Saying that, Hitsuga Ichigo put his hand on the hilt of the sword on his back, and his body naturally became a fighting posture. Ryutsu encouraged the captain Hayori on Hitsuga Ichigo, I will kill you before that guy arrives. Luo. Just as Hitsuga Ichigo finished saying this, a figure suddenly flew out, falling among two people, Hitsuga Ichigo and Ichimaru-jin. Hinamori. Hitsuga Ichigo said in surprise, he had no idea that Hinamori Momo would appear in such a place. Finally found you, as Captain Aizen said, you will be in this kind of place. Hinamori Momo said with a blank face, then stood up and faced Ichimaru-jin. There was something obviously wrong in her tone, even Kira Izuru, who was on the side, could hear it, but Hitsuga Ichigo, who was a childhood sweetheart with Hinamori Momo, couldn't hear it at all, because he saw Hinamori Momo facing Ichimaru-jin and putting his hand on Zanpakuto. He thought that Hinamori Momo wanted to attack Ichimaru-jin, knowing that if Hinamori Momo attacked Ichimaru-jin, he was likely to be killed. As the so-called fan of the authorities, Hitsuga Ichigo did not hear it at all, and said, Stop, Hinamori, he is not an opponent you can deal with, you step back first and leave it to me. Hinamori Momo pulled out Zanpakuto and put it directly on Hitsuga Ichigo's neck. Hitsuga Ichigo was stunned and looked at Hinamori Momo in astonishment. Hinamori Momo looked at Hitsuga Ichigo with hatred and said, Captain Aizen's hatred. Saying this, Hinamori Momo's eyes slowly shed tears and said, Why do you want to be captain? Hinamori Momo looked at Hitsuga Ichigo, who was stunned, and said, I know everything. From this letter left by the captain. What's going on? Strong doubts arose in Hitsuga Ichigo's heart, but it was more of a heart-torn pain, not because of anything else, but because Hinamori Momo had aimed Zanpakuto at himself, and from her in his eyes, Hitsuga Ichigo could see that it was a deep hatred. The captain's letter said that the execution of Rukia Kukaki this time was not to kill her, but someone to take something, that is bipolar. This seal is only unlocked after the execution, and the blade is equivalent to having the destructive power possessed by millions of Zanpakuto. The spear body has various defensive capabilities equivalent to Zanpakuto. Moreover, according to the execution, Shinigami must be nailed and penetrated. At this moment, this power will reach the original dozens of powers. Bei, the person who planned this execution, wanted to use this power to destroy the jingling cord and attempt to destroy the entire Soul Society. Originally, I thought this person would be Ichimaru-jin, but according to my later investigation, I found out that all this is true. It was just some misleading, I almost blamed the wrong person, but I still found out the identity of that person, but I was also noticed by that person. I have already made an appointment with him to meet in front of the Eastern Great Sacred Wall. No matter what, I have to stop that person's attempts. If he doesn't give in, I will fight him with swords and swords, but if I die, can you inherit my will and go to crusade for me? This is my last request, not as the captain of the No Division, but as a man, please, Hinamori, please be sure to stop him, the 10th Division Captain Hitsuga Ichigo's conspiracy. After speaking, Hinamori flowed. Tears, suddenly raised Zanpakuto and chopped down directly towards Hitsuga Ichigo, without the slightest hesitation. Hitsuga Ichigo felt that his heart was completely torn to shreds for a split second, and a wave of anger rushed to his brain, but a chill came from his back, which calmed his head in an instant. Boom! Hinamori Momo's Zanpakuto chopped directly on the floor, and saw a big pit on the ground. Hitsuga Ichigo leaned back and dragged 2 long traces with his feet on the ground. He originally thought that he and Hinamori Momo had been together since childhood. The relationship after growing up for so many years can at least make her hesitate, but Hinamori Momo has no hesitation. Zanpakuto directly beheaded. 433 completely intends to kill himself, but he can only comfort himself silently in his heart. Idiot, calm down, say I'm dead and continue fighting instead of me. Hitsuga Ichigo shouted at Hinamori Momo, do you think that Aizen guy would say such things? The Aizen I know is not alone. It's not a coward who's going to face an unwinnable battle, nor a coward who's going to ask his subordinates to deal with the funeral. However, that's what the letter says, and it's really a note from Captain Aizen. I don't want to believe it, but that's what Captain Aizen said. Hinamori Momo shouted loudly while weeping, and then tightened his grip. The Zanpakuto in his hand slashed directly at Hitsuga Ichigo. Facing Hinamori Momo's attack that completely gave up his defenses and used it all, Hitsuga Ichigo was able to escape easily, but his heart was very restless. After all, the woman he likes comes to fight with him for other men, and I am afraid that no one can be calm. Hitsuga Ichigo is still barely keeping his calm because his Zanpakuto is of the ice and snow type. Bloom, flying plum. Hinamori Momo said loudly, and then a fireball with plum petals blasted towards Hitsuga Ichigo. Boom! Hitsuga Ichigo could only dodge Hinamori Momo's attack, the stab wound deep in his eyes, but no one could see it. Damn, what's going on? It's impossible for Aizen to write this kind of letter. Who tampered with Aizen's letter? Hitsuga Ichigo barely kept his composure, and said in his heart. Hitsuga Ichigo suddenly looked at Ichimaru-jin beside him. I suddenly found that the smile on the corner of Ichimaru-jin's mouth was getting deeper and deeper, and a sense of complacency was very obvious. 66 is it? So it is. This is what you did too. Hitsuga Ichigo suddenly put his hand on Zanpakuto on his back and shouted loudly, City, Maru, Silver. Chapter 78. Hitsuga Ichigo looked at Ichimaru-jin with a smug smile, and swooped towards Ichimaru-jin, placing his right hand on Zanpakuto, but a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, Hinamori Momo, because of an apparently fake letter and to the do-it-yourself woman. Actually Hitsuga Ichigo did not know that the letter was not fake. But really, indeed Aizen stayed. Hitsuga Ichigo, who was full of anger in his heart, was stunned by the anger for a while, and his left hand clenched his fist and slammed into Hinamori Momo's blade. Bang! Ah! Hinamori Momo let out a scream, and fell to the ground, completely unconscious, but Hitsuga Ichigo noticed that he had just shattered Hinamori Momo's palm, and blood was running down her palm. Flow out! That's too much, Captain of the 10th Division. Ichimaru-jin looked at Hitsuga Ichigo and smiled and said, there's no need to use such a ruthless hand for a girl who has lost herself because of her injuries. Although he said so, but there was more schadenfreude in his tone. Ichimaru. Hitsuga said in a low voice, isn't one Aizen enough, even Hinamori has to hurt her so much, why do you force her to this point? What are you talking about? Captain Hitsuga? I don't understand. Ichimaru-jin said with a smile. I said that if someone bleeds Hinamori, then I will kill him. As he said this, a strong Ryutsu emerged from Hitsuga Ichigo's body, and his body naturally assumed a fighting posture. No way, Captain Hitsuga. Ichimaru-jin smiled and said, if I was confronted with swords in a place like this, I wouldn't be silent. He bent slightly, and put his right hand on his Zanpakuto. City. Captain Ichimaru. Kira Izuru reluctantly said as the two captains were about to fight each other. After rewinding, Izuru, you don't want to die yet. Ichimaru-jin said with a smile on his face even though a strong Ryutsu erupted from his body. Don't be too naive. Hitsuga lowered his head and slowly pulled Zanpakuto out and said, it's not enough to just step back, Kira, you better run away quickly, run away from where I can't see, if it's not far enough, but I can't guarantee that you won't die because of being implicated." Saying that, Hitsuga Ichigo suddenly held Zanpakuto with both hands, then disappeared in an instant, and then instantly appeared in the sky above Ichimaru-jin, holding Zanpakuto in both hands and slashed down suddenly. With a sound of bang, Ichimaru-jin ducked at the moment Hitsuga Ichigo slashed, and Hitsuga Ichigo stood directly on the floor, directly on the ground, opening a huge gap, and there was this glittering edge on the edge of the gap. Ice crystals. In an instant, a figure rushed out and caught up with Ichimaru-jin, who was still retreating. Zanpakuto in his hand stabbed directly at Ichimaru-jin's neck. Ichimaru-jin's right foot was a little on the floor, and he stepped back again. The two captain-level characters were fighting, and Ryutsu, who emerged from his body, did not target Kira Izuru, but Kira Izuru, who was standing too close, was also oppressed by Ryutsu, who was scattered by the two captains. Hitsuga Ichigo pressed hard step by step, the attack in his hand did not slacken at all, and Ichimaru-jin easily dodged Hitsuga Ichigo's attack. Suddenly, Hitsuga Ichigo slammed Zanpakuto in his hand and slashed towards Ichimaru-jin this time. Ichimaru-jin did not dodge, but stood in place, raised Zanpakuto with both hands, and suddenly held Hitsuga Ichigo's Zanpakuto, pushed Hitsuga Ichigo out with slight force with both hands. Hitsuga Ichigo fell to the ground, but did not stop but went directly to in the ladder vertical. Ichimaru-jin held Zanpakuto and pierced the spot where Hitsuga Ichigo had just stood. Hitsuga Ichigo immediately wanted to rush up, but Zanpakuto in Ichimaru-jin's hand suddenly picked it up, and countless pieces of wood chips from the floor smashed towards Hitsuga Ichigo. Instinctively, Hitsuga Ichigo released his right hand and Zanpakuto reached out to cover his face. "There is a flaw. Ichimaru-jin opened the mouth softly, and then Zanpakuto in his hand stabbed directly towards Hitsuga Ichigo. Hitsuga Ichigo suddenly slammed, stepped on the back of Ichimaru-jin's knife, and suddenly exerted force to directly stab Ichimaru again. Jin's Zanpakuto pressed down on the floor, holding Zanpakuto in his left hand and swept towards Ichimaru-jin. A few strands of hair were scattered, and Ichimaru-jin turned a few backs and directly avoided his attack. The two opened the distance again and resumed their confrontation state again. As expected, he is the captain of the 10th Division, Hitsuga Ichigo. Ichimaru-jin said with a hint of teasing, as expected, a genius born in hundreds of years, plus the age of less than 100 years, he is truly a prodigy. Ah, it's really dangerous. PG me off to this point, I'll make you regret it. Hitsuga Ichigo said, and at the same time a stronger Ryutsu surged from his body. Suddenly Hitsuga Ichigo jumped up, only to see an iron chain falling from the end of the knife. There is a crescent-shaped blade at the end of the chain. The huge Ryutsu forms an icicle on the blade, and then slowly creates an ice dragon in the air. At this time, the sky and the earth are completely discolored, and the originally bright moonlight is completely invisible. Leaving only a dark night, sit on the frost day Meru. It is possible to create an ice dragon in the air, and it also affects the weather. Kira Izuru looked at Hitsuga Ichigo in the sky and said in astonishment, "This is what Captain Hitsuga has, the most ice and snow type. Strong Zanpakuto. Meru. Ah, drink." Hitsuga Ichigo shouted loudly, and then Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly waved, pointing directly at Ichimaru-jin, and in the sky, the entire ice dragon rushed towards Ichimaru-jin. When the ice dragon hit the ground, the boom directly turned into a huge water dragon, and the amazing amount of water spread around, not to mention Ichimaru-jin who was directly attacked. Even Kira Izuru who was standing by the side was also shocked by this amazing amount of water. The amount of water affected. Two figures flew out of this amazing water. Although Ichimaru-jin was directly attacked, there was no water on his body, but when he was affected, Kira Izuru was covered in water, and the water was moving fast. Of icing. This is the difference in strength between the two. Ah! 35 Kira Izuru screamed and was swallowed up by this amazing amount of water, but fortunately Hōgyoku Ichigo did not mean to anger Kira Izuru, so after a while, Kira Izuru, whose body was completely frozen, It was washed out by the water and hit the ground. This was the result of Hōgyoku Ichigo's mercy. Otherwise, when Kira Izuru was washed out, his frozen body would completely turn into tiny ice crystals. Ichimarujin was standing on the roof, just standing there. Hōgyoku Ichigo had already rushed in front of him. Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly swung towards him. An ice dragon waved with Hōgyoku Ichigo's Zanpakuto. Out of thin air towards Ichimarujin going away. Ichimarujin held Zanpakuto in both hands and pointed at the ice dragon. With a bang, the ice dragon directly hit Zanpakuto of Ichimarujin, and then the ice dragon gradually disappeared under Zanpakuto of Ichimarujin. When the ice dragon disappeared, Ichimarujin showed his fox-like smile again, but he did not find Hōgyoku Ichigo in front of him, and then the sound of the iron chain sounded behind Ichimarujin. Ichimarujin just then finding that his left hand was completely frozen, and an iron chain was wrapping around his left hand, it was time to end. Ichimarujin. Saying that, Harinmaru stabbed directly at Ichimarujin. Shoot him, Shins. Ichimarujin opened his eyes for the first time, his dark red pupils revealed a strong killing intent, and saw Ichimarujin's leader, Yuri, stabbed a knife instantly, and the other in human eyes, the speed at which the knife stretches can't be seen at all, but in Hōgyoku Ichigo's eyes, although it is fast, he can still see it. He knows that his Zanpakuto can't penetrate Ichimarujin's until his head is pierced. The body, so in a split second, Hōgyoku Ichigo gave up the attack, the body fell backwards, and at the same time Harinmaru in his hand held Shins. I can dodge even in this situation, but is it good? Captain Hōgyoku. Someone can't dodge. Ichimarujin narrowed his eyes and said kill. It happened. Hōgyoku Ichigo's pupils shrank suddenly, and he turned around to take a look. Sure enough, the real target of Shins was not just Hōgyoku Ichigo alone, but also Hinamori Momo within Shins's attack range. When Shins was about to stab Hinamori, who was lying on the ground, a figure suddenly appeared, and with a dang, a figure kept retreating, and the floor was directly broken, but even so, this person kept retreating and was pushed all the way. It stopped after driving 10 meters. Matsumoto. Hōgyoku Ichigo said, looking at the man. I'm really sorry. Matsumoto Rangiku raised his head slightly, she had just blocked Ichimarujin's Shins with her Zanpakuto, and with just one blow, the tip of the blade stabbed into Zanpakuto's blade, causing a huge crack in that position. Matsumoto Rangiku looked at Hōgyoku Ichigo and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Captain, although you ordered me to stay in the squad. Please take back your sword, Ichi. Good, Captain. But Shins did not take it back, on the contrary he also pierced the inside of Matsumoto Rangiku's Zanpakuto again, making the crack on Matsumoto Rangiku's Zanpakuto even bigger. Matsumoto Rangiku looked at Ichimarujin and said, if you don't agree, then let the subordinate be your opponent next. Ichimarujin looked at Matsumoto Rangiku with a fox-like smile on his face, then the Ryutsu on his body burst out, shattering the ice cube in his left hand, and then Shins on Matsumoto Rangiku's Zanpakuto slowly retracted. Ichimarujin recovered Shins and rescued Kira Izuru, who was frozen, while Hōgyoku Ichigo and Song. Oh! Ben Rangiku left with Hinamori Momo in his arms. Shinigami and Arisawa Tatsuki, who felt the two strands of Ryutsu and astronomical phenomena, were very puzzled and surprised. Shinigami was puzzled by the familiarity of these two strands of Ryutsu, while Arisawa Tatsuki and the others were very surprised. And Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi felt it and said, Yoruichi, this should be Aizen's conspiracy. Shihouin Yoruichi is also very unhappy to hear this. Nina, because she made a bet with Kurosaki Ichigo just now, but she lost now, so of course she will be helpless. No way. Shihouin Yoruichi said uncertainly, and I said directly to her, how could it not be? So are you familiar with these two captain-level Ryutsu? I don't know that Arisawa Tatsuki has already. I've grown into a captain. Shihouin Yoruichi nodded when he heard this. Chapter 79. And after this incident passed, Jinglingting was also quiet. Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi on the bipolar were very leisurely, while Shihouin Yoruichi was very distressed, and Kurosaki Ichigo was very funny when he saw it and said, "Why bother? What? Nothing. It's nothing. I don't want to be in bed the next day," and then gave me a blank look, while I winked at her and hugged her proudly and said, "If you don't want to do it, then I'll let it go. Let's pass you." And hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy and said, "Really?" She didn't wait for her happiness to finish. "Of course not." Shihouin Yoruichi was heartbroken to hear what I said, and then Kurosaki Ichigo hugged her and stroked her back and said, "Okay. Don't think too much. I won't ignore you, so let's rest in peace. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Then Shihouin Yoruichi kissed me happily, and then went to sleep. And I was holding her and watching. The night was very leisurely, the time passed quickly, the sky gradually brightened, the night passed again, the day came, a certain cell in Jingling Court, several clothes were wrapped in white clothes. The kid group, who only had one pair of eyes exposed, were holding a Zen staff or something. A red rope on the Zen staff was tied to the ring in Rukia's neck, and they were leading Rukia towards the hill of bipolar. They had to bring Rukia there before noon execution. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of the group, and seeing this person Rukia's eyes showed a trace of panic. "Ichimaru. Silver." With a fox-like smile, Ichimaru-jin said, "That's not good, Rukia, you should call me Captain Ichimaru. Always be so rude, be careful of your elder brother's scolding." 5. "I'm sorry, I'm really rude," Rukia said with a whole expression. "Then why are you 433 here, Captain Ichimaru?" "No, it's nothing, it's just a casual walk." Ichimaru-jin said casually. "Oh, by the way, it seems that there are two Ryutsu competing, usually the captain of the 6th division and the other one seems to be the 6th, the vice-captain of the division, Abarai Renji." Rukia's eyes widened instantly. "It's so pitiful." Ichimaru-jin said, "Abarai Renji seems to be coming to save you no matter what, Rukia, but it seems that the captain of the 6th division has been. It's just blocked." There was a hint of fear in Rukia's eyes. "Do you want me to save you?" Ichimaru-jin said, "If you think so, then I can save you right away." "What are you talking about, Captain Ichimaru?" Several kids were shocked. Although they had achieved a lot in Kid, they probably wouldn't even have the chance to make a move in the face of the captain. Rukia looked at Ichimaru-jin with disbelief in her heart, but a glimmer of hope was unconsciously revealed in her empty eyes full of death intent. Ichimaru-jin stretched out his hand and put his hand on Rukia's head and said, "Just kidding." After saying this, Ichimaru-jin clearly saw that the glimmer of hope in Rukia's eyes disappeared instantly, and despair appeared in her. In the eyes of a man who is determined to die, there will be no despair, hope. That these emotions, some are just death, only those who want to live but can't live will have hope and despair, and obviously, just a few words from Ichimaru-jin completely destroyed Rukia's will to die, leaving only the desperation of wanting to live but not being able to live. Seeing the despair in Rukia's eyes, Ichimaru-jin walked directly behind Rukia and said, "Goodbye, Rukia, the next time we meet will be at Bipolar Hill." "Ah!" Rukia let out a scream to vent the despair in her heart, and hearing Rukia's scream, the corner of Ichimaru-jin's mouth smiled even more. "Where is Abarai Renji and Byakuya Kukiki on the other side? This Ryutsu is..." Abarai Renji, who was heading towards Bipolar Hill, was suppressed by a Ryutsu. Abarai Renji raised his head and looked at the sky, where he saw a person standing. Abarai Renji's eyes, there was a slight surprise in the middle. "Kukiki. Captain. Where are you going, Renji?" Byakuya Kukiki looked at Abarai Renji and said, "You should still be in the cell, right?" "I'm sorry, Captain Kukiki." Abarai Renji said, I am going to Bipolar Hill to rescue Rukia. Even if you say no, I must go. Really? Byakuya Kokaki responded, then disappeared in front of Obari Renji in an instant. Obari Renji's eyes narrowed, his left hand held his Zanpakuto, his body turned sharply, and Zanpakuto stabbed towards the back. With the sound of, the two knives intersected, and Byakuya Kokaki showed a slight surprise as he stepped back and pulled a certain distance between the two. Shinua, it uses rotation and special footwork to get behind the opponent to break the opponent's sleep. It is the trick you are good at using, Captain Kokaki, I have seen it many times. Obari Renji said, now my body can keep up with your movements, Captain Kokaki, your knife can no longer kill me. Why do you talk so much? Byakuya Kokaki looked at Obari Renji and said, what makes you so arrogant? With your strength, you can't even make me bend one knee. Byakuya Kokaki said, raising the sword in his hand, let's scatter. Obari Renji immediately waved Zanpakuto in his hand when he saw it, and Zanpakuto was liberated immediately and turned into Zabimaru. With the sound of dang, Zabimaru slashed on Byakuya Kokaki's blade, preventing Zanpakuto's liberation. Can't be able to shikai by calling Zanpakuto's name? Could it be that you? Byakuya Kokaki looked at Obari Renji with a hint of surprise. It didn't start when I became the vice-captain, but earlier. Before I joined the Godai 13th Division, the only person I wanted to surpass was you, Captain Kokaki, said Obari Renji, raising Zabimaru in his hand. Ryotsuba poured out of his body and shouted, Bankai Baboon King Zabimaru. 35 Obari Renji is holding a snake's tail in his hand. Behind him, there is a huge head with fur similar to a baboon, but the head is the head of a snake and the body is completely in the shape of a snake, and the bone joints are the blades with Ryotsu. Obari Renji's Bankai, in fact Obari Renji is the king of baboons. When did you learn Bankai? Byakuya Kokaki looked at Obari Renji with a slight surprise. How could you possibly know? Obari Renji looked at Byakuya Kokaki and said, for someone like you who never looks behind you, I'm afraid you'll never know. Well, please get out of the way, I will definitely to rescue Rukia. No. Byakuya Kokaki said indifferently. If that's the case, then I'm here to beat you. Obari Renji swung the tail in his hand. Baboon King Zabimaru rushed towards Byakuya Kokaki. Byakuya Kokaki flashed a few shunpo far away place. Obari Renji tracked Byakuya Kokaki's figure, and then turned the snake's tail in his hand, only to see the snake's head rushing towards Byakuya Kokaki. All the buildings around Boom Rumble Rumble were blasted out by Zabimaru's attack. Byakuya Kokaki was holding Zanpakuto in his hand, and the huge snake head in front of him had already rushed over. The snake's head was bitten, but in fact there was still a little distance, which was enough for Obari Renji's Baboon King Zabimaru to never catch up. There is indeed a Bankai level Ryotsu. But it's time to end. Byakuya Kokaki said softly, and then Zanpakuto, who held his hands tightly, said softly, scatter it, Senbonzakura. Countless sakura petals formed in an instant. Two beautiful ropes of sakura petals will instantly completely wrap the giant snake head. With a boom, the entire body of the snake was completely broken and fell down section by section. And Byakuya Kokaki also began to fall. The sound of click, bang, bang, bang sounded. Although Byakuya Kokaki didn't care, he still glanced at him slightly, but this time he was shocked. He saw that he had just turned into a baboon king. Zabimaru came together once again to form a whole. Senbonzakura is a small blade that splits a knife into hundreds or thousands. Because this blade is too small, it looks like countless sakura flowers when illuminated by light. Obari Renji said, but I'm sorry, but the body of this guy in my hand is maintained by my Ryotsu, and the knife is constantly slashing. I just let this guy's body get out of line and avoid your 1,000 knives. The ability of your knife is mine, but you can see it clearly. And the ability of my sword, you still don't know it at all. After saying that, the ground under Byakuya Kokaki's feet suddenly cracked, and the body of countless baboon king Zabimaru poured out. Byakuya Kokaki suddenly fly away, but because of sudden Ran's body was a little unstable when he landed, and Byakuya Kokaki could only kneel on one knee to support his body with his left hand. The knee of one foot fell. Abarai Renji said, but this battle should be over. Yeah, it's time to end. Byakuya Kokaki stood up and said softly. There was a serious look in his eyes, and it was obvious that he was completely serious. Abarai Renji's eyes showed a trace of uneasiness. Chapter 80. So the captains are all heading towards the hill of bipolar, although there is no Zanpakuto anymore, but Yamamoto Uenliazai still decided to torture Rukia Kokaki on bipolar, so they all came here. On the other side, the 10th Division Captain Hitsuga Ichigo and Vice Captain Matsumoto Ranjaku did not head towards Bipolar Hill, but headed in another direction, which was the final trial site of Jingling Court. Central 46, which is composed of 40 sages and 6 judges gathered in the whole territory of the Soul Society, is the highest spell-casting agency of the Soul Society. Shinigami will accept the 46 rooms for sins committed in the Soul Society or in this world. Trial. No one at the level of captain is allowed to object to any sentence that has been made, and Rukia's death sentence was decided by Central 46. It's wonderful, you can let me use Bankai, and your fangs have touched me. Byakuya Kokaki pulled down his scarf and put it on Abarai Renji, who was lying on the ground. There was a little blood on his face, obviously it was caused by the previous battle with Abarai Renji. And Abarai Renji is covered in large and small stab wounds all over his body. Ryutsu plummeted throughout. But Byakuya Kokaki actually put the scarf on Abarai Renji's body, then it is enough that Byakuya Kokaki really admits Abarai Renji. 3. Byakuya Kokaki turned around and continued walking towards Bipolar Hill. After all, he had been delayed by Abarai Renji for a long time. Shortly after Byakuya Kokaki left, 2 people came here. The first one, the captain Hayori's long braids were combed on his chest. It was the captain of the 4th Division Anohanaretsu. The man behind him was taller than the average man and had short white hair. It was Kitetsu Aizen, the vice captain of the 4th Division. They are also heading towards Bipolar Hill. Deputy Captain Abarai. Kitetsu Aizen immediately exclaimed when he saw Abarai Renji, then stepped forward, looked at the scarf on his body and said, "This is Captain Kokaki, what's going on?" But Kitetsu Aizen didn't have much time to think about it. Instead, start checking on Abarai Renji's injury. What a serious injury! Anohanaretsu came behind Kitetsu Aizen and said, "Yongan, although you can treat this kind of injury, it will take you a lot of time, and Abarai's injury can no longer support him. It's been too long. So let me do it." "Yes, Captain." Kitetsu Aizen said directly. Anohanaretsu began to treat Abarai Renji, and Kitetsu Aizen said, "But Captain, why did Vice Captain Abarai fall down here with a serious injury? And he has Captain Kokaki's scarf on him. The injury on his body is caused by a very small blade, and the number is very large." Anohanaretsu said calmly, "As far as I know, only Senbonzakura of the 6th Division Captain Byakuya Kokaki can cause this wound." "Captain!" Kitetsu Aizen said in surprise. Anohanaretsu shook his head slightly and said, "Okay, Yonjian, don't make a fuss, I want to concentrate on treating him." 33 said and immediately increased Ryutsu's output. After an unknown amount of time, Anohanaretsu suddenly retracted Ryutsu, stood up and said, "Okay, Yuan, let's go." "Captain, Vice Captain Abarai?" Kitetsu Aizen asked. "There is no danger of life anymore," Anohanaretsu said, "and Yamada Hanadaru, the 7th seat of our squad, is behind. I think he will handle the rest." "Yamada Hanadaru?" "Indeed, there are 2 Ryutsu approaching, and one is Yamada Hanataro's." Kitetsu Aizen sensed it carefully. "Let's go, Yuan, we're going to Bipolar Hill," Anohanaretsu said, and she turned to leave. Just as she turned around, Abarai Renji, who was lying on the ground, opened her eyes slightly. Of course, he had just regained consciousness. The Anohanaretsu in front of him was very blurry in his eyes, and then Abarai Renji closed his eyes again. You woke up, Mr. Renji. 95 Yamada Hanadaru watched Renji open his eyes and said with joy. You are from the 4th division. Abarai Renji looked at Yamada Hanadaru. He wanted to sit up. Yes, I am the 7th seat of the 4th division, Yamada Hanadaru. Yamada Hanadaru said, please don't move, Mr. Renji, you are seriously injured. Really? Did you heal me? 9 Abarai Renji looked at Yamada Hanadaru and said, thank you. No, you're welcome, Mr. Renji. Yamada Hanadaru said, in fact, before I came, most of your injuries had already been treated by others, and even without me, your life would not be in danger. But I can see how serious the injury you have suffered before, and the only one who can heal such a serious injury in a short period of time is 35. Really? Abarai Renji replied, thinking inwardly, in that case, I didn't read it wrong. Before Central 46, the 10th Division Captain Hōgyoku Ichigo and Vice Captain Matsumoto Ranjaku, 2 people came to the gate of Central 46. There is no defense. Hōgyoku Ichigo looked around, then walked towards the gate and said, this kind of defense is too lax. After speaking, Hōgyoku Ichigo came to the gate and said, the 10th Division Captain Hōgyoku Ichigo asks to see the 4th 16 sages. But there was no response. Hōgyoku Ichigo was stunned for a moment, and just wanted to step forward, but only heard a click, and saw countless blades appear in front of the door in an instant, and the entire door was completely sealed in an instant. The defense system is still working. Matsumoto Ranjaku looked at the situation in front of him and said. But at this time, Hōgyoku Ichigo pulled out the Zanpakuto on his back, and then slashed directly at the gate in front of him. This is Central 46, the door, Captain. Hōgyoku Ichigo didn't answer, he turned his head suddenly, and saw 2 people walking towards them behind them. Matsumoto Ranjaku looked at the 2 people who were approaching, and immediately saluted to the person in front, Captain Anohana. The 2 people are Anohanaretsu, Captain of the 4th Division, and Katetsu Aizen, the Vice Captain. And why are they in? Oh, here. That's because no Hanaru has always been very confused, so she went back and headed for Central 46. No alarm sounded. Anohanaretsu said, Captain Hōgyoku clearly cut through the gate, but no alarm sounded at all. It seemed tempting to kill the guard, and then swaggered in, closed the door from the inside, and at the same time. I am afraid that in order to facilitate his actions, the alarm has been lifted. Captain Anoka, what do you mean? Hōgyoku Ichigo asked with some doubts. No, I'm not sure yet. We can only know after seeing the real situation. After speaking, Anohanaretsu walked directly to the front and stepped directly into Central 46. Let's go, Captain Hōgyoku. I think if we just go in and see, then everything will be understood. Hōgyoku Ichigo and Matsumoto Ranjaku glanced at each other, then followed Anohanaretsu towards the inside. When Anohanaretsu completely walked into the door of Central 46, she turned her head slightly and glanced behind her. Of course she knew that there was a small tail behind her group, but when Anohanaretsu spoke, this little tail it didn't matter, so Anohanaretsu didn't care too much. Bang 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 bang, doors opened one after another, and the group of 4 gradually began to enter Central 46. Soon the group came to the conference room of Central 46. In the judgment room, this is the place where the people of Central 46 conduct judgment and negotiation. Flowers. Impossible, how could such a thing happen? Matsumoto Ranjaku opened his mouth and said in shock at the scene in front of him. The other people also looked at the situation in front of them with shock. They saw that in the judgment room in front of them, there was a person sitting there in every position, and they counted exactly 46 people, that is to say, everyone in the important 46 room is here. But they will never be able to judge anyone now, every one of them has been killed, only their bodies are sitting on the chairs. Bloodline has been working for a long time. According to the time, those Sora were almost killed when they broke in. Anohanaretsu took a look and said, at that time, there seemed to be not many people who had the opportunity to do it. It looks like this. Anohanaretsu said, and looked to the other side, which was the accommodation area of Central 46. Captain Anohanaretsu, you came earlier than I expected. Suddenly a voice came, the group immediately turned their heads, and saw a man with blonde hair standing in the place where they came in, the 3rd Division. Deputy Captain Kira Izuru. Kira, does what happened here have anything to do with you? Hitsuga Ichigo looked at Kira Izuru and said loudly. Kira Izuru didn't answer, just glanced at the 4 of them, then turned and left. Stop! Hitsuga Ichigo called out immediately, and ran after him. Matsumoto Ranjaku naturally followed. Is it earlier than expected? Anohanaretsu silently recited a sentence and then said secretly, it seems that what happened here has something to do with Captain Ichimaru, but since I came a little early, then I'll be here a little later. Thinking of this, Anohanaretsu said to Kotetsu Aizen next to him, let's go. Yang Yin, let's catch up and have a look. Yes, Captain. Naturally, Kotetsu Aizen did not hesitate, so the group chased after Kira Izuru. Just as the group had just left, another person came here, the vice-captain of the 5th Division, Hinamori Momo, who followed Hitsuga Ichigo all the way, but in order not to find Hitsuga Ichigo, she always maintained a certain distance, especially later, after the dangerous Anohanaretsu also came, she was still secretly glad that she kept a certain distance. What's going on? Hinamori Momo looked at Central 46's body with the same shock. Welcome, Hinamori-chan. Ichimaru-jin appeared behind Hinamori Momo, but he was able to speak. Captain Ichimaru. Hinamori Momo said while holding his arm slightly. Come with me over here. Ichimaru-jin said softly, then turned and left. Hinamori Momo was stunned for a moment, but after hesitating for a while, he turned around and followed Ichimaru-jin, and just after the 2 of them left, a figure came behind the wall. Kira, did you kill the sage of room 46? Hitsuga Ichigo chased Kira Izuru away from Central 46, Matsumoto Ranjaku and Kotetsu Aizen followed closely behind him. Matsumoto Ranjaku glanced at the front, then stepped down a little, turned directly and ran towards the other one. Captain, should we also chase Kira from the other way? Kotetsu Aizen said, but he didn't get the slightest response. He turned his head immediately, but didn't find any trace of Anohanaretsu. After a slight stun, Kotetsu Aizen suddenly chased after him. He got on Hitsuga Ichigo and said, Captain Hitsuga, Captain Anoka, don't know where they are? Hitsuga Ichigo froze for a moment, then only heard Kotetsu Aizen say, I think the captain may still have 46 rooms, I'll go back and take a look first. Hitsuga Ichigo nodded slightly, and Kotetsu Aizen immediately turned to face again. Take Central 46 to go to Bulletin. Chapter 81. Stop, Kira, what are you trying to do by drawing me out? Hitsuga Ichigo looked at Kira Izuru in front of him and said, hurry up, Kira, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You have already noticed it, Captain Hitsuga, but speaking of it, Captain Hitsuga, if you have time to chase me, you might as well go back and have a look. Kira Izuru looked at Hitsuga Ichigo behind him, and kept saying, or, you don't even know there's someone behind you. Following people? What do you mean? Hitsuga Ichigo said, looking at Kira Izuru. Kira Izuru shook her head slightly and said, didn't you find it? Captain Hitsuga, from the time you left the 10th Division until you entered Central 46, Hinamori was always behind you. 35. Impossible. Hitsuga Ichigo shook his head and said, I clearly have. Looks like you've already remembered it. Kira Izuru said, you set up a high-level barrier mirror with reflective power beside Hinamori, which can resist attacks with extremely powerful reflections, but this mirror destroys it from the inside, but it is very simple. Hinamori is a master of Kid, and to her from the inside, destroying the mirror is as easy as 4, 3, 3 with eating and drinking. 99. It's happened. Hitsuga Ichigo said loudly, then turned around and wanted to return to Central 46. The 31 red cannons have had. Kira Izuru said loudly, and a fiery red energy ball hit Hitsuga Ichigo directly. With a bang sound, Hitsuga Ichigo stopped, and suddenly threw the Captain Yuri on his body. The soft Yuri slammed on the fiery red energy ball and threw the energy ball aside. As expected of Captain Hitsuga, my attack was easily resolved by you. Kira Izuru stood behind Kira Izuru and said, I'm sorry, Captain, the order I received was to remove you from Central. After the inside of 46 is drawn out, I will hold you back as much as possible, so if you can, please stay here for the time being. Really? Hitsuga Ichigo put his hand on Zanpakuto behind him and said, it seems that you have decided to take your life to stop me, then I will fulfill you. At that time, a strong Ryutsu emerged from Hitsuga Ichigo's body, the temperature around him dropped instantly, and at the same time Hitsuga Ichigo's feet began to freeze, and this was the result of him not pulling Zanpakuto out. For Hitsuga Ichigo, Hinamori Momo is probably the most important person to him. He will never allow Hinamori Momo to be injured, so he will burst out such a strong force in the face of Kira Izuru. And the powerful Ryutsu directly pressed Kira Izuru, making him unable to move at all. The huge gap between captain and vice-captain rank is on display. Captain, go back quickly, just leave it to me here. Matsumoto Ranjaku said standing beside Hitsuga Ichigo. Matsumoto. Hitsuga Ichigo was slightly taken aback, and the rising Ryutsu stopped rising. Come on, Captain. Matsumoto Ranjaku said, Hinamori, you're still waiting for you to rescue her. Don't waste your time here. Okay, I'll leave it to you, Matsumoto, be careful. Hitsuga Ichigo said. Don't worry, Captain. Matsumoto Ranjaku said with a smile, I'm also the vice-captain anyway, so I won't lose your face. Hitsuga Ichigo nodded slightly, then suddenly rushed towards Central 46. Kira Izuru no longer stepped forward to stop him. From the situation just now, he knew that if he stepped forward again, he would probably be killed by Hitsuga Ichigo immediately. He only temporarily led Hitsuga Ichigo out of Central 46. His mission can be said to have been completed. Since it has been completed, then he will naturally not go up to die, not to mention that there is Matsumoto Ranjaku, who is also the vice-captain, in front of him. Sister Ranjaku, you don't seem to know my Zanpakuto's abilities. Kira Izuru looked at Matsumoto Ranjaku standing in front of him and gently pulled Zanpakuto out of the scabbard. Don't you never tell anyone about this kind of thing? 35 Matsumoto Ranjaku similarly drew Zanpakuto. It's not that I didn't tell people, but that no one asked, but yes, after all, it's not a polite thing to ask someone's Zanpakuto ability. Of course, unless it's a very good friend, that's another matter. Kira Izuru said, so my Zanpakuto ability, Renji and Hinamori know, but soon you will know Ranjaku's sister, in the battle, I will let you experience it for yourself. Speaking of this, Kira Izuru suddenly he shouted loudly, raise your head and help. Under the leadership of Ichimaru Jin, Hinamori Momo walked past the judgment room of Central 46 and entered the living room at the back. She looked around and said, Captain Ichimaru, who on earth wants to see me? Why are you here? Here isn't that the living area of Central 46? Have you been here? Ichimaru Jin asked. He didn't turn his head, and the purpose of his words was just to divert Hinamori Momo's attention. No, this is a restricted area. It's a place where you can't easily step in. Hinamori Momo said, so I never came. Okay, here we are. Ichimaru-jin walked into a bedroom and said, the person who wants to see you has already come. Hinamori Momo was slightly taken aback, then looked around but found nothing, only he turned his attention to Ichimaru-jin again. Ah, didn't you notice? The person who wants to see you is right behind you. Ichimaru-jin said. Behind me? Hinamori Momo said slightly. It turned out that a person was standing behind her unconsciously. Hinamori Momo turned around, and her pupils showed a strong surprise in an instant. She looked at the people behind her and stammered, Ran, team. Chief, Captain Aizen, it's great that you are still alive. Then she threw herself into Aizen's arms and said, when I saw your body, I thought you had. Sorry for worrying about Hinamori. Aizen said with a warm smile like a spring breeze. Captain Aizen. Hinamori said, holding Aizen in both hands. She could clearly feel the same breath as Aizen before, tears of joy flowed from her eyes. Aizen hugged Hinamori Momo slightly and said, thank you, Hinamori, you must know that I have something to deal with, so I can only pretend to be dead. It doesn't matter anymore, Captain Aizen. Hinamori Momo shook his head slightly and said, as long as you are okay, Captain Aizen, then everything will be okay. Thank you. Hinamori, it's great to have a subordinate like you. Aizen said with a big smile, then, farewell. A figure appeared, bang, and the figure suddenly retreated. It's earlier than I expected. Aizen looked at the figure and said, Captain Anohana. 35 Anohanaretsu didn't answer, but put Hinamori Momo in his hand on the floor and started to heal her, of course. The current situation does not allow her to undergo meticulous treatment, so Anohanaretsu just stopped the blood gushing out of her chest, but even so, Hinamori Momo is still very dangerous, because Aizen's surgery just now Zanpakuto had completely penetrated her body. If Anohanaretsu hadn't appeared in time and pushed Hinamori Momo slightly, changing the position of Zanpakuto's penetration, Aizen's blow would have completely penetrated Hinamori Momo's heart. At that time, no one can save Hinamori Momo. But in this case, Hinamori Momo must be treated immediately, otherwise, he will still die, but Anohanaretsu can't find time for her right now. The treatment, after all, before her eyes, stood two captains, Aizen and Ichimaru-jin. Captain Aizen, no. Anohanaretsu looked at Aizen and said, in this situation, you shouldn't be called captain anymore, you should be called Sinner Aizen-suk and Sinner Ichimaru-jin. Allah, Captain Aizen, look, you seem to have implicated me. Ichimaru-jin said with a smile. Really, I'm sorry. Aizen said with a smile, but Captain Anohana, you came here a little earlier than I expected, I thought you would come here a little later. What? 35. Aizen-suk, you are so laboriously pretending to be dead to hide yourself, and even make such an exquisite corpse doll, what is your purpose? Anohanaretsu looked at Aizen and asked. 1.4. Captain. At this time, Kotetsu Aizen stepped into the living room, saw Anohanaretsu, and immediately saw Aizen-suk standing in front of Anohanaretsu. His eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible, Captain Aizen, you still, how is it possible? The corpse was clearly inspected by me and the captain personally, and there is no way it could have gone wrong. Yongan, you came just in time. Anohanaretsu said, you treat Hinamori immediately, as for Aizen and Ichimaru-jin, I will block. After speaking, he paused slightly, come on, Hinamori is not receiving treatment. If you do, you will surely die. Ah, yes. Kotetsu Aizen responded, and immediately ran over to start treatment for Hinamori Momo. As for Aizen, he didn't pay any attention, but looked at the other side and said, oh, there are so many guests here today. The sound of Papa footsteps came, and Hitsugaichware came to the living room gasping for breath. Aizen. Falling to the ground, Hinamori Momo's eyes were blank, especially the blood on her chest and the ground, causing the Ryutsu on Hitsuga Ichigo's body to fluctuate abnormally. Chapter 82. What's going on? How could Hinamori? Hitsuga Ichigo looked at Hinamori Momo and asked in surprise. Hinaretsu didn't speak, but put his eyes on Aizen's body. No, it should be said, Hinaretsu never took his eyes off Aizen's body. I did it. Aizen smiled at Hitsuga Ichigo and said, you know, Hitsuga, for me, she is just a hindrance. Originally I wanted to use her vision for me to do things, but I was so disappointed, so I planned to let him and you kill each other, which is the so-called suicide note, but I didn't expect it would have no effect. There was no way, I had to kill her myself, but Captain Unohana came here a little earlier than I expected. She rescued Hinamori Momo in time, so I didn't kill Hinamori, just seriously injured her. Thank you Captain Unohana, Hitsuga. Is that so? Hitsuga Ichigo lowered his head slightly and said softly, Aizen, although I don't know if you were cheating or something else before, but I don't know if you heard Ichimaru say it. Oh, what? Aizen asked with a smile. Although Ichimaru-jin wanted to speak, he stopped what he wanted to say when he saw Aizen's wave of his hand. It seems that you didn't listen to Ichimaru 26 silver after you died? Forget it, I'll tell you. Ryutsu continued to emerge from Hitsuga Ichigo, and then he pulled Zanpakuto out of the scabbard slightly, Bankai Daiguren Harinmaru. In an instant, the Ryutsu on Hitsuga Ichigo suddenly rose sharply, and at the same time, the temperature around him dropped sharply. Became a world of ice and snow. The snow-white mist rose, and the figure of Hitsuga Ichigo rose in the cold mist. Suddenly, a huge and cold Ryutsu rose into the sky. I saw that these cold mists were frozen into ice in an instant, revealing the figure of Hitsuga Ichigo within the cold mist. I saw a giant frost dragon and a pair of ice wings behind Hitsuga Ichigo. The frost giant dragon and ice wings were worn on Hitsuga Ichigo's body, just like a pair of dragon ice armor with ice wings, and 12 lotus flowers appear behind him. Clap Papa Hitsuga Ichigo walked towards Aizen step by step. The Ryutsu on his body was constantly improving. Zanpakuto, Harinmaru, known as the strongest ice and snow type, really has a lot of power. Aizen said with a smile. Then Aizen looked at Hitsuga Ichigo and said, however, Hitsuga, you are still too young, although you are called talented children can also perform Bankai, but since your Zanpakuto is the strongest Zanpakuto in the ice and snow system, the Ryutsu needed by Bankai is naturally very large. Although your current strength can support the activation of Daiguren Harinmaru, it cannot be permanent. The power of Daiguren Harinmaru is supported, so your Bankai is time limited. If you can't kill me within the time limit, then your Bankai will be gone. And at this time, the 12 lotus flowers behind you are slowly disappearing. Come here quickly, Hitsuga, or you'll have no chance. Enough. Hitsuga Ichigo was shocked. He didn't expect Aizen to know so much about his Bankai. He knew almost everything very well, which made his heart shake a little bit, but Hitsuga Ichigo was in seeing Hinamori Momo lying in a pool of blood and being treated by Katetsu Aizen, the shaking in his heart disappeared instantly, and only firm belief remained. If anyone dares to let Hinamori bleed, I will let him die. Aizen-suke. Hitsuga Ichigo shouted angrily, holding Daiguren Harinmaru in both hands and rushing directly towards Aizen. As Aizen said, Hitsuga Ichigo is still too young to have the maturity of Hinaretsu or others, so under the slight provocation of Aizen, Hitsuga Ichigo completely lost his cool and rushed directly towards Aizen. He simply forgot that the Daiguren Harinmaru in his hand, although the melee power is very strong, but the power of the long-range attack should not be underestimated. Sure enough, Aizen looked at Hitsuga Ichigo who was rushing directly over, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Wait, Hitsuga. Hinaretsu called out immediately, but Hitsuga Ichigo ignored it, and turned towards Aizen with an incomparable chill. Rush over. With a puchy sound, Hitsuga Ichigo and Aizen passed by. Hinaretsu was just about to start and stopped. Hitsuga Ichigo and Aizen-suke, both of them were captain-level figures, and they themselves had super high the speed, plus the distance between the two people itself is not big, and Anohanaretsu because of Hitsuga Ichigo's Bankai makes the foot become a field of ice, making the movement a little slower, but it is just such a trace. Let Hitsuga Ichigo and Aizen stagger their bodies. Obviously they have already fought, but now even Anohanaretsu can't see the outcome of the two, because both of them keep the sword. Posture. Impossible. Hitsuga Ichigo opened the mouth and said, with an unbelievable look in his eyes, I've clearly slashed him. Puchi, I saw blood gushing out from Hitsuga Ichigo's left shoulder, and then again it was a puchi sound, and a bloody arrow shot out from Hitsuga Ichigo's back, directly staining the ice cubes on his body, and the ice armor on Hitsuga Ichigo's body was almost completely shattered, and at the same time he fell directly on the body. On the ground. Captain Hitsuga. 35 Kitetsu Aizen shouted in slight surprise, and then said in shock, Captain Hitsuga didn't even take a single move. Your Bankai is very good. Aizen turned his head slightly and looked at Hitsuga Ichigo. If it wasn't for the ice on your body, your left hand would have been chopped off by me, and my attack behind you would be enough. Pierce your heart. After finishing speaking, Aizen turned his attention to Anohanaretsu. In fact, the main reason why Aizen suspended his death before was because he had two people in the entire Soul Society who were afraid of him, and one was naturally it is Yamamoto Uenyujai Shigakuni, who is the captain of the 13th Division. This is called the strongest Shinigami in the Millennium. Aizen is extremely jealous of him, and the other person is the 4th Division in front of him. Captain Anohanaretsu, although she is only the captain of the 4th Division, the medical division, but Aizen didn't dare to relax his vigilance against her at all, because he knew that her strength would not be much weaker than Yamamoto Uenyujai Shigakuni, just she never showed it. Aizen-suke, state your purpose. Anohanaretsu slightly leaned forward in front of Aizen and pulled out the Zanpakuto in his hand. Captain Unohana. Aizen smiled and said, before I say my purpose, do you think I should treat Captain Hitsuga first? Although I didn't really stab Hitsuga's heart, it was enough. Let him lose too much blood and die in a short period of time. 35 said Aizen with a slight pause, of course, if you want to fight me first, I will play with you, but Captain Hitsuga will delay. If you go down, I am afraid that even you will not be able to save him. 66. 9 Anohanaretsu gave a slight pause, and Aizen said with a smile, Captain Anohana, do you know my Zanpakuto's abilities? 0. Guess 437 to get a point? Anohanaretsu said, although you said that your Zanpakuto uses the refraction of light and water to make enemies kill each other, but obviously not, I think your Zanpakuto's ability is probably similar to hypnosis and the like. As expected of Captain Anoka. Aizen said with a smile, even in my hypnosis, not only did I sense the subtleties of my corpse, but I was also able to guess my Zanpakuto's ability. I have to say, your power surprises me, but it's normal. With that, Aizen looked at Anohanaretsu and said, my Kaika Suijutsu's ability is perfect hypnosis, and if you see it once, you will be hypnosis by me forever. Of course, the only way to avoid being hypnosis by me is to not watch the liberation of my Zanpakuto. Could it be? Anohanaretsu was slightly surprised. That's right, Tosen has been my man from the beginning, Captain Anoka. Aizen said with a smile. Captain Aizen. Ichimaru-jin said behind Aizen, it's almost time, we should go. Really? Aizen responded slightly, then looked at Anohanaretsu and said, then, Captain Anohana, I'm really sorry, I don't have much time. Speaking of which, if I can, I really want to be with you. Play, after all, if you don't know your strength, you can't easily surpass it. But as long as you know your upper limit of strength, then you can easily get the power of transcendence. 35 As soon as Aizen finished speaking, Ichimaru-jin took out a white bandage from his chest, and then the bandage danced continuously, completely wrapping Aizen and Ichimarujin in an instant, and then the two disappeared in an instant. Anohanaretsu directly I closed my eyes, and a Ryutsu came out of my body. Start searching directly for Aizen and Ichimarujin, and Tosen can name. Chapter 83. And Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi have been watching Yamamoto Uenliazai and their movements on the top of the bipolar hill, and after Yamamoto Uenliazai brought Rukia Kukaki over, Rukia Kukaki was very strange, and then thought, why is there no Zanpakuto on the bipolar? But before she thought about it, Byakuya Kukaki came back. At this moment, footsteps suddenly sounded, and everyone turned their heads to look, only to see Byakuya Kukaki, the captain of the 6th Division, walking over. Big brother. Rukia looked at Byakuya Kukaki and said softly. Byakuya Kukaki closed his eyes slightly and turned his head away, then stood beside the other captains. Rukia's eyes dimmed instantly. Chief Captain Yamamoto Jinaiuzai Shigakuni looked at the sky slightly, then said, Rukia Kukaki. Now, is there anything else you want to say? Yes, only one sentence. Rukia said, please, after I die, let Ichigo and the others, that is, those who have traveled through misfortunes in your mouth, return to the world safely. Okay. Yamamoto Uenliazai Shigakuni thought for a while and said, then as you wish, after the execution is over, let those who traveled through misfortune return to the world safely. 39. Thank you for your success, Captain. Rukia smiled and said, I have nothing else to say. 35. Okay, bring it up. Yamamoto Uenliazai Kongwo said. Following Yamamoto Uenliazai Kongwo's opening, a few people from the kid crowd came, and they actually brought a bipolar choose Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto. Seeing this, the Shinigami were also very curious, and then Yamamoto Uenliazai said, because the original bipolar is gone, so use this instead, and then a very good Ryutsu emerged. On the other side, Zaraki Kenpeki rescued Arisawa Tatsuki and the others. Where did they dare to go to bipolar? Zaraki Kenpeki rushed out of the 4th Division and headed directly to Bipolar Hill, but because Zaraki Kenpeki was a complete lunatic, he was far away. When he saw 3 roads in the distance, Zaraki Kenpeki asked, Hey, woman, which direction should I go next? And why not ask Arisawa Tatsuki? That's because she doesn't have the same feeling for Ryutsu as Kurosaki Ichigo in the original. Orium glanced at it and said, that, it should be that. With a bang, Kuzujishi Yachiru directly bumped into Orium and pointed in another direction, go this way, Xiaojian. Let's listen to Miss Orium. Madarame Ikeku followed behind Zaraki Kenpeki and said, if you give me directions, I don't want to listen to the vice captain at all. Shut up, you pachinko head. Yakian Liu said rudely, and then spit directly on Madarame Ikeku's head, damn, kill you. Madarame Ikeku directly raised Zanpakuto, the knife was slightly pulled out of its scabbard. Be patient, be patient. Ayasukawa Yumichika on the side immediately said, your tone was not good just now. I'm so sick of it. Let's go with your own intuition. Zaraki Kenpeki said directly, but even though he said so, he still rushed in the direction Kuzujishi Yachiru pointed, but it was clear that Kuzujishi Yachiru had a problem with this. As a road idiot, it was more difficult for her to lead the way than to reach the sky. Zaraki Kenpeki was running along the way pointed out by Kuzujishi Yachiru. Just after turning a corner, he realized that it was just a dead end. Haha! It really should have been going the other way just now. Kuzujishi Yachiru said with a haha, and the group could only retreat, and then headed in the other direction. However, because they were still under the command of Kuzujishi Yachiru, the group continued to enter a dead end. Finally entering a dead end again, Kuzujishi Yachiru blushed and did not dare to speak after looking at the wall blocking the way in front of him. Well, how do you say it? Ishida said, leading the way is sometimes like luck. Well. Orium nodded and said, sometimes it is normal to make a dozen or 20 mistakes. Madarame Ikeko said unceremoniously, then, look at me, don't listen to me, it's because of this situation, that's why I said not to let the vice-captain lead the way. Madarame Ikeko hasn't finished speaking yet, Kuzujishi Yachiru lunged at him, opening his mouth and biting directly on Madarame Ikeko's smooth head. Ah, it hurts, vice-captain, wait! Madarame Ikeko exclaimed miserably. Captain! Yasukawa Yumichika said, standing behind Zaraki Kenpeki. Well, it's actually sneaky. Stupid guys! Zaraki Kenpeki said, come out, hide Ryutsu, it's not the captain's job to hide. Just as Zaraki Kenpeki's voice fell, two huge Ryutsu rushed into the sky. Rise! You really can talk, do you know what you are doing? After saying this, several people and 4 people appeared on the wall in front of them, and 4 figures appeared, the 7th Division Captain, Komamura Seijin, Deputy Captain the Shooting Range Tijimon, the 9th Division Captain Tosen Kaname, and the Vice Captain Hisagi Shuei. 35 Gansu stuttered. Where are you going with your travel disaster? Did you even lose your self-esteem because of the defeat? Tosen Kaname said in a flat tone, Zaraki Kenpeki. Cut, it's really troublesome, but forget it, 1, 2, 4 people? That is to say, 4 to 1. As an opponent, it's still not enough, but... Zaraki Kenpeki said with a warlike smile. But just before the fight with Kurosaki Ichigo, I will use you to practice my hands and wake up my sleeping body. 4 to 1. Komamura Seijin said, and then the 4 people disappeared instantly, appearing about 20 meters away in front of Zaraki Kenpeki and said, you mean, are the 4 of us against you alone? I know your ability. But you're a little too arrogant. Zaraki Kenpeki. It's so annoying. Zaraki Kenpeki pulled out Zanpakuto from his waist and pointed at Komamura Seijin Tosen Kaname and said, hurry up and let the horses come over, it's better if 4 people come together, from 4 different directions. If you attack, maybe someone will be able to hit me. Saying Zaraki Kenpeki glanced at the group of people behind him and said, you will only get in the way and disappear for me. 35. Okay. Kuzujishi Yachiru nodded with a smile, then got down from Madarame Ikeko's head and said, then Xiaojian, let's continue to look for Xiaoi's whereabouts. Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki asked, why don't you stay? No need. Otherwise, Xiaojian will be angry, Kuzujishi Yachiru said to them, and then Arisawa Tatsuki no longer refused. I'll be there soon. Zaraki Kenpeki said directly. Kuzujishi Yachiru said to Orium and the others, then the woman, Baoto, hairdresser, orangutan, pencil, let's go. Pencil, do you mean me? Ishida pointed to himself with some incredible words. I'm even more angry, you call me a man-woman. Ishida Yulong saw a murderous aura emerging from Arisawa Tatsuki next to him. Ishida Yulong was very scared and stepped back and said, calm down. They have helped us for 10 times. Then Arisawa Tatsuki also calmed down. Let him be alone? Otherwise, let's stay and help him, Orium said. No. Kuzujishi Yachiru shook his head directly and said, it's rare for Xiaojian to be so happy, so he's not allowed to disturb Xiaojian. Okay, hairdresser, let's go. 55 said that he pulled up Orium and ran away. Ze, Ishida, Sato, and Gansu naturally followed. Is it coming soon? Tosen Kaname said, is it provocative? Or is it serious? Either way, it seems that it is not only self-respect, but even sanity. Zaraki. Are you sensible? Zaraki Kenpeki showed a disdainful smile on his lips, and Ryutsu said, I'm sorry, I don't remember such troublesome things from the beginning. Captain, this is the place. 33 Shooting Range Tijimon took 2 steps forward and said, Hisagi Shuei also stepped forward and followed the words of Shooting Range Tijimon, let's go first. Sure enough. Ayasukawa Yumichika and Madarame Ikeko appeared in front of Zaraki Kenpeki and said, "Then we can only go first here." "Captain! Che, you mean here, do you also want to fight? I really can't do anything about you." "Forget it, these two guys will be left to you, go to fight elsewhere, if it gets in my way here, I even cut you off." "Understood." Madarame Ikeko and Ayasukawa Yumichika replied simultaneously. Chapter 84. With the sound of dang, Zaraki Kenpei's Zanpakuto slashed the metal mask on Komamura Seigen's head, and Komamura Seigen's metal mask shattered in an instant. The true mask of Komamura Seigen is revealed. How to say, this is basically an orc, with a canine head, but it can walk upright like a human and also has human hands. At least just looking at the hands, it is impossible to see that his face will be like this. "Oh, I didn't expect your face to look like this under your mask," Zaraki Kenpei said. "You don't seem surprised," Komamura Seigen said, looking at Zaraki Kenpei. "Of course, your face doesn't have much to do with combat." Zaraki Kenpei smiled and said, "But what I want to know is whether you can have the attack power of a beast under your beast-like face." "I'm not as merciful as Tosen," Komamura Seigen said directly, Bankai Black Rope Scourge King Ming. Behind Komamura Seigen appeared a huge black armored warrior, wearing a red hood, covered with heavy armor, and a huge thick black rope is tied behind the back. "Is it right?" Zaraki Kenpei said with an excited smile on his face. "Come on then." At this moment, a surge of Ryutsu shot into the sky, and 437 Komamura Seigen turned his head slightly and said, "Bipolar is liberated, Chief Captain." "Grown-ups." Saying that, Komamura Seigen picked up Tosen Kaname and charged towards the bipolar hill. As Komamura Seigen left, the huge black armored warrior disappeared. "Che, I thought I could have a slash that excites me so much," Zaraki Kenpei said, then casually put Zanpakuto back into the scabbard. "Looking around, I found a place to sit down at random." Dang Madarame Ikeko and the shooting range Tijamon were both covered in blood, but the attack of the two did not stop. "Is the bipolar liberated? If you say that, the execution will begin." Shot Ba Tijamon raised his head slightly to look in the direction where Ryutsu was gushing out. "This is not the time for a clone, shooting range." Madarame Ikeko raised Hisokomaru and stabbed at the shooting range Tetsuzumon suddenly. And the shooting range Tijamon quickly turned his head to dodge the stab and said, "It seems that it is not enough to only fight." "Hee." Madarame Ikeko said with a faint smile, "Then if whoever loses, go buy wine, and buy 2 pots." "Okay." Then the Zanpakuto of the two collided again. On the other side, Hisagi Osamu, B, soldier was lying on the eaves, panting constantly. "Impossible, how could there be such a Zanpakuto, who would swallow someone else's Ryutsu, that despicable fellow." "Hey?" Having said this, Hisagi Shuai was slightly taken aback, then turned his head and said, "Bipolar is liberated." Although this Zanpakuto is similar to the original, there are still some differences, and Kurosaki Ichigo saw this and said, "Not bad. It's almost the same as the original. Yet, I can't believe that the kid people are still hiding such a thing." Shihouin Yoruichi said after hearing this, and Kurosaki Ichigo hugged her waist and said, "It's okay. It's the same anyway. Wait a minute to stop it. That's it." And Shihouin Yoruichi also nodded. The sound of bang 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 sounded, and the dozens of thick ropes that were originally bound on the bipolar were directly pierced into the flying shot and pierced directly into the ground. The 3 square floor tiles under Rukia's feet are automatically raised, 2 of which are automatically imprisoning Rukia's hands so that her hands are open, and the other one is imprisoning Rukia's feet, so that her feet can only be tightly closed. The whole person looks like a cross when he wants to go, and then rises directly to the top of the execution rack behind him, which is exactly the position of the bipolar spear tip. With a boom, the entire bottom of the bipolar burst out suddenly, and flames spurted out, wrapping the entire bipolar in an instant, and then the bipolar rose, but the position of the spear tip did not change in the slightest, and finally the entire bipolar aim at this Rukia, and the shape of the bipolar is constantly changing. This is so surprising to me. Kurako Shunsui sighed involuntarily. Although he has been the captain for hundreds of years, it is the first time he has seen the liberation of bipolar, although this is not a real bipolar. The flames above the bipolar became even more intense, and suddenly the flames exploded, and I saw a pair of wings spread out. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigakuni opened his mouth and said, "This is the real posture shown by the bipolar spear, the king of shell breakers, who is the ultimate executor. When he penetrates the sinner, the capital punishment is also over." Although it is not true, but Yamamoto Yuanyujai also lied against his will in order not to make other Shinigami panic. Kurako Shunsui pulled down his bamboo hat slightly and thought to himself, "Jushiro, did you still not catch up in the end?" The king of shell breaker stretched his body, flapping his wings slightly, and the little firelight scattered around with the flapping of his wings, and some trees that touched the flames suddenly ignited a big fire, which was instantly destroyed. Burnt clean. I don't feel afraid, because I have lived a good life, met Renji, was adopted by my elder brother, and met Long Gui. 35 Rukia closed her eyes slightly and said softly, "Farewell, everyone." There were 2 lines of tears in the corners of Rukia's eyes, not sure if it was for himself or for others. The king of shell breakers wouldn't care about these. After the shell breaker himself was ready, he immediately flapped his wings and rushed towards Rukia. The strong flame made everyone gradually lose sight of Rukia's figure, but everyone saw a figure appear between Rukia and bipolar. Before, because everyone focused all their attention on Rukia and the king of shell breakers, they didn't. I didn't find it, but now this figure rushed in between the two, and everyone noticed it immediately, but the king of shell breaker was huge in size, but he was not slow at all. Although everyone saw the figure, he rushed in and blocked it. In front of the king of destruction shell, but everyone did not have time to stop it. There was a loud bang, and the king of shells stopped immediately, as if a high-speed car crashed into the mountain, but the king of shells did not suffer any damage. Rukia opened her eyes and looked at the person standing in front of her, Kurosaki Ichigo. Looking at Rukia's completely dazed face, she knew that she had never thought that it would be Kurosaki Ichigo who would save her. With his back to Rukia, Ichigo held his Tensa Zangetsu in his right hand, and used his left hand to block the attack of the king of shell breakers. "Yo, Rukia! I haven't seen you for a few days. You seem to be doing well." Ichigo greeted Rukia with his right hand raised slightly. "Hey!" Rukia took a deep breath, then raised his head and said, "Why are you here to save me?" "Why? There shouldn't be anything between us." Then Shihouin Yoruichi appeared next to Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "How to say, we are all friends from the same class, aren't we?" Hearing this, Rukia Kukaki was even more strange, and then nodded in a daze.